What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Universal Ranking. Hashirama vs Whitebeard 1 Chapter 1, Auto-generated chapter title. 1. Ranking in 10,000 realms, in actual combat. The first one, ask for flowers. Blue Star. Looking at the transparent leaderboard in his mind, Chu Yuan excitedly issued the order to start. It has been a week since he traveled to this Blue Star to get the ranking of the 10,000 worlds, and he has already understood everything about the ranking of the 10,000 worlds. As long as he publishes the ranking list, he will be rewarded with lists of combat power, beating the king, behind the scenes, stunning, power, genius, etc. Now he has finally prepared everything and can start the ranking. But he was not prepared to do the ranking by himself. Taking a stand alone as an example, which one is better in Pirate World or Hokage World? Hokage refuses to say that the pirate is strong, said that Hokage was strong, the pirate refused to accept it. So he made a decision directly. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Just led 2 World Wars 1 to decide the ranking. In this way, presumably all the heavens and all realms will also be convinced. Pirate World. Marine just announced the execution of Firefist Ace 7 days later. All major forces focused on naval headquarters. Sengoku was dealing with important tasks in the office, but he suddenly raised his brow. Kizaru, who was sitting on the arm, had his eyes brightened, and his figure was slightly straightened. Seeing the news coming out of the void list in his mind, Kizaru couldn't help turning his head to look at Sengoku. Sengoku also had a slightly excited look in his eyes. As early as a month ago, something called the 10,000 World Rankings appeared in their minds. The introduction of that thing is that as long as you get on this list, you will get very rich rewards. Sengoku didn't take it seriously at first, but when he asked all Marines under his command and got news from the world government, Sengoku was stunned. In the entire pirate world, everyone has awakened this thing called the 10,000 Realms ranking. This shocked Sengoku. So after taking a closer look at the rankings, Sengoku couldn't help getting excited. Although he is still dubious about this thing in his mind. But Sengoku has already thought that if the time comes, Marine can get a lot of rewards here. Isn't it easy to get rid of the pirates? As a result, Sengoku ordered Marine to prepare for the opening of the 10,000 Worlds rankings in addition to the execution of Ace. Advertisement. No matter whether Marine is on the list or not, he must try his best. At this time, the news came in my mind, and the 10,000 Worlds rankings officially opened. This is an event that excites the whole world. Sengoku immediately ordered the adjutant on the side. Call the 3 Admiral, Garp, and Crane to come to my office for a meeting. The adjutant got the order and hurried out of the marshal's office. Under the Kizaru glasses, there is a meaning of interest. Marshal Sengoku, the ranking list is announced. I think you can definitely be on the list. When Sengoku heard it, his old face inevitably blushed. The old man is very old, and the matters of getting on the list are left to you young people. Perusalino, your sparkling fruit is extremely powerful, and it must be the number 1 among the 10,000 realms. Kizaru waved his hand, his face was full of marshals, don't lift my expression. But there was a flash of light in his eyes under his sunglasses. Don't look at him fishing on weekdays, his mentality is very calm. But at this time, there will still be excitement in his heart. Who doesn't want his name to hang on the ranking list of the heavens and 10,000 realms? New World, aboard the Moby D*K. The huge pirate ship was full of silence. Because Marine announced that Ace was about to be executed, the Whitebeard pirates were in a bad mood. Marco looked at Whitebeard with worry in his eyes. Whitebeard was filled with tubes and suddenly his eyes fell apart, and he laughed, cool la la la. He is ready to fight to the death at Marineford. My sons, Dad will take you with you, and I will definitely rescue Ace. Joes, Bista and others nodded, their eyes very decisive. Ace is their own brother and must be rescued anyway. At this moment, Marco's dead fish eyes suddenly lit up and suddenly turned his head to look at Whitebeard. Father, it looks like the leaderboard is about to open. Whitebeard nodded, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. The atmosphere on the boat suddenly loosened. Regardless of them, everyone knows that Whitebeard's physical condition is not as good as before. It is too difficult to safely take Ace away from naval headquarters. But now it's different. As the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard will definitely be on that list. As long as you get a reward, it will be easy to rescue Ace. Advertisement. The expressions of Joes, Bista and others relaxed. Whitebeard's, cool la la la, laugh resounded on the mobile. At the same time, many powerful players in One Piece World also received the news that the 10,000 Worlds ranking list was about to open at the same time. Redhead, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Hawkeye, Empress and others are all gearing up to watch the list. Hokage World. Kakashi took Naruto and the 3 of them just returned from Nami country and walked into Konoha village. A message came from his mind, causing the 4 people to stop immediately. Little Sakura was born with an exclamation. The 10,000 Worlds ranking is actually opened. This is too unbelievable, he turned out to be true. Naruto laughed loudly. The number 1 person in this 10,000 world ranking must be me, Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke laughed mercilessly from the side. You Konoha 10,000 years crane tail, do you want to be the number 1? As he spoke, a flash of hope flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Itachi, I will definitely be on the leaderboard, then. Hatred flashed in Sasuke's eyes. The face under Kakashi's mask was also a little shocked, but he didn't expect the 10,000 Realms ranking to be real. A month ago, when the 10,000 Worlds ranking list appeared, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen held a meeting to discuss the authenticity of this 10,000 world rankings. Some people think that this is an illusion planted by a strong man who was playing a prank. This caused Konoha to jump around for a while, but after all the methods were used, everyone found that the rankings couldn't be removed at all, and they couldn't even perceive it. So he put the matter on hold. Anyway, it has no effect on their lives. But today, the leaderboard has changed. Kakashi threw down the 3 Naruto and quickly ran towards the Hokage office building. Land of Water, Terumi Mei looked at the leaderboard in his mind, and his eyes lit up instantly. The eyes of countless powerhouses in the ninja world also showed excitement. They looked at the tens of thousands of realms ranking list that was gradually illuminated, and they were very excited, thinking that they must be on the list. In the world of undead, Uchiha Madara looked at the 10,000 worlds rankings, and his body trembled. Heavens and worlds, Uchiha Madara is here. Hashi, hot mom, I will show you this time, my Uchiha Madara's ranking in the heavens and worlds. Chapter 2. Auto-generated chapter title. 2. Excited Heavens and Worlds, Hokage's Pirates. The second one, Ask for Flowers. Shinigami World. The captains of the 13th Division were all called by Yamamoto Captain for a meeting. This meeting not only discussed Kurosaki Ichigo, but also discussed the world rankings. Several people raised their eyebrows, looking at the only one of the many rankings that slowly lit up. There was excitement in Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes, after learning that there are heavens and worlds. He couldn't wait to rush to other worlds directly and find those strong men to fight fiercely. Ichimaru Jin squinted, not knowing what he was thinking. Even the captain of Yamamoto has a long-lost excitement in his eyes at this moment. If the 10,000 worlds rankings are true, then he will definitely rank in the top 10 with his combat power. The rewards at that time must be very rich. Among the many captains present, only the 5th Division captain, Aizen Sosuke, did not look excited, smiling slightly there. But his heart sank again and again. He didn't feel much about the battle list, but when he saw the backstage list that hadn't been lit up. Aizen's heart is slightly nervous. If this exposes him, wouldn't the old Yamamoto go crazy? Super God World. The sacred king of angels Gaisha sat on the silver chair with Erlang's legs tilted, looking at the 10,000 realms ranking list with interest in her eyes. The haughty angel looked proud. The 10,000 worlds rankings are open, and Queen Gaisha must be number 1. To this, Gaisha shook her head and laughed. Cold, Shinigami Carl is not weak. Even if I am against him, I am not sure to completely beat him. Angel Yan and others were silent for a moment. Queen Gaisha, you are the strongest. With Carl's help, Morgana, the Devil Queen, failed to beat our angels and was chased by our angels all over the world. Gaisha shook her head and smiled, but there was a look of confidence in her eyes. Gaisha was full of interest in this 10,000 world rankings that even her database could not parse. And if the 10,000 worlds rankings are fair enough, then she will definitely be in the top 3 without saying that she is the first. In the Milky Way galaxy, on the Devil Queen, Morgana sprayed old blood on the ground. As that be ***ch chanting about me again. Damn, I'm hiding here, she's still chasing me. Adu muffledly said from the side. Queen, look at it, that 10,000 world ranking is about to open. What? Advertisement. Morgana immediately looked upright and looked at the 10,000 worlds ranking in her mind. When she saw the steadily shining battle list, she became excited. I didn't say that I was ranked in the top 3, she would definitely be ranked 4th. Morgana thought in her heart. In the Super God universe, besides Shinigami Carl, the King of Angels Gaisha, and the Dean of the Super Seminary, she is also the strongest? Self-confidence flashed in their eyes, and everyone was looking forward to the real opening of the 10,000 worlds ranking. Spirit Cage World. The ground team had just finished fighting against a group of polar-chewing beasts and sat on the ruins to rest. Shonda inadvertently checked the 10,000 worlds rankings in his mind, and his eyes were suddenly taken aback. Boss, take a look, everyone, the 10,000 realms ranking is about to open. Hear the words. Broken Star, Shado and others all raised their eyes and looked at the 10,000 realms ranking. Seeing the battle strength list that gradually lit up, several people couldn't help but get excited. Little lowly Shado looked at Bai Yuekui confidently. Boss, I believe your strength, even in the heavens and 10,000 realms, you will definitely be able to rank. Fatty Shonda and the others also all agreed. Only Bai Yuekui was sober-minded and his eyes were extremely clear. The heavens and myriad worlds, presumably not as simple as we thought, the strong must be countless, my strength. There was a flash of thought in Bai Yuekui's eyes, but she was really unsure of her strength among the heavens and the realms. Hope flashed in Broken Star's eyes. I don't know if there is such a horrible existence as polar devours in other worlds. It would be great if there were none. Hearing this, the remaining few people were also silent. In the last days, this is a topic they can't avoid at all. At the same time, among the heavens and 10,000 realms, countless strong people also felt the news that the 10,000 realm rankings were about to open. One Punch, Dragon Ball, Otter, Marvel, DC and so on. Countless strong men are looking up and are full of interest in the 10,000 worlds rankings. Under the gaze of many powerful players, the power list that lit up above the leaderboard has reached its limit. Boom. The power of shock came from my mind, and countless strong men raised their eyes. The 10,000 worlds ranking list is officially opened. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket first time ranking. Power ranking. Close black lens bracket, combat power wood expulsion name rule. Randomly select 2 worlds. Fight in the battlefield of the world. Win or lose until one party dies and is sealed. Note: fighting in the battlefield of 10,000 worlds will not have the slightest impact on reality. Even if you die or are sealed, you will fully recover after the battle. Extracting the world. Congratulations to Hokage world and one pirate world. As the first dual world, please prepare for both worlds. 30 minutes later, the first battle officially begins. Close black lens bracket. Boom. Advertisement. Countless powerful people in the 10,000 realms directly exploded. Super God world. Holy Guy Shaw's eyes flashed a smile. Interesting, this 10,000 realms ranking is fair. Angel Lang and others also agree very much. If it is put on the list directly, it will certainly cause dissatisfaction among many people. But the 10,000 worlds rankings went so far as to directly start the battlefield, letting them fight a real chapter. This rule is very fair, and everyone can be convinced. But the Hokage world and the pirate world, after searching the sacred database to no avail, Guy Shaw's eyes were full of thought. 2. Aren't they in the world of this universe? At this moment, the world of Hokage and the world of pirates has become the focus of the heavens and the world. In the Hokage world, Naruto slapped his thigh and flew directly. Sasuke, little Sakura, have you seen it? The first ranking is our world. Sasuke's eyes also flashed excitement. Unexpectedly, among the heavens and the world, the first one would draw their Hokage world. But what exactly is that pirate world? He wasn't the only one thinking. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi are also full of doubts about this. They agree with the ranking rules, and they are fair. But what is that pirate world? There was silence on Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face. Don't tell me that a group of pirates overseas is the pirate world. All of them were puzzled, and they didn't understand what this pirate world was. In the world of undead, Uchiha Madara was instantly excited when he saw this rule. Ranking in actual combat is fair to everyone. Uchiha Madara believes in strength, of course there is no doubt about it. But he didn't know exactly what kind of world the pirate world was. Uchiha Madara couldn't help worrying. Without my motor, can you win the pirate world? It would be great if I could play. Uchiha Madara thought to himself, thinking about the powerhouse in the ninja world today. He can't even get his hands on it. Chapter 3, auto-generated chapter title. 3. The final candidate in the Hokage world, Hashi, the god of the ninja world, the third one, please ask for flowers. Ignoring the regret in Madara's heart, all the heavens and all realms have also seen the next news on the rankings. Due to the particularity of the world, the selection rules for the representatives of each world will be changed. Close black lens bracket. Interested people from both sides of the world are invited to register, and then the world will vote, and the one with the highest number of votes will be the representative of this round of the world. Close black lens bracket. The winner will receive generous rewards. Close black lens bracket. Everyone in the Hokage world was directly excited. In Hokage's office, Kakashi and others couldn't help looking at third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe, feeling a little difficult in his heart. Based on his experience as Hokage for so many years, Rao felt the thorny thing at this time. At this time, the door of Hokage's office was directly pushed open. Danzo rushed in with someone and said anxiously, Sarutobi, who are you going to send as a representative for this battle? Danzo was a little eager, although I don't know what rewards the winner will get. It may be able to link the rankings of the heavens and the world, and the rewards given are definitely extraordinary. Danzo wants it. Besides, this is a war between 2 worlds. This is the face of the 2 worlds. Everyone in the Hokage world does not want people in their own world to lose. That shame is not only the person who went to the battle, but also the face of his entire world. Looking at the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo said in a deep voice, Sarutobi, or this time, I will go. Thinking of Sharingan with his entire arm, Danzo's confidence increased. In his opinion, this battle must never be lost. Even if he exposed all his whole cards, Danzo has a kind of secret feeling. As long as he wins, the rewards given by the 10,000 realms ranking will never let him down. Enough to make him pay everything to win the battle. But what Danzo heard in the ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others was a surprise. All of them looked at Danzo in shock, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed. Naughty. Danzo, I know you want to be popular, you want prestige, but you can't do this kind of thing. This is a war between 2 worlds. It concerns the face of our entire world. Danzo took a step forward. Hiruzen, trust me, I will definitely win this battle. Danzo thought to himself. When he took off his bandage, Sharingan with one arm showed up. Didn't he just beat the other party to no avail? So he didn't give in at all. Sarutobi, I'll go this time. I won't tolerate your objections. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped into thunder and slapped the table angrily. Danzo, don't forget, I'm Hokage. This time, I will play on behalf of Ninja World. The 2 quarreled, and neither side gave way. On the street, Naruto looked at the little Sakura and Sasuke, excitedly. I want to sign up to participate in this world-to-world battle as a representative of our Hokage world. Sasuke and little Sakura looked at the fool's expressions. Sasuke kicked Naruto mercilessly. Naruto, you should save the province. Master Hokage won't necessarily win the battle. This is the first battle. The opponent will definitely send the world's strongest person to send you. Sasuke's eyes were full of disdain, but after Sasuke turned his head, a touch of complexity flashed in his eyes. If he plays, can he win the battle? Despite the strong hatred in his heart, Sasuke still feared the man's combat power. This is why he wants to quickly improve his strength. I don't know somewhere. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, and interest gradually rose in his eyes. If those two are still, presumably what the enemy is not rival it. Orochimaru cannot help but think of the man known as Forbearance of God Boundaries of the first Hokage in Uchiha Madara. Noise Hokage office has gradually stopped. Sarutobi hears in earnestness. Danzo, I know what you think, but this is a war between two worlds, about the face we Hokage world, must not have the slightest error. Sarutobi hears in mind, I suddenly remembered Naruto figure. His heart suddenly had the idea of sending Naruto. Although he cannot control the Nine Tails, but to won battlefield among the community as long as possible to destroy the enemy, it is completely enough. Sarutobi hears in this idea can be only fleeting. If Naruto sent it this time, it is not obvious to tell everyone Nine Tails Jinchuriki it? Shimura Danzo. Well, a cry, and my heart silently firm decided to sign up. Country of Water. Terumi May thinking of his two blood following delimitation, but also strengthened his intention to sign up. The underground organization, who is also the Dawn meeting. Pain stood in the forefront, a pair of Rinnegan deter numerous members. Conan speak directly. Leaders, the war, we want to send it? Nagato control Yahiko moment of silence. This relates to our Hokage World War, if won, but also get rewarded won industry rankings. I have a feeling, that reward is definitely unusual, very important to us. So this battle, we must not be lost, advertisement. Pain firm road, then look to the instant Obito wearing a mask. Many members also will don, eyes look to the Uchiha Madara. If you have the shot, presumably the battle shoutout can lie. Obito Uchiha Madara forged into the hearts of a tight. He did not Uchiha Madara that power, let him fight this battle, some he did not mind the end. Kamui space, while powerful, but who knows what that pirate the world has strange abilities. Obito hard did not end, Shen Sheng said, it is still not reveal my identity moreover, this is the first battle, we need to wait and see. Obito with these words, the heart a little calmed down. Pain thought for a moment, nodded his head also agreed. Really? If Wan sector rankings reward is not satisfactory, now exposed Dawn organization is by no means a wise choice. In the world of undead, Uchiha Madara whole person almost frantic. He looked at the countdown as about 0, how would like to own now being Impure World Reincarnation Resurrection. Without him, the other sent the strongest person in the world, the battle was to fear bad. Time is over, gradually, 30 minutes will soon be over. Madara may appear in front of the scene, however, he stared directly. Then, I am excited to the excitement of ultimate. Madara looked at his eyes whether the registration button, do not hesitate to point down the application. But he did not know. Another human souls in the world, but also dignified place under the sign up button. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who also made a decision. Danzo looked Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the eyes full of firm intended. The battle, he win? Naruto jump excitedly. Sasuke I also signed up to vote you must give me all. Sasuke eyes full of disdain. Thinking that if a man signed up, then he is not to vote. When the registration list may come out, the entire community endures stunned. The minds of many people at the same time there are lots of names. The weird thing is, the moment they know exactly who these people, do not need eyes to read, his head is automatically received. And when they saw 2 names, everyone all shocked. 4. The final candidate in One Piece world, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, Chapter 4, Flowers. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned there, his brain couldn't react at all, why are there the names of these 2 people in the list? Of course, he Sarutobi Hiruzen wants first Hokage Senju Hashirama to come out and join the battle. But Senju Hashirama is dead long ago, and he has nothing to do. But no one thought that the name of Senju Hashirama would appear here. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to vote for Senju Hashirama's name. With first Hokage Senju Hashirama, this battle should be stable. Danzo who was on the side was also completely stunned, he didn't expect this person's name to be on the registered list. Danzo also reacted instantly, if this person participated in the battle, then the battle should be stable. Putting away his ambitions for the time being, Danzo also voted for Senju Hashirama. On the street, Naruto's eyes were staring wide, and Sasuke and Sakura were not much better. Looking at the name, the 3 of them couldn't fully react to it. Why did Master First Hokage's name appear here, didn't he already have it? Naruto's expression was stunned, and his brain was a little down. Sasuke was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. He looked at those 2 names, especially Uchiha Madara, and he was in a mess. That's not the first generation patriarch. Little Sakura slapped the 2 on top of the head at this time. Hurry up and vote for Master First Hokage. Only then did the 2 react, and excitedly voted for Senju Hashirama. At this moment, the entire ninja world was stunned. Everyone looked at the 2 names of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and did not hesitate to vote for them. Although someone in the 2 are in a hostile relationship, the strength of these 2 is recognized by the entire world of ninja. Even as opponents, they all recognize the strength of these 2 people. With them participating in the battle on behalf of the Hokage world, this battle must be won. The whole ninja world. Some voted for Senju Hashirama and some voted for Uchiha Madara. The name of Senju Hashirama, the god of forbearance, is louder after all, and Madara is slightly lower. In the end, the result was determined. Open black lens bracket. The final representative of Hokage world, Senju Hashirama, close black lens bracket. In the world of undead, Madara stared at the result in a daze, her whole person messed up directly. Hashi hot mom, advertisement. He didn't even expect that Senju Hashirama's name would appear there. Otherwise, those candidates must be him, no need to think about it. But now, Madara was completely angry. She didn't expect this to happen. Pirate world. After getting that the first battle was about to begin, Sengoku's people became solemn. After all, this is a battle between two worlds, and the leaderboard will also reward the winner. This is because Marine is not careful. Akainu said solemnly, this battle must be fought by our Marine, and our Marine must also win. I see, just send me to fight. Akainu is very confident and wants to participate in this battle on behalf of Pirate World. He is also bound to go all out to win the first game for Pirate World. But Aokiji on the other side shook his head and said solemnly, Sakazuki, this is a battle between two worlds. There are countless powerful men in the sea, especially the group of 4 emperors. Do you think they will obediently let us Marine participate in the war? Akainu hit the table with a fist, and the fist gradually turned dark red. In any case, we can't let that group of pirates fight on behalf of our world. Although Sengoku had the same idea with Akainu, he was also worried that the strong men on the sea would not vote obediently. How about this? Sengoku spoke solemnly, focusing everyone's attention on himself. Garp, I hope you can participate in this battle. No matter what happens now, this battle concerns our entire world, and there is absolutely no room for loss. As a marine hero, Garp has a very strong reputation in the entire sea, and many people will probably vote for Garp too. But there are still 7 days before Ace's execution. Garp has gradually fallen into silence, unable to raise any interest at all. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp shook his head. Sengoku, I'm not sure, it's up to you to come for this battle. His grandson is about to be executed by his own person, and he, the marine hero, cannot calm down. Akainu snorted and looked at Sengoku with scorching eyes. Send me in this battle. But Sengoku shook his head, thinking carefully. After waiting a long time, Sengoku made up his mind. He twisted his head and shook his wrist. Sengoku looked at the 3 admiral and said in a deep voice. This time is the first battle. It is not only about the face of our marine, but also about the face of our entire world. There is absolutely nothing to lose. Just, let me move this old bone, Sakazuki, I will definitely send you to the next battle. Hearing what Sengoku said, Aokiji and Kizaru had no objection. Akainu also weighed in for a moment and agreed with Sengoku's decision. New World. Advertisement aboard the Moby D*K. Marco and others looked at Whitebeard with hope in their eyes. Father, this is the first battle. The Hokage world will definitely send the strongest in their world. And in our world, there is only you. Yes, father. Father, you must participate in this battle, and the rewards of the 10,000 Realms chat group should not be underestimated. Joes, Beasta and others persuaded. Whitebeard got up with a laugh, and tore off the needle from his body. Cool la la la, cool la la la. The old man finally feels the enthusiasm of the year. Sons, my father will definitely give you the first victory. The Whitebeard pirates shook the sky, and the faces of Marco and others were full of excitement. This battle, if Whitebeard wins, not only can I win the first game for this world, but also defeat the spirit of the Hokage world. More rewards for victory. Among them, maybe there is a medicine that can treat Whitebeard's injury. Marco looked forward to it, looking forward to their old Whitebeard fight with the strongest man in the Hokage world. At the same time, Kaido, Redhead, Big Mom, Hawkeye, and other strong players are all preparing to sign up for the battle. They also want to get rewards from the rankings, and even more want to fight the strong of the 10,000 worlds. Finally, the time is up. Everyone instantly saw the list in their minds. Akainu's face was extremely ugly, these pirates. He was so angry that the roots of his teeth were itchy, but there was nothing to do. The voting is gradually over. Kaido, Hongfa, etc. have a great influence in New World, so they have also won a good number of votes. Sengoku's votes are very high. After all, Marine's prestige is not to say that countless ordinary people's votes directly overwhelm Kaido and other 4 emperors. But there is a person's name that squeezes Sengoku. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. In the cognition of ordinary people, Marine Marshal Sengoku has a good reputation. But Whitebeard's reputation is even stronger. After all, this is the name that parents can use to scare their children. In the end, Whitebeard became unstoppable and became a representative of the pirate world. Final representative of One Piece world, Edward Newgate, close black lens bracket. Chapter 5. Auto-generated chapter title. 5. Madara. Hashi's hot mom, F*K him to death. 5th, please ask for flowers. The final representatives of the two worlds are all determined. Countless people in the Hokage world looked at that trembling name with enthusiasm. Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, will fight. This will be stable and will never lose. And countless people in pirate world looked at Whitebeard's name, and they were all crazy and excited. Even Sengoku couldn't say anything about this result. Akainu punched in front of him and burned a big hole directly into the table. Whitebeard. Almost squeezing these words between his teeth, Akainu was almost mad. There was a cheer from the Moby D*K. Marco and others looked at Whitebeard excitedly. Their daddy can finally put aside everything and fight with others today. Whitebeard was also faintly excited. It is about to fight a strong man in another world. You can still have no scruples, you don't have to consider your own old illnesses, and you don't have to consider the situation of the sea. Just need him to fight with all his strength, fight for the pirate world. Whitebeard gradually became excited, looking forward to the next battle. Hokage world, Senju Hashirama, don't let the old man down. Cool la la la. Seeing this result, many strong players in New World are also convinced. Although the redheads, Kaido, Big Mom and others were a bit dissatisfied, they were not the ones who played this time. But a few people also agree with Whitebeard playing. His name as the strongest man in the world is not to say. That was once punched out. Although Whitebeard is no longer at its peak, his aging body also has serious old illnesses. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and Whitebeard is Whitebeard. It's that, the world's strongest man with a reward of 5 billion. Hokage Undead World. Senju Hashirama looked at the name that was about to fight with him, and his whole person was slightly excited. As a strong man, although he loves peace, who doesn't yearn for a fierce battle at the same level? There is one right now, and he can fight with all his strength without scruples. Edward Newgate, I'm Senju Hashirama here, Uchiha Madara yelled. These damn idiots don't understand my Uchiha Madara's power at all. They all voted for Hashi's hot mom. Uchiha Madara was so angry that the roots of her teeth were itchy, but she couldn't help it. Not to mention that he is dead, even if he is alive, he will not be able to influence the decision made by the leaderboard. However, after the anger, advertisement Uchiha Madara calmed down. For his old opponent, Senju Hashirama, Madara is very aware of Hashirama's strength, and that is the only person who can make Madara feel pressure during his lifetime. Hashi, F***K that Edward Newgate, the heavens and all realms have also seen the representatives sent by the two worlds. Shinigami World. The gaze under Aizen's black-framed eyes flickered. Super God World. Holy Guy Shaw's mouth curled up, and gradually aroused interest. Angel Lang is still arrogant. The Pirate World? The Hokage World? I think they are just two civilizations that haven't broken through the surface. As the king-level civilization of the Super God universe, the Angel's cold heart is very arrogant. Holy Guy Shaw said lightly. Let all angels watch this battle and see the strongest collision between the other two worlds. Angel Yan nodded. Yes, Queen Guy Shaw. At this time, in the garden of the City of Angels. A silver-haired Hexie is enjoying the flowers lightly. In her mind, she is establishing contact with Guy Shaw. The two analyzed the upcoming battle, and they were all aroused in their hearts. Spirit Cage World. Fatty Sean grinned and said, damn. Look at these two names, Edward Newgate, Senju Hashirama. These two names are unusual at first sight. I don't know what kind of battle they will have, I really look forward to it. Little lowly Sha Do said innocently, Sister Broken Star, do you think they can beat Polar Devours? Broken Star shook his head. I don't know, but no one except the boss can single-handedly defeat the Polar Beast. Standing in the front, Bai Yuekui's expression was very flat. Her eyes were full of solemnity, looking forward to the start of the next war. One Punch, Dragon Ball, Otter, Marvel DC and other worlds are also looking forward to the battle between the two sides. The battle power list flashed golden light, and a picture rose in the minds of countless people in the heavens and 10,000 realms. This is a large island, surrounded by the endless sea. Seeing this gentle sea breeze, Sha Do's eyes suddenly showed envy. Wow, it's so beautiful here. Since the end of the world, there has been no such beautiful scenery in the Spirit Cage world. And Bai Yuekui's eyes gathered in the center of this island, looking forward to the two who will be playing soon. She believes that the most powerful existence in the other two worlds should not be weaker than her, right? Just now, in the middle of the island, two golden lights descended out of thin air. A tall figure with a figure of 4 or 5 meters walked out. Whitebeard held the supreme sharp knife and cut through the clouds, staring scorchingly at the golden light on the opposite side. As soon as Whitebeard's figure walked out, countless experts in the heavens and the world felt the intense pressure on him. Broken Star and others changed color directly. Shonda even exclaimed, why is this an old man, but why is he so tall, and this kind of aura? Advertisement, how does this kind of momentum look stronger than the boss? Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered, staring at the hockey man. Cool la la la, cool la la la, Whitebeard laughed. Kong Yun pointed at the golden light on the opposite side. The strong man in the Hokage world, fight against the old man. In the Hokage world, Uchiha Madara couldn't help being stunned when he saw Whitebeard's figure. This Edward Newgate was so powerful, especially, Conqueror's Haki who swallows the world on Whitebeard. This is caused by the fact that Whitebeard conquers is too high and deep and will radiate outwards all the time. Uchiha Madara couldn't help comparing herself with Whitebeard. Although Madara is arrogant, he is not stupid, especially when dealing with opponents at the same level, he has never been careless. What kept him silent was that even if he played in person, he might not be that old man's opponent. This made Uchiha Madara a little crazy. Hashi, F***K him. Just now, the golden light opposite Whitebeard slowly dissipated. A coffin actually appeared in front of everyone. Sengoku, the strong man in the Hokage world is actually a coffin? Akainu and the others were also shocked, and didn't understand what the other party was doing. Even if you surrender, it won't be so, right? Hexie suddenly became interested. Queen Guy Shaw, I remember, there seems to be a zombie legend on a planet in the Milky Way galaxy. Oh, Gai Shaw raised her eyebrows and read the information Hexy had given her. Gai Shaw looked at the coffin, and she became interested. The strongest man in the Hokage world, is it a zombie? Several people were very puzzled. Next moment, the coffin board fell to the ground with a bang. Senju Hashirama walked out with a ninjutsu scroll on his back, his eyes still a little confused. This is Impure World Reincarnation? And the explanation of the leaderboard in his mind also directly lit up. Due to the particularity of the Hokage world, the dead are allowed to participate in the ranking, but it will be in the situation of Impure World Reincarnation. Close black lens bracket. Nodded, Senju Hashirama looked at Whitebeard on the opposite side and assumed a fighting posture. This is a battle between two worlds, and he, the representative of the Hokage world, can only fight to death. Next to Senju Hashirama, it's polite. Whitebeard laughed. Old Man Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Chapter 6. Auto-generated chapter title. 6. The collision of two top powerhouses shocked the world. The first one, ask for flowers. Whitebeard wears a white and red cloak and is extremely tall. Senju Hashirama was shocked at this moment. In the Hokage world, how can there be such a tall human? However, Senju Hashirama, who has seen many big scenes, is still very calm. Nine Tails, which is more than 10 times larger than Whitebeard, can turn his hands and suppress him, and he certainly won't be timid because of Whitebeard's huge size. The two looked at each other silently, their faces were very calm. And gradually, the eyes of the two began to sharpen. This is a battle between two worlds, and they all have reasons to win. Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki is very tough, which makes Senju Hashirama's heart gloomy. Sengoku, Akainu and others looked extremely solemn. This is Whitebeard who is desperate and giving up everything. Not much different from the strongest man in the world. When a person fights to the death, the burst of strength will be very terrifying. Kizaru's wretched voice was somewhat restrained, and the eyes under the sunglasses showed a hint of fear. Is this the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard? I really don't know how strong Whitebeard will be if he forsakes everything. Kizaru's tone was full of expectation. Akainu on the side snorted coldly. He looked down on Whitebeard, a remnant of the old age. Even though Whitebeard's aura is very powerful, Akainu still disdains it. In this battle, Whitebeard will lose without me. Ignoring Akainu's anger, Garp Sengoku and the older generation looked extremely solemn. That man. Garp murmured, and even the pain that Ace was about to execute was temporarily forgotten. Countless powerhouses in the pirate world are also excited by Whitebeard's rising aura. But Senju Hashirama's eyes gradually sharpened. Naruto watched nervously, and suddenly exclaimed in excitement, the guy opposite Grandpa Hokage looks so strong. But Grandpa Hokage's eyes are really terrifying now. Naruto secretly made up his mind that he must become Hokage. Sasuke was so shocked to the side that he couldn't speak. The feedback given by 10,000 Worlds Battlefield is very real, like being on the scene. Advertisement feeling the aura of the two of them, and seeing their sharp eyes, Sasuke's figure trembled slightly. If you change to him, I'm afraid you won't even have the courage to attack these two people. It was a kind of aura that was several times stronger than his brother Itachi. Sasuke's eyes showed longing. Wait for me to become as strong like them, Itachi, I will definitely kill you. The Straw Hat Pirates on the Grand Line were also shocked. Luffy leaned on the ship's side, his pupils shrinking. Is that the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, one of the four emperors? Just by feeling the momentum, cold sweat broke out from behind Zoro. That's the strongest man in the world, how can he look stronger than that eagle eye? Zoro gritted his teeth and determined that he wanted to become the world's #1 swordsman as soon as possible. Because that is not his ultimate goal. He is the strongest man in the world, no longer the world's largest swordsman. Nami, Usopp and others were even more speechless, watching the two confrontation in horror. Super God World. Holy Gai Shaw looked at the solemn atmosphere between the two, and her eyes became slightly serious. Angel Lang said disobediently from the side, this is the Kamui, they haven't seen the queen. If they have seen it, they will understand that this is just a small scene. Angel Yan retorted. Cold, as the land powerhouse, they can have this kind of aura already extremely extraordinary. Presumably, apart from Queen Gai Shaw and Heavenly King Hexy, no one among our angels can stop them both. Feeling the killing aura on the two of them, Angel Yan's expression was extremely solemn. Hexy's voice came in Gai Shaw's mind. I'm a little curious, the reason why these two people can have such a momentum without relying on the slightest technology. Gai Shaw also nodded. As the two worlds that may be surface civilizations, they can train strong men who are not inferior to our king-level civilization in advanced combat power. It really should be taken seriously. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Shadow has been frightened by the two men's aura. How can the aura of these two people be so strong? Even in the face of the extreme beast, I didn't feel this feeling. Broken Star was also shocked. These two men are monsters, especially the man with a white beard. Shonda said in amazement at this time. By the way, have you discovered that Whitebeard is so tall, it is not much more than that of the Polar Devourer? I think that most of this battle will be won by the guy who calls himself Whitebeard. Broken Star, Shadow and others also nodded in agreement. That's not necessarily. Only Bai Yuekui had sharp eyes and looked at the two in the battlefield with a very solemn expression. Looking at the two who were still doing hands-on, she actually faced the pressure of two mountains in her heart. Advertisement, this was something she had never felt before. The whole team became silent, waiting for the two to directly collide. In the battlefield, Whitebeard looked at Senju Hashirama dressed as a ninja, and observation haki was activated to ultimate. In his perception, Senju Hashirama has a power in his body that he cannot understand. Like the wind, like water, like mountains and rivers. It was like a natural force, which made Whitebeard very cautious. After all, this is the first battle, and the opponent's world will inevitably send the strongest person, so he can't help being careless. After Ace's face flashed in his eyes, Whitebeard's eyes were sharp and firm. Senju Hashirama also disperses perception, but he does not have a heaven-defying thing like observation haki. However, in his perception, Whitebeard has a shocking power that can explode at any time. Can move mountains, pour the sea. Senju Hashirama's heart is very solemn, and his hands instantly slap on the chest. A dark red circle appeared on the top of the head in an instant, and there was a red gully at the corner of his eyes. Seeing this scene, people in the Hokage world were shocked instantly. Shodai chose to enter Sage mode before starting a battle? There was an indelible shock in Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone. Danzo on the side didn't expect Senju Hashirama to enter Sage mode at the start. What does this mean? It means that Whitebeard made Senju Hashirama feel extremely pressured. Otherwise, he would never enter Sage mode directly before starting a battle. In the world of undead, Uchiha Madara's eyes widened. Although he slightly recognized Whitebeard's strength. But he didn't expect that Whitebeard would let Hashirama directly enter Sage mode. This is a privilege he has never had before Madara. The corners of Madara's mouth began to become angry. Hashi hot mom, am I so despised in your eyes? At the same time, the various powerhouses of the heavens and 10,000 realms became more solemn. Although they don't know what Senju Hashirama's trick is. But after Senju Hashirama entered Sage mode, his entire popularity skyrocketed, almost suppressing the opposite Whitebeard. Senju Hashirama, who has not entered Sage mode, is a sleeping demon. But after entering Sage mode, Senju Hashirama is the demon with eyes open. Chapter 7, Auto-generated chapter title. 7. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. The second one, ask for flowers. Seeing the change of Senju Hashirama on the opposite side, Whitebeard's eyes shrank instantly. Face Senju Hashirama, he can clearly feel it. Senju Hashirama in Sage mode is really a demon god who exudes terrifying aura. At this moment, two kunai appeared in Senju Hashirama's hand and said lightly. The powerhouse of Pirate World, let it go. After the words, Senju Hashirama's figure disappeared instantly. Naruto was shocked. So fast. Sasuke, compared to that man, it's several times faster. Damn it. I can't see clearly. I don't know when. Sasuke has already turned on Sharingan, and a Go Jade is slowly turning in it. But even so, he still couldn't see Senju Hashirama's movements at all. Kakashi in Hokage's office was also shocked. Is this the god of ninja, first Hokage Senju Hashirama? Everyone in the Hokage world focused their attention on Senju Hashirama's attack. But the pirate world is the most popular physical arts, and there is a heaven-defying such as haki. As the four emperors, Whitebeard, Taishu and Haki are extremely grandmasters. In an instant, his observation haki had sensed Senju Hashirama's trajectory. Whitebeard's eyes condensed, his left fist clenched slightly. A circular transparent light curtain surged above Whitebeard's left fist. Senju Hashirama's face changed quickly when he struck. Boom! Whitebeard smashed his punch, and the air was cracked by him. There was a cracking sound that made the scalp numb. Senju Hashirama's roads were all blocked, and the force of shock spread along the air. Naruto's eyes widened. That old Whitebeard man actually cracked the air. Sasuke's eyes were also full of shock, unable to understand Whitebeard's methods at all. In the spirit cage world, Bai Yuekui's eyes shrank. This kind of attack, I'm afraid Kun King level extreme devouring beast can't bear it. The rest of the world was also shocked by Whitebeard's ability. The force of the shock spread rapidly, and the cracks continued to expand. An afterimage that struck Whitebeard was hit directly and split apart. But Whitebeard's expression did not relax. The body that exploded in between turned into trees and scattered. A clone? Whitebeard murmured. Behind him, a figure appeared instantly. Senju Hashirama pierced Whitebeard's heart relentlessly without a thorn in his hand. Advertisement: this is a battle between two worlds. Either you die, or I live. Naruto immediately jumped up as he watched. Grandpa First Hokage is really strong. That old man Whitebeard is not an opponent, he is about to be knocked out. But the next moment, ding loudly. Behind Whitebeard is covered by thick armament haki. Senju Hashirama's eyes shrank suddenly, but Whitebeard's next punch had already arrived. Boom! The glass shattering sounded again, and the rumbling rang towards Senju Hashirama. In an emergency, Senju Hashirama had to use the body flicker technique to quickly leave. Stopping not far away, the two looked at each other solemnly. What exactly is that black substance? Senju Hashirama murmured. He was about to succeed just now, but the Whitebeard was covered in pitch black directly behind him, and his karma was even mingled with gold and iron. This is absolutely unusual. The ability of Otherworld is strong in the face of it. Uchiha Madara in the world of the undead was also shocked. He knows the strength of Hashirama's strength. This is the only one who convinces him Uchiha Madara. But now, The opposite Whitebeard played against Hashirama in Sage mode and didn't lose the wind at all, which made Uchiha Madara feel a little embarrassed. After weighing in his mind for a moment, Senju Hashirama decided not to fight Whitebeard anymore. The opponent's world may be extremely good at close combat. Well, he only needs to. Senju Hashirama folded his hands in front of his chest and said loudly, "Sage art, wood-style secret art, the birth of the tree world." Boom! The entire large island was directly shocked. Under Whitebeard's solemn gaze, countless thick trees grew rapidly in front of him. Those trees swept toward him, and the momentum was unstoppable. Under the gaze of everyone in the world, Whitebeard was directly swallowed by Senju Hashirama's tree world, as if he was about to lose directly. Madara looked at Senju Hashirama's signature style, and she trembled frantically. Hashi. Damn that Whitebeard. Senju Hashirama's momentum in the Hokage world has also risen sharply. And in the pirate world, Sengoku and others looked at the battlefield with solemn expressions, but they didn't think that Whitebeard was defeated in this way. If that's the case, it wouldn't be Whitebeard. Garp's eyes are very solemn. The power of that man is about to appear. Advertisement under everyone's nervous gaze, the entire island shook with a sudden shock. Countless thick branches exploded directly to the sides. Whitebeard's figure reappeared in front of everyone. He inserted Kong Yunchi into the ground beside him, and his entire body embraced his chest with his hands. Senju Hashirama, I remember you, but Laozi will give it back to you. Boom. Click. Whitebeard's double punches hit the air beside him. But nothing changed in the next moment. As soon as Uchiha Madara was about to start taunting, his eyes tightened in the next moment. This is impossible. Under the gaze of the heavens and the world, the large island where the two were on trembled frantically. The entire surrounding sea area began to be turbulent. Sengoku's eyes were full of shock. That is, that man's power to destroy the world. Two huge waves, like tsunamis, came under pressure on the island. The few people in the spirit cage world were already shocked and speechless. Shado said, This can't be human power, this is a natural disaster. At this moment, in the eyes of countless people in the heavens and all realms, Whitebeard's power is a natural disaster. And in Whitebeard's cool la 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 laughter, Senju Hashirama pressed his hands to the ground. Sage art, wood style, wooden golem jutsu. The big trees on the island trembled crazily and rushed towards Senju Hashirama. Compared to the original book, a wooden golem that stood upright gradually rose up. Senju Hashirama stood on top of wooden golem's head, with his hands stretched out to the sides. A barrier made up of circular trees formed, trying to block the huge tsunami. Whitebeard stepped on the moonwalk and flew high into the sky, the circular barrier swallowed by the endless tsunami. Between destruction and reforging, the water gradually dissipated, and Whitebeard stepped on the ground again. The opposite Senju Hashirama also reappeared. He stood on the resurfaced wooden golem head. Senju Hashirama fixed his eyes on Whitebeard and said solemnly, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, you are the strongest person I have ever met in my life. Uchiha Madara spit out old blood, Hashi hot mom. However, Senju Hashirama could not hear Madara's complaint and continued. As a representative of the Hokage world, I have a reason to win. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. Senju Hashirama snapped his hands together and yelled. Sage art wood style true several thousand hands. Chapter 8. Auto-generated chapter title. 8. Laozi just want to protect their families to live on. The third one, please ask for flowers. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. Shodai. Sarutobi Hiruzen angry Yuan Deng. That is, it is the most powerful moves Shodai. Danzo see physical and mental excitement. Shodai of true several thousand hands, that Whitebeard is definitely not the opponent. He is now completely out of their own to play with confidence. After seeing Whitebeard strong, he even suspected an arm of the Iranian evil chi cannot block Whitebeard's satisfied few. Naruto faced excitedly. That is the first Hokage adult's strongest moves yet too strong. Sasuke also widened his eyes. That Whitebeard Yi Hao, surprisingly strong off strength of not less than first Hokage adults. Soil of the country, third Tsuchikage 2 scales Ono Wood is also very shocking. Seeing the powerful Uchiha Madara when young, he was scared to heaven. But when you see can defeat the Uchiha Madara Senju Hashirama, Ono Wood even more shocking. But I did not think of yes. That Whitebeard is also true heaven defying, moves to Senju Hashirama completely dongsha, but it can cause other powerful monstrous tsunami. Ono Wood cannot help but think, if Whitebeard country they invaded Earth, the tsunami is not overpressure directly get away. Homeland's no one to resist. Fourth Case Cage Luo Sand, fourth Reikage also shocked face. Even proud of I, now all feel a little frightened of combat power of 2. Water Country Dawn Organization. Pain, who gathered to watch the Battle Wand community together. To be seen Senju Hashirama of true several thousand hands, few people could not help turning angle. Hidan same group as relentlessly spoke up. Point of view, I'm curious, even if you have 100 heart, a hitman is not enough of it? How did you survive? I was very curious, feeling the crowd turn to his eyes, cannot help but have a red old head angle. He can also open my mouth, that he threw 800 miles shuriken it? Tet what a shame. Konoha village in the hands of just finished working Yamato eyes blazing. Compare their wood style first Hokage look at an adult, he had a moment of impulse to commit suicide. Ling Cage World. Alexander whole people have been shocked to tremble. These two, people still do, they're monsters now. The strike continues, bite very beast not directly destroyed? Advertisement several other people also shocked to speak. Bai Yuekui also has a trace of horror in the eyes cannot hide. Although she was a powerful fighting force, but still one can understand the scope. The two men may be looking at the battlefield, just totally not human. Only a monster to be able to describe the horror of combat power that they have. Super god of this world, this time even the angels are cold and closed his mouth. Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama looked at every turn that Armageddon attack, she is also some shame. In addition to Lufthansa and Guy's sacred space-based Wong Hexi, up and down the entire civilized angel really no one could overpower them. The demon queen number, Mo Megain again emitting a blood. Addo, you told me it was a ninja ancestor of this special what is it? And that Whitebeard, how special it's so strong, where in addition to his aging mother my god, and ye who can resist him. Give me the data analysis, his aging mother to know why they have this ability. If the devil everyone has this ability, and even Gai Sha Kai Bai have planted it in my hands. Alto nodded. Yes, my queen. Battlefield, Whitebeard never dignified. Looking across that monstrous Senju goddess of mercy, Whitebeard eyes more firmly. Thinking ace, thinking about their own group of sons. Whitebeard laughed. Cool la la la, cool la la la. Senju Hashirama? You are the only person I agree with besides Roger? Hashirama, let me call you that for now. You have a reason to be undefeated. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. Rejecting this sentence, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with nostalgia. But, Lousy just wants to protect his family. Thinking of the figures of Ace, Marco and others, Whitebeard's face was very firm. He must win this battle. Only in this way. Only in order to get the rewards of the leaderboard, can he give him more confidence to go to Marineford and bring back his son Ace. As Whitebeard said, Kong Yun cut the thick armament hockey and Conqueror's hockey. The old man could no longer use Conqueror's entanglement. But now, he who abandoned everything, used the power he could only use at his peak. The horror-shaking aura was no weaker than the true several thousand hands on the opposite side, and Whitebeard's power broke out completely. And when I heard Whitebeard's sentence, Lousy just wants to protect his family. Ace and impel down eternal hell, bangs, on his knees. Advertisement tears dazzled from the eyes, Daddy. Ace yelled, his emotions couldn't be controlled at all. New World, aboard the Moby D*K. Joe's, Beasta and others also had tears in their eyes. Daddy. Whitebeard's words touched them deeply. Had it not been for their family, Whitebeard would have been the One Piece. Golden Lion once said that if Whitebeard's target is One Piece, it might be nothing to do with him and Roger. The strongest man in the world is the strongest man in the world. In the naval headquarters, Sengoku and others were silently silent. The strongest blow of the old fellow Whitebeard is terrifying. Kizaru had completely put away his wretched look, and his tone was full of shock. Even Akainu can't say anything at all now. He has always looked down on Whitebeard, but now he feels the power contained in Whitebeard's blow. Akainu didn't want to admit it though, but he knew that if he faced Whitebeard's blow, he would definitely die. Hokage in the world of undead. Uchiha Madara stared at Whitebeard's blow, eyes full of disbelief. How can this be? How could it be stronger than Hashi's hot mom? Looking at the two people who were completely unequal in size on the battlefield, and at Senju Hashirama's huge true several thousand hands, Madara was shocked. However, he still firmly believes in his heart that Hashirama will win. Hashi's hot mom. Madara yelled at last, and the whole person fell silent, staring at the changes on the battlefield. The entire island has been completely swept away. On one side, it is Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands. On the one hand, it was Whitebeard's terrifying concussion power, coupled with a powerful blow of the armed color and conquerors. Both of them were absolutely determined in their eyes. Senju Hashirama has a ferocious expression, on top of the Buddha. Whitebeard also had a grim expression, yelling at the knife. The world is shocked. The world is boiling. Chapter 9, auto-generated chapter title. 9. The strongest blow, true several thousand hands entangled the top conquerors. 4th, please ask for flowers. Super God Universe. Watching the battle between the two, countless angels in the Sky City were silent. The death battle between Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama, two top powerhouses, and their war between angels and demons, is it surprising? Even the holy Gai Sha and Heavenly King Hexi were silent. The two lived for 10,000 years, and they have long forgotten why angels and demons would war. Maybe it's a different belief. Hexi's voice faintly sounded in Gai Sha's mind. Queen Gai Sha, the war between two worlds is like a war between two civilizations. Yes. Gai Sha also fell into thinking for an instant. There is no reason for the war between two civilizations. All means are used. Life and death is the only law. It's cruel. The war between the two worlds is even more cruel. Regardless of faith or ethnicity, there is only a deadly battle. Fight to the death. Looking at Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama, both of them took the strongest blow in their lives. Abandon everything, just to kill the enemy. Gaisha suddenly turned his eyes to the 10,000 world leaderboard that exuded pale gold. Here, it may be more cruel than the law of the jungle of the universe, without the slightest touch of affection. Spirit Cage World. Broken Star, Shadow and others were silent as they read the last words of Senju Hashirama and Whitebeard. After a long time, Shanda patted his thigh. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. Even in the last days, we humans will not truly be extinct. We humans will definitely survive. Shado and others looked at Shanda in shock. Unexpectedly, this fat man could still have such enlightenment. Bai Yuekui answered, with a cold and arrogant tone, just like Whitebeard said, we are only for our own family. Pirate world. Ace's mood has no words, and he stares blankly at the man who is for him and for the world war. At this moment, countless civilians in the pirate world suddenly admired Whitebeard. That is a powerful figure fighting for their world. Hokage world. Everyone was in awe, looking at the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world. The people of 10,000 worlds also understood the meaning of the two world wars in an instant. No reason is mentioned here, there is not the slightest touch of affection. Only fight to death, battlefield. Advertisement Whitebeard's blow has been smashed, and the terrifying shock power mixed with the overlord, armed two-color hockey swept forward. The countless arms of the giant Guanyin all stretched out, bombarding wildly in the direction of Whitebeard. The two stood on the edge of the island, and two terrifying attacks collided in the center of the island. The world is silent for a moment. In the center of the collision between the two attacks, the space almost has a tendency to be unstable. Endless shocking power and two-color hockey, against the endless arms of Guanyin. The two sides are on par. The fluctuations of terror swept the quartet. The clouds in the sky, the sea by the islands, the soil and trees on the islands. Everything, from the center of the collision, burst open. Boom. The earth-shaking loud noise is endless. White light, shocking power, and stumps of trees are scattered all around. The dust on the battlefield was lifted, and everything was submerged. The entire island was overwhelmed, and endless cracks gradually spread from the center to the surroundings. Among the 10,000 worlds, except for big guys like Aizen and Gai Sha, nearly everyone was staring at the aftermath of the terrifying confrontation between the two. Luffy stared so hard that he couldn't believe that this was an attack that humans could strike. The nine tails inside Naruto trembled crazily. Yes, even nine tails can see this battle. Even if one of these two comes out, I am afraid he can easily suppress him, right? Nine tails once again remembered the horror of being dominated by Senju Hashirama. Humiliation like a plaything in that hand. Changing the old Whitebeard man, he is definitely not much better. Sasuke's eyes are full of longing. If he wants to have that power, Itachi is definitely not his opponent. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Uchiha Sasuke, must be your strong guy. Naruto also shouted excitedly. Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely become Hokage. Akatsuki organization. Everyone couldn't help but once again turn their eyes to Kakuzu, and everyone's eyes were full of admiration. Kakuzu awkwardly almost wanted to find a place to sew in. Old face, can't hold it. Orochimaru, who didn't know where he was, licked the corner of his mouth again, and his face became excited. If I can get their bodies, my plan will be just around the corner. Seeing the fierce battle between the two, Orochimaru's eyes were full of greed. At this moment, with his vision opened up, he is no longer limited to the first-generation cells he studied. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Whitebeard's ability to destroy the world. Advertisement battlefield. The horrible fluctuations lasted for a long time, and the entire large island was torn apart, and was directly shattered by the strongest blow of the two. Whitebeard was covered in blood, leaning on Kong Yun and half kneeling on the ground. And on an island not far away, Senju Hashirama's body was covered with cracks, lying on the ground with a slight smile. The gentleman of Senju Hashirama said, Whitebeard, you are the strongest person I have ever seen. Whitebeard laughed. Cool la la la, Hashirama, you are not bad too, I can't wait to be in the same world as you. The two looked at each other and smiled, like a sympathy between the strong. Afterwards, the two closed their eyes one after another. Wan Jia became tense in an instant. In this case, who has won? With golden light enveloped, everything on the island was restored. The aftermath of the battle disappeared, and the figures of Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama stood together again. The two stretched out their right fists to touch each other. Whitebeard's eyes were solemn. My name is Edward Newgate, from the pirate world. Senju Hashirama also said, my name is Senju Hashirama and I come from the Hokage world. Cool la la la, ha 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 ha. The two looked at each other and laughed. 10,000 realms were confused by the scene of the two. But the Hokage world and the pirate world are extremely nervous, they really want to know who won. This is about the face of the world on both sides, and there is absolutely no room for loss. Akainu's face was gloomy. Damn it, I knew it was not reliable to hand over to these pirates. Garp glanced at Akainu, a little disdain in his eyes. Sakazuki, are you going to be sure to beat that Senju Hashirama? Akainu fell silent for a moment. Sengoku drank in a low voice, stop making noise. He is now in a very complicated mood. On the one hand, I want to make Whitebeard win. After all, this is the representative of their pirate world. On the other hand, he still didn't want Whitebeard to win. If he wins, he is rewarded by the leaderboard. Among them, in case there is any reward to enhance Whitebeard's strength, then Marine may be vomiting blood. Don't fight directly on top of the war. Sengoku and others are very solemn. While looking forward to it, he stared nervously at the pale golden 10,000 world leaderboard. Chapter 10. Auto-generated chapter title. 10. The 10,000 realms are shocking, and the names of Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama resound through the 10,000 realms. First more. The two fists of Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama clung to each other. This is the first confrontation between the two worlds. It was also the first battle of the two top powerhouses. Whitebeard was a little excited. No one in my world can make me so excited to fight you. Senju Hashirama also nodded. It's the same in my world, but there is another person, so I think he will challenge you soon. Oh, Whitebeard came interested. Senju Hashirama shook his head without saying much. In the world of undead, Uchiha Madara instantly knew that Senju Hashirama was talking about himself. Madara had a bad feeling right away. As Hashirama's brother and opponent, Madara is very clear. If Hashirama speaks like this, he may be defeated. Madara couldn't accept this result. Someone unexpectedly defeated Senju Hashirama before him. This is something he will never allow. With the last gleam of hope, Madara stared closely at the leaderboard news. Akatsuki is in the organization. Itachi, Kakuzu, and others were all shocked, and they were unable to recover from the battle between these two top powerhouses. Even the leader Pain and Konan couldn't help it. Nagato in the dark was even more horrified. There are people who can match the god of ninja world. Obito, who pretended to be Uchiha Madara, was also very shocked. It was impossible to think that in addition to Madara, there was someone who could be like this with first Hokage Senju Hashirama. To be honest, he is confident to let Obito face any Hokage. But only first Hokage Senju Hashirama, Obito didn't have the slightest confidence. Even if Kamui's space is very heaven-defying, he does not have enough sense of security in his heart. The name of the god of ninja world is too loud, but now, there is another person who is as loud as the god of the ninja world. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, the top powerhouse in pirate world. Countless people in the Hokage world have deeply remembered the name of Whitebeard. In Thunder Country, 4th Raikage Iway sighed slightly. He knew, not to mention the strongest blow the two had just now. Perhaps he could not bear the aftermath of these two strongest blows. Raikage sighed in his heart, and at the same time he was even more dissatisfied with his own strength, frowning and continuing to use lightning to stimulate his cells. Feng Luoxia's eyes were full of horror, and her eyes looking in the direction of the country of fire were full of horror. Advertisement. He has a hunch. The man who was revered as a god by the ninja world is coming back soon. Terumi Mei's body trembled, looking at the two strong men with envy. The land of the earth. There was horror on Daiemu's old face, and the black soil was not much better on the side. Both grandpa and grandson were filled with shock, unable to imagine how strong Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama were. The country of fire, Konoha village. There was silence in the Hokage office building. Danzo no longer had the idea of playing on his own, it was simply going to die. He is studded with Sharingan and absolutely wants a box lunch. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face was also full of shock. Revisit the toughness of first Hokage, while lamenting the power of Senju Hashirama. On the other side, trembling with fear, Whitebeard's earth-shaking power. Without Senju Hashirama, would Whitebeard destroy Konoha with just one punch? Sarutobi Hiruzen can't think about it. He is afraid now, even if these people will come to the Hokage world in the future. Then the Hokage world will really suffer. After all, no matter how strong Senju Hashirama is, he is also dead. But Whitebeard is alive and well. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and started smoking a cigarette. Kakashi's dead fish eyes are also full of seriousness, thinking that the two's formidable strength can't be calmed down. On the street, the three people in Class 7 were completely stunned. Naruto said, "The island as a battlefield should not be lower than the territory of our country of fire, right?" Sasuke nodded solemnly. Naruto, visually, that island is by no means smaller than our country of fire. But, that island was directly destroyed by their battle. Naruto exclaimed, the shock in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. Sasuke wasn't much better either. Sharingan's eyes were staring wide, and he couldn't believe what he had just seen. The terrifying strength of the two is too strong. If they come to Konoha village, no one can stop them. Even that man can't stop it, right? Sasuke thought in his heart, and secretly decided in his heart that he would become a strong man like Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama. Pirate world. On the ghost island of Wano-Kuni, Kaido was taking a sip from the sky bottle and laughed bravely. Jin, I'm not mistaken, that Senju Hashirama should be a ninja, right? Jin on the side nodded, still with indelible shock in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the ninja should have such a strong ability to fight Whitebeard. Advertisement, Jin, order to go down, collect ninjutsu with all your strength, collect ninjas with all your strength, I have a great reward. Jin nodded. Kaido has thoughts about ninjas. Jin can also understand that Senju Hashirama's such powerful strength, even he is longing for it. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin laughed, well, okay, and she looked crazy. Keita Curry, order to go down and look for all the news about this Senju Hashirama in the world. Yes, mother. The laughter of Charlotte Linlin's, ma, echoed in the castle. Red Force. The red-haired Shanks pressed his sword with one hand, and his heart gradually became very excited. The powerhouse of the heavens and worlds, I wonder if your Haki is stronger than me? Countless strong people in the pirate world also shocked madness at the same time. Hawkeye sat on the coffin ship. Is there a strong kendo expert in that world? After becoming the world's largest swordsman, Hawkeye has never stopped pursuing kendo. But he has basically challenged all the swordsmen in One Piece world. But no one can beat him in Kendo alone, which gave Hawkeye a feeling of being alone and seeking defeat. Now that he had the opportunity to fight against the strong swordsman in the battlefield of 10,000 realms, the calm heart of Eagle Eye was also excited. Spirit Cage World. Little Loli Shadow and the others were completely shocked and speechless. Bai Yuekui's eyes were full of solemnity. Is it on the 10,000 realms ranking? She muttered, not knowing what she was thinking. Super God World. Morgana on the Devil Queen gave the order directly. Find me, give me all my power, find the Senju Hashirama and Whitebeard. If they are willing to become demons, my army of demons will surely sweep those B***************. Adu stunned. Queen, that is the powerhouse of two other worlds, and we are not in the same universe. Morgana slapped her head. She was too excited just now and focused on finding a way to deal with Gai Sha. I just remember now that they are not in the same world at all. Morgana snorted. When my old lady can analyze that ability, Gai Shanabichi must kneel at my feet and sing conquer. City of Angels. Holy Gai Sha and Heavenly King Hexi's eyes looked far away, and they both had deep meaning in their eyes. The heavens and the world. Muttering these words, Gai Sha and others looked at the final result. Chapter 11. Auto-generated chapter title. 11. Announced the outcome. Madara not want to believe in God. Second more. Fine flowers. Heaven's Wand sector. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the pale gold of the list. The next moment, there were two names on the list. Whitebeard smile on islands emerge. Senju Hashirama similarly, the smiling face outcome of the battle. Lit standings combat capability, below the more than two names. First, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Second, the god of tolerance circles, Senju Hashirama. A two-phase, with a laugh, do not have the slightest care about the results. Pirates of the world. Countless people cheered. Red hair and he smiled. That is indeed the man Ah. Kaido is a binge drinking wine. Whitebeard in their hearts, even now an old man, but also the world's strongest man. Charlotte Linlin. Well, laughed, obviously pleased with this result. Whitebeard did not let them down, successfully won the first game. Marshal Office of Naval Headquarters can at this time is in silence. Sengoku, who faced some ugly. Although he promised them some fun, after all, Whitebeard Pirates representatives won the First World War. However, Whitebeard win, what does this mean? He will be rewarded one industry rankings. If this Whitebeard were to restore the peak of reward, that I am afraid to direct Sengoku vomiting blood. Today, Marine, who cannot face at the peak of the world's strongest man Ah. Kizaru eyes flashed fear of Italy, wretched began. Awful, indeed the world's strongest man Ah. I see a reward for his or less. Akainu sank his face, 50 million has been not less. Do not give in to a pirate 10 billion reward? Akainu looked very ugly, the results of this war for the heart of bittersweet. While the world is his win, he can Akainu view, the wood-style Senju Hashirama use has completely restrained him. Akainu suddenly a kind of illusion I have on my line. Little do they know. God endures sector Senju Hashirama, never the power of his unique wood style. Chakra but the total amount of his unfathomable. Or how to say, first generation wood style conquer the world, Yamato wood style engage in greening it. Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy widened his eyes, the people still have not recovered from that war. They are a good strong Ah, chopper aside Nene road. Advertisement Sanji face unprecedented dignified. If I have that kind of strength, if I have the kind of strength. Sanji clenched teeth, heart thinking Vinsmoke family all the darkness. Zoro fight heartburn madness. He wants to be the world's first large sword hoe, then challenge the world's strongest man. Luffy this time the pressure of cross god, reach out to bigger way to end up with two Indian. Nami mercilessly aside a slap shot in his head. Luffy, who you think you are Senju Hashirama you? Luffy looked dull, look at who the ninja heart won border battlefield longing. Ninja, handsome Ah. Behind his Nami, who all are on this god tier Luffy was no way. Hokage world. Shao within the organization. Conan, who widened his eyes, looked at the incredible results. God forbearance sector, the sector of the forbearance of God Senju Hashirama how might lose. This is the idea of them all. The fact that the results can be placed in it, no one can refute. Fourth Raikage Eye looked 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, who lightning flashes. Killer Bee, who lost Ah. Eye's tone is indescribably complicated. Killer Bee also nodded, eyes full of solemnity. Even as the perfect Jinchuriki, he has no confidence in surviving in the hands of first Hokage. But the man called Whitebeard actually defeated such a powerful first generation. This makes everyone unable to believe it. Third Tsuchikage's 2 scales, Onogi, couldn't calm down, his figure was floating in the air. He couldn't help thinking of the fact that he was beaten to death when he went to find Madara. And Senju Hashirama, that is someone who even Lord Madara respects. However, now he was defeated in the hands of that Whitebeard. And it seemed that Whitebeard was still old and not at his peak. If this is the pinnacle of Whitebeard, what terrifying power will it have? Onoki's figure trembled, and he no longer dared to think further down. The long-legged black soil also turned pale on the side, and some couldn't accept this fact. Fengiying Luosh's complexion was extremely dignified. Although Senju Hashirama lost this round, he had an inexplicable hunch. The man who looked like a god was about to return. Terumi Mei's body was trembling again and again. I compared my own two blood inheritance limits, and then looked at the strengths of Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama. Terumi Mei couldn't even mention the idea of confronting these two. Advertisement Fire Country Konoha Village, inside the Hokage office building. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were full of sighs. Shodai, still lost. Shaking his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be a few years old. Is that pirate world so powerful, then how should we fight in the Hokage world? With a deep sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen slumped in the chair. Danzo on the side also has a serious face. He doesn't think he can win the game anymore. If he played against Whitebeard, it would be nothing more than a gift, not shame enough. Even though Danzo has been in power for many years, he is still a little unbelievable. He could not imagine that first Hokage Senju Hashirama would lose. That is, a man like a god, on the streets of Konoha village. The three people in the 7th class were also completely stunned. Naruto's entire face was shocked. Ah, Grandpa first generation lost. How is this possible? That old Whitebeard man shouldn't be so strong. How is this possible? Grandpa first generation has to get it straight away several times. Sasuke's face was stern, and he couldn't accept the result. However, this is the fact. Naruto, stop fantasizing. If first generation loses, it loses. There is nothing to say. What we should think about is how to win the next battle. In Sasuke's eyes, he couldn't help but think of the other godlike name. The former patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. And Uchiha Madara, who was hoped by Sasuke, was staring at it in the world of the undead. Hashi hot mom. You actually lost. Hashi hot mom, you actually lost. Lord Madara could not accept this result. Although the Whitebeard is very strong, he is not sure of winning if he is against it. Yes, Senju Hashirama. The only existence that allowed him to identify was actually lost. Madara will never accept this result. Whitebeard, I am Uchiha Madara here. Lord Madara hissed and made the decision to challenge Whitebeard next. Chapter 12. Auto-generated chapter title, 12. The reward that made 10,000 realms jealous, restores the peak of Whitebeard, and the sea trembles, third more. Super God World. Holy Gaisha nodded, her face very calm. In her opinion, the strength of these two men is almost the same. Whoever wins is possible in her eyes. Hexy, have you analyzed how Whitebeard uses the power of vibration? Gaisha said lightly in her mind. As early as when Whitebeard used the shock fruit ability, Gaisha asked Hexy to analyze this ability. But until now, Hexy has never given her good news. Hexy's tone sinks slightly. Queen Gaisha, the battlefield of 10,000 realms has blocked all data, we can only see these pictures. Based on the analysis of the limited picture, Whitebeard's vibration ability should come from nature. Nature? Gaisha frowned. It's impossible. Hexy nodded, too. Queen Gaisha, here is the strangeness. That Whitebeard's power clearly comes from the body, but the result of the analysis based on the picture is from nature, which is too strange. Gaisha also nodded. Hexy, this 10,000 world rankings is very interesting. Angel Yan, Angel Jishin and others are all shocked by the strength of Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama. Even the arrogant Angel Lang agrees with the strength of the two. Spirit Cage World. Fatty Shonda's body trembled, and the fat visible to the naked eye shook. Boss, the strongest blow from Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama destroyed an island? Little lowly Shadow was also full of horror. Boss, these two people, can they break the surrounding kilometers with one punch? My mother, this is so much stronger than those monsters. Broken Star and others were also shocked. In shock, there is a trace of yearning. If they can have the strength of these two, then this eschatology can be easily leveled, right? Bai Yuekui's expression was faint, and the white mink fur on her shoulders fluttered in the wind. Whitebeard, Senju Hashirama. With the names of these two people chanting, Bai Yuekui was lost in thought. Punch the world. Genos was shocked. The strength of these two people should surpass the dragon level. Saitama's expression was flat. Ah, there should be. Looking at the 10,000 worlds rankings, Saitama fell into deep thought, and gradually raised a trace of expectation. I don't know if the rewards of the 10,000 worlds ranking will make me grow hair? Far in the universe, Poros, who was coming from the spaceship to the Earth, looked contemptuous. On this level, advertisement, I can't stop my casual punch at all? Assassin 567 World. Dabao was full of horror, looking at the two of the majestic Haki standing on the island. I hope we don't let our world draw these two worlds. In that case, will we not win even one game? Wu Luki turned the scissors and nodded. There was also a trace of horror that couldn't be smoothed out in his eyes. Probably. The strength of these two people is simply incomprehensible in their eyes, and they exist like monsters. Shinigami, Dragon Ball, Otto, Marvel DC and other worlds, they all have their own views on the battle between the two. Some are disdainful, some are interested, some are shocked. Finally, a golden light on the leaderboard shrouded the winners, Whitebeard and Edward Newgate. Senju Hashirama smiled and said, accept your reward, Whitebeard. Whitebeard nodded. Cool la 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 la. Then, a golden light swallowed Whitebeard. After the golden light slowly dissipated, Whitebeard's figure reappeared in front of the countless eyes of the heavens and the world. At this time of Whitebeard, beard moon-shaped distributing gloss, this is expanded beam from the white hair black headgear and turned into a blonde. The whole body of people more tough, muscles full of beauty. Now we look to see Whitebeard, Senju Hashirama moment standing in front of his shocked Because, today Whitebeard, give him double the pressure several times. Powerful wave hit. Senju Hashirama looking pale, Whitebeard. His mind had a feeling as if today's Whitebeard, just that Quan Li Ji able to exert so many times. After no longer resorted once they exhausted and died. Whitebeard burly physique laugh. The Heavens Wand community, I Whitebeard come. Heroic voice resounded in the Heavens Wand circles in the ears, so everyone was shocked. Whitebeard blonde draped in the back, excited eyes looked to Senju Hashirama. Hashirama, I can feel you, not your strongest form today. I'm looking forward to your next strongest state, just how strong. Heard, Senju Hashirama also smiled. Impure world reincarnation body, vitality after all, not his lifetime high. Advertisement, okay. Heavy, sound, the two said a date it would be the pinnacle of a war. Pirate world. Martial Office of Naval Headquarters, the moment of silence. Garp, Crane, Sengoku strong three older eyes widened, completely unable to believe my eyes. Admiral although three did not feel two Whitebeard peak. When they can feel the momentum Whitebeard today, all eyes have Su wood up. Akainu treat Whitebeard, could not reveal his expression of disdain. At this time, because the face of Whitebeard, Akainu had kind of a very strong sense of danger. As if he had to do in Whitebeard fighting, not 10 strokes, he had Akainu danger of death. Sengoku hammer blow on the desk in front of him. This is how is this possible? Eyes widened Sengoku, the results still cannot believe what they saw. The man is back. Garp also said Shen Sheng, the body is strained to the ultimate. Crane's face is extremely ugly, Zhuandawangshang Sengoku. Sengoku, ace. Crane did not finish, Sengoku have understood what he meant. Present, only 3 of them have seen the peak of the power of Whitebeard. With Armageddon words, you can describe, today, this force again come the world. Marine yesterday also announced the news to Ace of Sentence. Marine is to face Whitebeard pinnacle of it. Sengoku again fist hit the desk. Damn it. He looked at the blonde hair of Whitebeard, the entire human heart is very unwilling. May, if Whitebeard really did attack naval headquarters. That Marine fort it really is a risk of overturning. Sengoku have to consider whether starting a Fire Fist Ace allows Marine to do so. Grand Line, a small island. Blackbeard is watching Wan Boundary Chart War, a long sigh of powerful father. Now, Blackbeard eyes sudden storm, what I especially. He had a moment of impulse to commit suicide. Whitebeard pinnacle of combat power, he Blackbeard, but clearly Blackbeard lying on the ground, the whole person is very weak, we think about the future path. Chapter 13. Auto-generated chapter title, 13. In the second game, Madara played, challenging Whitebeard, 4th, please ask for flowers. The countless powers of Pirate World also changed their faces. Charlotte Linlin yelled angrily, quick, take back the ship monitoring the Whitebeard forces, all nations shrink, that man is back. There was a touch of fear in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. On the ghost island of Wanokuni, Kaido's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it, but he became excited the next moment. Whitebeard is back to top, Lousy wants him to fight. Whitebeard at the pinnacle, I believe he can kill Lousy. Kaido directly turned into a blue dragon, flying towards Whitebeard's sphere of influence in the clouds. Red hair pirates is solemn. The red hair smiled bitterly, the clown is myself. It occurred to him that he went to Whitebeard the other day and asked him to recall Ace who was pursuing Blackbeard. Now, Whitebeard is back to top, what about naval headquarters? Can't stop that man. The sea shook crazily, and countless people changed their colors. Only the Moby D*K, Marco and others cheered, Father. Father. They called Whitebeard and looked at the strong young man on the battlefield. The strongest daddy is back, naval headquarters? It's just rubbish, Joes yelled, causing all the crew around him to be frantically excited. The gloom enshrouded in the Whitebeard pirate group was instantly dissipated. Who is not afraid that Whitebeard will fall in naval headquarters? And now, no one is worried anymore, no one is worried that Whitebeard will lose. Because this is the strongest man in the world. The strongest man in the world worthy of the name. Hokage world. Madara's eyes widened, her complexion changed again and again, feeling the monstrous aura of Whitebeard at this moment. But he was still arrogant. If the power from before his lifetime is still there, then Whitebeard must be no match. Madara roared, thinking of Rinnegan, who had just awakened before his death. That is, the eyes of Sage of Six Paths. Madara believes in herself very much, if she possesses that power, she will surely surpass Whitebeard. Advertisement, Hashi, the enemy you failed to defeat, let me do it. Naruto's eyes widened, seeing Whitebeard now shocked again. That Uncle Whitebeard, his aura is even stronger. Sasuke also gritted his teeth. Damn it, I dare not look directly into his eyes, how can it be so strong? Sarutobi Hiruzen and others are also completely sluggish. I didn't expect that Whitebeard, who was already so powerful, would have a stronger form. Recover to the top? Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, eager for Whitebeard's power even more. What first-generation cells, what pink eye disease? He just wants to get the power of Whitebeard now. Super God World. Guy Shaw's mouth curled up, thinking about the rewards given by the leaderboard. In other words, this ranking will only reward the winner? However, on the top of the rankings, Senju Hashirama, who failed in this battle, still has the name, ranking second. How is this going? Spirit Cage World. Shado looked incredulous. Boss, Sister Broken Star. Look at him, that Whitebeard has become younger. It's stronger too. Can the rankings give people life? This is great too. Sha Do was very excited, and then said, Boss, only the power list is lit up on it, but I think the gray one has a stunning list. I don't know when this list will be announced. The boss and sister Broken Star will be on the list. When Sha Do opened his mouth, Shanda Zutong and other men were all stagnant, dreaming again and again. I have never seen a woman more beautiful than the boss, and the boss will definitely be the first. Little lowly Sha Do waved his fist and said confidently. Broken Star's face reddened. Sha Do, you are just talking nonsense. If you want to be on the list, you will only be the boss. Bai Yuekui's eyes also flashed with different colors and then calmed down. When the heavens and myriad worlds were shocked by this reward, the leaderboard over there made another announcement. The first game ends, and from the second game, there will be challenges. Close black lens bracket. Challenge the characters on the list. The winner will directly get the opponent's ranking, and the characters on the list will also receive rewards until the end of the world duel. Close black lens bracket. Boom. The heavens and myriad worlds exploded directly. This means that the loser still has a chance to get rewards on the leaderboard. For example, today's Senju Hashirama, if someone challenges him, then once he successfully defends, he will also get rewards. This is too heaven-defying. If Whitebeard succeeds in defending the challenge, wouldn't it be possible to continue to receive rewards? At the same time, everyone thought of this possibility. This Whitebeard is so strong now, if this strength increases again, can anyone beat him? Advertisement. Many people have this idea in their hearts. At this moment, the announcement that the next battle is about to begin was released. The second battle is about to begin. Please send representatives from both worlds. Close black lens bracket. The two worlds of Hokage pirates exploded again. The world of both sides began to discuss fiercely again. In the pirate world, Kaido, Red Hair, and other four emperors all have the heart to challenge Senju Hashirama. Although they can also challenge people in their own world, no one will do that. Whitebeard, they can challenge again in the future. On Marine's side, Sengoku's face was very gloomy. Can't let Whitebeard continue to grow stronger. Sengoku made up his mind that on his Marine side, he must have a game to get rewards. Akainu's face was extremely gloomy. Marshal Sengoku, I will go for this battle. My magma just restrained Senju Hashirama's wood style. Hearing that, everyone turned their heads to look at Akainu. At this moment, Akainu gritted his teeth, looking forward to rushing to kill Senju Hashirama. After weighing in his mind for a moment, Sengoku shook his head. Sakazuki, there should be a few more battles next, and you will be sent to fight later, this battle. Sengoku was about to tell that he was playing, but Garp over there rubbed his fists. Whitebeard is back to the top, so it should be no problem to rescue Ace. Even if Garp is added to the lineup against Whitebeard, he will not be the peak Whitebeard opponent. So Garp became interested and wanted to play a game in the battlefield of 10,000 realms. Garp said solemnly, Sengoku, in this battle, I will fight against the strong in the Hokage world. Hearing this, the marshal's office fell silent. Akainu was a little angry, but in the end, under the influence of Sengoku, Garp decided to play. But Garp didn't choose to challenge Senju Hashirama. Sengoku agreed to Akainu, leaving him with this enemy. Akainu sat down on the chair with a muffled sound. Kizaru looked at him very confused. Is it bad to be like me? It's okay to be like me? Nothing is rewarded if you lose. But even though Kizaru said so, his eyes were fixed on the unlit list of kingpins. My light speed kick is pretty cool, should I be on the list? Hokage world. The whole ninja world was silent. In the first game, Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, played, but lost. Lost to that Whitebeard. So who is going to let this second game go? Time passed by every minute, and until the end, the various shinobu villages could not discuss the reason. Madara in the undead world yelled, Uchiha Madara, challenge Whitebeard. Chapter 14. Auto-generated chapter title, 14, The Peak Whitebeard Terror, Madara. I would like to call you the first one, ask for flowers. When many people see the world Hokage Madara to challenge Whitebeard news, all shocked. A lot of people really hesitation that his vote for Uchiha Madara. If we say, Hokage world who could beat that Whitebeard, and perhaps the only par Uchiha Madara first Hokage, right? Finally, the candidates played okay. Hokage world, Uchiha Madara challenge Edward Newgate, close black lens bracket. Boom. This result is released, the Heavens Wand community felt shocked. This is how the world Hokage. That Whitebeard is so tough, his elderly status can win Senju Hashirama. This is also how one would dare challenge him. Today is the pinnacle of his recovery. Is this Madara Senju Hashirama more powerful than the people? Hokage world for the first time will not have the strongest person out? Everybody's mind is full of doubts. Pirates of the world is also a doubt. Garp shook his head. This Madara's strength, as long as no more than Senju Hashirama a big level, it is now no chance of defeating the Whitebeard. While the number of Mobi and his sons had just seen one side of Whitebeard laugh. Hokage world is strong it? I Whitebeard fight? Hokage in the world of undead. Senju Hashirama eyes dignified. Madara right man, can be difficult to deal with awe? Reminds Whitebeard that horrible ability. Senju Hashirama cannot help but worry about Madara come. Shaw Beans look forward to his face. The Uchiha Madara, listen to how the name Senju Hashirama stronger than awe. Good looking and Whitebeard crashing his uncle, and now look forward to recovery Whitebeard uncle peak of just how strong. Bai Yuekui eyes is looking forward to exposing the color. Whether Whitebeard or Senju Hashirama, that you can learn who she has numerous points. Watch these strong battle, a great strength for her role in upgrading. In Wan numerous strong community expectations, battlefield live again. But this time is not the first wartime that island. But a place similar to the valley. Lufthansa mouth slightly brought back the sacred guy. Random battle it interesting. Golden flash, Whitebeard taken from that burly body. Blonde hair flying, this time Whitebeard, a powerful momentum extraordinary. The world's strongest man of prestige revealed beyond doubt. Advertisement pirates are a number of strong world Ningmei. They know Whitebeard pinnacle of horror, few people can basically seen it. Today, we can see the peak Whitebeard shot, everyone excited. Another golden light dispersed, it is a coffin appeared in front of everyone. The Hokage world of strong, are not zombies, right? Crane he that intellectual Oni-san's voice. Lufthansa sacred guy smiled. Maybe, the world's strongest, is dead now, thus giving rise to this form. With a bang. Coffin lid open, Uchiha Madara hockey stature from out. Madara ring with his arms, looked extremely proud Whitebeard. Hokage world countless people trembling, looked at the man appeared. This is totally not less than a large strong community of Senju Hashirama forbearance of God, ah. Uchiha Sasuke eyes tight, watching the eyes of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Madara face sluggish. That is, with the same kind of ferret eyes, Madara how there. Moment. Sasuke mind is thinking up fast. Madara looked at Whitebeard, although physical and psychological pressure felt very scary. However, Madara will never throw in the towel. He has to prove himself be a she freaky stronger. Madara didn't say a word, her eyes fixed on Whitebeard. He knew that Whitebeard was powerful, and eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's eyes instantly turned. Susanoo. Madara suddenly roared, the blue chakra attached to the periphery of the body, and his figure stood directly in it. The huge blue skeleton is formed, and the power of horror is gradually sweeping. Madara stared at Whitebeard, who could defeat Senju Hashirama. He must first defeat the person in front of him, and then defeat Senju Hashirama with his own hands. In this way, his Madara name can resound through the heavens and all realms. A blue lightsaber in Susanoo's hand slammed directly at Whitebeard. Whitebeard stood on the ground, his stature was extremely stable, and his whole body revealed a vigor comparable to that of a mountain. Sasuke's eyes widened when he saw Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. He couldn't think of what kind of move this was, Madara. Muttering Madara's name in his mouth, Sasuke couldn't help but yearn for his ancestors. Susanoo slashed at Whitebeard with a huge knife, but Whitebeard just smiled slightly. A strong man in the Hokage world, he didn't give his name before the war, but it was a bit impolite. Old man, Whitebeard. Advertisement. When the words were over, Whitebeard's hands lifted up the cloud, and easily blocked Susanoo's blow. But the ground under Whitebeard's feet began to crack inch by inch, proving that Madara's blow was absolutely extraordinary. Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, but he was not too shocked. To beat Hashirama, Madara has already mentioned Whitebeard's strength again and again. Whitebeard smiled, blocking Madara's blow at the same time. Lifting his left fist, he swiped it directly at the huge Susanoo in front of him. Boom. Stabbed. The force of terrifying shock swept through, and the surrounding two mountains rumbling loudly. The strongest man in the world, the true strength of Whitebeard has appeared. Madara's face changed drastically while holding her arms in Susanoo. This Whitebeard's casual blow gave him unparalleled pressure. Madara's face changed again and again, but she still trusted her Susanoo's defenses very much. Next moment, the shocking force bombarded Susanoo mercilessly. The skeleton of the skeleton couldn't bear it for half a second, and it shattered directly. Among them, Lord Madara vomited blood suddenly, and Susanoo was blasted out by Whitebeard's blow. Hokage world. Countless people stared at this scene in disbelief. Uchiha Madara was beaten by one blow. Even Senju Hashirama of the undead world narrowed his eyes. He is very clear about Madara's strength, which is far from him, but definitely not much. But now, Madara's Susanoo was hit directly by Whitebeard. This is simply incredible. Senju Hashirama's eyes fixed on Whitebeard. He knew that the Whitebeard in front of him might be stronger than before. This is totally two people. Pirate world. The corner of Garp's mouth twitched. That man's real combat power has appeared, and the world is trembling. Uchiha Madara stood on the ground again, looking carefully at Whitebeard on the opposite side. His heart sinks again, and then becomes the boundless fighting spirit. Madara's expression began to excite. Whitebeard, you have defeated the hot mom of Hashi. You will be my opponent for Uchiha Madara for life. Thinking of Susanoo who had been crushed by Whitebeard just now, Madara continued. Whitebeard, of everyone I have met, I, Madara, would like to call you the strongest. Witness my strongest move. Chapter 15, auto-generated chapter title. 15. Uchiha Madara Tengai Shinsei, the peak Whitebeard's strongest blow. The second one, ask for flowers. Whitebeard squinted with a big razor, and his figure was extremely haughty. Cool la la la. Uchiha Madara, come on. Witness the true power of my Uchiha clan. Boom. Madara's face suddenly sank, and the infinite pupil power of Mangekyo Sharingan swept out. No longer a skeleton, but a complete Susanoo, Madara's pupil power is released to ultimate. A complete body Susanoo with a blue flame burning all over appeared, holding a long sword and staring sharply at Whitebeard. In the Hokage world, Sasuke's eyes shrink. The real power of my Uchiha clan? Could it be that this trick can only be used by my Uchiha clan? Sasuke was full of shock. He couldn't help thinking at this moment that 3 Tomo Sharingan might not be the end of Sharingan. It's Madara's eyes. Sasuke got excited physically and mentally, and watched Madara trembling crazily. And Madara's Susanoo's momentum is also extremely shocking. Pirate World. Sengoku Akainu and others looked gloomy, watching the battle between Whitebeard and Madara. Aokiji said at this time, this Uchiha Madara seems to be no less powerful than Senju Hashirama. Kizaru also nodded cautiously, especially this giant braving the blue flame, the defense and attack power may be extremely strong. Sengoku's face also changed slightly, unexpectedly. There are so many powerful existences in the Hokage world, and I may not be the opponent of Uchiha Madara today in the form of a big Buddha. After comparing his Buddha's form with his complete body Susanoo in his mind, Sengoku's heart sank slightly. A smile appeared on Garp's face. Whitebeard at the top will surprise you all. Aboard the Moby D*K. A smile appeared on the faces of Marco and others. No one knew the power of the peak Whitebeard better than them. Battlefield. Looking at Susanoo, Whitebeard laughed. The powerhouse in the Hokage world really has a lot of interesting abilities. I really want to go to your world and take a look. But, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. I'll win this game first. Whitebeard said lightly, as if he was completely certain that he could defeat Uchiha Madara. Boom. Great earthquake in the surrounding mountains. Whitebeard's figure disappeared, turning into an afterimage and attacking Susanoo. Madara's eyes condensed and he controlled Susanoo to lift the sword and slash it vertically. Even the space was locked, and Whitebeard's path was shrouded by Madara's sword. But Whitebeard had a smile on his lips. Holding the supreme sharp knife in both hands, Kongyun cut, and slashed towards Madara from bottom to top. Advertisement: the shocking force of horror and armament hockey entangled on it and swept crazy toward Madara. At the peak of Whitebeard's blow, Susanoo stabs loudly. The sound that made the scalp tingling sounded again. Like a mountain overturned, the void collapsed. Madara's calm face and Susanoo suddenly change. How can this be? I am a perfect Susanoo. Whitebeard cuts the cloud in his hand and slashes towards Uchiha Madara unstoppably. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened, and Susanoo's defense was fully supported. But it doesn't help. Under Whitebeard's current full blow, Susanoo was violently knocked into the air, and his huge body was full of cracks. Madara stood trembling on the ground, her eyes fixed on Whitebeard. How could you be so strong? Madara couldn't believe that Susanoo would be broken by Whitebeard. The people in the Hokage world were also shocked. At this moment in their hearts, Whitebeard was like an invincible god, giving them an extremely depressing breath. Madara stood on the ground, the shock in her eyes that could not be calmed for a long time. Whitebeard laughed loudly. Battlefield of 10,000 realms, this is the only place where the old man can do his best. Whitebeard was very excited. His peak strength, if he is crazy in the pirate world. That could lead to collapse of the entire world, the tsunami skies. Available here is different, he can brazenly launch capability, do not worry about others. This feeling, it is too cool. Madara standing on the ground, eyes still unwilling to have a meaning. He did not want, do not imagine Hashirama as defeat in the hands of Whitebeard. Madara Nu Shang shouted, Whitebeard, witness Uchiha Madara, the power of God now. Boom. If confirmed Madara words, rumbling sound began to ring. Wan looked stunned. Numerous strong community. Everyone Hokage world trembled. That is the meteorite. Break open the clouds. A very huge meteorite appears in the eyes of many people, so everyone shocked. Even Whitebeard looked stunned. When he saw the rapid fall of a huge meteorite, mouth of Oak a touch of a smile again. Uchiha Madara, powerful ninja sigh, Whitebeard put on a punching position. Spirit Cage World. Fat Alexander, who had shocked the jaw Bulong. I thought Senju Hashirama already very powerful, this Uchiha Madara also really extraordinary He should be able to summon a meteorite, I have this ability, bite very beast that is completely rubbish. Advertisement Bai Yuekui eyes are also some shocking meaning, however. She was more looking forward to, how Whitebeard will respond to this move. Next moment. Whitebeard boxing out. Air again he played round after round of cracks, crack madness spread. As if the earth shattering, rumbling fall of meteorites in touch after this force, crashing burst open. Uchiha Madara eyes widened, some incredible. How is it possible, that the power of shock, how could so strong? Madara also cannot completely panic, because he still flip. Jianuo see crazy with shock. Master, you quickly see, that Whitebeard punch shattered meteorite Saitama side seen some boring, cannot help but yawn. The next moment, Jianuo voice suddenly stopped. How can this be? Wan eyes strong community. Over the battlefield, a huge shadow. Blotting out the sun, as if to destroy the world in general. At the moment even Whitebeard, look up some consternation. Uchiha Madara. Mouth and remember the name of Uchiha Madara, Whitebeard roar heard, an ability to launch ultimate. The earth, the mountains, the air around both sides of the all in all, began frantically shaking, shock horror boundless power of the layers of spread. In the eyes of Madara, Whitebeard's sky overhead was completely torn. World pirates are strong, eyes widened. Garp looked very dignified. This is the man of the peak power. I do not know what the casino Fujitora slightly eyebrow. Meteorites do. It seems bigger than many of the old lady Hokage world. Naruto has been completely stared, eyes are reluctant to blink. This war so strong, too precious. That Whitebeard uncle, too strong. Naruto cannot help but sigh. Even Madara's second meteorite is about to fall, almost blotting out the sun. Konoha will be destroyed instantly in front of it. But he has believed, Whitebeard uncle punch can be crushed. Sasuke shook his head, unable to accept the fact that Uchiha Madara is about to defeat. Whitebeard can blow, too strong. Meteorite in front of him, as if it just punched it seriously. Chapter 16. Auto-generated chapter title. 16. Award winner, Wan Sector Shock. Gaisha Guess. Third more, Fine Flowers. Finally. Wan circles under the watchful eye of numerous strong. Madara unwilling closed his eyes. All the while, Whitebeard have not received the slightest injury. Kong Cloud cut in hand, Whitebeard heroic laugh, golden light enveloped. Valley recovery, everything around into all of the original. And Whitebeard who, once again cast a shadow over the golden light, the challenger to collect his reward. The second field, Whitebeard wins award. The opportunity to go otherworlds once, close black lens bracket. See this award, the heavens wan bound directly explode. Hokage world countless people eyes widened in disbelief, looking at rankings reward given. Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who instantly tense. Danzo's face very deep, office the moment only crowd heavy breathing. Whitebeard this award, the world of the threat they Hokage 2 Sarutobi Hiruzen face dark, thinking ability that Whitebeard days off to destroy. If this was to invade their Kiba, I am afraid that no one can resist. It was kind of Konoha more terrible disaster than the Nine Tails invasion. Nine Tails after all, no reason, limited destructive power. However, Whitebeard is not only stronger than the strength of Nine Tails, he can defeat from Senju Hashirama Uchiha Madara and will be able to see it. And, Whitebeard individuals, have their own ideas. If he Ishin want to destroy Konoha, Kiba was really horrible shrouded disaster. Danzo face gloomy, not saying a word, despite his wily machinations as everything Grandmaster. However, the thought of feeling trembling Whitebeard that absolute power, Danzo had physically and mentally. Because without it, too invincible, if the peak Whitebeard comes Konoha, it is simply a dimension reduction combat. Danzo cannot help but look to the Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chen Sheng began. Sarutobi, how to do now? Sarutobi Hiruzen snappily said. How do you say, you do not Hokage assistant, and now the time you make plans. Danzo face sank again. Sarutobi, if that Whitebeard come Konoha, how do we respond? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of this problem, the brain suddenly muddled. Advertisement moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen shirk will open again. May the next moment. Sarutobi, do not forget, you are the Hokage. Danzo, then down, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly embarrassed to live. This special what, he just used to hate Danzo, now let him turn hate himself. However, he now is speechless. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. We will only pray Kiba who will not come to us now. Moreover, the heavens wan bound to repeat itself as much, Whitebeard will not necessarily fancy us Hokage world. Danzo in the hearts of thought a moment, and no longer worry too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen said makes sense. Whitebeard's strength so powerful, even Senju Hashirama not his opponent, the reason Hokage world really nothing fancy. And look at Whitebeard character, not like the others at every turn destroy the master of the world. Danzo nodded, heart gradually put down. Even Whitebeard finally came. He still has Shisui's eye, you can launch a distinguished heavenly gods. We do not know for so strong that there is no effect, but if there is it? He Danzo to become a Hokage, led the Konoha village tolerance control community, not shout out can lie. Thinking of Whitebeard's power to destroy the world, greed and excitement surged in Danzo's heart. However, Senju Hashirama in the world of undead has a bright eye. Whitebeard? Come to our world, but you want to have a real battle with me? Senju Hashirama was a little excited, Madara was really excited. Humiliation, unwillingness, etc. are mixed together. Wait until I become the legendary realm and get that power, even Whitebeard, it must not be my Uchiha Madara opponent. As Madara said, she couldn't help thinking of those purple eyes. As long as you control that power, you can reach the realm in the legend. He believed that even Whitebeard would not be his opponent. At the same time, not only Konoha village gets nervous. All the other 4 ninja villages were a little trembling. They looked at the reward Whitebeard had received, for fear that Whitebeard would come to the Hokage world to trouble them. On the street, Naruto's face was full of excitement. Yeah, can that Uncle Whitebeard come to our world? I must ask him for advice on how to obtain that powerful strength. Naruto looked excited, looking forward to meeting Whitebeard. Advertisement Sasuke has a black line on his face. Naruto, do you think someone like Whitebeard will take care of you a crane tail? Hurry up and wash and sleep, your dream is a bit far away. Sasuke mocked Naruto mercilessly, showing no mercy. But in his heart, he also had a slight expectation for Naruto's words. He wanted to see with his own eyes how beautiful Whitebeard was. If I could say a word to Whitebeard, it would be enough for Sasuke to be excited for several days. Pirate world. 4 emperors, marine, etc. were all shocked for a moment. The reward given by the leaderboard turned out to be this, and it was able to travel to other worlds. Kaido couldn't help feeling a little excited. To get him to the Hokage world, he must collect some ninjutsu. If he can learn, the beast army under his command will definitely be stronger. Super God World. Guy Shaw looked at the reward that Whitebeard had received, and didn't think about the role of the reward first, but thought of the reason for the reward. Whitebeard's first reward was probably to restore his youth and restore his peak state. During the battle with Senju Hashirama, Whitebeard said that he wanted to protect his family. Therefore, after the war, his reward for the winner is to restore the peak. And just now, Whitebeard said that he wanted to fight in the same world as Senju Hashirama, and set the pinnacle of battle. Guy Shaw thought about this, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Hexy, did you find out? Hexy's intellectual voice came. Queen Guy Shaw, this 10,000 world ranking is really interesting. The corners of their mouths were raised at the same time. This 10,000 realms ranking list seems to be based on the winner's own wishes to determine the final reward? Guy Shaw frowned again and again, slightly excited. If this is the case, then it will be the turn of the Super God World, then there will be a good show. One of the rewards she wanted most was to locate the B****ch of Morgana. Morgana on the Demon Queen was not stupid either, thinking of this possibility. Depend on, if Guy Shanovich wins, won't he get the ability to position me? No, I have to win a round first and find another world to hide. Morgana looked at Otto, who was bored on the side. Otto, hurry up and order, and the demons under his command will spread the faith as soon as possible. We have to win the first battle in the Super God universe. Although Adu didn't understand the meaning of Morgana's order, he nodded. Yes, my queen. Chapter 17, Auto-generated chapter title. 17, Whitebeard. Cool la la la, Marine, take my son back to me, forth more. Punch the world. Saw Itama think Whitebeard get rewards, eyes a little flash. This Whitebeard, I can do not to invade the world, I will not hold. Saw Itama mind, actually raised slightly in Whitebeard war one look forward to. Or, let me go to the other world, look for the strong challenge other world. Far spacecraft in Poros arrogant laugh, Whitebeard, come on, come lousy challenge. Assassin 567 world. Chick deserted island for a while. Chicken Dabao faced some trepidation. Achi, you said that Whitebeard will not come to our island chickens, it will not, right? Wu also some dignified 67 eyes. Big Paul, should not it, he will not necessarily be spotted as this little chick island. Great Barrier Chicken nodded, his face full of fear of color. Spirit Cage World. Lily Summer Small Beans jump excitedly, yeah. If Whitebeard uncle can come to our world, then we have saved the end of the world. Alexander also looked forward to. As human beings, Whitebeard should help us, right? As long as he shot, the group of very nasty bite beast absolutely could not withstand. Broken Star, Shu Tong, who was also looking forward to the eyes mixed with shock. Contrast few people excited. Instead, Bai Yuekui's face is very calm. Although she was shocked at Whitebeard's strength. But she also knows that the Heavens won community so much, how Whitebeard might fancy their world, so precious to waste an opportunity. This is unlikely. Eschatology own world, still needs its own rescue. Bai Yuekui eyes flashed a touch of longing, looked to the Wan industry rankings. By this time, the world of pirates. Whitebeard he has returned to the Dekmobi number. Whitebeard laughed, looking at Marco et al., waved his hand, heroic way. Sons with me, went to naval headquarters, save Ace. Marco, who cheered loudly. Before that they have concerns, we need to convene under the command of pirates, along with offensive naval headquarters, so it has yet to start. But now, their father Whitebeard recovery peak, it also requires the ship under the command of the mission to take with you. No need to, now, they just need to Whitebeard pirates to naval headquarters, everything will get away. Moreover, the elite Marine also convene around the world, these people can now still on the road. Naval headquarters, or the naval headquarters, advertisement. Today, Whitebeard's strength to directly push past the cross, Ace will be able to come back. Moby number on everyone's face flushing, moved away towards the naval headquarters. Whitebeard pirates this move, monitor their marine immediately pass the message to the naval headquarters. Marshal office. Sengoku looked very ugly. Akainu not much better, rising magma body, the people very gloomy. The atmosphere in the office of Marshal, depression, heavy. Whitebeard, these pirates, too furious, Akainu growled. Marine monitoring Whitebeard's message came back, Moby no blatantly drove toward Marineford, did not hide their meaning. Akainu's magma fist slightly lit, angrily. Sengoku Marshal, Whitebeard pirates they dare to come, we must Marine will bury them here. Akainu then passionate, some like it hot. Marshal can be few people in the office but did not dolly Akainu meaning. Kazaru still calm and sipping tea. Aokiji's looking very calm, Crane faint shaking his head. Garp though his face was full of dignified, but deep in his eyes it is with a touch of high Italy. He can't violate his inner justice, but Ace is his grandson after all, and he doesn't want to see Ace die. Now, there is no need for him to violate justice, and Ace does not have to die, so why not do it? Sengoku's face was very ugly, and after a long time, he sighed deeply. You don't understand the horror of that man. Akainu snorted. What a horror, even if Whitebeard is strong, we Marine can't let him be so rampant. Marine, all the Whitebeard pirates must be buried here. Akainu's words are extremely decisive, and he hates the pirates. Sengoku sighed deeply again. Why didn't he want to completely wipe out the Whitebeard pirates? However, as Marshal Marine, he has to consider the world, Grand Line, and New World and world government. If Marine is to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, it will be wiped out. Even if they could die with the Whitebeard pirates, the pinnacle Whitebeard was buried. How about the world at that time? What about Grand Line? Naval headquarters are completely destroyed, who will maintain justice? Sengoku shook his head and sighed. Advertisement on the ghost island of Wanokuni, Kaido flew back muffled. As soon as he arrived in Whitebeard's sphere of influence, he learned that Whitebeard was going to naval headquarters. And he just wanted to feel the peak power of Whitebeard. Now Whitebeard is gone, making him very upset. IWC. Big Mom laughed. Marine, this time I'm going to suffer. The terror of that man will surely bring Marineford down. Red Force. Redhead wanted to stop this war in his heart, but he thought about Whitebeard's terrifying combat power, as if a basin of cold water poured down instantly. On the Grand Line, Luffy stared at the newspaper he got by chance. Ace is going to be executed by Marine, Nami, Sanji and others are also in a mixed mood. They were deeply impressed by Ace who had met once. Ace is not only Luffy's brother, but also a powerful pirate. Zoro patted Luffy's shoulder with one hand, with firmness in his eyes. Luffy, are you going? Sanji also silently put his hand on Luffy's shoulder. Luffy. When Usopp and others saw this scene, they were almost scared to death. But they also knew about the relationship between Luffy and Ace, and no one said anything against it. Luffy was hesitating too. The Straw Hat Pirates is still very weak, and Luffy knew this after watching the battle in the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Now, whether he faces any of them, even Uchiha Madara at the bottom of the ranking, he is not an opponent. Luffy hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Luffy, don't hesitate, Zoro said loudly, finally. Luffy nodded, and the Straw Hat group tremblingly sailed towards the naval headquarters. After a day's voyage, the Moby D*K has approached the Gate of Justice. Looking at the 100-meter gate in front of him, Whitebeard's eyes condensed. Boom. The Gate of Justice was directly punched into a big hole by Whitebeard, and the mobile was officially approaching naval headquarters. Looking at the moon-shaped oak square, Whitebeard laughed. Cool la la la, Marine, return my son to me. Chapter 18, auto-generated chapter title. 18. Sengoku with frowned brows, stop the audience and watch the battle. The first one, ask for flowers. Marine is already standing on Oak Square at this moment. However, due to hurried reasons, all preparations were not ready. Regardless of quantity or quality, the Marine at this time is not as ambitious as the top war in the original book. Sengoku stood in front of the 3 Admiral, Garp and Suru on both sides, and the 16 Vice Admiral of the headquarters stood behind them. Marine presents a triangle ready to meet the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard was standing on the deck of the Moby D*K, and Conqueror's Haki ran straight towards Marineford. Feel the terrifying Conqueror's Haki of Whitebeard. Sengoku's face darkened, his eyes condensed. Conqueror's Haki is also released. If this allowed Whitebeard to free Conquerors wantonly, then they wouldn't have to fight this battle with Marine. The faces of Sengoku and others were gloomy. Peak Whitebeard's monstrous coercion swept over, making many Marines tremble and unable to support. And Whitebeard didn't hesitate, and hit naval headquarters with a punch. A large warship in front of the moon-shaped square burst instantly. Marco and others stared at the many Marines closely. But none of them feared. The only reason is the figure standing in front of them. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Feeling the strength of Whitebeard at this time, even Akainu's face is a little gloomy. If Marine goes to war with Whitebeard, the price is definitely not what Marine can afford now. But letting out Ace at this point was too detrimental to Marine's face. Whitebeard looked at Sengoku and spoke like an old friend. Sengoku, how is my son? Did you bully him? Sengoku's face was solemn. Whitebeard, no matter how strong you are, we Marine will not let go of any pirate. Whitebeard nodded. Then Marine will bear the anger of my Whitebeard pirates. Speaking very plainly, Whitebeard looked at Sengoku indifferently, and the meaning was very clear. Or, you let Ace go, I let naval headquarters go. Or, you kill Ace, and I kill naval headquarters to avenge him. This is Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Sengoku looked very ugly, thinking about how to deal with this tricky matter. At this moment, the leaderboard released news again. The third battle is about to begin. Please decide the representatives of the 2 sides of the world. Close black lens bracket. Sengoku's frowning eye immediately brightened, and Whitebeard on the other side stopped asking questions. Advertisement Sengoku's mind began to come alive, and he looked directly at Garp beside him. If Garp is representing Pirate World this time, as long as he wins, he will surely get some reward. Not to mention that it will be able to compete with the peak Whitebeard, at least it will give Marine the confidence to fight Whitebeard. Feeling Sengoku's gaze, Garp nodded deeply. Sengoku, I will go. Akainu and others had no opinion either, and they all nodded. Whitebeard sat down, and Marine didn't dare to take Ace right now. He is not in a hurry, let's talk about it after watching this battle. I don't know, is there any strong man in that world challenging the old man? Whitebeard sighed, expecting someone to continue challenging him. Marine has confirmed the candidates for the battle, and there are countless strong people all over the world who want to participate in this battle. The rewards of the leaderboard make countless people jealous, that is lifespan, and can travel to other worlds. Blackbeard was very interested in traveling to other worlds, and prepared to fight on behalf of the pirate world. As long as he gets that reward, he can avoid Whitebeard. Otherwise, after spending a day here, Blackbeard felt uncomfortable. The red hair pressed one hand on the supreme sharp knife griffin, with a touch of desire in his eyes. Although he is not very excited about the rewards of the leaderboard. However, as a strong man, he is the most hockey man in the world. He wants to see the strong in the Hokage world. The red hair clicked the registration button, and the surrounding crew cheered, looking forward to the fight between the red hair and the Hokage world powerhouse. Kaido was even more excited on the ghost island of Wano-kuni and clicked the sign up button. He also wants the rewards of the 10,000 worlds ranking. And, among the 10,000 realms, the name of Kaido, the most powerful creature in the world, must be resounded. Charlotte Linlin smiled and signed up, preparing to join the war. But in the end, the marine hero, Iron Fist Garp's name lit up. Seeing this, the red hair couldn't help sighing. Garp's reputation is too loud after all. Marine hero. A rage appeared on Kaido's face. Garp, you dare to take Lousy's chance. Charlotte Linlin is not much better. Well. Hokage world. Madara in the world of the undead looks arrogant. He is desperate for someone to challenge him. Advertisement. In this way, he can not only prove his strength, but also get rewards from the rankings. Maybe, the leaderboard can directly bring him back to life. That way, his Madara plan can start early. Seeing that the fourth battle was about to begin, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while. He really didn't know who Konoha could play now. In that pirate world, the strongest person, Whitebeard, has such terrifying strength. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are not opponents. Now it is the second person in the pirate world to play. What if there is another person like Whitebeard? How do they fight Konoha? Danzo on the side also became silent, worrying about the candidate for the next challenge. At this time Kakashi raised his eyebrows. Master third generation, Master Danzo, first Hokage and Uchiha Madara are all dead, but they can participate in the war. Hearing Kakashi's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo's eyes brightened at the same time. Yes. How did they ignore this problem? Both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are dead. Since the dead can participate in the battle, what about second Hokage Senju Tobirama? How about fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato? Of these two, which one is not a super cage level with extremely strong combat power? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were suddenly excited. Their Konoha's background is completely incomparable to the other four ninja villages. Naruto, who was watching the rankings on the street, gradually became excited. Sasuke, it's the third battle, I want to sign up. My Uzumaki Naruto must sign up. But Naruto's fighting spirit greeted Sasuke's cold eyes. Naruto, you should save the time. How strong is the powerhouse in Pirate World that you can defeat? Sasuke doubted now that if that man played, he would not be the opponent of Pirate World. Whitebeard impressed them too deeply, but Naruto still insisted on his idea. Sasuke, I must sign up. Little Sakura, you and Sasuke must vote for me, trust me. In another part of Konoha village, Might Guy hesitated looking at the sign up button. Thinking about how powerful he is after opening the door of death, he should be able to beat that person in the Pirate World, right? However, Might Guy's heart sank, and he will definitely die when the door of death is opened. Although the miracles of the leaderboard have been revealed, he still hesitated. After all, the gate of death was what he used to protect Konoha. In the end, Might Guy decided not to take action for the time being and continue to wait and see. Chapter 19. Auto-generated chapter title, 19. The third game, Marine Hero Garp, fights Pen 6 Paths. Second more, please ask for flowers. Tsuchikage Onoki sighed. The strongest thing in Rock Shinobi Village is his third Tsuchikage. But even he didn't have the confidence to participate in the next battle. Onoki shook his head slightly. Feng Ying Luosha, like him, had no idea about this battle. But fourth Reikage of Cloud Shinobi Village is not afraid. He is eager to fight, especially fighting the strong. So fourth Reikage did not hesitate to sign up. Although he did not have the confidence to challenge Whitebeard. However, he still has confidence in representing the Hokage world. Akatsuki is in the organization. When Nagato saw the reward Whitebeard had received, he was a little moved. When Yahiko first died, his feet were burned by the blasting ray half buried in the ground, and the long-term use of the Gedo statue was too expensive. He had basically lost the ability to walk. If the leaderboard can restore his feet, then he will be able to exert his full strength. Looking at the registration button, Nagato made up his mind. However, he signed up as Pen 6 Paths. Nagato's identity is not suitable for exposure for the time being. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization looked at Pain. At this moment, Pain said calmly, "Vote for me, and let everyone in the country of Rain vote for me." Conan and others listened to the order and rushed out instantly. Time gradually passed. Finally, the voting in the Hokage world began. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others also knew the applicants instantly. This time there are not as many applications as the first time, but very few. Maybe after seeing the strength of Whitebeard, the entire ninja world is a bit afraid of the strong in the pirate world. Therefore, most people are not confident in their own strength. This battle is more about two worlds, and no one dares to make false reports at will. Sarutobi Hiruzen received the information in an instant. But this time he was even more surprised. Why didn't the two Hokage who died Konoha sign up? There is not only the name of Senju Tobarama, but also the name of Namikaze Minato. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen a little confused. Keep watching when he saw Konoha's only person who signed up. Sarutobi Hiruzen was full of black lines, and his entire face was instantly embarrassed. Uzumaki Naruto. He had the urge to scold his mother in an instant. Advertisement, of course, he knew who Naruto was. Although he didn't care about Naruto much, the son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very cautious about it. Now that I saw Naruto sign up, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned black instantly. With Naruto's strength, isn't he going to deliver food? Kakashi's expression on the side also stagnated. Feeling the gazes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, Kakashi was embarrassed. Master Hokage, I'm going to see Naruto now. Kakashi's face was dark, and he ran away quickly. After Kakashi left, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo became gloomy for an instant. Sarutobi, what did you do? Nine Tails Jinchuriki actually signed up for the battle. If the news spreads, you will bear the danger of Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was also completely dark. However, he changed his mind to another idea. Danzo, if Naruto enters the battle, the Nine Tails in his body will definitely enter the battlefield together. If Nine Tails goes mad, presumably, apart from that Whitebeard, the people of Pirate World can't stop it. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Danzo also thought about it instantly. Yes, indeed. If Nine Tails participates in the battle, the winning side is great. After all, it is impossible for the Pirate World to be the first-class powerhouse like Whitebeard. The rest must be weaker than Whitebeard. Danzo weighed in for a moment and nodded. Sarutobi, you are Hokage. You are responsible for Jinchuriki's affairs. As for the arrangements, the old man doesn't care. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was dark, but he didn't respond to Danzo's words. But he was not ready to send Naruto to the battle now, it was too early. With his cautious character, he still needs to think again. In the end, the candidates for the Hokage world were determined. Hokage World Representative, Pen 6 Paths. Close black lens bracket. Seeing this name, everyone in the ninja world was stunned for a moment. In the Hokage world, how come the representative is someone they don't know at all? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was a little surprised. He thought that this battle would be 4th Raikage. But now, it turned out to be the Pen 6 Paths that he had never heard of. Danzo's face on the side was also a little surprised. I don't know, a dark corner somewhere. Looking at the name of the man who played the battle, Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. The leader of Akatsuki, Pain, advertisement, he can actually play, there is a good show to watch. Thinking of the Akatsuki leader with strange eyes, Orochimaru was a little excited. Ninja was also shocked for a while, especially 4th Raikage Eye. He thought he must have played this time. Because no other shinobu has sent any strong this time, no one should be more competitive than him. But now, some Pen 6 Paths popped out unexpectedly. This makes I a little bit confused. Tell me to go down and look up this Pen 6 Paths. I want to know who he is. The major ninja villages are unclear, so I don't know who this Pen 6 Paths is. I have never heard of it. Candidates for One Piece World have also been determined. Representative of One Piece World, Marine Hero, Iron Fist Garp, close black lens bracket. Seeing the representatives of both sides, the heavens and 10,000 realms looked forward to it again. Super God World. Holy Gai Shaw raised Erlang's legs and raised her eyebrows lightly. Pen 6 Paths. Marine Hero, Iron Fist Garp. Angel Yan also whispered the name. Queen Gai Shaw, I have no idea about Pen 6 Paths. But Garp, the Iron Fist, turned out to be Marine Hero. Thought flashed in Yan's eyes. The word, hero, is not something that can be undertaken casually. This is still the title given by the 10,000 Worlds ranking, there is absolutely nothing false. The angel said with disdain, it's nothing more than a hero in a surface civilization, Marine, what can be nervous? Yan, I think you just abstained for too long, and your whole person is nervous. Cold. Yan was a little sullen. All right. Gai Shaw interrupted their quarrel. Keep watching the battle, I have a hunch, this battle will be very interesting. Morgana in the Milky Way galaxy is also showing some interest. Marine hero? Otto, I remember, don't those shit angels always be called heroes by various civilizations? Ado nodded, muffled and said, Queen, the despicable angel really advertises himself as a hero. Morgana took a sip. The shit angels use the word, hero, to belittle our demons. Otto, you will also be a hero in the future. The devil hero Ado, the goddess Morgana Queen. Morgana laughed, her eyes turned to the golden light that was gradually shining on the leaderboard. Chapter 20, auto-generated chapter title, 20. Ninja World is shocked. When will there be such a strong one? The third one, please ask for flowers. Spirit Cage World. Little Loli Shadow's eyes were full of longing. Boss, in our world, it would be great if there were such heroes. Broken Star also nodded. If there is a hero who will lead us to overthrow the last days, that would be great. Shonda clapped his hands at this time and turned everyone's eyes to him. Hey, everyone said that our boss is so strong, and he has always worked hard for the survival of our human beings. She is a hero. Shonda looked at Bai Yuekui with sincere eyes. Shado and others also looked at Bai Yuekui. Boss, yes, you are our hero. Bai Yuekui's face was flushed by several people. She waved her hand and said coldly, you are wrong. Shonda and others thought it was Bai Yuekui's humbleness. But after seeing her serious face, several people also became serious. Yes, the word, hero, carries too many things. Bai Yuekui's voice continued. In the last days, we are all heroes, our own heroes, and future mankind's heroes. Hearing Bai Yuekui's words, everyone was instantly stunned. Several people murmured Bai Yuekui's words, and they realized it instantly. Yes, there are no heroes, everyone is his own hero. Bai Yuekui's eyes showed expectation, waiting for the next battle between Garp and Pain. Punch the world. Genos murmured the word, hero, in a daze. Saitama also felt pain. They are all heroes of the Heroes Association, guarding a city in the earth. And that marine hero is also the strong one who protects one side. Saitama is inexplicably good with Garp's senses, which may be the reason why he is also a hero. Shinigami, Dragon Ball, and other worlds are also looking forward to the collision of the two worlds of Hokage pirates. With a flash of golden light, a plane appeared in everyone's eyes. Two golden lights descended. The golden light that represents the world of Hokage has a radius that is several times wider. The golden light gradually dissipated. Advertisement. Garp, wearing a cloak of justice and a dog's head, appeared in the eyes of the people of 10,000 worlds. A sip of water that Morgana had just drunk was sprayed out. Damn, this marine hero, isn't he a kobold? Having crossed the universe for so many years, Morgana had also seen such things as kobolds. Unexpectedly, that marine hero is also a kobold. Adu shook his head. Queen, look carefully, it may be a headgear he wore. Morgana looked at it carefully now. After seeing clearly, he patted his chest and calmed down slightly. I was scared to death, and thought I would make a kobold for me. When everyone in the Hokage world saw Garp's outfit, they were all taken aback. Naruto laughed loudly. Sasuke, look, that marine hero has a dog's head. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard. Sasuke is full of black lines, shouldn't this be what Naruto always likes to do? I don't know where, but Jiraiya, who was looking at the little yellow book, also looked up, with a smile in his eyes. It seems that I should wear a frog head too, so that others will not recognize me. Hey hey hey. Jiraiya continued to look at the little yellow book in his hand excitedly. But when the figure of Pen Six Paths appeared, Jiraiya was stunned, and the little yellow book fell to the ground. That is, Jiraiya's eyes widened. Isn't that the Yahiko I saved in the country of rain? Isn't he dead? And how could he have Nagato's eyes? During the Ninja World War, Jiraiya saved 3 children in the Kingdom of Rain and accepted them as disciples. They are named Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, but later he learned that they were dead, and Jiraiya sighed for a long time. Looking at Yahiko standing in the middle of Pen's 6 paths, Jiraiya's doubts were endless. And countless people in the Hokage world couldn't look away when they saw Pen's 6 paths. Everyone looked at the 6 pairs of extremely special eyes, and their hearts were shocked. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth raised slightly. Marine hero? Tekken Garp? Pen's strength is not something anyone can easily resist. Orochimaru is very optimistic about Pain at the moment, but doesn't like the old man Garp wearing a dog's head at all. Undead world. Advertisement Senju Hashirama was a little surprised. That eye. Madara was slightly agitated. Those were the eyes he had just awakened shortly before he died. Before he could fully appreciate the power of those eyes, he died straight away. Now that Pen 6 Paths is about to shoot, Madara's heart is very excited. And looking at the powerful aura exuded by 6 Paths Pain, the entire ninja world was a little shocked. Akatsuki has heard of them a little bit, but when is there such a strong one? Pen 6 Paths, who was wearing a red cloud windbreaker with a black background, looked calm, and looked at Garp on the opposite side and spoke lightly, like a god. We are Pen 6 Paths, the true gods. Garp was a little stunned. Old man Garp, the strong man in the Hokage world, come on, let the old man see your strength. Although I don't know why the other party can come out so many people all at once. However, Garp still didn't worry much. Observation Haki keeps exploring the secrets of the other party. Garp has gradually felt that perhaps these 6 people are 6 in 1. Pirate world. When Sengoku and others saw Pen's 6 Paths eyes, their hearts sank. Uchiha Madara has demonstrated the peculiar ability brought by the eyes. Now, Pen's 6 Paths eyes are even more bizarre, making Sengoku a little worried about Garp. Whitebeard also looked at it seriously. For him who has fought Uchiha Madara personally, Sharingan has taught him. I don't know what kind of power Pen's 6 Paths eyes have now. Spirit Cage world. Little Loli Shadow was startled by Pen's 6 Paths eyes. Boss, what kind of eyes do you think those are? They're not humans. How can human beings have such terrifying eyes? Bai Yuekui's eyes were also a little solemn. Rinnegan of Pen's 6 Paths is too weird in the eyes of the heavens and the world. Nagato, who controls Pen's 6 Paths, is very confident and indifferent. A strong man in the pirate world, I will win this battle and welcome the coming of God. Pain spoke lightly, as if he was telling the truth. Garp smiled slightly and got a little serious. The pair of fists gradually clung to the thick armament Haki, and the sight and hearing spread even more, firmly locked in Pen's 6 Paths. Garp is very solemn and regards Pen's 6 Paths as a real opponent. Chapter 21. Auto-generated chapter title, 21. The hard power that made Nagato gradually desperate. 4th, please flowers. Super God world. Hearing Tiandao Pain claiming to be a god, the angel snorted coldly. A surface civilization, with some extraordinary power, dared to call itself a god? The angel's cold expression was very disdainful. They must have never seen the style of Queen Gaisha, nor the war between angels and demons. Rao is Angel Yan's good character, and he can't stand the arrogant tone of Heavenly Dao Pain. The war between angels and demons is the most magnificent epic in the universe. Queen Gaisha is the supreme king of angels. A little ninja, dare to call it a god? A group of angels are passionate, looking at the arrogant Pain with no good tone. Holy Gaisha is very calm. Having lived for 10,000 years, she had no feelings for these for a long time. On the contrary, she is more interested in the ability of Pen 6 paths. Hexi also smiled and shook his head. These children are really. Smiles appeared on their faces, and they continued to look at the battlefield. Tiandao Pain's body floated into the air without any help. Looking at the 6 people dressed in red nail polish, wearing a black-bottomed red cloud windbreaker, dressed up in the appearance of killing Matt, Garp's lips twitched. You can float your body in midair without using moonwalk. The Hokage world really has a lot of abilities that interest the old man. Sigh. He thought of Senju Hashirama's magnificent wood style and Uchiha Madara's Gundam. Be more cautious about Pen 6 paths. Heaven Pain still looked cold and arrogant, and Rinnegan looked at Garp lightly. The 5 people of Shira Dao, Human Dao, Animal Dao, Hungry Keto, and Hell Dao are also watching Garp closely. Being stared at by the 6 pairs of penetrating Rinnegan, the face under Garp's dog's head gradually became excited. After Whitebeard was old, he hadn't played a few games well. This time, no need to think about Marine, no need to think about everything. He just needs to let go of the fight. In an instant, Garp's fighting spirit flared up. At this time, Tiandao Pain gave an order and waved his big hand forward. The Shira Dao and the Human Dao ran towards Garp in both directions, so fast that ordinary ninjas couldn't see it at all. But Garp is also the top powerhouse in the pirate world. Even if his strength is not as good as that of Whitebeard at his peak, he is definitely the same. In an instant, Garp captured the trajectory of the two. Facing a punch from Shira Dao and Human World Dao, Garp's mouth cocked. Advertisement: after Roger died, no one has dared to punch the old man for so many years. With that, Garp's pair of iron fists stretched out directly. It is covered with thick armament hockey. The pitch-black iron fist is like a mountain, heading towards the Shira Road and the human world. The face of Nagato, who controls Pen, changed. He participated in the war as Pain, but he also needed to control it himself. Therefore, he can clearly feel the horror of Garp's pair of iron fists. However, the bodies of Shira Dao and Human Dao are approaching, and they can only fight back. Boom! Under Garp's pair of iron fists, Shira Dao and Human World Dao were knocked into the air at the same price, and the 2 arms flew up and fell to the side. Hokage World. Inside Akatsuki's organization, Konan's expression changed. All her face was shocked, and she didn't expect Garp to be so strong. Under one face-to-face, Shira was seriously injured in 2 moments in the human world. Nagato, who controls Pen, even sinks. Hell Dao summoned the Hades and swallowed the body of Shira Dao and Human Dao with a single mouth. Garp looked at him lightly, with interest in his eyes. This is... The next moment, Garp a bit surprised. Between Human Well Shira Road and Road is discharged Bird Hades, a new look. Garp a little surprised, to see the half-empty Pain. Hey, this ability is free to the resurrection of the dead? Garp some heart, pirates in the world cannot have this capability. If the warring among one of the 2 people died, and then be able to direct the resurrection. This is not directly heaven-defying. Listen doubt Garp, and Heaven Pain has not the slightest answer to Garp meaning. His face still arrogant, thinking about how to respond. After just short of a strike, the analysis of the Whitebeard capabilities plus. Nagato think the world should be extremely popular pirates body surgery. So under such circumstances, competition and other body surgery he must suffer. Next moment, Beast's hands suddenly shot in the ground, summoning technique. Ancient text emerged array, instantly, a ferocious Cerberus will emerge out of thin air. Ling Cage eat a few people in the world by surprise. FML. Bite very beast, Alexander directly burst foul language. Advertisement: several other people are also a little surprised, looked at the beast looks very similar with the bite of Cerberus. Can Garp is not the slightest panic. Sea Kings cannot stop him a finger, this is only a small Cerberus. Boom. Cerberus roared toward Garp ran, can be instantly Garp H into slag. Lowly summer small beans jump directly. Yeah uncle good strong dog's head, bite very beast that even he cannot stop a strike. Alexander cannot help fantasy up. Oh, you say, if I have that strength, punch a bite very beast. Before he could finish, Bai Yuekui directly interrupted, do not speak, continue to look at. Battlefield. Garp play boring, the other with the moves in his view is child's play. Figure disappeared in place, Garp straight stormed into each other's formation. Heaven Pain face change, Shinra Day Syndrome. Boom. Repulsion of terror broke out, Garp's stature direct hit in flight. Nagato not let Garp wanton destruction Pain 6 paths, especially Hell. If Hell were destroyed, he cannot resurrect the remaining 5. At the distant fallen Garp, Heaven faced the cold, universal pull. Garp stature, Heaven is directly pulled over, Grand Line, Blackbeard Yipaitaidui. It Pain 6 paths copied my Garp stature rapid Heaven is attracted. Shira Road turned into jagged arm, pointed at the flying Garp. Allows Nagato eyes suddenly violent scene appeared. Ming Jin Tiajiao sound resounded. Chest-covered armament Haki, Garp easily blocked the channel and Heaven Shiro with this blow. Garp laughed. You this ability, really interesting Naturally, I have not seen anything so interesting as the ability. Moment. Garp mentioned Iron Fist, did not hesitate to channel spending toward the front of the Shira. Boom. Quangfeng near collapse of terror off the air, under the blow, the Shira road was completely destroyed. And this time Garp also turned around to see hell. That people can repair there right, then down. In Nagato's speed of response, however, Garp's punch had been hit in the head again a hell of. Almost the entire skull is broken boom, Hell's body out of control and fell to the ground. Chapter 22. Auto-generated chapter title, 22. How many floors a bag of rice has to carry? First watch, please ask for flowers. The powerhouses of the heavens and 10,000 realms were a little lost in an instant when they saw this scene. Super God World. Gai Shaw's mouth curled up, the strong scent by Hokage World this time is a bit weak. Angel Yan nodded. Yes, it's not like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama before. Furthermore, that Garp is also extremely strong. The material covered on that pair of iron fists seems to be very strong in defense and offensive power. Jishin on the side also nodded. Sister Yan. I've seen before that Whitebeard has also used this ability. Is this a unique ability in Pirate World? Angel Yan nodded. It's very possible. Spirit Cage World. Bai Yuekui calmly analyzed the battle between Garp and Pen 6 Paths. This Iron Fist Garp, the hard power definitely exceeds that of Pen 6 Paths everyone by a lot. The 6 people do not concentrate their strength on one person, I am afraid it will be difficult to compete with this Garp. Shonda is a little envious of Garp's ability. Boss, look at the black substance on Garp's fist, it can actually block the sword. If we have these abilities, the extreme beast will be much easier to deal with, and we don't need to wear a heavy armor. Several other people nodded their heads, very interested in armament Haki. But the people in the Hokage world are a little worried. Especially in Akatsuki. Conan was a little worried, and the members of the Yijong organization were also a little unbelievable. Such a powerful leader, unexpectedly lost to the strong one in Pirate World? And is it still being crushed? Conan said solemnly at this time. The leader hasn't used his true ability yet. Oh, several people suddenly became interested when they heard the words and looked at the battlefield. At this moment, Garp had already crushed all the remaining lines, and with the strength of crushing. Garp finally looked at Heavenly Way Pain not far away. Nagato's heart was a little flustered because he was fighting with Garp. He unexpectedly discovered that Garp seemed to have the same ability as Rinnegan. But even if the situation is tense to this point, Pain's tone is still light. Garp, what exactly is your ability to predict our actions? Nagato was very puzzled, because this ability to completely see through the opponent's movements was unique to their Rinnegan. No matter how bad, I have to have Sharingan. But this Garp obviously has nothing, he is a pure physical skill expert. Advertisement, but it's so strong. Hearing what Pain said, Garp laughed loudly. Pain, you say this kind of ability. Well, I will explain to you, a strong otherworld. The old man's ability to predict your actions is called observation Haki. And the old man's pair of iron fists. Garp's eyes narrowed. This is called armament Haki. With that said, Garp rushed towards Heavenly Dao Pain, ready to resolve the battle. Nagato chewed on the two names, observation Haki, and armament Haki, and Rinnegan in his eyes also condensed. Heavenly Way Pain Yahiko stretched out his hands and used all his strength. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom. Even Garp was shocked by the power of Heavenly Dao Pain and flew upside down. During the battle, this was the only move that could frustrate Garp. Nagato was heartbroken and took advantage of this opportunity to hurriedly gather all his strength. He has to make his strongest blow, otherwise he may be directly pushed horizontally by Garp. Tiandao Pain's body slowly floated upwards. When Garp saw this scene, he was also a little interested, wanting to see the strongest strength of the person in front of him. Come. Pirates in the world strong, the old Iron Fist has a hunger and thirst. Heaven Pain faint shadow floating, mouth pale said. Share the pain of it, to experience the pain of it. Accept the pain of it, understand the pain of it. I do not understand the pain of the people, do not understand the true peace. Heaven Pain Rinnegan suddenly widened, his hands clasped together in the chest. Superplanetary devastation. Shinra dazed with no sign, because he knows that the moves to Garp simply does not work. And I want to win the final victory in this battle, only two ways. First, kill Garp. Second, the seal Garp. Garp tried to kill him, but that is impossible. Garp's hard power is too strong. Regardless of pen black bars, summoning surgery, 6-in-1 attack, all in vain. It hit him even a little desperate, so, also left the seal Garp road. He focused all the power of the body, ready to seal Garp. Hokage World. Advertisement. Many people hear this discourse. Heaven Pain was shocked to the scalp or numb. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were a little nervous. The strong black windbreaker Red Cloud, who is, and Danzo, although Shao organization understands him, but he did not expect this strong Dawn organization is so powerful. Two hearts are raised to take this Heaven Pain inquire at the heart of Forbearance Sector. On the streets of Konoha Village, Kakashi has returned around 3 7th class. Naruto Pain period of listening to words like gods, the people surprise. But Naruto's eyes very seriously. Kakashi teacher, do you think that pain, spanking Sasuke side of this dignified face, the people very dull listening. This may be interrupted by Naruto. Sasuke gave Naruto instantly once. In the heart, Sasuke is actually the power of faith in God. He himself is to become Uchiha Madara, you acquire godlike power. Then Quiculasho kill Uchiha Itachi. Each person forbearance industry is trembling. At this time, pain, in their eyes is like a god. That momentum almost no less than Uchiha Madara, super god world. Mo Megain looked heaven pain, his eyes flashed to appreciate the color. Otto, I think this pen is actually very devil to become the talented? You look at the people that consciousness, more special unitary awe. It is our devil seed, that's too right, Alto also nodded. I am the queen, angel group of guys to justice to flaunt the total universe, not knowing that the devil is the truth. Mo Megain laugh. Guys shock high by that, we like to engage in what order and justice, his aging mother have to fight with him. And so have the opportunity, we must attract pain became the devil, I must have on hand a battle force. Angel City. Compared to Mo Megain appreciation of pain angels of this set of remarks have nothing to look up. Angel's cold face of hatred. This pain, how the devil do that a speech. It will not be wearing a pair of pants and the devil, right? Guy Lufthansa also some cold eyes, pain felt exactly like the devil remarks that set theory. Pain battlefield cohesion among the hands of a very strong force, gradually turned into a black ball. Pain moment this black ball into the sky. Chapter 23, auto-generated chapter title. 23. 10,000 realms are excited, resurrecting the dead. The second one, ask for flowers. As soon as the black ball was thrown into the sky by pain, the entire vast plane began to turbulent. It is more powerful than ordinary planetary devastation. Superplanetary devastation directly covers all the surrounding area with a radius of 1,000 meters. The horrible suction began to sweep through, even Garp below his face changed. The land began to rumble and was attracted to the sky. The countless powerhouses in 10,000 realms were also a little shocked at the same time. In the world of undead, Master Madara raised her eyebrows. That boy Nagato, there are still two things. Naruto's eyes widened, and he never thought that Pain's final big move would be such a thing. Little Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi teachers, look at it, that black ball seems to have a strong gravitational force. Even Uncle Garp can't hold on. In the battlefield, Garp's figure is a little unstable, looking at the black ball created by superplanetary devastation, his face is a bit ugly. Within a kilometer, only Heavenly Dao Pain was not affected at all. Garp's face went dark, and he moved forward instead of retreating. The planetary devastation that was gradually expanding in the sky hurried away. Pirate World. Seeing the terrifying power of planetary devastation, the faces of Sengoku Akainu and others are a bit ugly. An idea emerged in their hearts. Garp, can't you lose? Even Whitebeard on the mobile was a little cautious watching this scene. Don't look at this pen, 6 paths is not too strong. But his strongest blow was far beyond the previous level. Blackbeard stared blankly at this scene and then laughed. This planetary devastation, I can also use it, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard thought of his dark fruits abilities, the main one of which is to manipulate gravity. And he should be able to create that kind of black ball. Although he won't have the strength of Pen now, but if he trains more, he can grow to this point sooner or later. At that time, when a planetary devastation goes down, the naval headquarters are almost gone, right? Super God World. Holy Gai Sha frowned, her expression gradually turning into disgust. Hexy, this kind of ability. Gai Sha's words revealed a strong disgust, because she thought of the person she wanted to kill the most. Advertisement seeing this scene in the battlefield, Hexy was also a little silent. Queen Gai Sha, this is really like Hua Yi's ability to create small black holes. I heard that Gai Sha's face was even more ugly. Hexy, find a way to crack this ability. We angels cannot have this weakness. Yes, Queen Gai Sha. Hexy nodded, she knew very well Gai Sha's disgust for Hua Yi. That time, if it weren't for the arrival of the old man, Gai Sha might have fallen into Hua Yi's hands. Spirit Cage World. Sha Do's eyes were full of shock. That is that a black hole? Broken Star was also so shocked that he couldn't speak. Although it is very small, this kind of suction should be a black hole. Bai Yuekui's pair of pupils also contained shocking meaning, and it was completely unimaginable that human beings could create black holes. Even if it is small, it is a black hole. While all the worlds have their own minds, Garp in the battlefield is already approaching the big sphere created by planetary devastation. Without resisting the powerful suction, Garp covered a thick armament hockey with a pair of iron fists. Now he can only punch with all his strength to see if he can crush Pen's move. Otherwise, he will be lost. Dark iron fists sped to the forefront, fists were broken open in ghastly air. On Garp's iron fist and even has air friction out of Mars. These Garp enough to witness exactly how strong Bai Yuekui. The Nagato controlled Heaven Pain, one pair at the moment has been completely Rinnegan cannot support. His stature fell to his knees, Nagato nervously waiting for the final result. Boom. Between heaven and earth bang, Garp is punched on planetary devastation. Earthquake entire planetary devastation, rumbling crack spread. The entire body gradually began to collapse off. Nagato eyes gazed at Garp, lest he directly crushed planetary devastation. Ah! Nagato roaring, Rinnegan pupil force output impunity. Heaven pain sudden storm near the orbital veins, planetary devastation of suction to the next level. And Garp also gave up resistance, although he will break that sphere. Gravitational but cannot dissipate, he would wash directly into it. Loud rumbling still continues, the earth is a block drawing planetary devastation. Finally, between heaven and earth returned to silence. Advertisement the sky a huge sphere of incalculable erected. Among Wan bound to shock many people speechless. Pirates of the world. Sengoku faced some ugly, Garp lose this war, the marine emboldened completely gone against the Whitebeard. Sighed, Sengoku phone worm out of Magellan commanded a few times. Looked at the results, Akainu's face is somewhat gloomy. No one would think, according to a pen 6 paths eventually even the usefulness of such moves. Whitebeard slightly dignified. If he is the face of this superplanetary devastation, although he was sure to be shattered. But it will also use at the final esoteric shock fruit and come up with all his strength peak. Garp's iron fist, although hard, but in such a thing, are not as he Whitebeard's shock fruit. Whitebeard eyes exclaims. Wan community battlefield, it really is a good place for people to let go of a war. Wanokuni, Kaido watching this scene some chagrin. If he was on the planetary devastation, may also be sealed, right? Hokage world. Forbearance circles are trembling. They watched as meteorites general planetary devastation, major forbearance village are launched an emergency plan. They discuss if he put the man to attack the village, with the possible options to deal with. The end result is also put out rankings. Third, Hokage world, Pain 6 paths wins, close black lens bracket. Heaven's Wan community's eyes for a time just staring into the heaven's golden light enveloped pen. Because, to be published rewarded, this is their most anticipated. Garp look of fear, think to myself. If I am a quick shot of heaven, lightning destroyed them, is not give them the opportunity to release planetary devastation up? Garp himself deeply in doubt, he acknowledged that some have just careless. After the destruction of 5 successive, even if he Garp also had misjudged the strength of heaven. Even with a long heaven is not planetary devastation, but after the power by Fu Shinra Day syndrome. Garp that he has confidence to resist. Heaven pain is still a look of indifference, quietly waiting for the reward. When Nagato saw the reward, eyes tightly instantly widened, shocked the whole person entirely. Wan saw the Heavens Industry Awards, also not much better than Nagato, all have shocked discoloration. Because the reward obtained Nagato, turned out to be a resurrection of the dead. Chapter 24. Auto-generated chapter title, 24. The attention of the 10,000 worlds, ninjutsu, haki. The third one, please ask for flowers. Hokage world. Conan's eyes were staring, seeing the reward Nagato received, and his whole person was shocked. She found a reason in an instant, separated from many members, and went underground to find Nagato. Nagato was also full of excitement, and he couldn't believe it. Resurrection. Resurrection. Nagato watched Conan arrive, and said excitedly. Yahiko is saved, Conan, we can bring Yahiko back to life. Conan nodded excitedly, and Afei, a rookie of the Akatsuki organization, also had an eye widened. He looked at the reward, and his heart gradually became hot. Resurrection, I want to resurrect Lin, I want to resurrect Lin. Obito was very excited, his body slowly disappeared, and he went directly to Nagato. Not only Akatsuki was taken aback, the entire shinobi world was also directly shocked. On the street in Konoha village, Kakashi's eyes widened, thinking of the dead Obito and Lin. His heart was full of enthusiasm. I want to be on the list of 10,000 worlds, and I want to bring Lin and Obito back to life. The death of his companion is Kakashi's eternal pain. Now that there is an opportunity to make up, how could he give up willingly? Besides, in his heart, there is even his father. Konoha's White Fang, Hitaki Shumao. Sasuke was also excited in an instant, he thought of his parents who were killed by Itachi. Sharingan appeared in Sasuke's eyes instantly, and he was too emotional. A Go Jade in the eyes slowly turned, and there was a tendency to evolve into a double Go Jade. Naruto didn't feel much, he still doesn't know who his parents are, let alone the famous 4th Hokage as his father. Seeing the excitement of Kakashi and Sasuke, Naruto was a little ignorant. Hey, Mrs. Kakashi, Sasuke, why are you so excited? Kakashi looked at Naruto, and at the face that looked very similar to 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, his face was instantly stunned. Naruto, you don't know yet, Master 4th generation is your father. Kakashi thought to himself, but he didn't give up on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an order not to let anyone reveal Naruto's life experience to himself. Therefore, Kakashi can only hold back his inner words. Sasuke looked at Naruto at this time, and a Go Jade in Sharingan slowly turned and roared. Naruto, don't you have parents, don't you have anyone you miss? Advertisement Sasuke said halfway. Kakashi wanted to reach out to stop him, but it was too late. Listening to Sasuke's words, Naruto's eyes became dull. Father. Parents? This name is too strange for Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto looked at Sasuke and said, I am not a demon fox? How can I have parents? But this sentence was quickly pressed by Kakashi. A look of desire appeared in Naruto's eyes, he also wanted to have a father and a mother. Kakashi looked at Naruto with complicated meanings in his eyes. Teacher, don't worry, I will take care of Naruto. Speaking like this in his heart, Kakashi fell silent again. At the same time, Wanji is also experiencing a major earthquake. Who doesn't want to resurrect the dead? Who of them has no one missed? Thinking of the 10,000 world rankings, countless people fell silent. There were also excitement in the eyes of countless people. The rankings gave them a hope to resurrect those who missed it. In the world of undead, Uchiha Madara was full of excitement. Ha ha ha, the rankings can really revive people. As long as I, Madara, win another round, I can return to the world of ninja. Ha 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 ha. Madara is very excited and wants someone to challenge herself as soon as possible. In the same undead world, looking at the reward, Namikaze Minato gradually felt a trace of desire in his heart. Think about it, go and meet Naruto. After he was born, I only met him once. I don't know, did Master Third Generation take good care of him? Although Namikaze Minato respects Third Generation very much. However, Third Generation is still a little worried about things related to his son. Naruto. Namikaze Minato's heart was full of guilt as she read these two words. I'm not a good father. In the pirate world, although Sengoku was surprised by the reward, he had to face what was in front of him. Whitebeard and others gradually eased from shock. At this time, under Sengoku's gloomy face, Marco suddenly answered a phone bug. After whispering a few words in Whitebeard's ear, a smile appeared on Whitebeard's face. Advertisement, Sengoku, Lousy took his son away, no thanks. As he said, Whitebeard waved his hand. Akainu was a little unclear, so his eyes looked at Sengoku with confusion. Kizaru and Aokiji were also a little surprised. Why did Whitebeard leave suddenly? Didn't save Ace? Feeling the puzzled gazes of a few people, Sengoku said solemnly. Fire Fist Ace escaped from prison and ran away. What? Akainu was never stupid and was furious in an instant. Sengoku. You actually released Fire Fist Ace, Akainu said angrily without even calling the word marshal. Sengoku looked at Akainu with a sullen face. Don't let Ace go, will you let Marineford overturn? Who will guard the sea, and who will maintain justice? Sakazuki, tell me, I will take full responsibility for this matter. Sengoku shook his head and walked toward the marshal's office, his back as if he was a teenager in an instant. Hokage Undead World. Senju Hashirama murmured the word hockey, and a trace of desire gradually rose in his heart. That hockey, unlike his wood style, does not have such a harsh practice difficulty. But the power of this hockey seems to be no less than his wood style. Thinking of Garp's pair of iron fists, Senju Hashirama's heart is full of caution. If it weren't for the last pen Heavenly Tao, Garp was sealed by superplanetary devastation. I'm afraid that battle. Senju Hashirama's eyes flickered, but he didn't care much about win or pain. Although there is Rinnegan of Sage of Six Paths, Pain has not been able to use all of Rinnegan's strength at all. It is just the tip of the iceberg. Therefore, Senju Hashirama is more cautious about Garp, who is showing super toughness. Similarly, Madara in the undead world is also gloomy. He felt it when fighting Whitebeard. That Whitebeard seems to be able to use a special defensive substance, that defensive power is almost not lower than his incomplete Susanoo. This is terrifying. Madara's eyes were cautious, and she also showed interest in hockey. Good ability. I hope someone will challenge me Uchiha Madara as soon as possible, so that I can resurrect and embark on the path of conquering the world. Uchiha Madara's vision has been completely opened, and the goal is no longer the ninja world. It is the heavens and the world. The next announcement of the leaderboard was also released. Chapter 25. Auto-generated chapter title, 25. In the fourth game, Akainu challenged Senju Hashirama. Fourth, please ask for flowers. The fourth battle is about to begin. Please confirm the representatives of the two worlds. Close black lens bracket. In the marshal's office, Akainu's face was extremely gloomy, and he looked at Sengoku. Sengoku, I must go this time. Akainu's words are extremely strong, not tolerant of beaks. Even Sengoku did not have the slightest respect at this time, and Akainu completely ignored the relationship between the superiors and the superiors. Although Sengoku's face was gloomy, he agreed to Akainu, and there was no reason to refuse. Okay, Sakazuki, this battle, you go. First we'll let Marine vote for you. Akainu snorted and sat back on the sofa aside. Garp and Crane have left separately since the end of the third battle. Knowing that the fourth battle is about to begin, the two worlds of Pirate and Hokage are all excited. Because the leaderboard can resurrect the dead, countless people want to join the battle at this time. They only wanted the opportunity to resurrect the dead, and even if there was only a glimmer of hope, they wanted to seize it. Countless people flocked it. Many names appeared on the list. Even Sasuke thought he was not strong enough, but he still wanted to try. But on the Pirate World side, Sengoku notified all Marines, plus Akainu's own influence. This battle was directly settled. Game 4, One Piece World. Akainu Sakazuki challenges Senju Hashirama. Close black lens bracket. Seeing this news, countless people were surprised. Senju Hashirama is so powerful, how can anyone dare to challenge Senju Hashirama? Super God World. Holy Gai Shaw's lips curled up. She is not so interested in the resurrection. Her body is a sacred body. Even if it is completely destroyed and the body is broken into atoms, it will not be death in the true sense. It is in the original book. With the help of Shinigami Karl, Morgana used the Emerald Star explosion to destroy the Holy Geisha. But the atoms in her body will locate each other until finally resurrected. Although this time is very long, it is recorded in hundreds of millions of years. However, it's not that difficult for Holy Gai Sha to be resurrected. Therefore, he is more interested in the next battle on the leaderboard than in the resurrection. But Morgana on Earth is different. This special ranking can actually bring people back to life. My mother, if I have this ability, I can just fight Gai Sha's B****ch. Advertisement. Morgana felt a little eager in her heart. Although she advanced to the 4th generation god body with the help of Karl. However, her 4th generation divine body is still not as strong as the Holy Gai Shikyong, let alone the immortality of the Holy Gai Sha. So Morgana is very eager for the resurrection. After all, this can give her a point of protection. Spirit Cage World. Everyone in Sha Do was a little silent. After learning that the leaderboard can bring people back to life, they couldn't help but think of their dead comrades. Looking at the silent atmosphere, Bai Yuekui couldn't help but say, "Everyone, if you want to resurrect your comrades in arms, just watch the war between the pirate and Hokage in the 2 worlds. This is very helpful for us. Maybe the next world will draw us, improve ourselves as soon as possible. This is our most important thing." Hearing Bai Yuekui's words, several people also took back their feelings. They are now mainly improving themselves and facing the end times. And, wait for the day when the 10,000 Worlds ranking board draws their world. Shonda and others are rekindling their fighting spirit, looking at the battle of the rankings this time. Assassin 567 World. Achi murmured, "Since the leaderboard can bring people back to life, can I retrieve my memories? Punch the world. Since this ranking can bring people back to life, it will definitely make me grow hair." Saitama was very excited, thinking about this might be very excited. He became bald and stronger, but he only wants hair. Shinigami World. Aizen looked at the resurrection reward on the leaderboard and his eyes flickered for a moment. Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami stood beside him. The 3 people's eyes flickered, and they all had their own careful thoughts. The golden light flashed and the battlefield rose. But this time on the battlefield, the powerhouses in the pirate world were shocked. Kaido exploded directly. Damn, Charlotte Linlin was shocked. Akainu, it's over. Looking at this scene, the red hair couldn't help but feel the urge to vomit blood. Whitebeard laughed loudly. "Magma Kid, it seems that your luck is really bad." Inside the marshal's office at naval headquarters, Sengoku and others also have the urge to vomit blood. Kizaru immediately looked at Aokiji. "If you go here, there is a chance, but Sakazuki." Kizaru shook his head. "I feel sorry for him." Advertisement. Aokiji's eyes were also a little surprised. He didn't expect Akainu to be drawn to such a battlefield. Sengoku's face was ugly. "It seems that Marine, we are going to lose again." Many powerhouses in Pirate World were taken aback. Because this battlefield is too bad for Akainu. Looking at the endless sea, everyone couldn't help feeling a little distressed for Akainu. With a flash of golden light, the figures of Akainu and Senju Hashirama appeared on the calm sea. After seeing the scene before him, Akainu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. "I'm special." He had the urge to scold his mother in an instant. He may not necessarily be Senju Hashirama's opponent on land, so why would you give me a sea surface? With Akainu's absolute mentality, Rao is a little broken at this moment. On the other hand, Senju Hashirama, he saw this scene without any thoughts, but smiled slightly. Here is the sea, and there are many water attributes chakra, which is very beneficial for him to make wood style. Akainu's face was extremely gloomy, and he didn't know how to fight this battle. And Hokage in the undead world. Madara saw that it was Senju Hashirama's battle, her face instantly straightened, and she looked at the court seriously. "Hassy hot mom. If you lose this game, you will no longer be my motor's opponent." And seeing this battlefield, Naruto was also a little surprised. "M's Kakashi, it's all the sea, how can you fight it? Although we ninjas can stand on the water, but..." Sasuke was full of contempt. "Naruto, get rid of us, you can't." Naruto's face was embarrassed, and it suddenly occurred to him that he hadn't learned how to walk on water because of 9 tails. Kakashi was speechless while looking at the sea. "This is purely because I don't want them to fight hard." Fortunately in misfortune is, although the 2 are in the sea, there are many wooden stakes on the sea. Akainu and Senju Hashirama are now standing on the stakes, facing each other. Wearing an admiral uniform, Akainu's iron-blooded and tough aura is undoubtedly scattered. Even if the battle scene is very unfavorable for him, Akainu still doesn't feel that he will lose. Magma restrains wood. Standing on the wooden stake, Akainu's national character face was gloomy, and his eyes looked at Senju Hashirama like prey. Seeing the look in Akainu's eyes at this time, the countless experts in the heavens and worlds were a little shocked. This kind of iron and blood is really too strong. The oppressive feeling given to people is almost catching up with Whitebeard and Uchiha Madara and others. Chapter 26, Auto-generated chapter title. 26. Jagged Akainu Heartthrob, First Watch, Flowers. Senju Hashirama stood calmly on the stake, his face very calm. He even smiled at Akainu. However, Akainu did not respond at all, with a gloomy face in the Huxia character. Anyone who knows Akainu knows that whether you provoke him or not, he always looks like someone owes him 5 million. Aokiji and Kizaru in naval headquarters shook their heads. If the 2 of them are changed in this battle, there will still be a fight. But Akainu, it's not that Akainu's strength is not good, but this battle scene is too unfavorable. The water has restrained his magma. What's more terrible is that the seawater will restrain devil fruit. Whitebeard on the Moby D*K laughed, "Cool la la la. Magma Kid, Hashirama is very powerful, you have to be careful. In Whitebeard's eyes, Senju Hashirama's powers flashed. Especially the powerful wood-style Buddha, if not for Whitebeard's strongest penetration power, is stronger than true several thousand hands. Before Armament Hockey's defense was broken, Senju Hashirama's body was defeated first. In that battle, it was Whitebeard who lost. Marco and others looked at the two seriously. Joe's carried Ace, who had just returned, took a sip and said, "Ace, who do you think will win this battle?" Ace had just returned, and his heart was full of guilt for the Whitebeard pirates. However, no one from the Whitebeard pirate group accused him, and Whitebeard did not blame him at all. Ace was silent. The battlefield of this battle is too bad for a Kainu. Thinking of the feeling of powerlessness after encountering the sea, Ace felt a little scared in his heart. The sea may be the only thing that scares demon fruit power. Joe's nodded cautiously. Even if a Kainu is a Marine Admiral, Marine 6 styles as a Grandmaster, Moonwalk must be extremely sophisticated. But once it is broken into the sea, this is still something demon fruit power cannot fight against. Marco became serious with a pair of dead fish eyes, wanting to see how a Kainu would deal with this situation. Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy and others learned of the news of Ace's escape from prison and had already returned to the voyage by boat and headed to Sabaody Archipelago again. Sitting on the bow, Luffy's eyes widened slightly. Is that Marine Admiral? He is so powerful. Compared to Grandpa, this Akainu seems to be more aggressive. Zoro and others also all felt Akainu's absolute justice. Robin's eyes were full of fear, and his body was shaking. Akainu and Aokiji are both shadows of her childhood, and Akainu is even worse. Nami walked to Robin and took her hand. Advertisement. Robin spoke in horror at this moment. It was him who ordered the destruction of Ohara's refuge ship that year, causing all the civilians of Ohara to be wiped out. Robin said, with more fear in his eyes, to say that Aokiji made her retreat when she saw it. She could only tremble when she saw Akainu, and could not even escape. Luffy clenched his fists, his eyes showed firmness. The one who hurt Robin, I will definitely beat him. And most of the strong in Pirate World also knew the shortcomings of Devil Fruit, and looked at Akainu sympathetically. But in the Hokage world, no one knows. Hokage Office Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at 10,000 Worlds battlefield nervously. The wise Danzo was also slightly silent. Sarutobi, the Akainu opposite Shodai, seems to be very strong. Danzo sighed. In the darkness, he could feel Akainu's iron and blood justice in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened, and Danzo wanted to go with him. The strong man in the pirate world in the last game seems to be the marine hero, Garp. And this time, as you can see from the Akainu's costume, this Akainu may have a higher rank than Garp. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about Akainu's Golden Admiral rank and Garp's Red Vice Admiral rank, his face becoming more solemn. As they talked, they became more cautious about Akainu. For a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. We can only believe Shodai up. Danzo is at the heart sank. But, in the end who wins his heart wanted, even if he himself cannot be determined. First generation would like to see win, it is because a world with the department. However, he was more afraid of first generation win. If the first Hokage Senju Hashirama resurrection, he Danzo cannot have Cloud standing in front of him. He was on the point of darkness means, in front of Senju Hashirama fart not. Senju Hashirama once resurrected, he probably would consider early issues of the foot. On the street, Naruto's face was full of worry. Kakashi teacher, first generation grandfather will not lose it. Small Sakura Naruto is slap in the head. Shodai how to lose, we have to believe Shodai. Can be said this time, the tone is a little Sakura trembling. Akainu who believes in absolute justice Marine Admiral, the momentum is too strong. Senju Hashirama did not reveal their strong momentum, which makes a lot of people have the misconception that Akainu more powerful. Sasuke complexion also sank. That Akainu, who jagged will be too strong. Advertisement, standing in front of him, I seem to have a kind of Sharingan was burned out, the feeling could not look. What? Kakashi hearts of a tight. It turned out that not only is he has this feeling. Sasuke actually have this feeling. Kakashi put a calm, soothing 3 students. I believe Shodai, he's bound to endure God. Naruto 3 eyes light up. First Hokage grandfather but endure community of God. Naruto jumped directly course nerves, restore morale. Cloud's country. 4th Raikage Eye looked Akainu, much as a hint of feeling sympathetic. Even Akainu has not shot, but he can feel, Akainu's character and his own very possible to imagine. They are similar. Super God Universe. Guy Lufthansa mouth slightly brought back. This Akainu, who has a military bearing jagged temperament Angel Yan, who is also the body that can feel Akainu absolute justice, have to face are serious. It may be that they have seen, the most purely military. Distant Milky Way galaxy, a large D shot in the forehead. I rely on, this is simply Akainu special what is my idol Watching Akainu, D big eyes shine. Spirit Cage World. Lowly small summer beans or Akainu look so scared, looking very fear. Among she fears, there are admirers of yearning for Akainu. Because Akainu kind of will, just like the night to disperse the fog light. Alexander also very shocked. Boss, this Akainu, that party must be the world's strongest marine, right? Admiral Akainu wearing uniforms looked, everyone had guessed Akainu identity. Broken Star's face is some longing. You know, it is said in the past, on the ground there is a military presence. After to be, a very beast bide too strong. Did not finish, everyone has to understand the meaning of the broken star. Bai Yuekui eyes flicker again and again, looking at Akainu eyes full of curiosity. She was more looking forward to Akainu capabilities and combat power. Chapter 27. Auto-generated chapter title, 27. Magma vs. Wood style, shocking the world. The second one, ask for flowers. Under the gaze of the heavens and the world, Akainu confronted Senju Hashirama. This time, Senju Hashirama did not directly enter Sage mode as he did with Whitebeard. In his perception, this Akainu is not as strong as Whitebeard. The strength is worse than that of the elderly Whitebeard. And seeing Senju Hashirama facing his relaxation at this moment, Akainu felt a little sulky. Senju Hashirama, do you think I am inferior to the old fellow Whitebeard? Akainu's tone was low and full of gunpowder when he spoke. This made all the heavens and all realms interested in watching a good show. Kizaru and Aokiji in naval headquarters have no expressions. They know Akainu, the character is like this, no one can change it. But some of the four emperors were very disdainful of this. Kaido laughed and looked at Akainu at this time. Just you still compare with Whitebeard? It's not that Lousy looks down on you. Whitebeard can break Lousy's defenses. You can't do that, Red Dog. Kaido laughed and mocked Akainu, his words full of contempt. The same goes for Charlotte Linlin, who eats sweets. They are all four emperors and their combat power is higher than that of Marine Admiral. So Charlotte Linlin completely looked down on Akainu. Oh. An opponent who almost failed even Whitebeard, the Magma Imp dared to speak wildly. Well. Charlotte Linlin laughed, disdainful of Akainu. Redhead and Whitebeard smiled slightly. Akainu and the others are quite familiar, and the wind of iron and blood is admirable. But the two sides are not conspiring, and Akainu is just a jumping clown in their eyes. Almost most of the pirates in the world don't catch a cold with Akainu's words, thinking that Akainu is just bragging. Inside the Straw Hat Pirates, Robin still looked at Akainu with fear. The shadow of childhood is hard to erase. She was a little guilty just looking at Akainu. Luffy also curled his lips. What, this Akainu is so arrogant. Although he is strong, I don't think Uncle Whitebeard is as strong as Uncle Whitebeard, so arrogant. Zoro, Sanji and others have the same view. Advertisement. However, they have already witnessed the strength of Marine Admiral, and they are still very serious about Akainu's strength. Hokage World. Naruto was a little annoyed. Hey, Sasuke. What do you mean by that Akainu? Does he think he is better than Uncle Whitebeard? Naruto recalled Whitebeard's power to destroy the world for a moment, and he despised Akainu in his heart. Sasuke also shook his head. Although this Akainu has a terrifying aura, it still can't compare to Whitebeard in my opinion. Listening to the two of them, Kakashi on the side could not help shaking his head. Naruto, Sasuke, you two shouldn't be too far-fetched. Every strong person in the battlefield of 10,000 realms is worthy of our study. Kakashi is more cautious about Akainu's strength. Everyone who can be on the battlefield of 10,000 realms is not the most famous and prestigious person in their respective worlds. Even if Akainu's strength is not as good as Whitebeard, it must be similar. Kakashi's Sharingan has been turned on, watching the next battle carefully, and preparing to learn some of their skills in the battle. The Madara of the undead world directly exploded. Hashi hot mom beats you to enter Sage mode? Uchiha Madara was full of disdain and arrogance, and looked a little disgusted at Akainu. In his opinion, Senju Hashirama also needs a hand to hit this Akainu. Change him to Uchiha Madara without having to do anything. Senju Hashirama in the battlefield smiled slightly. You misunderstood, I will fight every opponent seriously. After speaking, Senju Hashirama's body began to emerge a powerful purple chakra. Subsequently, Senju Hashirama made a seal with one hand, and the three wood-style clones rushed directly towards Akainu not far away. This is the first time Senju Hashirama has performed clone technique in the eyes of the heavens and the world. This scene surprised many people for a moment. In Pirate World, Aokiji's face turned straight. A clone? Kizaru's eyes also gradually showed surprise. These three clones seem to be no lower than the main body at all. Observation Haki perceives the past, and even Kizaru can see who is true and who is false. Akainu, who was on the battlefield, even darkened, and was about to be hit by the three clones of Senju Hashirama. Morgana of the Super God universe was also a little surprised. Otto, quickly analyze and analyze. This requires us to be the devil to be cloned. Then in the war with the angels, we are divided into three demons, and we must directly confuse them. Morgana waved her fist, her eyes a little joyful. Advertisement: the sacred Gai Sha of the City of Angels also slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Isn't it a clone technique lower than the body? It's really interesting. Hexy, this looks a lot like your clone. Gai Sha thought of He's clone that cost a lot of money. Hexy's voice came faintly in Gai Sha's ears. Queen Gai Sha, my clone is not comparable to this clone of Senju Hashirama. Although as a surface civilization, their ninjutsu is really interesting. Just looking at the picture, it seems to be a means of using natural energy, and the difficulty of making this clone is much lower than mine. Although the specific combat power is unknown, I feel that this is very similar to the battle of the Milky Way galaxy over the Buddha's clone. Oh, Gai Sha got interested. You mean the battle that destroyed the Liang Star fleet defeated the Buddha? Hexy nodded, her silver hair fluttering slightly. Exactly. During the conversation between the two, the battlefield has changed again. Seeing the three clones attacking him, Akainu's face sank slightly. He didn't expect Senju Hashirama to have this kind of move. Seeing, hearing and color can't tell which is the main body and which is the clone. So this way. Next, in the shocked eyes of the heavens and the world, Akainu's lava fruit ability appeared. 3 Senju Hashirama's attacks came at the same time, and 3 kunai instantly inserted Akainu's body. Senju Hashirama, who was not far away, didn't look happy, but his eyes narrowed. I saw Akainu staring at the 3 avatars of Senju Hashirama plainly, and the body surface temperature rose rapidly. Almost instantly, Akainu's body turned into magma. Without even taking a shot, the 3 wood-style clones of Senju Hashirama were swallowed and burned. This scene instantly shook the heavens and all realms. Akainu stared sullenly at Senju Hashirama. That's how you despise me. I see how your wood resists my magma. With that, the temperature around Akainu suddenly broke out. The 2 arms are flowing with lava, and the robe is hunting under the high temperature, but there is no trace of being burned. Chapter 28. Auto-generated chapter title, 28. Senju Hashirama's tough, single-handed abuse of Akainu. Third more, please ask for flowers. Super God Universe. Morgana stood up directly from the throne, her eyes staring sharply. F*K. What did the old lady see? Is that a technique the guy Shaw's B*****'''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************demons The demons were also dumbfounded. Queen, this seems to be Gai Shikai, the king of atomic splitting and recombination technology. Also, he seems to be faster than Holy Gai Sha's. The color of desire appeared in Morgana's eyes for an instant. Hurry up! Be sure to analyze this technology for me. If we the devil can master, then the Angel Legion will no longer be an opponent. The angels in the City of Angels were also stunned. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help turning their heads to look at the Holy Gai Sha on the throne. The angel said coldly, Queen Gai Sha, isn't this your technique for splitting and recombining atoms? Yan, Jishin and others are also full of doubts, and they don't know why Akainu has this ability. Gai Sha on the throne also narrowed her eyes slightly, her face condensed as she watched Akainu. At this moment, Gai Sha looked at Jishin. Jishin, try to analyze it and see if we can let our angels also control this technology. Jishin nodded. Yes, Queen Gai Sha. But Jishin's face hesitated. Queen Gai Sha, am I going to find a teacher to study this technology with her? I'm afraid I can't finish it. In response, Gai Sha smiled slightly. A projection appeared directly in the hall. Hexy walked in silver armor and blue cloak. Jishin, this is what Queen Gai Sha and I expect from you. You should also try to take over this kind of difficult research. Seeing her teacher came, Jishin bowed her head and saluted. When the other angels saw Hexy's arrival, they all bowed slightly. I have seen King Tianji. Hexy nodded and watched with everyone. Spirit Cage World. Little Lily Shadow, Fatty Shonda and the others were instantly full of envy. Shonda Nerdy said, I'm not mistaken, right, that Akainu, the body turned into magma? Advertisement even Oni-san Broken Star had horrified eyes, looking at Akainu whose arms turned into magma at the moment, could not speak. This is the first time the heavens and worlds have seen Logia devil fruit in Pirate World. This shock is also normal. Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Hokage World. Naruto was very excited when watching this scene. Hey, Sasuke, look at it, what is this Akainu's ability? He can turn into magma, so handsome. Sasuke's eyes are also full of incredible. Naruto, this Akainu lava is actually many times stronger than my great fireball technique. Kakashi was ashamed, because he couldn't understand Akainu's ability at all. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Senju Hashirama's face darkened slightly. Even if he was extremely rich in combat experience, he couldn't understand it at the moment. What is the ability to dodge the sword and turn into magma? Seeing Senju Hashirama's face solemn, Akainu's face is full of arrogance. This is me, Sakazuki, the power of Admiral Akainu. With that, the 2 giant lava dogs ran straight towards Senju Hashirama. The 2 began to fight, although Senju Hashirama be lost in Akainu ability to attack totally not hurt Akainu. But he also put in that hard power, from beginning to end he played in pressing Akainu. Akainu Kankan will only fight back, with the lava fruit of naturalization to Senju Hashirama create a little trouble. The 2 sides at war for a long time, but nothing too close to call. 2 people to stand in the stake, dignified looked at each other. Akainu faced some gloomy. He thought his lava fruit restrained Senju Hashirama's wood-style capacity. But now I discovered he was wrong, while the magma does restraint wood. But Senju Hashirama's wood style is not only temperature, the growth speed is very fast. He often just penetrate a layer of magma. Senju Hashirama's wood style will grow back layer. It makes Akainu fully take Senju Hashirama no way. And, most Akainu feel terrible yes. Here is the C. He could not fully release capability lava fruit cannot be turned around their battlefield. If so, he fell still have a chance. But now, you can only find flaws in the Senju Hashirama. But the God Endure community Senju Hashirama, his combat experience too rich, very few flaws. Advertisement Akainu was difficult and across the Senju Hashirama also some headaches. This Akainu less than him on hard power, a lot worse. But that can turn into magma. The immune physical attack is indeed very difficult. Always in the nick of time, Akainu turned into magma to escape his attack. And high temperature that the lava is also very bad bear, his ordinary wood style is also some weak successor. Sank at heart, Senju Hashirama hands together, entered sage mode. Hokage world instant boiling up. Naruto face excitedly. Come to the kind of form first generation grandfather came. Although he did not know sage mode, Naruto be able to see tough place this model. Sasuke is the mouth of a challenge. Shodai, dry out and die that Akainu. 2 wars so far, Akainu always the way in the battle to belittle Senju Hashirama. And even with the Hokage belittle world together. He seemed completely despise Hokage world in general. This gives people the impression of Akainu Hokage world are very good. They looked at Akainu, you want to Senju Hashirama quickly put this Akainu Shang to play. Tet what arrogance, no one can use to seeing Akainu. Senju Hashirama had to summon wooden golem, against Akainu is bombarded again and again. To the moment, Akainu has only the power to dodge, no time to fight back. His heart also sank again sink. While the magma can play a certain degree of restraint on wood style, but Senju Hashirama's wood style too strong. By blotting out the sun, exquisite terror to describe in no way an exaggeration. Moreover, he will have to be careful to avoid being into the sea, so he will be very passive. Akainu is a marine admiral, even gradually have kind of feeling powerless. Senju Hashirama huge wooden golem behind the pursued Akainu, while Akainu stepping moonwalk again and again to escape. Uchiha Madara Hokage Souls of the World is particularly exciting to see. Hashi hot mom, your action is too slow. I replaced Uchiha Madara, the early bird Chung played the red dog. Hashi freaky, I Madara will personally beat you in the future. Madara looked at the elements of capacity Akainu, although very difficult, but he believes he will be able to deal with. Moreover, in Madara seems, cannot afford invincible. Even the force of the 6 paths, there are flaws. Chapter 29, auto-generated chapter title. 29, was labeled a dog Akainu, the second name to its name. 4th, please ask for flowers. Super God World. Guy looked at 2 Lufthansa Sacred War more and more interested. Crane he found it. He is also the side of the crane mouth curled. Guy Queen Shakespeare, you could not see out. Dialogue and made 2 of the remaining angels are foggy. They also cannot directly ask such question or look to take the lead in Shakespeare Guy Yan. Yan, what you see that Akainu weaknesses yet? Crane is also interesting to he turn around to see Yan. For this guy Shakespeare's successor, Crane he heart is very concerned about, and also that some of the tests to teach heart. Face double king's eyes, brow Wei Zhou Yan, without saying a word. Angel proudly cooling side is open. Guy Queen Shakespeare, Queen Crane he, that Akainu entirely on hard power less than Senju Hashirama, a little big gap between the 2 people. Although his magma can burn most of the wood style, but Senju Hashirama's wood style resilience strong, instant will be able to fully recover. So I think that this Akainu weakness lies on hard power. I would only rely on their unique ability to get smart fills a long time, he will be defeated. Angel was very relaxed and cool said. Sunburn this side of the heart can be when they retorted. Although she failed to see Akainu weakness, but also a sharp eye. Cold sister, that Akainu although the difference in the number of hard power, but his physical strength, but very frightening. Sunburn heart looked Akainu playing for so long or in no way lacks the strength of the weather, I had already filled the hearts of the stormy sea. Sunburn heart this sentence also awoke a lot of angels. Crane he doubts this time to the people road, intellectual sexy voice spread throughout the hall. You have not found the strength Akainu seems endless it? And not to mention Akainu, the first few battles, you do not see Whitebeard and Garp's strength is simply a monster in general? Crane he these words, let everyone thoroughly Taichitaiwu. They instantly blink of an eye, to see it this time of Akainu. Fighting for so long, even Senju Hashirama are slight asthma, colorectal speed of slow some. But that Akainu, no reduction in speed, strength seemed endless. This is also a major feature of the world of pirates. Pirates of the World is extremely popular body art, a number of strong war 10 days and nights that called routine. In contrast Mei Hokage World, the combat power, although very strong, but it sent some physically. Watching at the moment of confrontation between the 2, angels are the reaction over. However, they then in turn raised doubts. This Crane he also did not say Akainu weakness awe. It was at this time, Yan brow suddenly stretch, he stepped forward. Yan face confident. Guy Queen Shakespeare, Queen Crane he, that Akainu weaknesses in the water. Advertisement Yan heard these words, Crane he and Guy Shakespeare is one, the eyes have a smile. Yan did not let them down, eventually found. Indeed the future king of angels. At the same time, Mo Megain also found this Akainu, is it afraid of water? Ado, who next muttered, foggy, spirit cage world. Bai Yuekui eyes flashed thinking. Smart, she has long found Akainu every time to avoid the water it. The Senju Hashirama completely disregard in water, or even sometimes standing on the water. Bai Yuekui eyes Ryu color, continue to look at the 2 wars. Punch the world. Jianuoc looked to Saitama, surprised the opening. The teacher, the kind of ability that Akainu, even if you cannot beat him. Saitama nodded. Yes can escape the physical attack is very strong. He said this while, Saitama eyes flashed a little excitement. He also hoped that Akainu can block his punch And so they turned to the world when Saitama should get some exercise. He already cannot wait. Shinigami World. Aizen sat on the throne of the Suya Palace, with the corners of his mouth slightly cocked. The same hot type as Yamamoto old man, so powerful. And that ability to be immune to physical attacks. Aizen said, with interest in his eyes. Moreover, he was slightly thinking about Senju Hashirama's wood style. At this time Aizen couldn't help thinking, how long would it take to win if he played against these two people? Pirate World. Sengoku's face is not very good. Akainu played, after all, it represented the face of their marine and the face of Pirate World. In Marine's last game, the hero Garp had already lost. This time, it seems that Akainu is also powerless to Revolving Heaven. This has a great influence on Marine's prestige worldwide. Aokiji's face was serious on the side. Even if he can freeze a large area of the sea, he creates a battlefield that is beneficial to him. But facing Senju Hashirama, Aokiji still doesn't have much confidence in victory. Kizaru's face is full of indifferent. Although Senju Hashirama is strong, there is no Whitebeard in Pirate World. Whitebeard was still at his peak. Advertisement: even if the two worlds border on in the future, a real war will begin. This Senju Hashirama and the terrifying Uchiha Madara are not in his turn. Kizaru, dealing with that pen is just the best, he doesn't have to deal with those enchanting evildoers. Buttoning his ears to drink tea, Kizaru continued to watch calmly. However, in his heart, there was a trace of desire to become stronger. Aokiji's eyes on the side also became slightly sharper. After becoming admiral, they became the highest fighting force in the world government. Except for the group of 4 emperors, few people can make them serious. Even the ordinary Shichibukai is totally unqualified to make them serious. And now, the 10,000 worlds rankings are coming, and a great opportunity for everyone is coming. Aokiji and Kizaru also raised the long-lost heart of a strong man. They also want to be strong like Senju Hashirama and Pinnacle Whitebeard. And how big the world is, Senju Hashirama and Whitebeard are definitely not the end. Hokage Undead World. Uchiha Madara is also a super strong, and has gradually discovered that Akainu often avoids the water. Madara murmured. That strong man in Pirate World, is he afraid of water? And Senju Hashirama on the battlefield fully verified this. Akainu evaded Senju Hashirama's attacks one after another, but was inattentive. He was beaten to the surface by Wooden Golem. Seeing this scene, Akainu's expression changed drastically. Senju Hashirama seemed to confirm his own thoughts, and the huge wooden golem rolled up the sea and pressed it towards Akainu. Akainu wanted to hide now, but couldn't avoid it. A big wave swept towards Akainu. Even if his magma erupted, it resisted most of the sea. But there are still some that successfully hit him. Akainu felt weak in an instant. Biting tightly, Akainu's face is extremely ugly. Damn it. Seeing Akainu's appearance, Senju Hashirama's voice came from the wooden golem. Akainu, it turns out that your pirate world is afraid of seawater? As if wanting to confirm his own words, Senju Hashirama once again used wood style to roll up the seawater and press it towards Akainu. The ugly face Akainu raised both fists and launched a big move at wooden golem not far away. Meteor volcano. One by one, magma punches out, evaporating the seawater in pieces. But Senju Hashirama laughed. Chapter 30, auto-generated chapter title. 30, Senju Hashirama Resurrection, Forbearance Sector Shock, 5th, please ask for flowers. Senju Hashirama's face with a smile, his hands clasped together. Sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands. Rumble. Senju forming clouds of Guanyin, facing Akainu figure rapid bombardment. And, Senju Hashirama also cleverly covered with water style goddess of mercy on the arm. Akainu roar, fists into more violent eruption of magma. May eventually, Akainu is still unwilling to be defeated Senju Hashirama. Hokage World. Naruto jumped directly. Yeah, Hokage grandfather won. We Hokage World has gained a victory. So that Akainu turned out to be afraid of the water. This I can go. Uzumaki Naruto beat him. Sasuke mercilessly kicked an EA** on Naruto. Naruto, you will go by that. Akainu hit into a slag. Kakashi also heterochromatic eyes flashed. If the face Akainu not Senju Hashirama, but ourselves. Think of this situation, Kakashi shook his head. Even though Akainu weakness, he did not have the slightest chance of winning. Akainu punch kick it, just like is mixed with Armageddon strength. If it is ultimately to Senju Hashirama true several thousand hands rolling Akainu can certainly hold on longer. Moreover, this war on the battlefield Akainu is also very unfavorable. Inside the Hokage office building, Danzo thought that Akainu afraid of the water, the heart live pan up. He thought of Whitebeard. If Whitebeard and Akainu similarly afraid of the water, then with one arm he Danzo Sharingan Rock launch satisfied chi evil is not a positive opportunity to attack kill Whitebeard? Looking at Danzo throbbing look, Sarutobi Hiruzen face sank. Danzo, do not forget a war on our side who are. Sarutobi Hiruzen then instantly awoke Danzo, yes. It was a war god in Der community Senju Hashirama. People are stronger than hard power Akainu, in order to help a flaw Akainu directly to their defeat. Danzo can be replaced on their own words. Akainu's only large-scale attack meteor volcano him completely unstoppable, may directly be burned to death. Danzo face slightly heavy, but the next moment is thought Senju Hashirama win this war, what will get any award? Danzo, this in mind, some faint heart trembled. Sarutobi, I have something, the first trip back to the roots. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not suspected him, nodded. Go, Danzo. Advertisement. Danzo strayed away and ran their own routes, played a secretly contact Orochimaru. If Senju Hashirama resurrection, he will choose defection moment Konoha. Danzo's sentence should be like the general. Senju Hashirama among all circles of the battlefield. The next moment the body slowly dissipated but not dull, the people were shrouded in golden light. Until the time of Senju Hashirama reappears, covered in brand new, revitalized. His eyes no longer is so dull, but become a normal person-like eyes. In the world of undead, Uchiha Madara shake, Hashi freaky. Resurrection Senju Hashirama, so that his heart instantly excited. The chart does not lie, even really let people die of resurrection. His project Tasuki no Mi seemed to be able to open up in advance. The souls of laughter echoed from Uchiha Madara sound world. Countless people Hokage world to see this scene and instantly shake. Sarutobi Hiruzen eyes widened. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama, has indeed risen. Beside the golden flash, Senju Hashirama appeared at his side. Moment, third generation old face on the emergence of excitement. Kiba, this trend is going to take off. In contrast Senju Hashirama it is very calm, and smiled to see the third generation. Monkey. Third generation old blushed, which is only Senju Hashirama Senju Tobarama teacher and his name will be called. At this office can also Anbu it. This will let others listen to go. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked very excited. Hokage adults, you come back. Senju Hashirama nodded, smiled slightly. Kiba recently how? Sarutobi Hiruzen excited and Senju Hashirama so many years talking about the changes in Konoha. Konoha village on the street, eyes shocked many villagers came out. 7th class is completely shocked. Naruto looked at Sasuke, shocked opening said, Sasuke, I am not wrong it. First generation grandfather resurrected. Sasuke also some stupidly. Naruto, you're not wrong, Shodai risen indeed. Sasuke eyes daze, thought invincible Senju Hashirama's capital. If he is, the man cannot destroy Uchiha, right? Sasuke underground passage in mind, you want to get more and more powerful as soon as possible, to get the man to take revenge. Small Sakura, Kakashi duo also look shocked, brain simply respond, however. At the same time, all at the same time Konoha ninja look out are rejoicing. First Hokage adults, risen. Advertisement Danzo directly with the route exhaustively running, missing. The forbearance sector, but also because of the resurrection of Senju Hashirama and terrible earthquake. We are heading to the Kingdom of the Winds, ready to assassinate 4th Kazekage, then disguised as Luo Sand sneak into Konoha Orochimaru stature Dayton only. His heart had an instant urge to be Ing. Ninja soundside of the village some doubts. Orochimaru adults, not how we go. Orochimaru racking our brains, really want to burst foul language directly. What has gone away, our plan fell through. Orochimaru turned toward the direction of sound forbearance village's departure. Now if he would be willing to Konoha hands, afraid he really not live long. There are ways to revive so what, he's still afraid Senju Hashirama That was the spirit world is called forbearance man. 9 tails? Show crane? Senju Hashirama is in front of the children? Country of water. Terumi Mei's eyes filled with dismay, shaking enchanting stature again and again. How could the man really is risen, the land of the earth? Third Tsuchikage Ono wouldn't wipe the sweat from his brow. Black soil, notice it, put a watch on Konoha, the man came back, forbearance industry is about to tremble. Ray of the country. Fourth Raikage eyes face full of shock. Time Konoha, maybe making a comeback. Thinking about the end of the beast to the major distribution forbearance border village of God, 4th Raikage eye hearts trembling a bit. Shao is a nervous tissue up and down. Ferret smile for a moment. I massacre family business of the people, what is the point? Conan also worried eyes to see pain. First Hokage Senju Hashirama resurrection, and that this may be how to catch 9 tails. Their plan how be? That was God's forbearance community. Eyes flashing under the hooligan mask. Nagato forehead deep underground complex. Senju Hashirama since the resurrection, he's also the chance that must be useful. However, Obito Day did not hesitate to come to him, to be a direct threat to him. This also causes the Nagato did not directly resurrection Yahiko. Forbearance village tense major industry, many of the older generation ninja have thought of the powerful strength of Senju Hashirama. Chapter 31. Auto-generated chapter title, 31. The Longing of 10,000 Realms, the King's Fighting Spirit, 6th, please ask for flowers. Shinigami World. In the Suya Palace, Aizen sat on the throne, thinking lightly about the rankings of the 10,000 worlds. Hokage has fought 4 battles with Pirate World. There are already 6 names on the leaderboard. First, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Second, the god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama. Third, Uchiha Madara. Fourth, Pen 6 Paths. Fifth, Marine Hero, Iron Fist Garp. Sixth, Akainu, Sakazuki. Looking at these 6 names, Aizen thought lightly. The world war between the two sides is now underway, and it has gradually turned to a white-hot stage. And the leaderboard is unlikely to allow the two worlds to fight endlessly. Then there must be a node. It is very likely that if there are 10 strong players on the leaderboard, the wood expulsion name will end. Either it is another 10 battles between the two worlds. Aizen prefers the latter, 10 battles between the two worlds. As the top powerhouse and the king of Hueco Mundo, Aizen views things from a very high angle. He has gradually discovered that the ranking rules of the 10,000 worlds ranking list are very special. It is a comprehensive consideration for everyone. It depends not only on personal strength, but also on everyone's character and courage. If you only have the confidence to challenge the second place, then no matter how strong you are in the future, you will never be able to challenge the first place. Aizen has gradually guessed at this point. The reason is that in the follow-up announcement of the ranking, the people on the list can no longer challenge the high-ranking power. This is also certain, only if you choose the first challenge for the first time, you have a chance to become the first. And, on the battlefield, the winner is determined in one battle, there is no 2 wins in 3 rounds, and there is no chance of a comeback. This is also a test of luck. Thinking of this, Aizen's mouth curled slightly. As a strong man, he never denied the importance of luck. Even luck is a kind of strength in his eyes, it is a manifestation of a person's comprehensive strength. The 10,000 Realms ranking is a great opportunity to test strength, luck, character, ambition, etc. Aizen sighed, his eyes gradually becoming eager. Presumably, when the leaderboard is finally settled, the rewards given will be more generous. Advertisement. His plan may not need to be painstakingly managed, and it can be quickly reached by relying on the 10,000 Realm ranking. Aizen looked at the name Whitebeard Edward Newgate and remembered it deeply. It's time for Shinigami World to join the war. Aizen Sosuke, he will surely be number 1 in one fell swoop. At the same time, the Super God World. The eyes of the two kings Gai Sha and Haki changed a little. They also gradually figured out the rules of the rankings. This ranking is not so much a ranking of the strong. Rather, this is a test of the king. Test the kings of all worlds, and finally bring them together. Gai Sha and Hexi's eyes were full of interest. As the king of angels, the two have not felt this strong desire to fight for a long time. Morgana on the Demon Queen also picked up the corner of her mouth, showing a trace of war in her eyes. My devil's claws are already hungry and thirsty. Heavens and worlds, I Morgana must be your king. Atu and other big and small demons bowed their heads directly. They felt the momentum suddenly rising from Morgana. The strong will of the king to make them kneel down. Marvel Universe. The Universe Overlord Thanos clenched his left hand into a fist, and the infinite glove on his fist lit up. The heavens and the world? Feel the infinite power? Pirate World. Knowing that the second-ranked Senju Hashirama was resurrected, countless people in the world were also excited physically and mentally. The golden lion Shiki sitting on the huge floating island raised his eyes slightly. He touched the rudder stuck in his head, and his heart was filled with endless pride. Jia ha 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 ha. My name, Golden Lion Shiki, will also resound in these heavens and worlds. Whitebeard, when my golden lion recovers to its peak, I must go to the sea to find you for a fight. Jia ha 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 ha. Golden Lion waved his big hand, and headed towards naval headquarters with a dozen floating sky island. Marineford. Inside the marshal's office. Sengoku slammed on the table, staring at the adjutant who reported the news. What did you say? Golden Lion brought dozens of floating sky islands to destroy naval headquarters. Advertisement. Sengoku's face was shocked. At this moment, the pirate world is experiencing a war with the Hokage world. Why did Golden Lion come to attack naval headquarters? He is afraid that he is going crazy. Garp and Crane also opened the office door and walked in. Their faces were full of dignity, and Garp said in a deep voice, Sengoku, that guy is here. Sengoku nodded, his face a little ugly. Damn, it's Golden Lion, I thought anyone could attack naval headquarters. After speaking, Sengoku took people to Oak Square, preparing to meet the Golden Lion. Akainu's face is very bad. He just lost to Senju Hashirama, and now he really wants to find someone to vent his emotions. The pirate of damn it. Akainu angrily followed Sengoku and the others, magma rising all over his body. Kizaru was far away from him, with horror and wretched face on his face, for fear of what he could do with his violent temper. A few people had just arrived at Oak Square and saw that the naval headquarters had been shrouded in clouds. More than a dozen floating sky islands float above the naval headquarters, with a tendency to falter at any time. Sengoku's face suddenly became extremely ugly. If these islands are smashed down, Marineford will not say that they are completely destroyed, it will be a heavy loss. Their high-level combat power is nothing, and Vice Admiral will not lose much. But those Marines below Rear Admiral will suffer. Thought of this. Sengoku looked at the Golden Lion standing in the sky and said in a deep voice, Shiki, what are you going to do at naval headquarters? You escaped from Impel Down, don't find a place to stay, you dare to come to naval headquarters and do evil. Forgot the old man's palm. Garp rubbed his fists too. Shiki, have you forgotten the old man's iron fist too? The Golden Lion above laughed loudly, and the figure Haki was heroic. Gee ha ha ha. Sengoku, Garp, I'm not here to fight with you this time. For so many years, I have also figured out Roger's death. It was not caught by your Marine at all, and your Marine would never have the ability to catch Roger. Hearing Golden Lion's words, all of Marine's senior executives looked ugly. Akainu said angrily, Marshal Sengoku, what are you going to do with a pirate, meteor volcano? Akainu raised his fist, and a huge lava fist erupted frantically. Sengoku didn't stop Akainu, he also saw the Golden Lion at this time very upset. Whitebeard was able to attack naval headquarters, and that was when he returned to the top. Sengoku couldn't do anything to him. But you, an old Golden Lion with a rudder stuck in your head, dare to come to naval headquarters. This is simply looking for death. Sengoku's face was ugly. If Marine loses his face again today, his old face as a marshal will be lost. Chapter 32. Auto-generated chapter title, 32. In the 5th game, Golden Lion challenges Uchiha Madara. The first one, ask for flowers. Looking at Akainu's meteor volcano, the Golden Lion laughed. It seems that you Marines have forgotten the horror of lousy. The Golden Lion was angry and threw down the 2 floating sky island. Shadows enveloped the naval headquarters, and 2 small islands were dropped directly by the Golden Lion. Akainu's face was half gloomy again, and meteor volcano continued to erupt, smashing an island to pieces. Garp also blows his fist, and the iron fist covered by armament hockey smashes another island into pieces. But Sengoku's face was still extremely ugly. Although the 2 islands were broken into pieces by Garp and Akainu, this still caused some casualties to Marine. The rear residential area was even more directly affected. Golden Lion's arrogant words came again. Sengoku, Garp, this is a warning to you. I'm here today, not for anything else, just for you, Marine, to vote for me. I want to fight in the battlefield of the heavens. Hearing Golden Lion's words, Sengoku's heart gradually realized. It turned out that Golden Lion came to naval headquarters for this. Akainu had a sullen face, thinking of the result of Marine's 2 defeats. Golden Lion, Marine will never compromise with any pirate. As Akainu said, he was about to rush to the sky and launch an attack on Golden Lion. Magma Imp, lousy is not something you can challenge. Akainu, who had just rushed halfway, was forced back by a sword from the Golden Lion in the sky. The faces of Sengoku and others changed. They unexpectedly discovered the Golden Lion Shiki standing in the sky at this moment. He has some haki and strength at his peak. This is impossible. Sengoku has some doubts in his mind. Why does Golden Lion have such a fighting spirit? Garp is even more confused. He is more familiar with Golden Lion Roger and others, and now he has a sense of oppression facing the peak Golden Lion of the year. Kizaru felt the aura even more shocked, as expected of the Golden Lion, the legendary big pirate. The Golden Lion laughed. Sengoku, how are you thinking about it? I came this time, but I brought 10 medium-sized islands and 1 large island. The Golden Lion laughed wildly, very confident. What? Advertisement. Even the somber-faced Akainu's expression changed. Large island. The Golden Lion brought a large island. Sengoku's face was extremely solemn, if we assume. Golden Lion only brought medium-sized islands, so Sengoku and others were not at all involved. The loss of naval headquarters is also within a tolerable range. But if Golden Lion brought a large island, it would be an island of the same level as Marineford, more than 10 times larger than a medium-sized island. If this is smashed down, naval headquarters may be completely destroyed today. Sengoku's face is extremely ugly, even Akainu is no longer arrogant now. They need to consider the life of ordinary Marines. If there is a war with the Golden Lion today, all officers below Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters may be killed. This is a pain that Marine absolutely cannot bear. How are you thinking about it, Sengoku? Let me enter the battlefield of the heavens, and I will let go of Naval Headquarters. Otherwise, Golden Lion's eyes condensed, and Conqueror's haki exploded. 2 medium-sized islands were directly thrown down by him. This is just a warning. Looking at a medium-sized island 5 or 6 times larger than a small island, Sengoku finally couldn't hold it. Seeing the desperate eyes of a group of Marine soldiers, the marshal of him had to compromise. Stop. Marine agrees to your request, but Sengoku pulled off the cloak behind his back, and even the suit with his upper body was torn apart, revealing his strong muscles. If you dare to threaten Marine with this, the old man will do whatever it takes to arrest you, Shiki. Jia ha 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 ha. Golden Lion laughed arrogantly. Sengoku, that's all for sure. A group of Marine high-rises with a gloomy face were left behind, and Golden Lion floated away with many floating sky island. Akainu was so angry that lava flowed all over his body, and the anger in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. Kizaru relaxes a bit, and being able to not do anything is good news for him. With that little salary every day, he didn't want to give more for one more fight. Garp looked at Sengoku somewhat solemnly. Sengoku, if Golden Lion is rewarded in the leaderboard, what should we do if the Golden Lion gets back to the top like Whitebeard? Concern flashed in Sengoku's eyes, but he shook his head. Golden Lion's temperament, don't you and I understand? The only person he recognizes except Roger is Whitebeard. He doesn't even like Whitebeard. Advertisement, in this game, he will definitely choose to challenge, and the candidate, with a high probability, will be Senju Hashirama. Garp raised his eyebrows slightly. Sengoku, you mean? At this time, Sengoku's expression was slightly relieved. Senju Hashirama's strength, even if you and I are not sure to win, even if it is very likely to lose, with the current Golden Lion? Sengoku didn't finish the sentence, but all the Marine executives also understood what he meant. Besides, thoughts flashed in Sengoku's eyes, thinking of Senju Hashirama's various performances. Garp, don't you think Senju Hashirama looks like a person? Several people in the room were thinking about it, but Garp had a figure in his mind. Garp's eyes widened. You mean, Roger? 3. Admiral's face was instantly surprised. Sengoku nodded secretly. Presumably Golden Lion, also because of Senju Hashirama's character, thought of Roger, so he asked him to play this game. 3. Both Admiral and Suru nodded and understood thoroughly. Akainu was completely relieved. He knows how strong Senju Hashirama is. The Golden Lion, who may not be as strong as is now, has no chance of winning at all. Several people in the marshal's office nodded one after another. The prelude to the 5th battle also gradually opened. With the help of Golden Lion's legendary Great Pirate's terrifying prestige and the powerful influence of Marine, he successfully qualified for this battle. The 5th game, Golden Lion Shiki challenged Uchiha Madara, close black lens bracket. Seeing this result, Sengoku's eyes widened slightly. Garp also spit out a mouthful of senbei. The Golden Lion did not challenge Senju Hashirama as they expected. Instead, he challenged Uchiha Madara, ranked 3rd. If*K. Sengoku had the urge to scold her in an instant. This is the same feeling that Akainu sees water under him after entering the battlefield. Broken, Sengoku, Golden Lion challenged Uchiha Madara, and although Uchiha Madara is strong, there is no guarantee of victory. If this is to bring Golden Lion back to its peak, the situation on the sea will be even less controlled by our Marine. Garp frowned. Even though he was very nervous, he felt troublesome about this matter now. Chapter 33. Auto-generated chapter title, 33. The Gradually Boiling Heavens and Worlds, second more, please flowers. The news of the 5th scene was released, and the heavens and the world once again gathered their eyes on the battlefield. Pirate World. The news that Golden Lion Shiki challenged Uchiha Madara caused an uproar in the entire sea. Aboard the Moby D*K. Whitebeard smiled, remembering the time when he vied with Roger Golden Lion. The pupils of Marco and others shrank slightly. Joes and Beasta were even more surprised. Father, Golden Lion actually participated in the war. I remember he is not a little bit now? Before Joes finished speaking, Whitebeard understood. Joes, don't underestimate every strong man in the ocean, especially people like Shiki. Diamond Joes nodded, feeling guilty for underestimating Golden Lion. Really, back then, the flying pirate group of Golden Lion was extremely powerful. Even for various reasons, Golden Lion doesn't like Whitebeard at all. He thinks he has no fighting spirit and dare not attack One Piece. As a result, Golden Lion only regards Roger as his opponent for life. There was a sharp flash in Whitebeard's eyes. Regardless of that old guy, Lousy is happy enough to have your sons. A man in the ocean must have his own unique pursuit. Marco and the others cheered, and their eyes were full of smiles when they looked at Whitebeard. But the other 4 emperors didn't have any good tempers. Baiju Kaido looked at the result of this battle, threw the mace out and smashed it on the wall not far away. Lousy just wanted to go in for a fight, why didn't anyone give me this chance? Kaido said, suddenly crying. Jin watched from the sidelines, without any comfort to Kaido. Kaido is like this, moody, and there are always some inexplicable emotions like this. And Kaido's face suddenly straightened, and gradually he sneered. Lousy remembers that the old Golden Lion is not as powerful as before. It would be a shame to play for our world. Lousy has to take a good look at his jokes. The other emperor, Big Mom, was also a little angry, his eyes flushed and he felt gluttony. Well, why don't these guys let my old lady join the war? My old lady, I also want to go to that battlefield to fight a battle, okay. Charlotte Linlin was madly releasing her aura, and the children were so scared that they shivered and did not dare to speak. Keita Cooley was silent for a moment. Mom, there must be a chance for you to participate in the war, and your name is extremely famous in the whole world. Charlotte Linlin nodded, it was a little calm, advertisement. Where is the dessert? Where's my dessert? Keita Curry and others were helpless, and Charlotte Linlin settled down after the minister pushed a cart of desserts. Enter Red Force. The red hair held Griffin trembling slightly in one hand. Are you excited too? Wait a minute, we will be out soon. Feeling the eager sword around his waist, the red-haired heart is also surging. Looking at the battle on the battlefield, his red-haired fighting spirit had already been ignited and could not be erased. Hawkeye Mahawk slightly held the Black Knife Knight behind him. The blade trembles. Hei Dao Yi, one of the 12 powers of the Supreme Knives, was also excited. Mahawk's pair of eagle eyes also showed longing. I don't know, is there a kendo list in this ranking of the heavens and 10,000 realms? The sword intent on Hawkeye's body broke through the sky. He just wants to have a swordsman in the Hokage world, so that he can have a good fight. In the world of pirates, he has basically challenged all the kendo powerhouses. Red hair and he has often learned, but after all, not a pure red-haired swordsman. Like Hawkeye, so very few pure swordsmen. He is more than eager and strong one bound to a kendo competition. Hawkeye down hat, sword suddenly facing the sea Pichu. He was a bit itchy. Passing the small pirate's face, cold sweat, shivering. Many people looked at the road to the sea split in half. Jianshi spirit tremble. Hokage world. Just resurrection. Senju Hashirama brow of a challenge. Senju Hashirama aside to explain forbearance industry changes. Sarutobi Hiruzen is suddenly a lag. Senju Hashirama mouth slightly beat. Golden Lion Shiki? Motor friends, now let me see your true strength of it. Senju Hashirama and Madara know that a Whitebeard in Madara did not play full strength. He had such a feeling somewhere. This game, he wants to see exactly how Madara today's real strength. If and then, let him be too disappointed. Sarutobi Hiruzen blinking eyes, looking for a change suddenly. Advertisement, Shodai, if Uchiha Madara wins, and you are also the resurrection, forbearance sector afraid to usher in the White House down all. Word Sarutobi Hiruzen's full of worry, but it is available. Senju Hashirama smiled. Madara, he was very good too, but even if I am killed, even if you killed the monkeys. We Konoha, there will be an endless supply of the younger generation to emerge. Konoha dancing in place, the fire also going off. Senju Hashirama expression of a condensate, eyes full of confidence in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned, gradually been infected by Senju Hashirama will. And this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot help but think of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The blonde genius ninja, golden flash of Konoha. At the same time, he also thought of Uzumaki Naruto, this should be child's hero, was misunderstood as a fox evil boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed to silence, his eyes full of complexity. On the streets of Konoha village, Sasuke's eyes widened suddenly become very eager. He is most interested in, and most want to see, is the former patriarch Uchiha Madara battle. Because it can honestly enhance his strength, so he is learning how to Madara's Sharingan application. Sasuke getting excited, to see Naruto road. Naruto, this is my former Uchiha family patriarch, the battle did not show the real power of my office Uchiha family. I believe this game, Madara adults must make you feel powerful Uchiha my family. Naruto nodded, his face was very excited, but his body suddenly mad nine tails, Naruto roaring in the ears. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Think of this yourself extremely humiliating name, nine tails on some uncontrollable anger. Madara year with great strength, forcing him to yield, signing a contract. Therefore, Nine Tails became Uchiha Madara of Summoning Beast. This thing I do not know how to make Nine Tails nausea. He saw the name Uchiha Madara as unable to control their anger. Dali himself did not mind crazy Nine Tails, Naruto dedicated to look to the heavens battlefield, eyes full of excitement. Kakashi is also the eyes of a condensate, perhaps he will be able to Uchiha Madara's body, learn to use more of Sharingan. It is very important to enhance his combat power. Chapter 34, Auto-generated chapter title. 34. The confrontation between the two heroes, hockey leaks sideways. The third one, please ask for flowers. Under the gaze of countless powerhouses in the heavens and worlds. This time the battlefield is in a mountain range. Surrounded by mountains. Boom, two golden lights descended. Among the golden light, Uchiha Madara walked out with black hair draped behind him, wearing red hanging armor, holding both arms. Madara's face was expressionless, and she looked at the golden light on the opposite side very proudly. Seeing Madara, hockey's leaking figure, the heavens and worlds boil again. Hokage World. The corner of Senju Hashirama's mouth in Hokage's office building. Motor, you are still so pushy. As an enemy and friend, Senju Hashirama knows Uchiha Madara best. Looking at Uchiha Madara's proud face at this time, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but think back to the time between the two. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. He thought that if Madara wins this game, the rewards given by the leaderboard are likely to be resurrected. And if Madara is resurrected, Sarutobi Hiruzen can't think about it. Even if Konoha has the current Senju Hashirama, it cannot be said to be foolproof. The name Uchiha Madara alone is enough to make Sarutobi Hiruzen extremely cautious. On the street, looking at those three Tomo Sharingan, Sasuke's eyes couldn't help being stunned. It turns out that Madara's powerful aura is never just because of his Mangekyo Sharingan. But Madara has the aura and strength of a strong man. Without Sharingan, Uchiha Madara is still strong. And what about his Sasuke without Sharingan? Thinking of this, Sasuke smiled wryly. Maybe he didn't have Sharingan and he didn't even fart. Even the tail of the crane next to Naruto couldn't match it. Little Sakura's face was filled with fear and amazement. Uchiha Madara's aura is so terrifying every time I see it. I can't imagine how strong Uncle Whitebeard can beat him. Little Sakura murmured, her face paled by the fright of Lord Madara. Sasuke felt a little unwilling to hear what Little Sakura said. Little Sakura, what are you talking about? The patriarch was only careless to let Whitebeard win that game. Sasuke looked proud and looked at Madara with admiration. Compared to Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara is his idol and goal. Naruto shook his head at this time, counting his fingers. Advertisement, Master First Hokage is the strongest, Uchiha Madara is definitely not as strong as him. And Whitebeard can defeat Lord First Hokage, and also defeated Uchiha Madara, so counting, Uncle Whitebeard deserves the first place. Sasuke clenched his teeth, furiously. Naruto, I forbid you to degrade the patriarch. Look, this patriarch will definitely show his full strength. Sasuke said surely, confident in Uchiha Madara. While Kakashi watched from the sidelines, he didn't intend to participate in the dispute between the three. In his opinion, this is just an argument between three children. However, let him choose who is the most powerful of these three. Kakashi agrees with the current ranking, Uchiha Madara is third. Pirate World. Shiki, Madara is very strong, you are even more arrogant, don't let the old man down this time. Cool la la la. Whitebeard laughed bravely, watching the battle seriously while drinking. Spirit Cage World. Alexander looked Uchiha Madara, who appeared on his face again surfaced aghast. No matter how many times seen, they feel that the strong momentum of the shaking. Bai Yuekui eyes splendor again and again, looking at the Uchiha Madara figure very seriously. Among all circles battlefield, no matter who the strong, who has her point is worth learning. After all, the spirit cage world is a low-strength world, and it is extremely difficult for Bai Yuekui to reach this level in this world. And she is now going to move higher through the 10,000 realms ranking. In the battlefield, another golden light also slowly dissipated. No one arrives, but the voice arrives first. Jia ha 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 ha. My golden lion is here. With the rudder on his head, the golden lion draped on his side, the golden lion strode forward with a cigar in his mouth. When seeing golden lion's costume, even Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan stared closely at the figure of golden lion. Not only the rudder on the head, the golden lion's legs are replaced by 2 long knives. Uchiha Madara was slightly interested. He suddenly felt that the golden lion in front of him might be the same person as himself. In other words, they are the same kind, syndicate. A well-deserved hero, the golden lion, who was laughing presumptuously, also looked at Uchiha Madara, his warfare burning in his eyes. Uchiha Madara, although you don't know me, I have already seen a battle with you. If it weren't for you, I would definitely challenge Senju Hashirama. However, because of your existence, I chose you, come and fight me. Advertisement, Uchiha Madara. Listening to Golden Lion's words, Madara was angry. This Golden Lion is so arrogant, but he doesn't choose Senju Hashirama. Do you feel like a bully? Madara looked at Golden Lion and said indifferently, Golden Lion, do you think I am inferior to Hashi's hot mom? Jia ha 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 ha. Jia ha 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 ha. Golden Lion laughed unscrupulously, and Madara's eyes gradually turned into anger. But at the next moment, Golden Lion's eyes narrowed while laughing presumptuously. Do you care? Without releasing Conqueror's haki, Golden Lion looked at Uchiha Madara lightly. Listening to Golden Lion's words, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but stunned. Yes, he Madara, why should he care about Senju Hashirama? Is it because Senju Hashirama once defeated him and made him faceless? Dingy escape from Konoha? Absolutely not. Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly became clear, and then he burst into laughter. Golden Lion, I, Madara, did not misunderstand you. So today, let you and I have a vigorous battle. Uchiha Madara said, a strong wave released and swept towards the Golden Lion. Golden Lion didn't let it go. At this moment, he seemed to be standing on the top of the sea again. Once again, become the legendary great pirate, the boundless conqueror's haki was released, and the aura of the 2 strong men collided in the air. Boom! In the middle of the confrontation between the 2 momentums, a black lightning flashed suddenly. There was a long-lasting loud noise from the surrounding mountains and rivers. The powerhouses of the heavens and 10,000 realms were shocked when they saw this scene. Assassin 567 World. Dabaoji looked at Achi and said in amazement. They can even shatter the surrounding land just by the aftermath of their aura. If this comes to our little chicken island, no one can stop it. Wu Luqi's eyes also showed horror. This may be the strongest confrontation he has ever seen in his life. Chapter 35. Auto-generated chapter title. 35. Madara, who owns Rinnegan, is shocked. 4th, please ask for flowers. Punch the world. Geno's face was full of shock and excitement. Teacher, look at their terrifying aura, even dragon-level weirdos don't necessarily have it? Saitama's expression was flat, but she was also excited about going to the battlefield of the heavens in her heart. Presumably, there must be someone who can give him a few more punches. Spirit Cage World. Little Loli Shadow felt the terrifying aura of the 2, and her entire face was pale with fright. Sister Broken Star, how could they have such a terrifying aura? How strong it is to fight. Also, that Golden Lion is so scary. He actually used 2 swords instead of his feet, with a rudder stuck in his head. What has he experienced? Little Loli Shadow was frightened by the terrifying aura of Golden Lion. Her tone was trembling slightly. Shanda felt the same way, and his face was full of horror. Yeah, how'd I feel that these 2 people will be more shocking than the confrontation between Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama? Oni-san Broken Star also nodded in agreement. Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama are powerful, but they do not have such a strong sense of oppression. Unlike Uchiha Madara and Golden Lion in front of me, they're too powerful. Even Bai Yuekui's calm expression on the side fluctuated slightly in her heart. The Uchiha Madara and Golden Lion in front of them are both inferior and arrogant. The battle between the 2 is more exciting than Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama. Super God Universe. Looking at the terrifying power of the 2 of them, Angel Lingxi paled slightly. Holy, although Gai Sha is strong, Heavenly King Hexi is not bad. But these 2 people are completely different from the 2 in the battlefield. Gai Shana is sacred, people admire and convince people. Can Uchiha Madara and Golden Lion? These 2 people are absolutely fierce. Absolute arrogance. Don't let people look directly at it like the sun. Angel Yan also had a solemn expression, watching every movement of the 2 seriously. Looking at the aura of the 2, Angel Lang also felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. However, she did not want to admit the power of these 2 people. The angel snorted coldly. These 2 people are in front of Queen Gai Sha, not even 2 flies. 2 surface civilizations, I really don't know where their arrogance is. Hearing the cold voice, many angels were a little unhappy. Angel Yan looked stubbornly and retorted. Cold, they didn't even break through the surface, but they were able to reach the level there now. Advertisement, don't you think this is more admirable? Lang wanted to refute again, but Gai Sha smiled slightly at this time. Cold, Yan is right. Now these two people, apart from me and Hexy, no one can stop Tiancheng. And if you give them the same technology, what do you think the consequences will be? Seriously recalling Gai Sha's words in his cold mind. In an instant, the cold face turned pale. Queen Gai Sha, you mean? Or don't want to, Lang is unwilling to say what's in his heart. But Hexy on the side bluntly said, if you give them the same technology, they may surpass Gai Sha and me. There is nothing to deny. Hexy was generous and directly admitted this. Gai Sha on the side also smiled slightly. But, Hexy's sexy voice sounded again, and all the angels' eyes focused on her. Queen Gai Sha, the countless angels of our angel civilization, why can't we become them, or even stronger, with the help of this ranking? Hexy's words caused deep thoughts among the angels. Gazed at Gai Sha, and both of them had smiles in their eyes. Immediately, the angels turned their eyes to the battlefield of the heavens again. Yan, Jixin and others are all gas-fighting spirits. Angel, never lose. In the battlefield. Two of a kind momentum high and low for a long time cannot tell. Golden Lion. Jia ha 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 ha. Ground laughing. Uchiha Madara. Let me see you that Golden Lion powerful ninja it. Uchiha Madara holding his arms, this time also began in earnest. He looked at the blonde hair of Shiki. Let you to meet, Uchiha Madara true power. If down, Madara slightly closed eyes. Sasuke eyes blazing, Sharingan already open. He knew, Madara may have to release Tongshu, he must learn to learn. Side of Kakashi also very dignified, taken seriously Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage office is, too for this battle was very dignified. If Uchiha Madara win, and a great probability that he will direct resurrection. By the time of forbearance sector, it may actually swelled. You can endure sector, under the watchful eye of numerous strong Wan community. Madara again opened his eyes, not the red Sharingan. Instead, Lavender has a Rinnegan pattern, this moment. Forbearance industry explode, Shao within the organization. Advertisement all members will opt eyes look to stand in the first place pain heaven. Conan's eyes also widened tightly, well, it was not. Underground Nagato also instantly drooling, double Yandang tightly. Rinnegan. How can he have Rinnegan? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Hashirama also all over his face in disbelief. And Whitebeard before the war, Madara Rinnegan this did not expose to awe. But now, he even directly opened a pair of Rinnegan, that how it was. Naruto Nana said, well, it was not that pain six pads eyes? Sasuke's face suddenly become complicated, the patriarch's eyes do? Smart Sasuke, Madara thought directly closed one pair Sharingan, Rinnegan of the reasons it is opened. Do Sharingan final form, not Mangekyo Sharingan, but the pair Rinnegan. Sasuke because I guess this trembling, pirate world. Garp eyes widened, looking at that at the moment Madara eyes. That he is too familiar. Pain fought with a six pads of him, why can I not shocked by this pair of eyes? The kind of ability. Garp thought of using this time Rinnegan pen six pads. Six of them hard power too bad, a random out in front of Garp not enough to see. Even the last. Pain six paths are with surprise, seal him before the victory. Eyes that can, if it's so strong on Uchiha Madara body. Garp some cannot think, to see Uchiha Madara battlefield laugh. Ha 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 ha, Golden Lion, let you see the real power of God. Pain six paths using Rinnegan picture in Madara looked like a weak burst. That is, a throwaway, totally did not play a real strength of Rinnegan. Golden Lion also felt what unbridled laughter. Jia ha 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 ha. Madara, pen six paths that in my eyes you simply rubbish with such force, but did not use. Come on, Madara, let me what those eyes real strength. Uchiha Madara hands in front of a shot, Susanoo appear directly. Blue chakra into a burning armor. Along with the statement printed Susanoo, Madara once again call for the phrase. Wan sector, witness the power of God, chapter 36, auto-generated chapter title. 36, Lion Fruit, changing the trajectory of meteorites, the first more, fine flowers. Rumble. Wan under the watchful eye circles, Uchiha Madara again with a Tengai Shinsei. Spirit of the cage a few people in the world still eyes widened. Lowly small summer bean's body trembling, that is Uchiha Madara summoned meteorite. Even seen a summer bean still stifled inner shock. Broken star as a pair of eyes stared too tightly, simply cannot believe this is the power of people can do. Alexander sat down directly on the ground, F*K. You look, this call meteorites, compared to the last second teeth a lot bigger. What? Shu Tong, who directly speechless. Uchiha Madara summoned last two meteorites have been enough to make people shocked. Can be the first one now, even on big stars than the last second. Several people looked carefully and found a mountain shrouded like a meteorite falling slowly. Terror-boundless momentum swept the quartet. Madara even resorted to this trick as a little shocked. He admitted that he launched an effort this time, Rinnegan Tongshu jumped to ultimate. Even this is only a meteorite, in front of his own to give the opponent some pride. Madara hard already felt that he and Golden Lion is the same kind of people. Although there is no intersection of two of the past, is now meeting in his capacity as the opponent. But just a moment, the two were able to reach a tacit understanding. Dignity and understanding. Supreme overlord of understanding. Most pirates are also stunned the world. I do not know which side smile at the casino looking at this picture, sword hands trembling slightly. This level than the old lady effort to summon all big awe. Smile full of words sigh. The last time to see Uchiha Madara call meteorites, and at the second teeth doing all he can summon. But this is the first one, on the second last time a lot of big stars also. And this is also beyond the limit smile, that really want to chart a war awe. Rao is calm smiled at heart and mind, at this time of the heavens are eager to expose the battlefield. Naval headquarters inside. Sengoku, 3 Admiral, whose eyes widened even more. How can this be? Advertisement Aokiji muttered. This impact, or the kind of high altitude. Aokiji imagined the picture if they face this time of the move. Although he was able to avoid the use of Logia, but the impact of the meteorite is not easily able to bear down. Kazaru's sunglasses under eyes slightly fluctuate, with his speed, although very confident escape. But the terrorist attacks made him frequently eyebrows. Aboard the Moby D*K, Whitebeard eyes become cautious. Madara, when you and I had World War II, did not use the full awe. Whitebeard hard sigh. In fact, this is his misunderstanding of Uchiha Madara. Madara then the arrogance of a man, and how could he not win the war effort? But Madara was dead for a long time, suddenly struck directly involved in this level of war, or face the pinnacle Whitebeard, control of the battlefield some difference. Otherwise, with the Rinnegan Madara definitely stronger than the Senju Hashirama, it was not subject to the pinnacle of Whitebeard knife seconds. Hokage world. Senju Hashirama face carefully. Madara, you stronger, I do not necessarily block you, ah. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was very ugly. Shining this trend continues, Uchiha Madara probably be revived. That Konoha. Old monkey face full of worry, then do not think that their Senju Hashirama can sit back and relax. Heaven's battlefield. See Madara used again meteorite attack, golden lion wild expression. Jia ha 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 ha, Madara, it seems you really use a full, ah. Bigger than that of the second teeth against Whitebeard, and Jia ha ha ha. Golden lion, laughing, dancing figure directly from the mountain, straight toward the meteorite away. Huge meteorite falls toward the bottom slowly, the momentum of terror coercion won community. Ono Wood face full of sweat, but at the moment he looked at the golden lion, suddenly had a wonderful feeling. This golden lion, how so much like his rock technique severity of it? Golden lion can speed than his rock technique weight a lot faster. As in the original Timber is so Ono, golden lion straight into Madara summoned out of the meteorite. Sasuke's face has been covered with cold sweat, the body is faint trembling. He really cannot imagine, if they face such strong moves, exactly how to respond. Naruto back is completely drenched, even his body 9 tails at this moment are honest down. Sakura a little pale, completely scared silly, their teacher Kakashi are better where to go. But Kakashi maintained a calm, force yourself to calm down. Watching the golden lion rapidly away that figure, Naruto expression in a daze. Advertisement, Kakashi teacher, golden lion, what he should be doing. Rushed meteorite, did not he single-handedly to withstand the impact of meteorites? Kakashi swallowed, but could not answer the words of Naruto. The battlefield in the golden lion with a laugh, impact directly on top of meteorites. Slamming. In wand circles that horrified eyes, lion fruit ability to launch. Smoke gradually dispersed. I saw the golden lion holding one hand under the piece of meteorite, laughing throw to Madara. What? Madara Rinnegan stare a pair of huge, little did he think, golden lion still has this terrible ability. Even forcibly change the trajectory of the meteorite movement, life coming his way. How can this be? Angel Yan suddenly speechless, eyes tightly widened. He even rely fully into the left wing of the Sacred Guy Shakespeare database, no way to resolve such a huge meteorite, which allowed to change the trajectory. But the golden lion, even life and life on its own did it. Hokage world Ono Wood is completely shocked. No, it's impossible. Even the old lady's super light and heavy rock technique also cannot let such a huge meteorite off track. The golden lion, how did he do it? The side of the black soil has been completely speechless, watching this scene physical and psychological horror. Nothing screen, compared to the two men pick a shocking blow. One bound to shock many people is the ultimate. Everyone golden lion do not understand exactly how to do it. In Madara shocked eyes, he summoned out of the meteorite toward his flying. Mixed with terror boundless power and influence, who spent outrageously. Heaven's wand community everyone is holding their breath. The next moment, a voice sounded indifferent. Shenluo Tianzheng. Rinnegan pupil outbreak of terror force, repulsion swept. Madara is slowly sinking huge meteorite goes off and landed behind him. Boom. Rumble. With the power of terror sinking meteorite smashed into the mountains, will direct a mountain bulldoze. The two simple warm-up confrontation again. Golden Lion's feet to stand in the hills, watching Madara wild laugh. Chapter 37, auto-generated chapter title, 37. Golden Lion's desire for Roger is just like my desire for Hashi's hot mom, second more, please ask for flowers. In the gaze of countless powerhouses in the 10,000 realms, Madara spoke lightly, although her tone was still arrogant, but with a strong seriousness. Golden Lion, Shiki? You are my Madara, a recognized opponent. I am more eager to fight with you than Hashirama and Whitebeard. My Madara is lucky, I can meet you in this battlefield of the heavens. Golden Lion, come on. Uchiha Madara growled angrily. The golden lion on the opposite side also looked wild. Jia ha 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 ha. Madara, in our world, I have an old opponent. His name is Roger, and he is the only one I recognize, and we compete for the throne of One Piece together. But now, Uchiha Madara, you are the second person recognized by my golden lion. Madara murmured the words, One Piece, her expression even more hideous and excited. The two figures touched each other in midair. The sword aura of Golden Lion and the powerful sword aura of Madara Susanoo echoed each other. The two vigorous battles lasted almost 1 day and 1 night. But even now, neither of these two have the slightest fatigue. Inside the Hokage world, Sasuke's body was numb, and she was completely speechless watching this scene. Naruto stunned. Are they monsters? This has been fighting for a day and a night, but the two of them haven't even the slightest decline. How is this possible? Little Sakura, Kakashi and others were also shocked, and they were unbelievable for their terrifying combat power and physical strength. Inside the Hokage office building, Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at this scene with different expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked worried. Senju Hashirama carefully watched the battle between the two and analyzed their strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated and stopped several times. He was too afraid that Madara would win and eventually resurrected. Ninja world is bound to tremble like that. Such a powerful man who destroys the sky and the earth is not something that shinobi can withstand today. Senju Hashirama was calmer and suddenly spoke. Monkey, don't worry so much, as long as our wolf fire is still there, we can solve any enemy. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly for a moment and said from the bottom of his heart, I hope. He is not an idealist like Senju Hashirama, he is more inclined towards realists. With the strength that Madara has shown now, it has obviously surpassed Senju Hashirama. Who can Konoha rely on? Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know, but he hasn't waited for him to finish thinking. Advertisement Senju Hashirama's words sounded, Madara is going to win. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly looked at the battlefield. Seeing that the Golden Lion at this time has nothing but parry. Susanoo, Madara's perfect body, was beaten back and forth again and again. Super God World. Yan and others also discovered this. Lingxi said regretfully, Golden Lion seems to be unable to hold it. He seems to have some old illness, and he has been unable to show his true strength. Gai Sha and Hexi also discovered this, but Gai Sha shook her head. Keep watching, I feel that Golden Lion will do things we can't even imagine. Yan and others changed their expressions and continued to watch carefully. Spirit Cage World. The shock of the ground team was completely beyond words. Shado twittered. Have you seen it? Uncle Golden Lion just now threw a big mountain and hit Uchiha Madara directly. Shando was also shocked. Unexpectedly, he could pull up a mountain with his bare hands. This is too shocking. Only Bai Yuekui had a clear eye. That may be his unique ability. Do you guys still remember? The vibrating power of Whitebeard? Hearing what Bai Yuekui said, several people started to think about it. Yeah, Whitebeard's vibration ability. Look at the Golden Lion's ability to float objects right now. This may be a system unique to Pirate World. Thinking of this, Shonda was full of envy. Boss, can we also open up Gundam in the future? Or, I can throw a mountain with my bare hands. At that time, killing the extreme beast is not cutting melons and vegetables. Even if it's a dragon-level polar devourer, it can't stop me, right? Shado shook her fingers. Then if I drive the Gundam, will it be a small and cute Gundam? Broken Star and others are also conjectures. The boss drives Gundam, it must be a beautiful Gundam. Shu Tong said a word, and the audience suddenly became silent. Bai Yuekui's expression became slightly unnatural. But the next moment, the battlefield changed again. Everyone turned their eyes back. I saw Golden Lion's head was full of blood at this time, and there was a deep bone scar on his chest. The battle gradually subsided, and the opposite Uchiha Madara did not rush to move. Advertisement taking out a cigar and lighting it, Golden Lion's words were no longer wild, but rather melancholy. Opposite Madara in Susanoo's face gradually became gloomy and asked angrily. Golden Lion, do you think my strength is not enough for you to use all your strength? Upon hearing Madara's words, Golden Lion smiled miserably. How can I look down on you? Subsequently, he pointed to the rudder on his finger and looked at the two long swords that replaced his legs. Golden Lion's faint words resounded through the heavens and all realms, as if they were reminiscing and muttering to himself. Back then, I flew into the pirate group. With Golden Lion's words, it seemed that everyone had returned to that legendary naval battle. Edvard Waters. Dozens of pirate ships of the Golden Lion surrounded the Golden Jackson. The scene was extremely solemn. Golden Lion stood at the bow, looking at Roger on the opposite side and grinning wildly. At this time, he was the overlord of the world, the legendary pirate. There is no rudder on his head, his feet are still there. The overlord swept the Golden Jackson. How many times have I said this, Roger? Although we had a lot of grievances when we were young, let's forget about him. As long as you know the ancient weapon that can destroy the world, plus my strength, plus the perfect plan that I spent many years building up, you can rule the world immediately. Golden Lion stretched out his right hand and held Luo Jiao virtually. Be my right arm, Roger. The desire of Golden Lion is visible to the naked eye, and countless people in the world can see Golden Lion's passion for Roger. But Roger refused with a firm expression on his face. I'm not interested in rule, Shiki. The situation of the two is instantly dignified. The Battle of Edvor broke out, and artillery fire and sword energy flew wildly. But during the battle, a stormy sea swept across. An unprecedented horror is coming. The Golden Lion and other flying pirates were swept away. Since then, the rudder has been added to his head. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes showed complicated meanings. He confirmed again that he and Golden Lion are really the same type of person. Golden Lion longed for Roger, just as he longed for Hashi's hot mom. There is no difference between the two parties. Chapter 38, Auto-generated chapter title. 38. The Golden Lion, who pulled out the rudder and tore his legs, is at its peak again. The third one, please ask for flowers. In the battlefield, the Golden Lion suddenly released his life and laughed. Jia ha 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 ha, Madara, as the same type of person, how can I bear to let you down? Why, let you know, the peak strength of my Golden Lion. Jia ha 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 ha. In Golden Lion's laughter, he suddenly stretched out his hand. Countless people in the heavens and worlds held their breath, watching the Golden Lion slowly widening his eyes. Spirit Cage World. Sha Do held her breath and watched the Golden Lion motion nervously. She was suddenly surprised. Uncle Golden Lion, can't he ask for it? He can't pull out the rudder above his head, right? Hearing Sha Do's words, all the people present were shocked. Shanda Nain said, no, can't it? What kind of person can have that courage? Broken Star also couldn't believe it. The rudder should have grown together with his brain. If he pulled it out, he might be killed on the spot. Only Bai Yuekui shook his head. You guys, you underestimate Golden Lion. Boss, what are you talking about? Several people turned their heads in surprise. Seeing Bai Yuekui's expression extremely solemn, she watched Golden Lion silently. At this moment, Golden Lion is a masterpiece in her eyes. Punch the world. Saitama's eyes gradually became serious. Seeing Golden Lion's movements, he seemed to think of the next scene. Genos on the side was wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief. Is this something human beings can do? He's not a human, right? How can a person have such a courage? Genos doubted himself at this moment. He doubted whether he was the same species as Golden Lion. Poros, who was far away in the universe, was also shocked, watching this scene completely speechless. There is someone with the same boldness as my Poros-sama, Golden Lion, I remember you. Super God World. Seeing the Golden Lion pulling out the rudder over his head, the angels were all shocked. Even the arrogant angel Lang stared at Golden Lion incredulously. Does he want? Lingxi murmured, a trace of admiration and awe flashed in his eyes. Yan's eyes are also colorful, shocked by Golden Lion's boldness. Even the holy Gai Sha and heavenly King Haki, both of them became serious. Under the solemn gazes of the angels, Gai Sha said lightly. This Golden Lion has the qualifications of a king. Advertisement Hexi nodded in agreement. Golden Lion's courage is much stronger than Hua Yi. That scum is not worthy of being called a king. Morgana sat on the throne, her eyes full of shock. Otto, you guys hurry up and learn, look at the consciousness and courage of others. Even if I watched my old lady, my heart was ignited. The demons looked at them, and their hearts were greatly shocked. Big D looked at Golden Lion, the shock on his face was beyond words. This kind of boldness is so powerful, it's a role model for my generation. And in the Hokage world, Senju Hashirama's face also changed drastically. He looked at Golden Lion more seriously and respectfully. The strong can always feel each other. Don't look at him on the surface that he doesn't understand Madara's thoughts. But in his heart, he could understand Madara's loneliness. Pirate World. In the Straw Hat Pirates, Usopp Chopper's eyes widened. If this is pulled out, it will hurt so much, I really can't imagine what kind of courage Golden Lion has to do such a thing. Zoro held the words of Hedao and muttered in his heart, it's a Golden Lion as expected. Luffy's eyes also collapsed to a point, looked shocked to see this scene. In the battlefield, Uchiha Madara eyes a shrink, what will you do? Next moment, Golden Lion in the big laughter just pulled the rudder his head. Instant blood splattered. Rao is the Golden Lion courage of your convictions, cannot help but look grim up. He just did not say anything, clenched teeth off, endured unimaginable pain. Uchiha Madara eyes gradually change. Wan's eyes numerous strong community has gradually changed. He has indeed pulled, numerous strong eyes full of shock. Although some people are stronger than them Golden Lion fighting force. But not necessarily every person has a Golden Lion so bold. And this does not end. In all shocked eyes, Golden Lion looked to the sword on their own two legs again. Sakura 10, dry wood. Today, Iri Shiki hold you to a war. Stab it. Without hesitation, Golden Lion directly tear the legs. Advertisement Sakura 10 and re-dry wood he held in the hand. Jia ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara again in the eye of him, and the eyes become sharp again, revealing Bajie power and influence. Come back Pinnacle. Seeing this, the strong Wan community is shocked. At this point the Golden Lion head rudder disappear, leaving a big hole flowing blood. Floating in the air, instead of two legs of the sword is that in hand. On the legs with blood, bones visible. His chest, more is left Madara Susanoo huge scars, deep visible bone. Many people watching this scene, you hold your breath, eyes are not even willing to blink. Konoha Village. Naruto, Sasuke duo has been completely speechless. Their minds only three words, Golden Lion. Only a name, Golden Lion, Shiki. Bloody figure like eternal devil, eyes staring stood opposite Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara whole people froze in place, in front of the Golden Lion cannot say any word. His eyes became very serious, stature tall and straight start. Uchiha Madara expression aloof, as if want to Kun Pro world in general. At this moment, many people just like suffocation, as if strangling throat. Spirit cage world. Bai Yuekui emitting eyes, palm held but slightly clenched hands of the sword. Golden Lion at the moment holding Sakura 10 dry wood look is too shocking. That large sword ho momentum is the impact of the tremor of her mind. Crane he super god of this world are taken out his sword. Handheld astrology, Crane Shi Wang Wei extremely tough. But, Golden Lion she did not want to cut that kind of potential to make the world of Italian sword. Crane he mouth micro pick, beautiful face, Hokage world. Mao had died Hitaki New Moon shook short sword. He is known as Konoha's white fang teeth. Life does not come across a few can compete with their strong fencing. That made Golden Lion. Hitaki Shuo Mao gradually eager eyes. The Golden Lion stronger than him too much. 2 would not be a strong level. Hokage world more numerous with the sword of the strong bow. They look at the hands of the sword, and then look Golden Lion. Everyone's eyes are ashamed guilt intended. Compared with the Golden Lion, they're too weak. Chapter 39. Auto-generated chapter title, 39. Two heroes who cherish each other, Golden Lion loses. 4th, please ask for flowers. Inside Konoha village, Naruto was already saturated with sweat. He felt the terrifying power of Golden Lion, his face changed again and again. Sasuke, Junior Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei, although the injuries suffered in the battlefield of the heavens can be fully recovered after going out, but Naruto was half talking and couldn't continue. Sasuke took the conversation from the side. Yes, but how dare the Golden Lion, how can it be so powerful? Sasuke's eyes were full of shock, thinking about the monstrous aura of Whitebeard and the mighty power of Golden Lion at the same time. That pirate world, are all such first-class monsters? Kakashi's eyes are also full of disbelief. I'm afraid, only Madara can fight against such a person. Think of Uchiha Madara with arrogance and Golden Lion with great courage. The two are almost the same. This battle may be even more exciting than that between Whitebeard and Hashirama. Might Guy looked at this scene and suddenly thought of his father. Might Guy once told him, at the last moment of life, we must burn everything to fight. For, only the faith in my heart. Looking at the Golden Lion at this time, Might Guy's eyes are full of worship. This is youth. Burn everything and go to the final battle, Golden Lion. Might Guy couldn't help yelling out this sentence. Shaoli Neji and others on the side did not smile at all. They all watched this scene in shock, looking up at the monstrous courage of Golden Lion. 4th Raikage laughed loudly. This Golden Lion is simply his idol. The courage is too strong, he is a bit ashamed of this Raikage. Pirate world. The eagle eyes flying on the sea hold the black sword knight behind. Hei Daoyi's trembling at this time seemed to have reached an ultimate. And Hawkeye's fighting spirit has been completely uncontrollable. He is very eager to fight the current Golden Lion. Because the Golden Lion at this time is a pure swordsman. However, now is not the time. Hawkeye's intent to fight slightly diminished, and a pair of eagle-like eyes continued to stare at the battlefield. Combelt, Amazon Lily. Boa Hancock, the empress of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, sat on the throne, her eyes full of caution. Are the men on the sea so powerful and so courageous? In the next moment, the eyes of the empress became sharp again. Advertisement, no matter what, Ai Jia is the most attractive woman. When the beauty list opens, Ai Jia must be the first person on the list. Seeing his perfect figure, Hancock was arrogant in his heart. She is completely confident in her beauty. Even women will be impressed by her charm. Naval headquarters. Sengoku's eyes were also full of shock and surprise. He had no idea that Golden Lion could make this move. How much courage is needed to pull out the rudder? Sengoku just thought for a while, his face was solemn. 3. Admiral didn't say a word at this moment, even Akainu's face was full of shock. Garp seemed a little more acceptable. As the people who know Golden Lion best, Garp is not too surprised by Golden Lion's move. Because this is the Golden Lion, this is the legendary big pirate. A smile appeared in the eyes of 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Shiki, you still look the same. The faces of many captains on the side changed again, and they couldn't imagine the courage of Golden Lion. But Ace was hesitant in his solemn expression on the side. Whitebeard reached out to call Ace, and asked, now, do you know what kind of person your father Roger is? Ace's face was full of hesitation. In the past, he never admitted that his father was Roger. Because Roger has never fulfilled his duties as a husband and father, Ace is full of resentment towards Roger. But now, Ace fully understands Roger's passion back then. However, he still can't forgive Roger, can't forgive what he did to his mother Rouge. Ace nodded stubbornly and said firmly, but, father, you will always be my father. Whitebeard laughed. Silly son, what are you talking about? Father, of course you will always be your daddy. Marco and others also shouted from the side. The red-haired Shanks stared at the bloody Golden Lion with admiration in his eyes. Thinking back then, he was just a trainee crew on Roger's ship. During Edvar's naval battle, he could only feel the intense oppression of Golden Lion. But now, he can feel the spirit of the strong man in Golden Lion even more. The red-haired conqueror's haki waved slightly for a moment. Captain, the Golden Lion who was fighting with you may be back. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Doflamingo and other strong players are also eye-catching for Golden Lion. In the battlefield, Golden Lion was covered in blood, looking at Madara among Susanoo. Come on, Madara, I may not have much time, come on. Advertisement, fight with me in a vigorous battle. If I can fight you, I have no regrets with Golden Lion. The eyes of Uchiha Madara on the opposite side also showed true meaning. I, Uchiha Madara, have no regrets. With that, Madara tore off her shirt. The strong muscles are shown in front of everyone in 10,000 realms. But on Madara's left chest, there was Senju Hashirama's face. Uzumaki Mito's eyes widened in the undead world. Motor, what are you doing with my husband tattooed on your chest? Uzumaki Mito burst instantly, watching the face on Madara's left chest thunderously. Could it be? What did these two people do with their backs? Inside the Hokage office building, Senju Hashirama's face was stagnant and his eyes widened. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly became unnatural. Should I? Senju Hashirama coughed slightly and fell silent. He also had no idea what was going on, and when he thought of Uzumaki Mito's resurrection, Senju Hashirama didn't dare to think about it. The two on the battlefield have started a war. The Golden Lion's return to the peak is extremely terrifying, not even lower than the peak Whitebeard in a short period of time. But Madara with Rinnegan's combat power is also superb, not worse than Golden Lion at the moment. The two can't compare. Golden Lion's lion fruit changes the terrain of the surrounding mountains. Madara's complete body Susanoo is even more terrifying. Madara and Golden Lion stand far away. The eyes of the two are extremely sharp. The huge Susanoo raised his hand and slammed his sword towards the Golden Lion. Golden Lion laughed and finally cut out two swords. Lion Majesty, Earth-coiling Thousand Slice Valley. The huge mountain range turned into the head of a lion, with two powerful slashes on top of it. The two have a hideous expression, just looking for a victory. Susanoo also slashed out with a sword, and the huge sword energy instantly cut off the surrounding mountains. Seeing the two men's terrifying attack that destroys the world, the entire 10,000 realms are silent. Finally, there was a loud bang. The Golden Lion lay down, falling to the ground. Chapter 40, Auto-generated chapter title, 40. Uchiha Madara is resurrected, and the ninja world trembles. 5th, please ask for flowers. Hear footsteps. The blood-covered Golden Lion opened only the remaining eye. The other has been hacked blind by Madara in the previous battle. Madara walked slowly, naked to the top. He looked at the Golden Lion lying on the ground with a calm expression. It would be great if we were to be born in a world. Proud as Uchiha Madara, today he finally found someone he truly recognized. Heroes don't necessarily understand heroes, but Xiaoshang must understand Xiaoshang. Their loneliness and arrogance can only be understood by similar people. Golden Lion was about to laugh, but suddenly coughed up blood. Madara had no idea of helping Golden Lion govern and sat beside him. Listen to your story, that Roger is very much like Hashi's hot mom. Hashi and I, like you and Roger, are enemies of fate. Madara said, her eyes gradually showing interest. Golden Lion, I kind of want to see Roger in your mouth. Jia ha 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 ha, Roger. The Golden Lion smiled nostalgic. He won't let you down, he is the only person Lousy recognizes before you. Madara nodded. If we are in a world, we can definitely create an era of our own together. Upon hearing Madara's words, Golden Lion laughed, his face full of mockery. Jia ha 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 ha. Jia ha 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 ha, I, Golden Lion, never expected to hear this from your mouth. Why, do you want us to create a world and then destroy it with our own hands because of our war? Jia ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara's face was ugly, and he didn't understand the meaning of Golden Lion. Golden Lion spouted a mouthful of blood, leaving the last sentence. Lousy, but Golden Lion, in the end, with the laughter of Golden Lion, the battle ended. The surrounding mountains recovered. In the golden light, the figures of Golden Lion and Uchiha Madara reappeared. The two looked at each other, and there was a tendency to continue fighting. But at this moment, the Golden Lion was floating in the air. The rudder on his head disappeared, and the two long swords on his legs also disappeared. And the two long swords were in his hands. Sakura 10, Dead Wood. Golden Lion laughed loudly. Thank you for the rankings for helping me solve my old problems. Advertisement. Countless experts in 10,000 realms were a little surprised when they saw the scene of Golden Lion at this time. Where is the rudder on the head of the Golden Lion? But many people have not had time to explore this. I saw Uchiha Madara's figure shrouded in golden light. After he walked out again, the whole person seemed to look completely new. Madara embraced her arms and walked out proudly. Seeing what Madara looked like at the moment, the corners of Golden Lion's mouth split. He looked at Madara and stretched out his left hand, with the dead tree being held in his hand. Madara was a little surprised. Golden Lion, what do you mean? Golden Lion shook his head and laughed. Madara, when I go to your world to find you, I will find you to take back this sword. For the time being, leave this dead wood with you. Hearing this, Madara nodded and held out her hand proudly. Golden Lion earnestly said, this is the sword that has accompanied Lousy throughout his life and has gone through countless battles. Before Lousy retakes him, you must protect him. Madara smiled contemptuously. My defeated general, I Uchiha Madara, waiting for you. The two disappeared as the Golden Lion left. Seeing this scene, countless people were shocked. Especially the Hokage world. Naruto looked at the Golden Lion's gift of the sword, his eyes flushed. M's Kakashi, Uncle Golden Lion and Uncle Madara, it's so touching. He actually gave the saber to accompany him all his life to Uncle Madara. Naruto was moved to tears. But Sasuke turned dark on the side. Naruto, you shouldn't be so excited. Golden Lion didn't give you the sword. Naruto and Sasuke suddenly became a quarrel. But Kakashi, who was on the side, had an extremely deep complexion. Naruto and Sasuke were attracted by Golden Lion's gift of swords, and subconsciously ignored the resurrection of Madara. But he was very concerned about Madara's resurrection. At the same time, inside the Hokage office building, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was extremely solemn. Madara, the legendary man, is back. Senju Hashirama's complexion is not much better. After witnessing the strength of Madara, who has Rinnegan at this time, his combat power is no longer as good as Madara at this time. If Madara is facing Konoha now, the will of fire may really be destroyed. Knowing that Senju Hashirama was resurrected, Tsunade, who hurried back to Konoha village, also stopped. Uchiha Madara. Tsunade murmured the name and continued to rush towards Konoha village quickly. Her grandfather is back, and as a granddaughter, he must go to see each other. Jiraiya's intimate paradise fell to the ground, completely stunned. Until now, he has not been able to think clearly. Why does Madara also have Rinnegan? Advertisement. Isn't Rinnegan unique? But after traveling in the ninja world for so many years, Jiraiya has never seen anyone else who owns Rinnegan. With this in mind, Jiraiya is also going to return to Konoha. Uchiha Madara is resurrected. Konoha may face an unprecedented crisis. When 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki learned that Madara was resurrected, he instantly shuddered and sat on the ground. His face was covered with cold sweat. Then, that man is back. Compared to Senju Hashirama, Onoki is more afraid of Uchiha Madara. Thinking about the experience of being beaten to death by Madara, Onoki is still trembling today. Funying Luosha thought of the powerful man, nervously uncontrollable. Madara, Uchiha Madara. The complexion of 4th Raikage is not much better. Senju Hashirama's resurrection is okay, within a tolerable range. As long as he doesn't mess with Konoha, Senju Hashirama shouldn't take it himself. But Madara is completely different. This master is a militant master. If you provoke him, the Kingdom of Thunder may all suffer. In the Water Country, Akatsuki is in the organization. Pain and Konan glanced at Obito intentionally or unintentionally. Obito was a little frightened. The man is back. There is no doubt that the identity of Obito Uchiha Madara is directly exposed. But then, the real Uchiha Madara is coming back. Nagato, Konan and others were shocked. Rinnegan is in Madara's hands. Those are the eyes of the real sage of 6 paths. In the hands of his Nagato, the power was lowered by more than one level. Just when Akatsuki and others had different minds, a black-haired, arrogant man slowly walked over. What? Pain Konan's complexion changed drastically. Engel, Hidan, Itachi and others are even more prepared. Madara looked at everyone and said indifferently, Obito, your task is too slow. The face under Obito's mask was very ugly. Madara walked to the crowd and said coldly, from now on, I will personally lead the Akatsuki organization. Madara's words were cold and direct, giving Pen Konan no chance to object. And his pair of Rinnegan also focused on Pain's heavenly way. Under the ground, Nagato's eyes widened, and his body was already drenched with sweat. Chapter 41. Auto-generated chapter title, 41. Gaisha's guess, Aizen's heartbeat. First update, ask for flowers. With the resurrection of Uchiha Madara, countless powerhouses in the 10,000 realms once again began to think. Super God World. Holy Gaisha thought about the rewards obtained by these victors, the brilliance in his eyes faintly flowed. Yan and others all know that this is Queen Gaisha through the sacred database for high-value calculations. So no one bothered, they just watched the Holy Gaisha quietly. And the sacred Gaisha's mind is also thinking quickly. In these 5 games. First round. Whitebeard vs Senju Hashirama. In the end Whitebeard won, and the reward was to restore the peak. At that time, Whitebeard was the most needed reward. It is to restore the peak and restore all the strength of the youth. Gaisha doesn't know why Whitebeard has this thought. But this does not prevent Gaisha from analyzing Whitebeard's inner desire. In the second game, Whitebeard vs Uchiha Madara. In this case, it was Whitebeard who won. His final reward was the opportunity to travel to other worlds. Gaisha's eyes flowed faintly, thinking about the reason. With the huge computing power of the sacred database, Gaisha instantly thought of the agreement between Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama. The two said that there will be another peak battle. So it is possible that this Whitebeard's reward is also because of his own wishes. The third game, Garp vs Pain 6 Paths. The final winner is Pen 6 Paths. The reward is neither to restore the peak, nor is it an opportunity to travel to other worlds. This proves that what Pen 6 Paths wants most is not these two. It was the chance to resurrect one person. Gaisha's mouth curled slightly, she was about to figure out the reason for the rewards on the leaderboard. In the 4th and 5th games, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were resurrected. So from this point of view, first of all, they're dead people. What they want to do must first be resurrected. What the two people are most eager for right now is probably the resurrection. Thinking about this, Gai Sha's eyes brightened and she regained her clarity. Hexy turned his head and looked at Gai Sha, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The reason is that Gai Sha shared the results of the calculation with her. This made Hexy a little shocked, but she thought for a moment, and after reading the data, she accepted it in her heart. Interesting, this ranking is really interesting. The corner of Gai Sha's mouth was tilted, and his eyes stared at the pale golden 10,000 world leaderboard. And there are definitely a lot of smart people in the heavens and worlds. Advertisement Gai Sha can think of this, and there are more people who can think of it. Shinigami World. Aizen thought about the reasons for the reward, and finally got the same guess as Gai Sha. Thinking of this, Aizen's heart couldn't help feeling a little excited. The way the rankings give rewards is so much like what he desires most. Hogyoku. Hogyoku can also fulfill people's wishes, but it has limits. But this 10,000 world rankings. Aizen's gaze fluctuated slightly, and a heart began to beat slightly. He admitted that he was moved. Looking at Aizen at this time, Ichimaru Jin's heart sank with a smile. What did he discover if Aizen could show this expression? I slightly touched Zanpakuto Shinso on his waist, and Ichimaru Jin calmed down. Spirit Cage World. Everyone in the ground team has been unable to recover for a long time. They thought about the battle between Golden Lion and Madara, and everyone was shocked. Little Loli Shado's eyes were full of excitement. Sister Broken Star, Golden Lion's courage is so strong, he even gave his saber to Uchiha Madara after losing. Shonda also admired this and sighed. Yes, boss, that Golden Lion will be my idol from now on. Broken Star and the others tilted their heads slightly. Just you? Shu Tong laughed mercilessly at Fat Shonda. Bai Yuekui's eyes also had a look of shock that could not be concealed for a long time. Pirate World. In the Marshal's office of Naval Headquarters, there was silence at this time. Only the heavy breathing of Sengoku and others could be heard in the huge room. After a long time, Garp sighed deeply. That man lost. However, that man is back. Garp's confusing words came, but Sengoku, San Admiral and others did not have the slightest doubt. Although Golden Lion lost, the real Golden Lion also returned. The Golden Lion without the overhead rudder, the Golden Lion holding the famous sword. The legendary big pirate, Golden Lion. Sengoku's face was a little ugly. He didn't understand why the leaderboard helped Golden Lion recover from his injury, and he recovered from the dark illness on his head. But, even if 100 people in Sengoku's heart were unwilling, he still had to admit the fact of this matter. And above the sea, many young pirates were sighing the mighty courage of Golden Lion. This is indeed the person who was able to compete with One Piece Roger in the past. Advertisement inside the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco and others were thinking about this with heavy expressions. The Golden Lion pulled out the rudder and tore his legs. They believed that old Whitebeard could do it too. But they may not be able to do it themselves. That kind of thing not only requires great courage, but also great courage. Whitebeard stood at the bow, his eyes calm. Shiki. Faintly chanting the name, Whitebeard knew that Golden Lion, who was also known as the three legendary pirates with himself and Roger, had returned. Red Force slowly drew ashore. The redhead waved his hand and said with excitement on his face. Today has a banquet, enough wine and food. The crew all cheered and rushed to the beach beside the island frantically. Inside Wano-kuni, Kaido's expression was also extremely excited. Laozi is going to fight with Golden Lion. Presumably the Golden Lion today will definitely make Laozi feel the pressure. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin laughed too. Oh. It's a Golden Lion. I admire your courage. All of Charlotte Linlin's children were also full of admiration and shock at Golden Lion's move. The floating eagle eye held the big black knife behind, his eyes burning. Golden Lion Shiki, my eagle eye is here. With the strength and prestige of Hawkeye, although he is very famous in the world, he is the world's largest swordsman. But he is not as famous as Marine and 4 emperors. So, if he thinks of participating in the war in the battlefield of the heavens, then he can't just stare at the battle list. He has a hunch that this time the power list may be about to end. He needs to turn his attention to the kendo list. There is his paradise. However, I saw the current Golden Lion. Hawkeye's hands were itchy, and his heart rekindled. Amazon Lily. Empress Boa Hancock has an arrogant eyebrow. The Eye family will also fight in the battlefield of the heavens, to show the courage of the Eye family and Haki. Granny Za hurriedly stopped the Empress. Hancock, as soon as you meet your daughter's family, you should be your king. Before Granny Zai could finish her words, Hancock had already kicked him in the face. Granny Za crossed an arc, and her figure disappeared without a trace. 2 Chapter 42. Auto-generated chapter title, 42. Naruto's Obsession, The Villager's Indifference, second more, please ask for flowers. Hokage World. On the streets of Konoha Village, listening to the surrounding villagers chanting the words Uchiha Madara in a low voice, Naruto's heart began to beat frantically. I think of the indifference and misunderstanding of him by the villagers since childhood. Naruto suddenly wanted to prove himself in the battlefield of the heavens. If I can win the next game, I should be recognized by everyone, maybe I can still be called a hero by everyone. Naruto smiled and thought. As for Sasuke next to him, his face was full of shock, unable to ease himself. Madara, Patriarch, Uchiha Madara, Sasuke murmured, looking a little dull. Kakashi and Sakura are similar, and both eyes are shocked by Madara's resurrection. Suddenly, Naruto looked at the three of Sasuke. His expression gradually became serious, and his blue pupils gradually revealed desire and determination. While the three of them were still stunned, Naruto suddenly spoke very seriously. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, I want to participate in the next battle, can you vote for me? Naruto's abrupt words startled Sakura. Sasuke also looked at Naruto with an ugly expression, and was about to mock. Kakashi looked at Naruto with some doubts in his eyes, but waited for Naruto's explanation. Little Sakura looked angry, watching Naruto step forward and hit him to see if this guy's head was broken. What are you talking about, Naruto? Little Sakura growled. Naruto, with his head down, lost the hippie smile of the past, instead his face was calm and serious. He suddenly raised his head, his blue pupils full of firmness. Little Sakura, can you vote for me? Seeing Naruto's extremely serious eyes, Sakura couldn't say anything when she reached her mouth. Finally, little Sakura seemed to be impressed by Naruto's seriousness and froze in place. And Naruto looked at Sasuke again. Sasuke was arrogantly following the patriarch Madara. But now being stared at by Naruto's eyes, he couldn't move for an instant. Naruto? Seeing Naruto's appearance, Urzuzi was stunned. Especially those blue pupils full of seriousness and determination. Naruto at this moment is like the day of the extermination. Sasuke looked helpless and determined. Finally, Naruto looked at Kakashi. As soon as he touched Naruto's gaze, Kakashi fell into a memory for an instant. The figure in her mind overlapped with Naruto's figure in front of her. He seemed to see Namikaze Minato's shadow on Naruto. Finally, Kakashi nodded solemnly, without saying a word. Naruto didn't speak or laugh as usual, he looked at the three of them and suddenly bent over slowly. Advertisement seeing Naruto bowing deeply, the Kakashi trio were completely stunned. Little Sakura said uneasily, Naruto, Naruto? But Naruto had disappeared in front of him, waving his hand to leave them behind. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, you must remember to vote for me. Sasuke and little Sakura looked at each other in surprise. As Naruto said, his figure had run away. With determination in his eyes, he ran towards the corner of the village. From the ninja school, Naruto found the former teacher Iruka. Looking at Mr. Iruka, Naruto bends down deeply. Iruka, I want to participate in the battlefield of the heavens. Can you vote for me? Looking at the only Iruka who saw herself as a companion, Naruto wanted tears in her eyes. Iruka was also completely stunned. He was in class, but Naruto suddenly rushed in and bowed to him immediately. Iruka, who reacted, didn't care either, nodded and smiled. Okay, Naruto, the teacher will vote for you. In his opinion, his irrelevant vote cannot determine the final result. Naruto begged him for something, how could he not agree? Nodding deeply, Naruto looked at the ninja school students who were a few years younger than him. Bowed again. Hope, everyone can vote for me too. However, the eyes of many students are all cautious. Since childhood, their parents told them that Naruto is a demon fox. He was the one who destroyed Konoha and killed 4th Hokage. This caused them to hate Naruto. Looking at the disgusting eyes of the students in class, Iruka looked straight. This is our genin from Konoha village and your senior, Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at Naruto, Iruka's eyes were full of seriousness. Moreover, he is still my teacher, the proudest disciple. Upon hearing Iruka's words, the students in the class were stunned. Naruto, who was standing in front of Iruka, was even more stunned. When he saw the villagers' fear of Uchiha Madara and the excitement of first Hokage's resurrection, he couldn't help but want to prove himself. Therefore, he wanted to fight a battle in the battlefield of the heavens to prove himself. Looking at what Iruka said, Naruto was deeply moved. Finally, after bowing to everyone, he ran to other places quickly. In the Hyuga clan, Naruto happened to meet Hinata here. Moment. Naruto grabbed Hinata's little hand, which made Hinata blush and heartbeat. Naruto, you. What are you doing? Hinata whispered, feeling ashamed by Naruto in her heart. But Naruto didn't let go of her hand, and said seriously, Hinata, can I ask you for a favor? Before Hinata could answer, Naruto was excited again. I want to participate in the next battle in the battlefield of the heavens. I hope you can vote for me. Hinata nodded shyly and looked at the big boy in front of her. She still remembers. Advertisement once when I was young, I ran away from home. There was heavy snow in the sky, and Naruto sent her home. Looking at the magnificent house of the Hyuga clan, Naruto said to Hinata when he was a child. With such a big home, why do you still cry? Like me, there is no one around me. But never cry. Hinata still remembers that when Naruto looked at her sunny smiling face. He knows the deepest darkness in the depths, but brings light to others all the time. Hinata also felt the loneliness Naruto endured for the first time. It was also at this door that the young girl had a strange affection for Naruto for the first time. From then on, Hinata blushed when he saw Naruto. There is not much time to talk to Hinata. After Naruto bowed deeply, he ran away. Hinata looked at Naruto's back and couldn't help saying, Naruto. Afterwards, Naruto ran across the streets and alleys. Naruto knocked from door to door, asking from door to door. Some people, after listening to Naruto's words, closed the door and turned him away. But Naruto was reluctant, still knocking on the door. No bowing, Naruto knelt. Kneeling is not enough, Naruto kowtows. Finally, Naruto's legs trembled, and a large bag had been knocked out on his forehead due to multiple collisions. Many people were slightly moved by Naruto's move. But there are also more people who shut their doors behind Naruto. After all, his demon fox's name is too loud, no one wants to cause trouble for themselves. Naruto gritted his teeth, although many people scolded him and even drove him away. There was a deep accumulation of grievances in his heart, but there was a touch of firm unwillingness in his eyes. Relying on this last touch of unwillingness, Naruto came to the last place. This is the Hokage office building. There is third Hokage inside, and even first Hokage at this time. This is the place where Naruto has been most yearning since childhood. His ultimate goal has always been Hokage. He didn't know how many times he thought about this dream when he was a child. Every time I get home, I lie in bed. He looked at the ceiling and looked forward to the day when he became Hokage. And get up every morning. He will also look in the mirror and tell that this boy will be Hokage from now on. Looking at the Hokage office building in front of him, Naruto's eyes were full of determination. Chapter 43. Auto-generated chapter title, 43. The sixth game, Challenge Akainu's Naruto. Third watch, Ask for Flowers. Just when Naruto was about to take his steps towards the Hokage office building, Kakashi brought Sakura and Sasuke to the side. Sasuke put Kabuto in his hands, with an arrogant expression on his face. Naruto, don't waste your effort. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto was stunned. The cold eyes of the villagers, the anger of the adults and even the drive away, the grievances that have been regarded as demon foxes since childhood. All kinds of emotions rushed into his heart, and Naruto suddenly turned his head to look at Sasuke. I will definitely win this battle. With his head down, Naruto steadfastly raised his left foot and was about to walk towards the Hokage office building. But little Sakura also said at this time, Naruto, don't waste your effort, it's useless. Even if I, Mr. Sasuke, and Mrs. Kakashi vote for you, there are more people who will not vote for you. Even if the entire Konoha village votes for you, there is still ninja. Do you think they will know you a genin, Uzumaki Naruto? Little Sakura said loudly, and the two words genin specially emphasized his tone. Naruto was stunned again, and he didn't know how to fall with his left foot in the air. Seeing Naruto's body stop, little Sakura persuaded him again. Naruto, even if you succeed in the end, take part in the next battle. But, facing the strong in Pirate World, do you have a chance of winning? Boom. Naruto's left foot fell on the ground, trembling. His face was extremely hesitant. Yes, even if he succeeds in the end, he will become the representative of the next Hokage world. However, the various powerhouses in the Pirate World. The powerful strengths of Whitebeard, Garp, Akainu, and Golden Lion struck him one by one. Naruto's firm eyes also began to hesitate. In the face of these strong, does he have a chance to win? Naruto was stunned, and his firm belief began to waver. Yes, even if he successfully participated in the battle. But can he finally win and change the villagers' view of him? Cannot. On the contrary, it will aggravate the villagers' misunderstanding of him. He, Uzumaki Naruto, will become the laughingstock of shinobi and the sinner of Konoha. Naruto froze in place, but an unwilling heart was unable to calm down for a long time. He, who has always carried the name of a demon fox, was misunderstood by the villagers. Advertisement. Since I was young, I have not had any friends, no parents, and no family members. Naruto grew up in such an environment, and now, suddenly there was an opportunity to prove himself. Prove that he is not an evil demon fox. Prove that he is Konoha's hero. Naruto didn't want to give up. Even if he knew it himself, even if he entered the battlefield of the heavens, he might still be unable to defeat anyone. But Naruto didn't want to give up, he just wants to prove himself now. Turning his head to look at the Kakashi trio again, Naruto's eyes were firmer than ever. No one can change his mind. Running to the Hokage office building, two guards appeared directly in front of him. The guard stopped Naruto, not letting him go inside. Naruto didn't push hard, but just spit out. He knelt on his knees and made a heavy noise on the stone slab. The two guards were stunned and wanted to take Naruto away directly. At this time Kakashi shook his head. Upon seeing the two guards, he retreated to the side. But they did not let go of Naruto, meaning Kakashi is a Konoha Jonin, former Anbu captain, that they know. But they also cannot violate their duties. Related persons cannot be placed Hokage office. Naruto, kneeling on the ground, eyes shining, shouted. Hokage grandfather, to Hokage grandpa, will you come out to meet me? I ask you to come out to see. Naruto Baibarao shouting, causing a commotion Hokage office. Senju Hashirama frowned, looked to the Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen also hear the sound of that road. The voice, how like Naruto. Senju Hashirama some doubts. Monkey, what do you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Shodai, I go out and see what really happened. Senju Hashirama shook his head. I go with you to see exactly what happened. Naruto screaming away, soon to be guarded, surrounded by a group of Anbu, is an opportunity to have him locked up. If it were not Kakashi direct shot it, they might be, will take custody of Naruto. At this time, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the first Hokage Senju Hashirama to close ranks. Just to see Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen eyes a slight fluctuation moment. Advertisement Senju Hashirama a slightly surprised expression. How come a child? He did not wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached. Senju Hashirama it stopped numerous guards, walked in front of Naruto. Naruto eyes some slight excitement, watching Senju Hashirama filled with excitement. First generation grandfather, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, I finally meet you. Senju Hashirama slightly smiled. This time around has been surrounded by a group of villagers. They looked like Naruto, eyes cannot help but flash doubts. Some villagers even more excessive cold eyes, even opening abusive. Fox, and so the source of evil words resounded around. After all, can Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage name of the first very loud, they did not dare shouting abuse. Senju Hashirama looked at Naruto, a direct hand him up. You called Naruto? Naruto nodded, his face full with excitement. His deep eyes more firmly. First generation grandpa, I'm here only one purpose, that is, I want to participate in a battlefield under the heavens. I hope that the two Hokage grandfather can vote for me. Naruto Mojado smile. Senju Hashirama expression is slightly surprised. He was about to shake his head, say the heavens with Naruto battlefield is not child's play. There was immediate uproar of villagers. This Naruto just talked to them, and now even dared to come Hokage? The villagers angrily. The Fox, you will also participate in the heavens war, you cannot give us Konoha village shame. Fox, you snap roll out Arkiba it, 4th generation kill adult killer in this, we come to see him. Weekdays Naruto dodging villagers are walking, and today a last resort, he can only be exposed in front of everyone. This can be exposed, the villagers will be his attitude clearly revealed. No matter how much he Uzumaki Naruto, this group of villagers still regard him as a fox, saw him as the source of evil. He looked a little bit too much of the villagers, Senju Hashirama expression also up slightly unnatural. But he listened to the word fox, but not by eyes turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen silent. When seeing Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought he and Minato agreement. Look at this time in Naruto Fame Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen hearts of some guilt. The villagers abuse louder and louder, Naruto's face gradually exposed down the color. Even the Hokage grandfather, I also think it is a fox? Chapter 44. Auto-generated chapter title, 44. Senju Hashirama is surprised. Sealing 9 tails can kill people? 4th, please ask for flowers. For a long time, it may be under pressure from Senju Hashirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen had to speak to calm the surrounding villagers. Slightly pressed his hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen's prestige in the village is still very high. Therefore, most of the villagers stopped the insulting words. Attached to Senju Hashirama's ear, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Shodai, Naruto is the 9 tails Jinchuriki of our Konoha generation. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama's expression changed slightly. When he heard the villagers scold Naruto the demon fox, he had a guess in his heart. At this moment, it was confirmed by Sarutobi Hiruzen that Senju Hashirama couldn't help feeling a little unhappy. He and his brother handed over the village to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he did all Jinchuriki like this. Facing Senju Hashirama's gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Shodai, you don't know anything. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish speaking, Senju Hashirama waved his hand. He looked at Naruto and smiled. Naruto, since you want to fight, Grandpa First Generation will support you. Hearing what Senju Hashirama said, Naruto couldn't help but froze in place. Grandpa First Generation, really, Senju Hashirama nodded calmly, smiling all over his face. Sasuke's face was full of shock. That guy. Little Sakura is also a little unbelievable. Naruto actually got Shodai's approval? I am not wrong, right? Is Shodai wrong? How could it be possible to let Naruto join the war with Genin? Only Kakashi, who knew the facts, remained silent. He looked at Naruto with some confusion in his eyes. Listening to the insults from the people around, Naruto's face became unnatural again. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little surprised on the side. Shodai? Let Naruto go to the war, will it expose his Jinchuriki and other shinobu villages? When Senju Hashirama heard it, he was a little angry and laughed instantly. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an expression of, you are really teasing me. The villagers insulted this demon fox, the source of all evil. A smart person can think of Naruto as 9 tails Jinchuriki, right? That's how your Sarutobi Hiruzen protects 9 tails Jinchuriki. Senju Hashirama now really wants to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen what he thinks. And seeing Senju Hashirama's attitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression also stagnated. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly realized. Advertisement before Namikaze Minato was dying, his only request was to let him take care of Naruto. For this reason, Namikaze Minato and Kushina and his wife died unscrupulously without any complaints. They are Konoha's heroes. But for various reasons, Sarutobi Hiruzen concealed Naruto's life experience. But I don't know who it is, revealing the fact that Naruto is a demon fox. This also caused Naruto to be treated like this by the villagers in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and shook his head. No longer worrying about his own face, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the front of the villagers and spoke loudly. Everyone, vote for Naruto. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, the entire Konoha village was in an uproar. The villagers looked surprised and shocked, watching even Sarutobi Hiruzen say these words. Master 3rd Generation, that's a demon fox. How can we let him participate in the battle on behalf of Konoha, Lord 4th Generation Spirit in the Sky? Before he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted with an angry voice. Do you still recognize me as Hokage? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, everyone was slightly silent. The villagers nodded, but reluctantly agreed. Senju Hashirama over there also said, I, first Hokage, also want you to vote for Naruto, okay? At this time, the crowd gathered more and more, and there were many ninjas among them. Guy, Yurihong, etc. are all there. Hearing Naruto's words, Guy suddenly cheered. Naruto, I'm going to help you, tell me, let the villagers vote for you. Although it was only the first time I saw Guy, Naruto still had a special feeling for this thick eyebrow. He nodded excitedly, and then bowed deeply. Thank you everyone. With a trembling tone, Naruto's face was full of excitement. He finally had a chance to prove himself. He wants to be Konoha's hero, never to be Konoha's sinner, Demon Fox. Hyuga Clan Land. Hinata found his father and used all his best to ask him to let the people vote for Naruto. Might Guy, Xiao Li and others asked for notification from door to door, just to give Naruto another chance. Sasuke and little Sakura were also infected and went to the streets to tell them. Looking at the people who helped him, Naruto's eyes were red again. He bowed deeply. Everyone, thank you everyone, Uzumaki Naruto, I will definitely win this battle. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly. Naruto, I believe in you. When the entire Konoha village was moving, Naruto was already excited to follow Kakashi for special training. Advertisement taking advantage of this last bit of time, Naruto wanted to improve his strength a little bit more. And in the Hokage office building, Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen walked into the office alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and said, Shodai, I do have a fault in this matter. Senju Hashirama waved his hand. I don't want to be held accountable, I just want to understand the cause and effect of the incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, telling everything about Naruto since the Night of Nine Tails. By now, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also relieved, he is really guilty of Naruto and Namikaze Minato. After listening to Senju Hashirama calmly, he was suddenly a little surprised. Monkey, you said 4th Hokage, seal 9 tails and die? Or just sealed the female chakra of 9 tails? Seeing Senju Hashirama's somewhat surprised expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded helplessly. The old man is ashamed, I should have done this thing. Minato, a young man with great potential, should not be allowed to do it. Looking at Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked ashamed. But at this time, Senju Hashirama frowned, with the expression that you were teasing me. Wait, monkey, I don't understand, can sealing 9 tails kill people? It's still half sealed. Senju Hashirama, who can suppress 9 tails with one hand, is really uncomprehending. And heard his words. Sarutobi Hiruzen vomited blood directly. Do you think anyone special is like you, called the god of ninja world? He really wanted to take Senju Hashirama back directly. After calming down for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen recovered from Senju Hashirama's Versailles. But he didn't think much about it. Shodai, do we want to announce that Naruto is 4th Hokage, the son of a hero? Sarutobi Hiruzen has completely figured it out, he also wanted to make up for the agreement with Namikaze Minato. But Senju Hashirama shook his head. I don't deny your idea of protecting Jinchuriki, but your approach is really unwise. As for the fact that Naruto's father is Namikaze Minato. Senju Hashirama's expression suddenly condensed. I believe that after watching this battle, our 4th Hokage can't help but join the battle. When the time comes, let their father and son meet in person. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and the two fell silent. Chapter 45, Auto-generated chapter title. 45. The 6th game, Challenge Akainu's Naruto, 5th, please ask for flowers. In the end, the candidates for the battle were also determined. Something that shocked the entire ninja world appeared. A name they had never heard before appeared. In the 6th game, Uzumaki Naruto challenged Akainu and Sakazuki, close black lens bracket. The intelligence systems of the major ninja villages are operating one after another. They looked at the name with confusion. Soon, the senior officials of the major ninja villages got information from Uzumaki Naruto. Genin of Konoha, are you kidding me? Onoki looked at the leader Anbu who came to report with a surprised look. The Anbu leader nodded. Master Tsuchikage, after much verification, this Uzumaki Naruto is indeed a Genin of Konoha. However, he has always been called an evil demon fox by the villagers, and his treatment in the village is not very good. Onoki heard these words, and his heart gradually calmed down. As for the scheming man, his expression changed in the next moment. Demon fox? 9 tails? 9 tails Jinchuriki? Onoki's face was surprised, thinking about the meaning of Konoha sending 9 tails Jinchuriki. Indeed, for Konoha now. Although Senju Hashirama's combat power is strong, if no one challenges him, he will not be able to participate in the war again. And the strength of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is just that, not particularly strong. It is said that he was praised Sarutobi Hiruzen with him. Counting it down, Konoha has only 9 tails as the strongest person. And thrown into the battlefield of the heavens, even if 9 tails ran away, it couldn't hurt Konoha by half. Instead, it was the person from Pirate World that suffered. Onoki's eyes are bright. Konoha is a good idea, sound shinobi village. Orochimaru was taken aback when he saw the name. He looked at Danzo who was sitting beside him, and the evil voice sounded. Danzo, this is Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki? After learning that Senju Hashirama was resurrected, Danzo urgently contacted Orochimaru, and then fled to his Atonin village with the roots. Danzo's face also sank when he heard Orochimaru's words. Sarutobi, you are really incapable of getting home, and you let Nine Tails Jinchuriki participate in the battle and expose it to the ninja world? Danzo's face was gloomy, a little ugly. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth. Nine Tails, it's horrible. If they win again, our plan will be difficult to implement. Danzo's face sank again when he heard Orochimaru's words. Working with Orochimaru, he has only one purpose. Return to Konoha and become Hokage. But once Nine Tails wins this game, then his goal of becoming Hokage will become farther. Advertisement. When the entire ninja world saw Uzumaki Naruto's name, they were all stunned. Many people have never heard of Uzumaki Naruto's name, and no longer look forward to this battle. Pirate World. Akainu, who was sitting in the marshal's office, stood up directly. Finally, someone challenged him. His Akainu defeat was too wrong. Although he is not as strong as Senju Hashirama, he is definitely not as weak as he appears. Akainu is very unwilling and has been preparing for a long time. Seeing the news that someone challenged him, Akainu mixed up with fighting spirit. Uzumaki Naruto. Chewing the name lightly, Akainu's figure turned into a golden light and disappeared into the office. Seeing Akainu leave, Sengoku has some worry in his eyes. Sakazuki, I hope you can win this game. Uzumaki Naruto, I don't know which powerhouse in that world is this again. Sengoku sighed. Kizaru and Aokiji also came to the side and looked at the battlefield in their minds. Two golden lights flashed, and a large island appeared in everyone's eyes. Akainu strode out in a golden light, and his expression was slightly relaxed when he saw the scene under him. This time it was finally not the sea that made him want to scold his mother. Finally there was a battlefield that was still in his favor. Naruto was excited to get out from the golden light. Well, this feeling, really wonderful awe, listening to the voice of a devil head, then looked a little devil head out. Akainu's face instantly sank. To challenge him, it turned out to be a gross, no longer homogeneous kid. Akainu standing on the ground, fists clenched in the side. 3 meters tall body full of oppressive, looking out across Uzumaki Naruto, Akainu inevitably some contempt and anger. Hokage world. It is so looked down upon him? Send a kid to challenge him? This is true, not take him Sakazuki when a strong look. Akainu face gradually gloomy, staring at Naruto without the slightest good face. Hokage world, is that no one yet actually sent you such a devil? Akainu said, slightly blazed. The temperature has begun to rise on the fists. Akainu, that horrible feeling of oppression force. Naruto's face instantly slightly embarrassed to live. Watching Senju Hashirama face Akainu, and his own face Akainu, this is entirely two concepts. Naruto, a full 3 high Akainu oppressive force is very powerful. Marine Admiral momentum is powerful. This, after all, is afraid of the presence of numerous pirates on the sea to make. Advertisement world government is not up to fighting force and play it. Naruto looked sullen at the moment. Akainu, body slightly tight. This is, how much stronger momentum than do not cut. Naruto heart shocked, I have begun Anjou not good. The reason why he challenges Akainu is a fancy shortcomings. Akainu afraid of water. He believes that as long as they carefully make good use of this weakness, Akainu do not cut that as a strength. But the fact has proved Naruto wrong. At the moment blowing pressure, directly led him unable to move. Involuntary body tight, even the body of Nine Tails are slightly affected by Akainu that momentum. Marine in 3 Admiral, Akainu but the strongest momentum. Aokiji and Kizaru powerful, but their momentum was by no means strong. Akainu. Because of the character, but also because they insisted on justice different. Led to a near 3 Admiral. Akainu make the most of the presence of pirates' fear. Senju Hashirama can be indifferent composure when faced him. That is because Senju Hashirama has a more powerful than Akainu strength. Naruto can do. He really is a genin. Body involuntarily trembling, skin begins to tight, the hairs stood stud. Naruto, even the words are some that do not know. Akainu it, I'm Naruto, to challenge you. Struggling to say that, Naruto will only get rid of the fear slightly. He can now, all eyes cannot look. Akainu goes gloomy face. Naruto saw this scene, the heavens wand sector are some doubts. Exactly how the Hokage world think. I sent such a smelly kid. Many villagers. Konoha village is a pity. The fox is to go to our shame. Fox, damn it, we actually lost Kiba's face. Even the Sasuke are some ridicule. Naruto, you even have the courage to look the other way. That Akainu is not it. I'm so disappointed in you. Small Sakura, Kakashi's eyes flashed, also helpless. Both, the gap is too big. Except watch the fight at home in Hyuga Hinata. She took a small fist. Naruto, come on. In the world of undead. Namikaze Minato and Kushina eyes is widened. Naruto. Chapter 46 auto-generated chapter title. 46. Akainu is furious. A little devil dares to challenge me. The first one, ask for flowers. Hokage world. Although Sasuke's expression is full of arrogance, he doesn't like Naruto at all. But in the bottom of his heart, there is a glimmer of hope. He also wanted Naruto to win. Probably because they are companions. But Sasuke also knew that it was absolutely impossible. Little Sakura was also worried on the side. She was afraid that this incident would completely destroy Naruto's character. If Naruto shuts himself down because of this, then she, Sasuke, Kakashi and others are all responsible. It was they who failed to stop Naruto and helped him participate in the battle. Kakashi shook his head at the bottom of his heart. Not to mention Naruto at this time, even if he was replaced by Hitaki Kakashi, Konoha's Jonin. Faced with that Akainu Sakazuki, he has no chance of winning. Just looking at it, Kakashi could feel the majestic aura of Akainu. Konoha. Except for Senju Hashirama, I am afraid that no one can beat this iron-blooded powerhouse. Inside the Hokage office building, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the confrontation between Naruto and Akainu. His face was also difficult to look. But, now that he has decided to let Naruto participate in the war, he has certain confidence in Naruto. This confidence comes from the Nine Tails in Naruto. How horrible Nine Tails is, he has seen this third Hokage with his own eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly and said, Naruto, go to fight, I am on you and see your father's shadow. On the side, Senju Hashirama is not as optimistic as Sarutobi Hiruzen. His expression was slightly solemn. As the one who has really fought Akainu, he is very aware of the terrorist power that Akainu possesses. Especially the kind of moves that can turn the body into magma and immune to physical attacks. If he hadn't discovered that Akainu was afraid of water, this ability would really be incomprehensible. Senju Hashirama stared at his eyebrows. Even if Naruto had 9 tails in his body, he didn't think that 9 tails could beat Akainu. Pirate World. Kizaru's expression relaxed, he leaned back, and said wryly. Oh, I thought I sent a strong person this time, dare to challenge Sakazuki. It turned out to be a stinky kid. Advertisement. From the look of Kizaru, he knew that he didn't care about Naruto's combat power at all. And looking like Naruto, he is just over a decade old. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he still doesn't have much combat power now, right? Third, Admiral is already close to 50 before he has the current combat power. So a little devil, no one will pay attention to it. Aokiji on the side is also indifferent. Ah la la, is it a kid who challenged Akainu? Some don't understand how the world voted. Listening to the voices of Aokiji and Kizaru, Sengoku's eyes also flashed with ease. Sakazuki, this battle should be stable. But Sengoku didn't relax completely, who knows if there is something heaven-defying about Uzumaki Naruto. Otherwise, wouldn't the world's major power holders and countless people be mentally disabled? Sengoku looked at it calmly. On the sea, there were waves of laughter at Akainu. Kaido laughed loudly. Red Dog actually dealt with a little devil, ha 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 ha. Charlotte Linlin also laughed, ma ma ma, when he saw this scene. Although the two of Whitebeard and the redhead didn't show their ridicule at Akainu, they didn't care too much about the battle. Many powerhouses on the Great Sea even regarded this battle as talking about capital after cooking. Who has genuine interest to see a King Bronze abuse it? Pirates of the world system is doomed practice, most of the strong or age is still high. Even the younger generation such as Keita Library Chestnut, that is already in their 40s middle age. So, they will more or less exposed to Naruto contempt. Can the other world, but different. Spirit Cage World. Lowly Summer Beans looked a little yourself and play the same child, eyes instantly lit up. Hey, Broken Star sister, you look, there is a great kid and I almost played EH. Alexander also saw the blonde hair of Naruto, somewhat stunned. OMG, really is a little devil head. It's my idol Bureau Akainu certainly win. Broken Star eyes have a hint careful, retorted. Do not underestimate the little devil head, he might have any special abilities. Heard, who is also a few slightly stern. Bai Yuekui beautiful eyes staring at Naruto, but did not see him any different. If I have to say anything, that Naruto is the body that an infection of some inexplicable temperament of the people. Most of the Heaven's Wand strong community of Naruto is somewhat dismissive. They Kukuo show, wanted to see how Akainu child Naruto. Advertisement. The world of the dead can be Hokage. Namikaze Minato is big bright eyes, the people very excited. That's my son, Uzumaki Naruto do. I had looked at the little guy or small, has now grown so big. Minato's eyes instantly become wet again. But his face is a smile. Naruto, third generation adults should take care of you very well. Namikaze Minato's words, filled with a surge of hope. He never gave their lives because his Kiba then repent. The reason only, he entrusted his son to the most trusted. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed love. Naruto, he had better grow up and become a father, like a hero, oh. Also dead Uzumaki Kushina also trembling with excitement. Namikaze Minato yet patience, but she simply cannot endure. She looked at Naruto's face, I cannot help but cheer loudly. Naruto, 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 she cries Naruto was destined to fall short of the ears. But Uzumaki Kushina's face with a smile. He and her husband Namikaze Minato, trust Sarutobi Hiruzen. As long as Naruto can live better couple dead but also the value. In the battlefield, even Akainu this time did not. But the fact that terrorist pressure Akainu, has given way to pale Naruto's. Big mouth breathing for a long time, Naruto looked up the courage to look bigger than he is to a lot of Akainu. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, we will defeat you, we'll win the battle for the village at this. Naruto's face was full of firm, looked at Akainu forcibly dispersed the fear. Naruto looked gloomy eyes under the brim Akainu, without any fluctuations. Kid, come on, let me see if you have any special abilities. Akainu standing still, there is no meaning of the first shot. He was ready to test the front of this kid. What if the other special abilities that he cannot gut or capsize? Naruto hands were printed on the front, he shouted. Clone Technique. Chapter 47 Auto-generated chapter title. 47. Naruto alone, distressed and Kushina Namikaze Minato, more second, seeking flowers. Smoke gradually dispersed, let the heavens wand circles or popping scene took place. Naruto, directly into the long blonde hair of a naked woman. Seeing this, one numerous strong community is completely shocked. Spirit Cage World, Alexander Phrase, FML, is spit out. And this is also totally inadequate to demonstrate shocked his heart. Side of the Shu Tong, who is also gently coughed twice, to cover up the embarrassment. Lowly small summer beans widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Broken Star is also a little embarrassed, his face a little ugly and a half points. Even Bai Yuekui eyes are somewhat not natural. The representatives of the world Hokage play, not too serious, right? Super God Universe. Angels who see this scene also eyes widened. Furthermore, a deep sense of disgust. Yan Angel, who are all these cool scene full of resentment. Although beautiful angel appearance, but they are never put her own beauty to the enemy. Angel beautiful, but they are more arrogant. Every angel, even the most ordinary angel warriors, they have bothered to do such a thing on the battlefield. Pirate world. Martial few people in the office are robust. Kizaru more wretched old head, hey, with a smile. Aokiji look of frustration. Allah, you want to use this way to overcome Sakazuki it. In other words the guy actually possible, but Sakazuki. Aokiji shook his head. Kizaru, hey Kuzan, skimming at me do you? Naturally, I am the kind of person you are. Sengoku's gloomy face, watching this scene speechless. Many people Hokage world is even more shocked. Endure throughout the community are shocked, I did not expect to actually get up Naruto seduce. Villagers in the eyes of more dislike for Konoha village Naruto, disdain for him this trick. Leaves of being back Jiraiya Dayton only figure, slightly narrowed eyes. Uruka, Kakashi, who are more accepting of some. After all, Naruto Mudra wrong not once or twice. Within the souls of the world. Namikaze Minato face a lag, Naruto had to cheer him froze in place. Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina furious, red-haired stud stood. Dead monkeys. You exactly how to teach my son. ... Advertisement. Battlefield, noisy heavens one community hear and cannot hear. Akainu this time looked like Naruto, his face getting very gloomy. Little devil, you think, so you can make me to not pull it. Akainu if extremely gloomy, he believes in absolute justice, because S*X is never the slightest touching. Akainu hear the words, Naruto cast transformation technique of whom also surprised a moment. He could not help but look down at himself, his face suddenly become awkward. Wrong. Naruto quickly explained too, would have turned into a reappearance. But after Naruto such a practice, his heart is completely relaxed. Not because Akainu that the momentum of terror and tension. Hands were printed on the front, Naruto shouted. Multiple shadow clone technique. This is not always wrong. With the B********* G sounds. Around, suddenly there are lots of Naruto avatar. A little ghost appeared. Akainu's observation hockey start, was actually able to detect what is the real Naruto. In front of this great little devil head, as if each of the strength of the same, there is no difference. Akainu's gloomy face half points. However, these little ghosts are too weak in his eyes. Not enough to see. You don't need Meteor Volcano, standing here and letting him fight will not hurt himself by half. Countless Naruto shouted in unison. Go on. Immediately. One by one, they rushed to Akainu, punching and kicking him in admiral uniform. Without the slightest movement, Akainu just stood there, letting each of Naruto's clones rush forward. However, the popping sound is endless again. All shadow clone rushed forward. But in the end, Naruto's face was stunned. All his shadow clone were burned by the high temperature of Akainu. Naruto's face was a bit ugly, and he no longer thought that he could win this game just by recklessness. That Akainu, just standing still, resolved all his attacks. To know, even Kakashi has to solve this trick one by one, it's never so easy. Watching this scene, Naruto's heart was slightly solemn. But before he could react, a huge lava fist rushed over. Great eruption. Akainu, who was not far away, launched an attack without hesitation after spotting Naruto's body. A little devil, he didn't want to be too cold and time-consuming with him. Advertisement. A huge lava fist rushed towards his face with terrifying heat. Kushina in the undead world became nervous for an instant. Naruto, run away. She watched this scene, and her heart couldn't help but feel worried. Akainu's blow, even if she wanted to avoid it, was by no means easy. Namikaze Minato's face is also slightly solemn. Naruto. But Namikaze Minato didn't worry too much about Naruto. Since 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to let Naruto play, he must have a certain degree of certainty. And Namikaze Minato believes, after so many years of training in 3rd generation, Naruto is definitely not inferior to the average Chunin. He is very confident. After all, Naruto is his Konoha genius, the son of Namikaze Minato. But the next scene made Minato a little startled. Seeing the giant lava fist with a radius of more than 1 meter, Naruto was completely stunned. This is not the great fireball technique of 2 pillars, but the great eruption of Akainu. Naruto didn't even react. He was punched directly by Akainu, and he flew out. Akainu's heart is full of disdain, and observation haki is firmly locked in Naruto. Original. It's really just a stinky kid, nothing special. That Uzumaki Naruto must have died under his punch. Naruto's figure flew upside down in the air, and many pictures flashed in his eyes. From small to large, countless villagers, cold eyes, countless children's disgust, countless people's neglect of him. What's more, that endless loneliness. Naruto's eyes flashed over these, as if he saw the Minato couple floating in the sky. As that, my father and mother. A demon fox, also have parents. At this moment, Naruto closed his eyes slightly. Boom. Naruto's body fell 100 meters away. The skin was burned extensively, and the bones were also shattered by Akainu's punch. Countless people in the heavens and 10,000 realms stared at this scene, instantly stunned. Minato and Kushina in the undead world even shouted, Naruto. Although they knew that even if Naruto died here, he would not really die. However, they did not expect that Naruto could not even take a blow from Akainu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, did they raise their children into what they are now? Minato and Kushina, the two parents, felt this tension for the first time. The two of them wished to rush into the battlefield of the heavens now to get rid of Akainu. Chapter 48 Auto-generated chapter title. 48. Naruto is full of combat power. Nine tails run wild. Konoha trembles. Third watch, please flowers. Natsumi's eyes widened slightly. That Uzumaki Naruto, why is it so weak? Yeah, let me go, he didn't even take a move from my idol Akainu. Shonda also echoed the road. The eyes of several people are full of doubts. How could the world of Hokage send such an extremely weak person? This seems to be inferior to a few of them. Among the few people, only Bai Yuekui, who was standing in the front, blinked. He looked at Naruto who was beaten so unnaturally by Akainu, thinking that it would never end. Let's not talk about whether everyone's brains in the Hokage world are broken, and such individual representatives are selected to participate in the battle. In her heart, there was an inexplicable caution to this Uzumaki Naruto. That was the tension that Bai Yuekui felt when she met the strong. In the battlefield, the corners of Akainu's mouth disdain, is it that way? I'd better go home and practice again. And Naruto, who was under the spotlight, was motionless at the moment. Akainu is already standing there, ready to meet the victory. He didn't expect that he would have won this battle so easily. Several people in naval headquarters were also shocked. Kizaru's face was full of envy. Sakazuki is so lucky. If I go, that kid will have to kneel. Why don't you give me such a good opportunity? Kizaru couldn't help sighing, very sorry. Aokiji and Sengoku were also a little dazed, and they couldn't accept this scene. No matter how weak Naruto is, he won't be killed by Sakazuki's punch, right? However, for a long time, the leaderboard did not give an announcement of Akainu's victory. This makes everyone very confused. And now in Naruto's body. Nine Tails, trapped in the cage, was also taken aback. He looked at Naruto, who was motionless, his brain sluggish. Damn, I'll rest for a while, you are going to hang up. This is no good, the huge Nine Tails shook his head. Kurama couldn't just be so embarrassed. And if Jinchuriki dies, it will die as well, the sealed Nine Tails. Even if it can be reborn, the feeling will never be uncomfortable. So he released a wisp of chakra. Akainu also felt a little puzzled, and turned his gaze back to Naruto. I saw Naruto at this moment, and an evil aura suddenly appeared on his body. This made Akainu perceive it instantly. Visible to the naked eye, Naruto was wrapped in a dark red chakra. Naruto, who was lying on the ground dying, also quickly began to recover. Ahem. Soon, Naruto sat up, feeling a little dazed. But at this time, his sanity has gradually been dispelled. Advertisement. Looking at Akainu, Naruto slowly stood up. The dark red chakra on his body became stronger and stronger, and Naruto looked at Akainu with a firm face. The countless ninjas in the ninja world were shocked. Then, what is that evil chakra? The many ninjas in Konoha village recalled the night 12 years ago. Countless ninjas sat shivering on the ground, looking at Naruto in fear. Demon Fox, Monster Fox. He is really a demon fox. He is really the demon fox who destroyed Konoha. The demon fox is still the chief culprit in the death of the fourth generation. For such a person, we still let him participate in the war on our behalf. Regardless of the prestige of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Hashirama, the fear in the hearts of the villagers cannot be suppressed now. On the battlefield, Naruto walked towards Akainu step by step. He seemed to hear the voices of the villagers in his heart. Naruto gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his blue pupils. From the time I was young, the villagers called me a demon fox, and I was under heavier pressure than everyone else. Since I was little, I didn't have any friends by my side. I came home alone and faced the empty room. How much I yearn for a friend who can talk to me. Since I was little, I didn't have parents like everyone else, I was only one person. These are all because I am a demon fox, I am a monster that is spurned by others. Naruto walked forward tremblingly, his blue pupils gradually being dyed red by the monster chakra. But, Akainu, as long as I defeat you, the villagers will not regard me as a demon fox. They won't hate me, I will be the hero of the village. The tail beast's coat was attached to Naruto one by one. His nails became sharp, and one eye was extremely bloody red, like a real monster. In Konoha village, countless villagers yelled, monsters, demon foxes, and so on. They looked at Naruto with both fear and disgust. And listening to Naruto's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen in Hokage's office building was stunned. His old face was full of silence. He is guilty. He is guilty of the trust of Minato and Kushina. In the world of undead, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were even more stunned. The expressions of the two were dull. Naruto. Naruto. Kushina looked at Naruto in disbelief. Didn't third Hokage take good care of Naruto? Shouldn't he be the son of the hero Namikaze Minato? How did it become like this? Kushina looked at her son with pity and distress in her eyes. Naruto, what have you endured? Minato was also full of doubts. Naruto, how can you say that you don't have mom or dad? Me and Kushina are your parents. Namikaze Minato, who was barely sensible, couldn't help thinking about Naruto's words. Advertisement. Monsters, demon foxes, no parents, all these are in the ears of Namikaze Minato. In an instant, Namikaze Minato, who had turned into an undead, had red eyes. Although he didn't know why Naruto was like this, why third generation didn't take good care of Naruto. But he is full of guilt for Naruto at this moment. Naruto, I am sorry for you. Looking at the stubborn Naruto, Minato's eyes were filled with distress. He looked at Akainu, his bright red eyes stared at Akainu, wishing to swallow him alive. Naruto walked towards Akainu step by step, with more and more tails behind him. As soon as his figure flashed, Naruto rushed to Akainu. But Akainu's face didn't change at all, and he looked at the kid indifferently. Good speed, there is a top rear admiral. Some kind of secret technique. But I want to tell you that in the face of absolute strength, any secret technique has no effect at all. Naruto with 3 tails was directly knocked into the air by Akainu with a punch. The terrifying lava is scattered, and it is not on the surface of the sea at the moment. Akainu's combat power can be used 100%. Boom. Naruto, who was covered in the coat of the tail beast, spat out a bloodline, and was severely injured by Akainu's punch again. Although I don't know what secret technique you are, but it's too weak. Akainu walked to Naruto step by step, and terrifying magma erupted from him. Just about to finish Naruto, the Naruto in front of him disappeared again. Boom. One didn't react. Akainu was blasted out directly. Naruto, who appeared again, had 4 tails behind him. But the next scene was not as Naruto expected. The tails of 9 tails keep sticking out. In the end, he even gradually had 8 tails. His eyes were so strange that he stared at Akainu just like that. The evil and terrifying chakra swept the surrounding world, causing the white clouds above the island to be discolored. But Akainu just got serious. No armament hockey, there is no sea, and Naruto can't hurt him at all. Magma and the terrifying 9 tails chakra are scattered. The two collided, but even wearing a tail beast coat in the form of 8 tails, Naruto was still suppressed by the explosive Akainu. Marine Admiral's combat power should not be underestimated. The 9 tails in Naruto also felt difficult. At this time, he was already personally manipulating Naruto's body, and Naruto completely gave him the right to control his body. Most of the seal loosened, and 9 tails' heart became more and more frustrated. Having been suppressed by Akainu for so long, he actually felt the shame of being played by Senju Hashirama. Roar. A world-shaking roar resounded through the heavens and all realms. At this moment, countless villagers in Konoha changed their expressions. Chapter 49 Auto-generated chapter title. 49. Assimilate an island. Logia's true horror. 4th. Please ask for flowers. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed. 9 tails. Run away. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen's horror, Senju Hashirama on the side is very calm. Madara is not afraid of putting Susanoo on 9 tails. Half of 9 tails ran away, which for him can be suppressed by flipping his hands. Uchiha Madara in Akatsuki's organization also looked calm. A 9 tails, it was just his summoning beast back then. Madara held the dead tree given to him by the Golden Lion, and looked closely at it. From his eyes, he couldn't see through the sword. This wood withered, the quality is not even inferior to that of Kusanagi's sword. On the streets of Konoha village, many villagers looked terrified, and their hearts trembled as they watched this scene. Even jonin such as Kakashi and Yurihon recalled the horror of the 9 tails night. Ms. Minato. Kakashi couldn't help thinking of Namikaze Minato in his eyes. Naruto, you really look like you. It would be great if you could come back. A hint of hope flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Now that there is a ranking list, it is not impossible for Namikaze Minato to resurrect in the future. In the battlefield, Akainu is full of lava flowing and full of combat power. A large area under him was assimilated into magma by him. The terrifying magma is ready to go. Akainu is like a volcano that may erupt at any time, with his eyes fixed on the giant in front of him. And 9 tails also appeared completely at this moment. Like a hill, the horror and evil aura of 9 tails rushed over. Seeing this scene, the heavens and all realms were a little shocked. In the spirit cage world, little lowly Natsuga looked surprised that Uzumaki Naruto turned into such a monster. No wonder he is called a demon fox by the people in the village. Yeah, let me go. Isn't this just a 9 tails demon fox? This is much better than the king-level extreme devouring beast. Shanda's eyes were a little shocked. However, after seeing the ability of Uchiha Madara and others to destroy the world, the endurance of everyone has been increased. However, I believe that my idol, Akainu, is stronger. Look, my idol Akainu is no less powerful than that 9 tails demon fox. Shonda said, as if Akainu was strong and he was excited. Super God World. Guy Shaw and Hexy thought slightly. This nine tails seemed to have been sealed in Naruto's body. It seems that Hokage World's choice of him to play is not without a target. Shinigami World. Aizen watched the battle between the two calmly. Whether it is Akainu or Nine Tails, it seems to him to be that way. Their strength is indeed far behind Aizen. In Aizen's eyes, Nine Tails is also a Manos Grande of Vasto Lord level. And thinking that Nine Tails was originally sealed in Naruto's body, Aizen couldn't help but show interest in her eyes. Advertisement. Can he seal a Vasto Lord into the human body? This may help his hollow transformation. Pirate World. Kizaru looked at the huge Nine Tails and spoke wryly. That Nine Tails fox is so powerful, Sakazuki must be serious. Say so. But everyone knows that Kizaru didn't have the slightest seriousness in his words. Aokiji also shook his head. Alala. If there is only this level, you can't beat Sakazuki. Both are 3 Admiral. Aokiji knows the horror of Akainu very well. Sengoku was also calm, gradually feeling a little bit happy in his heart. It seems that Akainu should be fine in this round. In the battlefield, Nine Tails' eyes were extremely brutal. He looked at Akainu, who was enveloped in lava, and opened his mouth wickedly. In his mouth, a black ball slowly condensed. The black ball reveals the aura and power of terror. This made Akainu's complexion change. Boom. The tailed beast bomb rushed to Akainu unstoppably. Akainu's complexion also changed slightly, and a giant lava fist stretched out, trying to block Nine Tails' tailed beast bomb. But he still underestimated the impact of tailed beast bomb. Akainu was flushed to the ground in an instant and flew upside down. The face of Akainu, who was hit by the tailed beast bomb, also changed. Standing on the spot again, a stream of blood slowly flowed from the corner of Akainu's mouth. Kizaru and Aokiji in naval headquarters were a little shocked. What? Seeing the blood in Akainu's mouth, Kizaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Aokiji is also a little solemn. The attack from the Nine Tails demon fox can actually hurt Logia. Kizaru was surprised, but they knew that Akainu was injured. It must be because of the special reason of the tailed beast bomb. Senju Hashirama in Hokage's office building also changed slightly. Besides water, can tailed beast bomb also hurt that guy's naturalization? Senju Hashirama couldn't help thinking of the essence of tailed beast bomb. Tailed beast bomb is formed by the yin and yang attribute of chakra. In that case, can chakra with yin and yang attributes hurt the naturalization of Akainu? Akatsuki within the organization. Madara's pair of Rinnegan also flickered slightly. In the battlefield, Akainu's face was a little gloomy. He watched the Nine Tails demon fox once again condense a tailed beast bomb, and his heart began to get serious. He also didn't expect that this Nine Tails attack could actually injure his entity. This made the confident Akainu sink. One person and one beast launched a large-scale attack. The terrifying lava destroys the world. Tailed beast bomb of Nine Tails also bombarded again and again. But both sides are the kind of energetic masters. Advertisement. Nine Tails has a huge amount of chakra. As Marine Admiral, Akainu has endless physical strength. The two are at a stalemate. Seeing the battle between the two, Sasuke's face changed a little. Unexpectedly, Naruto turned out to be Nine Tails. Little Sakura's face was pale, she was frightened by Nine Tails' evil aura. Sasuke's heart is a little solemn, and Nine Tails' strength is 100%. But then Akainu could still contend with it, and didn't let the wind fall at all. Seeing this scene, Sasuke was extremely shocked. In the eyes of the strong, are the tail beasts so vulnerable? Sasuke murmured. In the eyes of normal ninjas, the tail beast is an invincible existence. But in front of that Akainu, even the tail beast was nothing but that. This completely refreshed Sasuke's 3 views. He was determined again to become the strong like Uchiha Madara. That way, ninja could almost walk sideways. By the time. Itachi, your special cat is definitely dead. Next moment. Sasuke's face changed as he watched the battlefield. Kakashi and Sakura also changed their complexions beside them, and their eyes gradually showed amazement. On the battlefield, Akainu faced Nine Tails, and the wind of iron and blood swept through people's hearts. His face was gloomy, and lava was flowing all over his body. Do you think you can win by releasing the sealed monster in your body? Let you see today, the true strength of my Sakazuki. Boom, boom, endless magma gushes out of Akainu's body. From Akainu's feet, magma began to spread around. Trees and grassland were burned down. The Logia ability is activated to ultimate. The temperature of the entire island has risen, gradually approaching a terrifying level. Akainu looked at Nine Tails. Monster, lead to death. After saying this, magma began to erupt in many places around the island. Boom, boom, boom. Even with Nine Tails, his eyes started to change. Humans, how can they be so strong? Except for Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, it has never seen anyone with this level of strength. A terrifying magma erupted, and the entire island was assimilated by Akainu's Logia ability. The ground turned into magma, and the temperature was extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the heavens and the world are greatly shocked. Chapter 50 Auto-generated chapter title. 50. Naruto spurned again. The Darkness of Konoha. First update, please subscribe. Hokage in the undead world. Watching Akainu explode Logia's full power, Minato's eyes were full of worry. Naruto, come on. Nine Tails at this time, in his eyes is Naruto. And Minato thought of Naruto's few words in his heart, and his heartache was like a knife. He and Kushina gave up everything and left, leaving only such a son. But, I don't know why Naruto was treated like that. Minato was angry and his eyes were splitting. Assassin world. As Chi watched Akainu's Logia ability assimilated an island, his pupils shrank into a single point. That island is about the same size as our little chicken island, right? Dabao, if that Akainu comes to our little chicken island, will it be easy to destroy this place? Dabao was also shocked, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Affa, yes, right. Punch the world. Seeing Akainu's terrifying ability, Genos was shocked. Saitama also watched the battle between the two seriously. Spirit Cage World. Shonda slapped it on his thigh, the expression of excitement on his face was speechless. Damn, my idol Akainu is so dazzling. He actually assimilated an island. I'm going to an active volcano the size of an island. I don't know how to stop that nine-tails monster fox. There were also some shocks in Bai Yuekui's eyes. She is very interested in Akainu's ability. Super God World. Even Guy Sasha was a little surprised to see Akainu's ability. Can the world's ability be able to do this? Pirate World. Aokiji's face became serious. Sakazuki, used all my strength. Sengoku's face is also a bit solemn. In that unmanned battlefield, Akainu doesn't need to consider any influence, just unscrupulously release his abilities. And the Hokage world. Sasuke and others have been completely shocked. Danzo in Otonin village was even more excited. If he has this kind of terrifying ability. Becoming Hokage is just around the corner. At that time, it is absolutely simple to launch a war against other big countries. Just invade the ninja village alone and turn it into a magma hell. Danzo trembled, longing for Akainu's ability. On the side Orochimaru is the same. I don't know when, his eyes have turned into weird vertical pupils. Seeing Akainu's destructive power, Orochimaru's mouth water is no longer known. Even Madara in Akatsuki's organization feels a bit tricky about Akainu's current state. Senju Hashirama frowned slightly and looked a little ugly at this scene. Advertisement. In the battle between him and Akainu, if Akainu used such abilities, then he would never win so easily. In the battlefield, Ninetales watched the sky disappear, and then looked at the terrifying magma eruption around, his eyes became more violent. In front of him, Akainu slowly emerged. Feel the horror of magma. Akainu roared. Meteor volcano. It's not just Akainu's body. In the lava rolling around, there was also a torrent of lava. The terrifying temperature hit Ninetales and swallowed him unstoppably. The face of Ninetales was extremely ugly, and the tailed beast bomb burst out in his mouth, constantly bombarding Akainu's figure. The terrifying wave of the two fighting against each other changed the colors of the surrounding world. Persevering in the justice in his heart, Akainu's strength exploded to ultimate. Ninetales is also a real anti-beat. As a chakra aggregate, he also felt the pain of lava burning. But he felt even more offended by the weak humans before. Tailed beast bomb destroys the world. The terrifying magma of an island pressed against it. Minato and Kushina in the undead world are going crazy. But at the last moment, the seal in Naruto's body gradually couldn't hold it. Minato and Shinichiryu left chakra inside Naruto's body and started to activate. This chakra began to consolidate its seal on Ninetales. The face of Ninetales in the battlefield changed. Naruto. His mouth was wide open, and he roared unwillingly. Finally, the huge Ninetales were swallowed by terrifying lava. The golden light gradually shrouded and everything returned to its original state. Naruto stood there in a daze, while Akainu looked at the leaderboard with joy. Akainu was shrouded in a golden light, and the magma on his body bulged out and began to transform into a fiercer red-gold lava. Watching Akainu enjoy the winner's reward, Naruto's eyes are full of envy. Naruto said silently, Akainu, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely come to you to challenge again. I will definitely defeat you myself. But Akainu didn't even mean to answer him. In the golden light, the two figures disappeared. Naruto returned to Konoha village, Kakashi and others. Naruto lowered his head and looked at the three of Kakashi. Ms. Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke. Naruto's tone was full of regret and regret. He was defeated. Even if he released the big evil guy in his body, he still lost. Little Sakura's face was full of hesitation. Just about to speak, it was interrupted by Sasuke on the side. Naruto, you are so weak. Sasuke looked at Naruto proudly. If I had your power, I would be able to beat that Akainu into a dog. Hearing what Sasuke said, Naruto didn't refute as usual. On the contrary, Naruto was very silent at this moment. He turned his head directly and left with his head down. Seeing Naruto's back, Sasuke's expression was embarrassed. Hey, Naruto, advertisement. I just said that. Sasuke said to Naruto's back. But Naruto lowered his head and did not respond to him. Little Sakura hurried to catch up with Naruto, trying to hold his hand. Naruto, we are partners, it doesn't matter if we lose this time. But Naruto still didn't answer Shaolo, and faintly broke away from Shaolo's hand and walked in the direction of home. In his eyes, stubbornness and perseverance disappeared. Yes, only deep sadness. He is no longer the little sun that is in the dark and brings warmth to others. The sun also has a gloomy day. Kakashi grabbed Sakura who was still trying to chase, and shook his head. Let him calm down, let's trust Naruto. Little Sakura looked hesitant, but didn't chase him anymore. Naruto walked step by step, her eyes blank. Gradually, villagers began to appear around. When they saw Naruto's figure, some avoided it with disgust. What's more, directly speak insults. 613 inches Demon Fox, no you can't do it, Seamus Konoha. Demon Fox, you really failed our trust in you. Yahoo, what's the point of your life? Back then, you killed Lord 4th Hokage. Listening to the insults, Naruto didn't refute, and walked vaguely. He walked through one street after another. Suddenly, he saw the Byakugan girl standing in front of him. Hinata stood in front of Naruto, reaching out and grabbing Naruto. Hinata's eyes are full of trust in Naruto. Naruto, it doesn't matter if you lose this time, I believe you will win next time. Listening to Hinata's words, Naruto raised his head. Tears gushed out instantly. Naruto forcibly turned her head away. Hinata, I'm fine. After saying this, Naruto ran away quickly. The insults from the villagers came to his ears. With tears in his eyes, Naruto ran back to his home step by step. Lying in bed, Naruto looked at the ceiling, 2 rows of tears shed unwillingly. And outside, what's more, the villagers of Damn It are still scolding. They gathered around the door of Naruto's house, reluctantly. Naruto wrapped her ears and forced herself not to listen to those sounds. Within the undead world, as if to feel what happened to Naruto, Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth. Naruto. Kushina's distress can't be restrained completely. She wanted to go see Naruto now. He must be uncomfortable, right? Chapter 51 Auto-generated chapter title. 51. Lava Lava Fruit is improved. Akainu's excitement. Second update. Please subscribe. Pirate World. Within Naval Headquarters, Akainu's figure reappeared. Dressed in justice and a marine cap. This may be the only time Akainu has no somber color on his face. Instead, his face was full of joy. And Huang Yuan's eyes showed a look of horror. Sakazuki. He couldn't keep calm. The reason is that Akainu at this time gave him too much oppression. Looking at Akainu as well, Qingshang's eyes narrowed slightly. Sakazuki. Inside the marshal's office, the 3 older generations, Sengoku, Garp, and Suru, couldn't keep calm. Sengoku's eyes widened, and he felt that Akainu's aura was no less than his own at this time, and his heart throbbed. Garp is also a little weird. At this moment, Akainu is even stronger than him. Everyone is dignified. Sengoku stood up and looked at Akainu with joy. Sakazuki, what reward did you get? Listening to Sengoku's excited voice, Garp and others also focused on Akainu. And Akainu actually smiled slightly. For some of his character, it is difficult to maintain his composure. There is no selling point, Akainu said bluntly. Marshal Sengoku, the reward I got is the promotion of Lava Lava Fruit. With that, he clenched his right fist slightly. The temperature in Yuanshi's office suddenly increased, and it instantly reached a level that ordinary people could not bear. And the lava above Akainu's right fist was no longer black and red, but a terrifying red-gold color. The temperature, hardness, quality, etc. are not improved at all. Seeing the state of Akainu at the moment, Sengoku and others were shocked. Aokiji's expression was slightly dim. Sengoku has revealed to him intentionally or unintentionally that he might step down as marshal. And the next marshal in Sengoku's mind is Kuzan. But 5 elders is more optimistic about Akainu. Because the absolute justice of Akainu is easier to be controlled by 5 elders, what they need is an obedient dog. Not the marine marshal who has his own ideas like Aokiji. At the moment, Akainu's strength is stronger, and it seems to have surpassed him. I'm afraid he just thought about the position of marshal. Compared with the complexity in Aokiji's eyes, Akainu's eyes are bright. The leaderboard rewards are right in his arms. What he needs most now is stronger strength. Only with stronger strength can he accomplish his goal of eliminating pirates. Akainu, who clenched the scarlet golden magma fist, had a strong wind of iron and blood. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other, and they couldn't help sighing. But at the same time, the two were not too worried. Akainu's strength has improved, which has advantages and disadvantages for them. Advertisement. Although Aokiji may be farther away from the position of marshal, but Akainu was promoted to marshal, and his increased combat power may make Marine's behavior more iron and blood in the future. This is a good choice. Sengoku stood up and patted Akainu on the shoulder, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Sakazuki, your strength has improved. This is definitely a happy event for us Marine. The pirates on the sea are going to be frightened by the wind. Looking at Akainu, who was in front of him, Sengoku became more satisfied. Although the justice they insist on is different. But in Marine, Akainu is also carrying out his own justice, and the relationship between the two is not so stale. Akainu nodded, her expression agitated. Marshal Sengoku, I request to lead the team to New World. The 4 emperors are too arrogant. Beast's pirates ruined one of our branches a few days ago. This account must be recovered. So, I asked to go to New World to guard. Akainu's eyes were determined, and his tone was firmer. Sengoku looked at Akainu seriously. Kizaru on the side had already thrown his head away, for fear that Sengoku would let him go with him. Going to guard New World is a chore. Not only have to face the pressure of the 4 emperors, but also the countless fierce pirates of the New World. From the top 3 Marine Admiral are all taking turns to guard. This time Akainu took the initiative to mention it, which made Sengoku admire Akainu. Nodding, Sengoku said, Sakazuki, then you take 3 large warships and go to New World. Remember, As a last resort, don't have a head-on conflict with the four emperors, especially the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku confided in his words. Akainu nodded and walked out of the marshal's office proudly. Now that his strength has been greatly enhanced, he thinks that he is not afraid of Whitebeard at all. After Akainu left, Garp was a little solemn. Sakazuki, go to mess with Whitebeard. Sengoku nodded and said solemnly. Yes, even if his fruit ability improves, his combat power will be greatly increased. But facing Whitebeard, it may still be a bit worse. All of them nodded, hoping that Akainu would not be arrogant to trouble Whitebeard. At this time, the phone worm on the desk rang. Sengoku, who hung up the phone, looked gloomy and looked at Garp. Look at your stinky grandson, how big money you caught. Sengoku's good temper disappeared without a trace, and he roared angrily at Garp. Garp laughed and didn't care at all. Luffy, ahahaha. Really worthy of being the grandson of the old man. Sengoku looked gloomy and looked at the yellow ape. Sabayati, on the islands, Straw Hat Luffy shot celestial dragons, please go there. When Kizaru heard the news, he shook his head and refused. But he rolled his eyes and shouted. Marshal Sengoku, then I will go this time. I wonder if you can choose me who will be the next battle. Sengoku was a little surprised. Do you want to go to the battlefield of the heavens? Advertisement. Kizaru nodded. He is masturbating a bit and wants to be rewarded by the leaderboard. Seeing the improvement of Akainu's strength, it is false to say that he is not jealous. Although Kizaru fished, he would never allow himself to be lower than Akainu. The two are recruits of the same class and are known as one of the two monsters. Now that Akainu's strength has improved, he can't be worse. Sengoku thought for a moment, and nodded after seeing that Aokiji had no intention of buying. Try it, you go to deal with Sabayati Archipelago first. Quote. Kizaru nodded, his figure turned into golden light and left. At the same time, among the heavens and worlds, there was also discussion about Naruto's loss to Akainu. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Dudu wrapped her red eyes, and was silent when she thought of Naruto's words. She had obviously already cried. Because of Naruto's misfortune. Shonda and others were also a little silent. Bai Yuekui didn't feel much about it. They are here in the last days, and it is destined that the law of survival must be the weak and the strong. How can there be leisurely thinking about those things? Shonda spoke at this moment, breaking the silent atmosphere. Boss, Broken Star, how many games has this pirate played against Hokage World? I remember, the last game was already the 6th game, right? And there are already 8 people on the list. Is the battle between the pirate and Hokage coming to an end? Hearing what Shonda said, several other people also reacted. Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered. The two sides have competed for 6 games, and the rankings will not allow them to fight endlessly. This is unfair to the rest of our world. The battle between the pirates and Hokage may be about to end. Either, it's at least 10 people on the list. Either, the two sides Wang Dahao have 10 world wars. With Bai Yuekui's cleverness, he soon thought of this. Shonda's expression was a little excited, and the fat on his face trembled. Boss, I really hope that the next draw will be our world. I want to win the next one too. If you don't open a big high for me, you can open a high. Sha Do said mercilessly. Shandong University, just you, are you still participating in the war? Which one of them do you think you are against? Can you beat Uzumaki Naruto at the bottom of the ranking? Shonda's expression was embarrassed, and it was really true after thinking about it. He went up, and even the last ranked Naruto was by no means an opponent. The few people on the ranking list are always ruining existences. Several people also became silent. Feelings, they can only look at the battles in the rankings, those rewards have nothing to do with them. But Bai Yuekui shook his head hard. Don't be too pessimistic, the leaderboard is an opportunity for all of us. Presumably, our world will not get a strong world. There is such a good thing. Shonda immediately turned his head and looked at Bai Yuekui. There is deep meaning in Bai Yuekui's eyes. Chapter 52, Auto-generated chapter title. 52, Registration of 4th Generation War Purposes, Konoha excited, 3rd more, seeking subscription. Punch the world. Gianu OC thinking about Naruto figure, heart some regret. Little hero ultimately failed to conquer the dragon. Saitama is relatively calm. This is a battle between the world, did not speak sensibilities. No one, because you will dismal life experience for your mercy. In the heavens battlefield, all kinds of machinations can make out. If you can win the battle, you are your own world of heroes. Very ruthless. More fair enough. Assassin world. Arjuna looked at the chicken Dabao. Hope, we turn to the world, it does not encounter such a powerful world of it. Chicken Dabao bigger way to their analysis in the side. We should not, in my opinion, the Hokage world and the world of pirates living in the same level, so they will be assigned together. If we are able to get against the world and we should not be too strong. A method nodded, slightly relieved. Super God world. Angel Yan eyes flashed a little thinking, looking to the divine Gai Sha road. Gai Queen Sha, Hokage world of the 9 tails the fox, how so much like a super seminary godhead. Ah, Gai Sha Shi and Crane eyes at the same time turn over. 613 Gai Sha Hai Sasuo brain after a moment, looked to Yan. You mean, that they ally? Yan nodded. Gai Queen Sharapova, this being, you will not have any connection. Yan heard the words of many angels or slightly large hall of thinking. Crane he has a direct answer. Yan, do not have such a tight, between the world and the world is big probability nothing in common. Intergalactic two exchanges are few and far between, not to mention between the world and the world of it. Moreover, the Nine Tails the Fox, comparable super seminary godhead is much easier. Heard, many angels are large hall nodded. Hokage world. Senju Hashirama sighed. That Akainu strong, if not I found his weakness, absolutely not so easily be able to beat him. Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded his head. The results of this war, he expected to get, but also accept this. I was afraid, Naruto would be affected. Heard, Senju Hashirama is slightly silent a moment. We went to see Naruto. I hope the next one, 4th generation project Namikaze Minato choose to sign up. Advertisement. I believe, to see his son so he will certainly not help. AJFD nodded in the direction of to Naruto go home. Along the way, Senju Hashirama's face cannot help getting ugly. Listen Naruto surrounding villagers' abusive words, Senju Hashirama turned around to see Sarutobi Hiruzen. His eyes, one seriously. Monkey, you look at what the village Naruto views on what is. In the past, Mito as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, may also not received such treatment. Became the Nine Tails, this is the sacrifice they make for the village. 4th generation goal is not only the hero of Konoha, Naruto, is the village of the same hero. Listen Senju Hashirama words, Sarutobi Hiruzen only silence to write. He used to, but also want to have an idea many times announced Naruto identity. But he refrained. I do not know as to make people forget Namikaze Minato, the consolidation of his political. Are simply for Naruto consideration. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked complicated, continue toward Naruto walked home. 2 all the way through, scolded also growing. Naruto came home. 2 will see a group of villagers around the doorway, mouth spit out all kinds of filthy words. Konoha's sinner, demon fox, etc. This makes Senju Hashirama's face ugly again. And seeing the arrival of the 2 Hokages, the voices of many villagers gradually became quieter. Pushing aside the crowd, the 2 saw Kakashi and Sakura Sasuke blocking many villagers. But the door of Naruto's room was closed tightly. Seeing the figures of Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi immediately took a step forward. 2 Hokage adults, Naruto said he just wants to be quiet. As his teacher, I must help him. You 2 should not go in yet. Hearing Kakashi's words, Senju Hashirama nodded without any disapproval. Sarutobi Hiruzen also sighed. Naruto this kid. Kakashi's eyes were full of silence. If the teacher is still. Naruto. At this moment, the news of the next battle on the leaderboard was also released. The 7th battle is about to begin, please choose representatives of both sides of the world. The aftermath of the last battle gradually dissipated, and everyone looked at this battle. Sound Shinobi Village. Danzo looked at Orochimaru with a greedy face. What? Are you going to take part in this battle? Danzo's tone was full of disdain for Orochimaru. Orochimaru, whose tongue was almost sticking out, shook his head. Advertisement. Compared to me, Master Danzo is stronger. But I am very self-aware. You. Danzo looked at Orochimaru with fire in his eyes. Orochimaru smiled evilly. He had no idea about the power ranking, although he was greedy for the rewards. However, there are too many monsters in the pirate world. He Orochimaru has a clear understanding of his own strength and would never do such a stupid thing. Orochimaru's eyes stared at the other 2 lists. Renegade list, Insidious list. He felt that if these 2 lists, he still has some opportunities. The land of the earth. Black Soil looked at Onoki with excitement. Grandpa, you can sign up. There are already so many powerful players in that world, and your dust will definitely shine. Onoki's eyes brightened. Really? Hei-Tu nodded. Of course, Grandpa. Sign up under the exciting location of Onoki. He also wants to make his dust famous in the world. Feng Ying Luo Sha also looked at the registration button, and tentatively clicked. My sand gold, it should be pretty good. Thunder Country. 4th Raikage looked at the registration button and was a little eager to try. Killer Bee said from the side. Brother, you go, I believe you can definitely win this game. After all, your speed is recognized as the number 1 in the ninja world. 4th Raikage nodded and signed up without hesitation. Inside Konoha village, Might Guy looked at the sign up button, and his heart was moved. However, he still needs to go to Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen to explain. Otherwise, with his current prestige, it would not be so easy to become a representative of the shinobi world. Within the undead world, Namikaze Minato looked at the sign up button and went down excitedly. Kushina, I will definitely win this battle and meet our son. Kushina, who is also in the undead world, didn't think so much. Aiko is eager, she wants to see Naruto with her own eyes, and clicked the registration button. Time passed by every minute and every second. Finally. A list of people who signed up instantly appeared in the minds of everyone in the ninja world. Look at that name. Konoha was excited. Ninja was also shocked by an earthquake. Chapter 53 Auto-generated chapter title. 53, 7th, Kiba Golden Flash, Namikaze Minato come. 4th more, seeking subscription. Namikaze Minato. When you see the name, the entire Konoha village villagers were bombed. Although there is no Senju Hashirama played so exaggerated, but it did far. After all, Namikaze Minato is their most villagers recognized a Hokage. They also cherish the most of a Hokage. Kakashi eyes slightly widened. the teacher. Might Guy also eyes widened, he should apply to war. Lee Tenten side of a few people is greatly excited. Teacher, 4th Hokage adults actually signed up delivery, we voted for him. Guy nodded, remembering that allow forbearance sector afraid a name. Leaves of gold glitter, Namikaze Minato. Mitarashi Anko also eyes widened, 4th Hokage actually signed up. Konoha Jiraiya has been very close distance to pick eyebrow, Minato it. But, I see you, but I do not and that the speed you are, look at Naruto do. Jiraiya to find a stone to sit down, ready to seriously look at a war of his own disciples. Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya is his proudest disciples. He has so evaluation Namikaze Minato, 4th Hokage and compared dwarfs anyone's. He is a ninja ever have quality, ninja skills, clear thinking, popular and prosperous, looks like me. If that night I was in then you will not let your family separated from it. Jiraiya some guilt, think of the death of Minato and Kushina. All of Konoha ninja eyes also widened, shocked to see that name. Yes, 4th generation head adults. 4th generation head adults going to win. Listening to these voices, Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen 2 as 1, the eyes have a slight smile. Some villagers can track it is. Yes he was much stronger than that of the fox. That was able to seal the 9 tails, the guardian of our Konoha 4th generation head adults An insult when compared to Naruto played, Namikaze Minato popularity is very high. Many people are very optimistic about the Namikaze Minato. And more than Konoha village, the rest of the village several forbearance is also very shocked. 4th Raikage I face some redness to the face does not fit. He looked at Killer B, exclaimed. My speed, cannot endure sector first Killer B bit of shock when I heard the words of I continued sounded. Advertisement. Patience Kingdom nobody is faster than me, ever since the first 4th Hokage's death. Ninja endure more numerous in the sector will subconsciously escape. Because Namikaze Minato name, forbearance is the acknowledged powerful. In addition to the 4 forbearance village of Konoha will be ordered early. Namikaze Minato hear the name, you can give up the task, do not fail the task. That is, Kiba Golden Flash, a strong reputation of Namikaze Minato. Obito eyes blinking in the Dawn organization. He looked at the name, the eyes cannot tell the complex. Pen aside Conan, who are a little more serious. Gold glitter. Within the undead world, Uzumaki Kushina greatly excited. Minato you've got to win this fight, get a chance to resurrection. Go back, for me to see our children. Naruto think of those words spoken, Kushina's heart just as the pain Doujao Madara. Within Konoha village, Naruto lying on his bed. Listening to the abuse stopped outside sound, and the sound of worship raised the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's. Inside the village, Namikaze Minato do his play cheers. Naruto's eyes slightly silence. 4th generation head adults. Thinking about his own voice during the last battle, Naruto was completely silent. The 4th generation item must be high. Gritting his teeth Naruto had 2 tears in his eyes. Although he was wronged, he hoped that Konoha could get better. Once 4th Hokage wins, he may get a resurrection reward. In the future, Konoha will be stronger. And the pirate world. Admiral Kizaru has solved several supernovae. He was standing in front of everyone who was knocked down by him with a look of lazy expression at the moment, pouting his lips. Wait for a while, I'll sign up. After speaking, Kizaru clicked to sign up. A group of supernovae stared at Kizaru. This man seemed invincible in their eyes. With Kabuto in his hands, Kizaru waited quietly for the result. And because of the last Akainu victory, Marine's momentum all over the world suddenly rose. Many ordinary people saw Admiral Kizaru sign up and voted directly for Kizaru. Finally, the candidate to play is determined. Open black lens bracket Hokage World Representative, Golden Glitter, Crest Minato. Closing parenthesis. Advertisement. The representative of Pirate World, Kizaru, Pelusolino. Quote. 0. Look for flowers. Kizaru raised his eyebrows slightly and buttoned his ears. Wait, you guys, I'll go first. Kizaru smiled wryly, his figure shrouded in golden light. The heavens and myriad worlds also cast their sights into their minds. The golden light gradually dissipated. First, an ancient forest battlefield full of huge trees. Even the smallest trees around are tens of meters wide, and some large trees are 100 meters in diameter. 2 golden lights descended. First, Kizaru walked out in the Hall of Justice. The height of more than 3 meters is full of oppression, but his face is full of wretched expressions. He looked at the golden light opposite and said wretchedly. Wu Ming, Golden Glitter, the rankings give him such a high evaluation. Golden Glitter, this speed can't be fast, you can be more merciful to the old man, the old people are very slow. As soon as he appeared on the stage, Kizaru spoke awkwardly. When the heavens and the world saw him like this, they were all amused instantly. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Shadow looked a little disgusted. Look, this Kizaru yells as soon as he comes out, his expression is too wretched. It's really annoying. Before the end of the world, it must be the kind of bad uncle who abducts children. Broken Star also has no affection for Kizaru. Besides, look at the eyes under his sunglasses, he's pretty, he's definitely not a good person. Only Shonda retorted. Don't you see that Kizaru wears the same clothes as Akainu and Garp? He is probably also a marine. Hearing what Shonda said, several people also noticed the justice that Huang Yuan was wearing. But the little lowly Dudu and Broken Star are still not good for Kizaru's senses. This must be a bad marine, it's dead. At this time, Namikaze Minato in another golden light walked out of the coffin. Even Namikaze Minato, who is in the form of soil removal, is still so sunny and handsome. Seeing his blonde hair, little lowly Dudu stared at the gold star. Sister Broken Star, look at this golden glitter, it's so handsome. Sister Broken Star, if I am 10 years old, I will definitely marry him. Oni-san Broken Star also raised his eyes slightly. Indeed, very handsome. Shado raised her eyebrows. Sister Broken Star, if there is a chance, I will introduce you to him. Broken Star's face instantly turned red. Fudo, what are you talking about? Chapter 54 Auto-generated chapter title. 54. Kizaru. So terrible, terrible, have you ever been kicked by the light? 5th update, please subscribe. In the battlefield, Namikaze Minato is wearing a Hokage robe, lining in a ninja costume, Konoha forehead protector on his head, and dazzling blonde hair. Kizaru looked at him and smiled wryly again. Hey, he is still such a handsome boy. But, old man, I will not show mercy to you. As Kizaru said, his expression must be so wretched and wretched. This makes many women in the heavens and worlds disgusted by it. Super God World. The angel gave a cold fright. What Kizaru? It seems to be the same rank as that of Akainu. But how come Kizaru became marine? Isn't this too trivial? The cold can't be tolerated. Yan picks the corners of his mouth slightly. He looked at Namikaze Minato with interest in his eyes. Don't you think that the little yellow-haired boy is handsome? Before he was alive, there must have been countless girls pursuing him. Sister Yan, you are, June 13th, aren't you thinking of spring? The heart on the side suddenly said. The sudden words made Yan's face turn red. Greedy, what are you talking about? The person I am interested in has not been born yet. Sister Yan, don't quibble, you are thinking of spring. The angel Lingxi also joked at this time. Yan shook his head, too lazy to talk to them. Several young angels are very relaxed. But the sacred Gaisha and Haki sitting on the throne are slightly unnatural. Their faces were full of disgust. This Kizaru reminded them of someone. Hua fried. The two communicate with each other. Queen Gaisha, I remember Hua Yi's scumbag always had this expression. Gaisha nodded, disgust in his eyes even worse. Yes, Hua fried that scum. The two didn't have a good impression of this Kizaru, they only thought that Namikaze Minato quickly won this game. Morgana also looked at Kizaru in disgust at this time. Depend on. Why did Kizaru blow up a virtue with Xinghua that day? Don't think she and her sister Gaisha are enemies of life and death, but they have one thing in common. That is full of hatred for Wabo. That was when she was still an angel Liangbing. Pirate World. Sengoku looked at the yellow ape's opponent. Golden Glitter. Are you a strong person in the speed category? Seeing this, Sengoku completely relaxed. It is said that Kizaru will not necessarily win against anyone, but against a strong player who is good at speed. Advertisement. Kizaru will win. Sengoku is very confident in Kizaru. The reason is Kizaru's devil fruit ability. The speed of sparkling fruit is not to say, no one in Pirate World can match the speed of Kizaru. And his combat power is even more powerful in all aspects. Among the previous 3 Admiral, Kizaru was the one that made Sengoku the most incomprehensible. Don't look at him Tenten paddling, going from 9 to 5, and will never work overtime. However, no one knows the true power of Kizaru. No one has seen him show his full speed. And the Hokage world, Kushina in the undead world looked at Minato's eyes brightly, cheering for him. Minato, you must win, and you must visit our son. Kushina looked forward to it, and also believed in Namikaze Minato. Inside Konoha village, the villagers spontaneously shouted, Golden Glitter! Golden Glitter! All the villagers involuntarily followed the shouts. Namikaze Minato, this is their most recognized Hokage. Listening to the voice outside the door, Naruto was full of envy. Master 4th generation. In the battlefield, Minato and Kizaru looked at each other, his expressions were very flat. Minato faintly said, Kizaru, are you and that Akainu from the same force? Hearing what he said, Kizaru said casually, Hey. You mean Sakazuki? Yes, the old man is also a marine, or admiral. Sakazuki is also admiral, at the same level as the old man. The villagers in Konoha village became nervous for a moment. He turned out to be admiral at the same level as Akainu. Ninetales failed to win that Sakazuki, 4th generation project how to win. Call. Don't say bad things, Lord 4th generation will definitely win, we have to trust him. Yes, we have to trust him. It was very different from Naruto's battle against Akainu. The villagers had high expectations of Namikaze Minato and trusted him very much. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the sounds around him, his old face seemed to be slapped. Naruto, but Namikaze Minato's son. But he was treated differently from his father. Those words resounded in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears, as if mocking him. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. It turned out that, Akainu, is it Marine Admiral? No wonder it is so powerful. Naruto sighed, but he also had confidence in Namikaze Minato. That is his belief, Hokage 0. 4th generation Mu is the person he admires most. He believes that Lord 4th generation will definitely win. Advertisement. Hearing Kizaru's answer, Namikaze Minato nodded lightly. It seems that I am very lucky. Then Akainu's debt, it's your responsibility. Namikaze Minato's voice fell faintly, and the figure disappeared directly. In place, only an afterimage was left. Many villagers and even ninjas of Konoha village can only see a yellow figure disappearing. Kakashi looked shocked. Teacher's speed is still so fast. Senju Hashirama saw Namikaze Minato's speed, his face was also one of them. It's a golden glitter, it's a lot faster than me and Ban. The speed of casting the instant technique is even worse than Tobirama. Inside naval headquarters, Sengoku narrowed his eyes. The speed of Namikaze Minato, how could it be so fast? Garp's eyes were also full of shock. However, he frowned after being shocked. It doesn't seem to be speed, but teleportation. What? Sengoku's eyes widened slightly, and he cast his gaze seriously on the battlefield. In the battlefield, Kizaru's wretched face also changed slightly. But he was not too nervous either. Although Namikaze Minato disappeared in observation haki. But with his knowledge, as long as this Namikaze Minato reappears, he will definitely be able to capture the other person's figure. Kizaru smiled wryly on his face. It deserves to be called golden glitter. But the next moment, Kizaru's wretched face was stagnant. Behind him, a blonde figure appeared on 5.3. Namikaze Minato held two kunai in his hand and stabs the yellow ape at two weird angles. Puff. The sound of a sharp knife hitting the body sounded. All the ninjas in Konoha village are nervous. Kakashi's eyes widened. Teacher got it. As expected of the teacher's speed. But before Kakashi finished speaking, Kizaru's expression became even more wretched. Wu Ming, this speed is so terrible and terrible. While speaking, Kizaru also raised his hands to show his surrender. But Namikaze Minato's face was not relaxed at all. Instead, it becomes a bit ugly. And the next moment, Namikaze Minato's eyes widened slightly. Moment. The tall figure in front of him disappeared. In his ear, a word slowly sounded. Have you been kicked by the light? Chapter 55 Auto-generated chapter title. 55, Speed vs. Speed. 6th, please subscribe. There was a dazzling golden light behind Namikaze Minato, and Kizaru stood behind him lightly, saying those words trivially. Seeing this scene, the heavens and all realms were in an uproar. Konoha village lost its voice. Senju Hashirama's eyes narrowed. Is it the same Logia as Akainu? The moment the two played against each other, he saw that Kizaru also possessed that Logia ability. I just don't know what Kizaru's ability is. 4th generation, be careful. Senju Hashirama frowned when thinking about Akainu, who was very difficult to deal with. Kakashi's eyes widened. No, it's impossible. The teacher's speed has been crushed. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little unbelievable. Minato. It was the first time he saw that someone could surpass Minato's speed so easily. 4th Reikage Eye's face is even more ugly. Namikaze Minato's speed has been crushed, so if he gets on, isn't it? The most shocking is not the big figures in the ninja world. It was Obito in Akatsuki's organization. One of Obito's eyes widened, his eyes filled with unbelief. Namikaze Minato's speed, he has not only witnessed as his disciple. Witnessed as its opponent at 09 o'clock. That was the speed at which he couldn't react in Kamui space. Even if Namikaze Minato hasn't used Flying Thunder God at this moment, he just used the instant technique. But it won't be crushed in speed. Obito was shocked. Uchiha Madara hugged her arms, her face full of arrogance. In his opinion, these two are fast. But it still doesn't work under his Rinnegan. A Shinluo Tianjung was all played in the past. In the battlefield. As soon as Kizaru's voice fell, he kicked out with a kick wrapped in golden light under Namikaze Minato's wide-open eyes. Boom. A big tree nearly 100 meters in diameter broke directly under his foot. The terrifying laser explosion swept crazily. Kizaru stood there, watching this scene with a calm expression. It seemed that he had just done something that seemed trivial to him. At this moment, 10,000 Realms was shocked. In the world of spiritual pets. Shado grew a huge mouth, as if he could swallow an apple. Thinking back to the scene just now, Shado was shocked and silly. That wretched uncle is so strong. Shonda also opened his mouth in astonishment. I'm going, the speed of this yellow ape is too fast. Advertisement. And this destructive power. Thinking that the tree that was nearly 100 meters away was kicked off by the yellow ape, Shonda was not calm. Broken Star's eyes were shocked. If they stand in front of me, my arrow will never hit. Although it is an interrogative sentence, Broken Star uses a positive tone. Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered and his brows frowned slightly. Although she was shocked by Kizaru's kick, she also felt that Namikaze Minato would not lose so easily. Super God World. The angels were also shocked by Kizaru's shot. Angel Lingxi said dumbly, this Namikaze Minato is too fast, and that Kizaru. Lingxi's words couldn't stop, she was so shocked. This Kizaru is so terrifying whether it is in terms of speed or destructive power. Holy Gai Sha frowned, she could easily dodge the blow just now. But this speed is enough to make her look slightly. Hexi turned his eyes to her. Queen Gai Sha, this Kizaru uses the power of light. Gai Sha also discovered this, and continued to watch with a faint smile. The storm of the Big Bang gradually subsided. A huge tree with a diameter of about 100 meters was kicked off by the waist. Many people can't help thinking about how terrifying it would be if they faced this foot. Kizaru curled his mouth. Brother, don't hide it anymore, I know you're all right. Hearing Kizaru's words, the heavens and worlds were shocked again. Namikaze Minato, he actually avoided. At such a fast speed, they can't catch a kick with the naked eye, this can be avoided. Under the shocked eyes of 10,000 worlds, Namikaze Minato's figure faintly walked out of the side forest. His face is very calm. Although I was a little surprised at Kizaru's speed, I also figured out Kizaru's approximate abilities in one shot just now. This Kizaru is likely to possess the same naturalization ability as Akainu. And it's different from Akainu's lava. His ability should be related to light. This also explains why Kizaru is so fast. Even if it was him, some of them didn't react. If it hadn't been for him to keep a hand, and throw a few flying thunder god kunai around in advance, I'm afraid he would suffer serious injuries. Looking at Kizaru's wretched look, Namikaze Minato's heart sinks slightly. It's a little difficult. In the ninja world, he had never encountered one that could compete with himself in speed. Even fourth Raikage is a lot worse. But in front of him, there is someone who can match him in speed alone. Even in terms of pure speed, I don't know how many times it is faster than him. Namikaze Minato frowned slightly, and his eyes became serious. Kizaru still said wretchedly, "Brother, your speed is pretty good, I can't match it at all. Brother Trouble, can you slow down? The old man is too old and can't keep up." Advertisement. Listening to Kizaru's words, and his wretched expression, the heavens and worlds are full of disgust towards him. Little lowly Summer Doe curled her lips. This wretched uncle is really too awkward. Kizaru's expression made her teeth tickled with hatred. Broken Star was a little shocked in his eyes, but that Kizaru is really strong. Thinking of Kizaru kicking and breaking a 100-meter wide tree casually, she was shocked inwardly. Shado pouted her mouth and retorted, "Sister Broken Star, Namikaze Minato is also very strong, at least she escaped. Power. What's the use of being stronger? Isn't it impossible to beat people?" Little Loli mumbled, looking down on Kizaru very much. And in the battlefield, Namikaze Minato looked at Kizaru and smiled slightly. "Marine Admiral, it sounds so powerful. 613. But, I have a reason why I can't lose." With a sigh, Namikaze Minato's figure disappeared again. This time it was not just the instantaneous technique, but the faster flying thunder god. There was only a golden light on the spot. Namikaze Minato appeared in front of Kizaru. Kizaru didn't give up too much, and became slightly serious. "Brother is really impolite, why should I tell him?" Kizaru said lightly. Next, something that dazzled everyone in 10,000 realms happened. In the battlefield, you chase me with 2 golden lights, and you can hardly see the afterimages. They appeared, just for a moment. In the next instant, he reached the other side. Some low-spirited worlds simply couldn't see where these 2 figures were. Just a second. The 2 changed their body shapes 4 or 5 times and touched at least 10 times. The 2 are so fast that everyone can't see clearly. This is a battle between speed and speed. And the hearts of Kizaru and Namikaze Minato gradually boiled. There is nothing more exciting than finding your opponent. Both of them used to be the same, and they couldn't find their opponents in speed. But right now, they found it. Rasengan shines. Light speed kicks strong. The golden light at the place where the 2 met has lasted for a long time. No one can find out where the 2 are. This is a visual feast. It is a feast of speed. Chapter 56 Auto-generated chapter title. 56. Namikaze Minato's Ultra-High Combat Wisdom, 7th update, please subscribe. Seeing the terrifying speed of the 2, all the heavens and the realms were shocked. Assassin World. Looking at Dabao, Aran spoke. "Dabao, if I play against them, I will be killed in an instant, right?" Dabao was also shocked. The world martial arts, but it won't break soon. Their speed is too fast. Punch the world. Saitama's expression was faint, muttering words that others could not hear. This Kizaru, it seems to use the light system ability. I don't know if he can reach the real speed of light, that's amazing. Seeing the speed of Kizaru and Namikaze Minato, Saitama looked forward to it. Now Kizaru is only the speed of sound. If he can surpass the speed of light, it will make him take it seriously. Janos on the side was completely shocked. "Teacher. Look, they are too fast. I want to have this speed, so that I can retreat all over my body even if I can't beat them." Genos' eyes were full of envy. Poros's face in the spaceship was mocking. "That's it. It's not as fast as my uncle, it's too slow." Marvel Universe. Countless superheroes watched the battle between the 2. Especially Kuiyan, his eyes flickered. The speed of these 2 is even comparable to him. In his eyes, it is not Kizaru that is terrifying, but Namikaze Minato. Kizaru is pure speed, but Namikaze Minato. What a teleportation. If this can teleport for a long distance, he can't catch up no matter how fast it is. Similarly, the Flash Berry in the DC universe was also a little shocked. At this moment, he has just received superb power soon. A speed is not particularly strong. Looking at the 2 at this moment, Berry suddenly had more ideas about his speed. Spirit Cage World. Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered. The speed of these 2. Thinking from the bottom of her heart, Bai Yuekui wondered how long she could last if she faced these 2 people. As for Sha Dushan and others, they are already shocked. Dazzled, completely overwhelmed by God. Super God World. Holy Guy Shaw's mouth is slightly raised, with an inexplicable arc. The speed of these 2 people is very fast. Advertisement. Hexy is the same, looking at the two people's eyes full of interest. She is responsible for the scientific research and development of angel civilization. Seeing the magical abilities of these two people now, how could she not be moved? Although the angel civilization is the king-level civilization of the universe, cross-river voyages are commonplace. Their spacecraft has already surpassed the speed of light by many times. But in terms of single combat effectiveness, even she and Gai Sha can't achieve faster than the speed of light. And now, there are ready-made examples for him to refer to. Kizaru's flash, and Namikaze Minato's teleportation ninjutsu. All this made her very interested. Although the two are tens of thousands of miles away from the speed of light. But if it can be completely resolved, the fighter's combat effectiveness will increase by at least 50% that day. This is not an exaggeration. No matter how strong an attack is, it is vain to fail to hit people. No matter how weak an attack is, you will have to kneel when hitting you 10,000 times in an instant. Morgana was also interested, and ordered the demons to quickly analyze it. The speed of these two people, except for my old lady, even Atuo, you can't match it. Morgana akimbo, talking with a big grin. Atuo bowed. Queen, their speed is indeed enough to make us pay attention. Morgana nodded. Especially Namikaze Minato's teleport, my old lady is very interested. Morgana smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth. This ability is very similar to Pawei. Pirate World. The countless strong men on the sea were shocked. They looked at Kizaru, who was getting serious now. That terrifying speed can be easily and undefeated even in the face of two admiral. But, Namikaze Minato on the opposite side can still keep up. And played back and forth. Akainu headed to New World with a slight expression. After so many years with Kizaru colleagues, the two joined Marine together. He Akainu knows Kizaru's combat power best. That can only be described as horror. In the past, when Akainu faced Aokiji, he had a certainty that he would win. But in the face of Kizaru, Akainu is extremely cautious. Once Kizaru got serious, he couldn't even react at the speed. Shinigami World. Ichimaru Jin watched the battle, the smile in his eyes disappeared. His Shinso, although the speed is enough to crush these two people. However, his Ichimaru Jin's own neurological reaction can't keep up at all. If you play against these two people, he may be crushed by their super high nerve reaction speed. Aizen also watched the battle of the two with interest. It's really interesting, the heavens and myriad worlds are my ultimate goal. Under Aizen's smiling expression, buried his grand ambition to rule the heavens. Hokage World. Advertisement. Watching two golden lights chasing each other in the battlefield. Laser and Rasengan echoed each other, and countless experts in the ninja world were shocked. Fourth Raikage Ai's face was a little ashamed. Namikaze Minato has been dead for so many years, I am a little slack. Since the death of 4th generation Namikaze Minato, his 4th Raikage's speed has surpassed the crowd. Even before the two of them had competed countless times before, I thought that his speed was only as short as Namikaze Minato. But now it seems. That was his wishful thinking. The gap is too big. And in the battlefield, with the magnetic speed of Kizaru for so long, with Namikaze Minato's few chakra totals, he gradually couldn't support it. Inadvertently, Namikaze Minato was kicked by the yellow ape and flew out. Boom. The horrible laser exploded, Kizaru shouted and walked forward step by step. Brother's speed is so fast, the old man can't keep up. But now, everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms knew that there was no truth in this Huang Yuan's mouth. All special nonsense. Everyone looked ugly at Kizaru. Namikaze Minato stood not far away, looking at Kizaru slightly panting. Huang Yuan also kicked his abdomen fiercely. Looking at Kizaru, who was fighting with him like playing, Namikaze Minato's face became more solemn. This Kizaru not only has the same natural elemental ability as Akainu, more able to match or even surpass his speed. Physical strength is also bottomless and endless. This makes Minato very heavy. Fight till Wang Dahao today. Most of his chakra has been consumed. Using Flying Thunder God many times for a long time, it consumes a lot of his chakra. But on the other hand, Kizaru on the opposite side is just like a okay person. But, think of Naruto, think of his son. His Namikaze Minato must win this game. This battle, not for the village, not for the shinobi world. Only for his son, Uzumaki Naruto. He is no longer the 4th Hokage who cares about the villagers, but an ordinary father. Looking at Kizaru, he now has only two ways to hurt Kizaru. One is that he enters Shanshu mode, relying on Shanshu chakra to try whether he can hurt Kizaru Ken. In his opinion, the natural elementalization is not much different from the Shanshu model. It's just that he absorbs natural energy into the body. And that Kizaru is more like he is natural energy. Another, Namikaze Minato's face gradually became calm, and his heart gradually became silent. Chapter 57 Auto-generated chapter title. 57. I have stuffed their lives, but also the guardian of things awe. 8th more, seeking subscription. Forbearance circles. Many people hold your breath watching Minato, looking forward to his next will be how to deal with. Even if he now fall under the wind, Konoha village calls for him was still warm. 4th generation head adults. You must win, you will win. 4th generation head adults, we believe you. Listening to outside villagers spontaneously cries, Naruto look a little bleak. 4th generation project. We must win, Naruto can still cheer for the Namikaze Minato. It was Hokage, Naruto is his faith life. from small to large. He Uzumaki Naruto as by virtue of this belief he had been stuck with it. Battlefield. Naruto seemed to feel the loneliness suffered. Namikaze water came to the door body negative Ninetales front seal. Ninetales see a Namikaze water came to the door, that is, he growled roar. Namikaze Minato. Lousy kill you. Ninetales can only roar across the cage, and not hurt him a star the slightest. Minato expression of some calm, suddenly smiled to see the Ninetales. Kurama, this is your name, right? Huge Ninetales suddenly shocked, totally did not expect Namikaze Minato actually can call out his name. Ninetales huge place to stay 613 stunned, his eyes flashed all sorts of memories. Kurama, this is the Sage of Six Paths will be called by name. The Sage of Six Paths, just as his father figure. Namikaze Minato slight smile. I'm Konoha old records, read the history. Ninetales is no longer crazy, but listened patiently Namikaze Minato tell. In the battlefield, Kizaru no hurry to get involved, not far away watching Namikaze Minato. Little brother, you looked very frightening. Naturally, I have a somewhat nervous. Little brother, you do not tell the old lady, your body also seal what horrible things. Old lady, old, who cannot afford Kizaru hear the words of the heavens wand circles are for him a contempt. Lowly small summer beans put up a common international gesture. Uncle wretched it really special. And, like many wretched people in Kizaru under 10,000 community, but call them by our ancestors. They like it. Kizaru this one a terrifying, a shot to Armageddon scene. Aizen myself have some doubts. This special also loaded to force it than I am. He teased the first king of the place is not the list cannot be maintained. Watching silent Namikaze Minato, Kizaru's shadow flash, came directly to his front. Gather at the foot of the eyes under bright golden light, Kizaru's sunglasses full of interesting. Little brother does not do it, old lady, oh you had better shot. Naturally, I am of the speed of light and then try to play it. Advertisement. Embodies the bright golden moment of kick kick. Peas surround lowly small eyes. Although she can be full of disgust Kizaru, but the eyes can be little star. The ability wretched uncle so cool, I have this ability, it is certainly the most chaotic last days of earners. Alexander, who is also some envy. A kainu of terror than the lava, yellow ape sparkling fruit handsome indeed a lot. But gave such a wretched uncle used, this ability is simply bad. This may be Wan's inner circles of countless true portrayal. In the battlefield, yellow ape foot to kick rapidly. This time Namikaze Minato is no escape. Instead, he stretched out his hands, holding a yellow ape leg. Before Kizaru continue loading force, Namikaze Minato body will gradually dyed orange red. Kizaru hands grasped the leg. Namikaze Minato's face gradually became serious. Whole body burning with orange flame, his hand's yellow ape leg is gradually distorted. Kizaru Murin looked great changes. Gold flash, without any hesitation. He pulled out of the direct elements of the body. Boom. In place, there was a terrifying explosion. The earth-shattering storm swept away. Standing in the distance, Kizaru stared at this scene in amazement. Brother, don't you need to do this? Before the smoke cleared, Namikaze Minato's body appeared in front of him. Namikaze Minato with a hideous expression holds a tailed beast bomb in each hand. The aura revealed by the tailed beast bomb was extremely terrifying. AJFD, this directly changed Kizaru's color when facing him. How is this possible? Are you crazy? Kizaru's tone was full of amazement. If it hadn't been for him to hide quickly, that weird move might have cost him a leg. Kizaru turned up slightly. The person in front of him probably also has the ability to attack the Logia entity. And, he completely gave up his biggest advantage and came head to head with himself. Namikaze Minato's expression was slightly sullen. After reaching an agreement with Ninetales, he can only borrow the power of Ninetales for a short time. If he can be resurrected, he must completely lift the seal for Ninetales and set him free. And he just completely resisted Kizaru's kick at the speed of light. It was even more shocked by the tailed beast bomb that he had condensed. A trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Namikaze Minato looked at Kizaru decisively. Advertisement. I have something to bet on for my life and also to protect it. Looking at Namikaze Minato who was decisive, countless villagers in Konoha village collapsed at the same time. Kakashi raised his eyes slightly. Ms. Minato. Countless villagers have tears in their eyes. Master 4th generation. Master 4th generation. You actually did it for us. There were tears in the eyes of countless villagers. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Hashirama are silent. For a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. This is the will of fire. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. Senju Hashirama on the side looked serious, and looked satisfied with Namikaze Minato. This 4th Hokage, he is very recognized as the 1st generation. In Naruto's room, Naruto gritted his teeth and shook tears in his eyes desperately. Lord 4th generation, but his heart is full of grievances. In the last game, he also wanted to win the next game for Konoha. But, he failed. But the villagers didn't appreciate his affection at all, they treated him the same way. Shaking his head, Naruto's heart was very tangled. Hokage is what he yearns for. But the villagers in the village really made him very chilling. It would be great if there were parents. You guys, can you tell me how to choose? Naruto murmured. And in the battlefield, Namikaze Minato has given up everything and attacked Kizaru frantically. This makes Kizaru look ugly. No one wants to fight a madman. Where did Kizaru be so angry before? Dealing with ordinary pirates didn't mean that he would kneel as soon as he shot. Even when dealing with the 4 Emperor's level forces, his Kizaru alone is enough to deal with it. But now, he really needs him. Kizaru has a serious fight. But his expression is still so wretched. Sengoku's face was ugly. Poor Salino this guy. Shonda also slapped his thigh. It's easy to change the country, but it's hard to change your nature. All of them shook their heads, looking at Kizaru, who was serious but still insignificant, was silent. All realms have gradually understood a truth. If Kizaru is not trivial, he is not Kizaru. Chapter 58 Auto-generated chapter title. 58. I'm going to meet my son. Konoha is in an uproar. 9th, please subscribe. The collision between the two gradually became fiercer. The heavens and myriad worlds are also more and more shocked. Kizaru had completely turned into a golden light, and bright laser beams shot out one after another. Namikaze Minato is also full of combat power. Kurama mode makes his current combat power extremely terrifying. The crazy output Namikaze Minato was inadvertently, but Huang Yuan found a chance and kicked it away. After that, Kizaru's expression was a little weird. He looked at Namikaze Minato very puzzled. Brother, why are you so hostile to the old man? Being in a different world, the old man and you have no grievances in the past, and no enmity in recent days, why do you have to do this to the old man? Thinking of Namikaze Minato's completely self-harming crazy style of play, Kizaru's expression was full of surprise. Countless people in the heavens and worlds laughed lightly when they saw this scene. Shado curled his lips. The wretched uncle is about to lose, and I'm about to start begging for mercy. Broken Star was also slightly silent. The world, a war with the world is like between our human beings and the polar beast. Either you die or I live. Angel Yan and others also looked arrogant. The war between the worlds is colder and ruthless than the wars seen by civilization. This Kizaru even asked such a question. Yan said in disgust. Leng Qing smiled and spoke with a haughty tone. They are nothing more than a group of surface civilizations, how can they witness the collision between civilization and civilization? The other group of angels also nodded. On the battlefield, Namikaze Minato's face was firm. The flames on his body grew fiercer. Looking at Kizaru seriously, Namikaze Minato spoke slowly. I have something to block my life and also to protect. Thinking of the little Naruto who was just born and only met once. Namikaze Minato was full of guilt. Naruto, how are you? Daddy is here to protect you. 11. You are not a demon fox without mom and dad. Your mother, Uzumaki Kushina, is a gentle person. Your father is Namikaze Minato. As an incompetent father. A sentence crossed my heart, but Namikaze Minato didn't say it. He wants to meet Naruto in person and apologize to Naruto in person. For the village, he gave up everything. But even Naruto's childhood did not return. Hokage World. Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi Village. Killer Bee looked at Fourth Raikage in shock. Big brother, how can he use chakra mode? He was recognized by Eight Tails back then, but it was a waste of a lot of effort. It can't be done in a short time. Advertisement. Look at Namikaze Minato, it didn't take long for him to enter the battlefield of the heavens. This makes Nine Tails recognized. Killer Bee is a little confused. As for Fourth Raikage, it is no surprise. Namikaze Minato. Any ninja will be overshadowed by him. Neither you nor me. Killer Bee's eyes were full of shock. How can this be? The country of rain. Akatsuki within the organization. Obito's eyes were extremely shocked. He has long discovered that the abilities of Akainu and Kizaru are similar to him. That kind of natural elementalization, especially like his Kamui space. To some extent it is even stronger than the Kamui space. If his Kamui enters hollow, he cannot attack. To attack, it must be physical. This is his biggest drawback. Namikaze Minato took advantage of this in the past and will directly hit him severely. And that Kizaru, at the same time the body is elementalized, it can attack directly. There is no need to be like him, which has great drawbacks. But Namikaze Minato can actually contend with such a yellow ape. And also used that strange pattern. You deserve to be Mr. Minato. Obito murmured, his expression somewhat complicated. Konoha village. Countless villagers were silent. They looked at Namikaze Minato, tears streaming down their eyes. All the villagers thought that Namikaze Minato was going to protect them. This moved them greatly, as expected of Fourth Hokage. You must win. All the villagers involuntarily picked up their hearts. 12 years ago, Nine Tails rioted. For the sake of the village, he gave up everything to seal Nine Tails. This caused him and Kushina to both die. I don't know how many people feel sorry for this. Namikaze Minato has no strong family, no strong blood. He is a civilian genius. But among civilian geniuses, he can stand out. Suppress Orochimaru, win the Third Ninja War, and so on. His achievements have long been uncountable. Konoha was established by the first and second Hokage, and it has taken the world. Third Hokage consolidated Konoha's prosperity. And fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Advertisement. He instinctively led Konoha over the other great shinobu villages. However, it was early. Therefore, Namikaze Minato is their most recognized generation of Hokage. 0. Countless people clenched their fists and watched nervously in the battlefield. Looking at the figure of their faith, Kakashi looked at Namikaze Minato's back, as if returning to the days of learning ninjutsu with him. Ms. Minato, you must win. Naruto has suffered a lot for so many years. As long as you can come back, Naruto. Kakashi was silent, with unparalleled tension in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who returned to the Hokage office building, looked at Senju Hashirama with some worry. Shodai, if Minato loses, then Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. He had confidence in Namikaze Minato. But now seeing Kizaru's horrible combat power, he thinks Namikaze Minato has little chance of winning. And if Namikaze Minato loses, he fails to return to see Naruto. So, his guilt towards himself is even more serious. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen's worries, Senju Hashirama is much calmer. I believe our fourth generation. Although this is the first time I have met him across the screen, I believe he will win. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, looking at Senju Hashirama with a bit of a grudge in his eyes. How could he admire Senju Hashirama's God-tier sutra? Feeling Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, Senju Hashirama smiled. If the fourth generation loses, we will announce that Naruto is the son of a hero. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. It can only be the. In the battlefield. Namikaze Minato's body was ignited by the orange flame, and the whole person was extremely haki. In Kurama mode, his temperament and face are more handsome. Looking at Namikaze Minato like this, Kizaru said wryly again. Can you ask me curiously? What are you insisting on? Justice, or protecting the village? If it is justice, the old man is also a justice marine. If you give up voluntarily, the old man promises you that he can go to your world and help you fulfill a wish. Kizaru shouted and said, gradually losing interest in fighting. If Namikaze Minato can surrender, why not? Countless people in the heavens and worlds are not ashamed of Kizaru's behavior. Little lowly Shado once again made an international gesture. Uncle wretched, so shameless. And in the battlefield. Looking at Kizaru, Namikaze Minato's face was very firm. Suddenly, he smiled slightly. The back faces everyone in the Hokage world. He spoke softly. I'm going to meet my son. Chapter 59 Auto-generated chapter title. 59. Naruto. 4th Hokage is my father. 10th more, please subscribe. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Konoha is one of them. Many villagers said different things and looked at each other. The 4th generation has a son. Master 4th generation has a son, why don't we know? His son must be Konoha's genius, right? Why never heard of it? Did 4th generation really have a child before his death? Hearing the voices of the surrounding villagers, Kakashi looked blank for a moment. Immediately, he smiled slightly. Ms. Minato, it's still so straightforward. The villagers said different things, but Kakashi was not surprised at Namikaze Minato's words directly. Because of Namikaze Minato in his eyes, everything is said straightforwardly. Although he is gentler, he never hides it. Sasuke and Sakura next to Kakashi also stared. 4th generation actually has a son. How come there is no news in the village? Sasuke said with a bit of astonishment, all over his face saying, 613. Ms. Kakashi, who is the son of Master 4th Hokage, do you know? Little Sakura asked curiously. Suddenly, little Sakura clenched her hands on her chest. The son of Master 4th generation must be very happy, right? Isn't it? It must be handsome. Sasuke hugged his arms and snorted. Little Sakura became nervous and hurriedly posted to Sasuke. No, Sasuke, only you are the most handsome. Sasuke turned his head away and ignored little Sakura at all. Kakashi did not answer the questions of the two, but fell silent slightly. If everyone knows that Naruto is your son, you will be surprised. Kakashi wanted to wait for Namikaze Minato to speak to Naruto himself, not through his mouth. Naruto's eyes widened in the room. Master 4th generation has a son. But I never heard of it, his son must be very happy. Naruto ran his fingers and began to fantasize. The son of Lord 4th generation must be very talented. But being 4th Hokage's son is also a lot of pressure. If I were the son of 4th generation. Naruto shook his head and hurriedly tossed off his thoughts. He is the demon fox in the village, how could he be the son of 4th generation? This kind of dream can't be done randomly. Spirit Cage World. Shado's face looked a little expectant. What a strong fatherly love, I am moved. It must be very happy to be his son, right? In the last days, their parents have already left. Dudu is an orphan, longing for fatherly and maternal love. Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered. Speaking of parents, even the generous Shonda was silent. Super God World. Advertisement. Yan looked straight. Father's love, it's a great cry. The angel shook his head coldly, with a trace of contempt in his expression. Father. We angels don't want a father. The sacred Gaisha who sits in the center is slightly positive. Cold, whether you admit it or not. Father's love and maternal love are still the greatest forces in this universe. When Gaisha said so, Leng also became silent, not daring to refute. Under the attention of the heavens and the world, in the battlefield. Namikaze Minato's back is extremely tall, and his face is absolutely decisive. Naruto, waiting for dad, I will see you soon. Boom. Moment. The heavens and worlds are exploding. Pirate world. Sengoku frowned. Naruto. That Uzumaki Naruto on the leaderboard. Sengoku, Martial, this Namikaze Minato, the energy used seems really like that Uzumaki Naruto. Aokiji also said on the side. Thinking of the evil nine tails chakra of Naruto, feel the energy in Namikaze Minato at this moment. Aokiji is basically certain that the two use the same energy. Sengoku nodded when Aokiji said this. Not surprisingly, it should be Naruto on the leaderboard. Garp listening to these words, a face is slightly silent. He also worked as a father, grandfather had been a man. And Naruto so small a child, suffered the experience made him have some distress. Watching the Namikaze Minato, Garp and his face was full of admiration. Kaido aunt, who was this very disdain? To my son. This ridiculous belief. Charlotte Linlin laughing, she did not care about the children of this kind of thing. Whitebeard the pirates. Whitebeard eyes flashing, face slightly heroic silence. This Namikaze Minato, much like when the chart is not turned on, he was worried about Ace. Whitebeard silence, a moment. Cool la la la, Hokage world, there really is a lot of interesting people The old lady must go Hokage look at the world. Marco, J. Jors, who is shouting at the side. Namikaze Minato, dry out and die Kizaru. Do not look the same as the pirates of the world, but they still have nothing to Kizaru view. Hokage world. The entire community endure an instant uproar. Ray of the country. Fourth Raikage eyes widened. Before that Uzumaki Naruto, is your son. But think of the power of the nine tails Naruto's. Fourth Raikage gradually calmed down. Feng Ying Luo-san forehead is slightly changed. Advertisement. Uzumaki Naruto. Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina. Nine tails. Chewing a couple of names, Luo-san big bright eyes, want to clear this one subtle zero. Konoha. All the villagers, when Namikaze Minato hear the words, completely froze in place. One by one they widened eyes, the body gradually shaking. How could? Fox, how could fourth generation head adult son? Everyone totally shocked to absence. They think of fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato achievements, silence foes one by one. Fourth generation head adults during his lifetime. The implementation of, over 122 times D tasks. 147 C-level tasks. 216 secondary task B. 323 A-level tasks. 39 S-class mission. He participated in the Third World War forbearance, so the four ninja panic-stricken country, is our well-deserved hero of Konoha. I do not know who that will contribute to Konoha. Namikaze Minato made a sentence tells. Hear his words, more people are silent. They face full of hesitation and guilt. I did not expect, fourth generation head adult son, is actually what we call the Fox Uzumaki Naruto. Plop. A ninja fell to his knees. Fourth generation head adults, you saved my life, but I. There are more villagers trembling opening. Fourth generation head adults, is to give up your life, save the whole village, we shift your son is called. The man trembling with excitement, unable to speak the next words. Fourth generation head adults. More people burst into tears, his face full of guilt. Namikaze Minato 5.3 laid down his life to save the village, but his son was being treated like they are. Naruto's door. Sakura a small face completely stunned and speechless, but God did slow. Kakashi looked slightly silence, listening to the group of villagers around then. Sasuke did not like to hear the words of General Namikaze Minato, the faint thinking about their own affairs. The next moment, Sasuke looks great light, he thought of Naruto the 10,000 years on the lower end. Naruto has blonde hair and blue eyes. The Namikaze Minato, still blonde hair, blue eyes. Impossible. Sasuke let himself came up with a very surprised ideas. Sasuke just the pressure of cross god to look to Kakashi, opening inquiries. I heard the words of the surrounding villagers. Sasuke instantly shocked in place. And the room Naruto. He lay in bed, his eyes could not control the tears. His eyes tightly watching Namikaze Minato, totally not say any word. He thought he had heard incorrectly. Chapter 60 auto-generated chapter title. 60. To give away all of Namikaze Minato, stunned Kizaru, more 11, seeking subscription. For a long time, Naruto can react. His first thought is your own ears heard it wrong. I am, how could I be fourth generation head adult son? Naruto said, tears in his eyes has been spewing out. He is more than eager to have a fatherly and motherly love. However, he is a fox, doomed without their parents. Destined to be scolded small to large. He was killed fourth Hokage. It does not know how long to let Naruto guilt. Namikaze Minato hear the words, Naruto think that's true. He wants to be more than Namikaze Minato's son. When Naruto may doubt. Outside the room, but it is heard countless villagers guilty of sound. I remember one time connected to the earth after school, I told him not to play with Naruto, he is a monster. I remember one time he took a fancy to mask my store, I will direct him out. I remember one time he passed, I openly say that he is a monster, is the purpose of people killed fourth generation. Countless villagers, their faces full of guilt. 09 fourth generation projects as their hero, as Kiba gave their lives. May Naruto was his son, but all the villagers are turning a blind eye. Instead, abuse me. Everyone was silent. Sasuke looked to the front of the room, eyes widened, stature shaking. That guy, the former painted the village was a mess, just want to get someone's attention, right? Sasuke has also had parents, personal experience of fatherly and motherly love. Naruto can do. As soon as he was born, Minato and Kushina they both died. Naruto from small to large, all by himself, not even a little bit of love did not experience before. Sarutobi Hiruzen is because that shit protection Jinchuriki argument. Let dignified even 4 generations Hokage's son, took the subsidy to the village to live. Shikamaru and Choji hair stunned eyes. Naruto and their relationship is pretty good. But, they never let Naruto go to their homes, when you want to play also never took Naruto. I remember once after school, Naruto and they waved goodbye. And the two of them, but it is delighted to discuss the food to eat, did not bring together the meaning of Naruto. The emotion mingled, 2 eyes full of hesitation. Naruto. Sakura among the small eyes had filled with tears. Naruto. Listening to the words of the villagers outside, Naruto utterly shocked. How could I have a father? How could I have a father? Advertisement. It is impossible, I have no father, I am a fox I do not deserve have a father, my goal is to kill the culprit 4th generation adults. How could I be his son? Naruto desperately shaking his head, the angle can be painful but it is with a smile. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, turned out to be the son of the 4th Hokage. He turned out to be my father. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, also a father. I have a father. Whispered a sentence, then let stand outside Kakashi while distressed. In the battlefield, Naruto seemed to feel the loneliness, Namikaze Minato looked very decisive. He looked at Kizaru, will sell again. Kizaru is available across waved his hand, his face somewhat different. Little brother, what do you say? The last game and that kid Sakazuki war, is your son. Namikaze Minato slight hint of a smile. Ah, yes. Naruto thought for so many years suffering, but still has a guardian of the heart of Konoha, which made him very happy. After be pleased with endless rage. 3rd generation head adults. Namikaze Minato muttered words, a pair of eyes gradually cold. Kizaru quickly said, little brother your breath so terrible. But there is a confused old lady, beat your son as Sakazuki, why do not you go to him afterwards, but find me? Kizaru only feels that he is unclear about his grievances. Sakazuki brought revenge, but came to him to avenge. Is this injustice beaten for no reason? Listening to Kizaru's words, Namikaze Minato's lips twitched slightly. Naruto, he said, he will defeat Akainu himself. How could I not support it? Kizaru's expression was slightly shocked. Really, I was really moved by the emotions of your father and son. But, brother, how do you think he can defeat Sakazuki? Sakazuki is now improved, but I feel scared. Listening to Kizaru's words, Namikaze Minato did not refute. Instead, smiled slightly. You must have never been a father, right? Hearing his words, Kizaru's expression was slightly taken aback. How do you know? Every father will trust his child without hesitation. Exclaimed this sentence. The chakra on Namikaze Minato began to fluctuate wildly. It almost forms a chakra tornado. The orange-yellow 9 tails chakra comes out through the body. Namikaze Minato stretched out his hand, and he held 2 tailed beast bombs in his hands. Rasengan was originally created by him based on the principle of tailed beast bomb. And at this moment, he who personally holds the tailed beast bomb can burst out even stronger power. Advertisement. Brush. The golden light flashed, leaving only an afterimage on the spot. Kizaru's eyes widened. A tailed beast bomb was held by Namikaze Minato and hit his face directly. Kizaru didn't think much, his figure turned into a bright golden light and quickly pulled away. Can be the next moment. Namikaze Minato's figure followed him closely, not letting the wind fall. Even faster. The tailed beast bomb got closer and closer to Kizaru's face. This made Kizaru horrified. Namikaze Minato's speed is too fast, he has no time to dodge. In desperation, Kizaru took the initiative to element, and directly avoided Namikaze Minato's blow. Can be the next moment. Behind him, there was a tailed beast bomb that greeted 630. How could it be so fast? Even Kizaru was a little shocked. Not only did his eyes fail to keep up, but even his observation haki failed to keep up with Namikaze Minato's speed at the moment. But his elementalization is still strong, and he uses active elementalization to avoid it again. In this scene, the corners of Namikaze Minato's mouth turned into golden glitter slightly. Immediately, Kizaru's eyes widened. You are crazy. Under Kizaru's stunned gaze, 2 tailed beast bombs collide. Outrageously exploded, swept the 2 directly. One of them is in Kizaru's elemental brain. The other one is the elementalized heart of Kizaru. Boom, boom. The terrifying tailed beast bomb exploded. At the last moment, Kizaru desperately used elementalization, trying to see if he could avoid the blow. And seeing this scene, the heavens and all realms are extremely shocked. Pirate world. Even Akainu's look at this moment is extremely serious. Namikaze Minato's determination moved him. If he faces this trick, he may not be able to avoid it at all. Not dead, but also seriously injured. But at the speed of Kizaru. Confidence flashed in Akainu's eyes. He should be able to avoid it. Everyone in 10,000 realms thought of a sentence. As the mother, Shang Zhejiang. As a father. Chapter 61, auto-generated chapter title. 61. Successfully resurrected 4th generation, unprecedented Konoha village. Inside the marshal's office at naval headquarters. Aokiji's body was a little tight, and his expression was a little nervous. The scene just now. Surprisingly, Kizaru was completely crushed by Namikaze Minato in terms of speed and observation Haki's perception. In the end, Kizaru was hit hard by Namikaze Minato. Aokiji's expression was solemn. Kizaru is likely to be seriously injured. Sengoku's face was also very gloomy. He never expected that Kizaru would suffer such a big loss in speed. I thought Kizaru would win this golden flash of the opponent's world. But right now, Sengoku shook his head. Is his expectation of Kizaru too high, or is Namikaze Minato too strong? Garp didn't have a big surprise. On the contrary, he had expected this scene a long time ago. Zephyr once said, Kizaru relies too much on sparkling fruit, and among the three admiral, he is the one who relies on the fruit ability the most. And this also leads to if the elementalization and speed of sparkling fruit are all crushed. Then Kizaru. It's dangerous. The Whitebeard pirates on the mobile also looked slightly nervous. Some of the lower-ranked captains even had cold sweat on their faces. Regardless of whether the top captains of Marco and Josbiza can compete with Admiral. But their low-ranking ones are completely unsuccessful. Seeing that Admiral Kizaru is eating cancer in speed at this moment, these people vent their anger one by one. But they were even more shocked that Huang Yuan was abused. That's Admiral. Admiral-class combat power, located at the top of the entire sea. Even Marco is a bit weaker. The only thing the Whitebeard pirates can win against Admiral is their father. This had to make everyone cautious about Kizaru. Compared to the dignity of many sons, Whitebeard laughed. Cool la la la. The three Logia imps from Marine, it's time to suffer. Old man, Roger, Golden Lion, the danger the three of us experienced back then was no less than this. Listening to Whitebeard's words, the ordinary crew members shivered. I am afraid that only Whitebeard can call Admiral, the world government's highest combat force, a kid, right? Enter Red Force. The red-haired Shanks held the famous sword Griffin, and watched the battle seriously. If Kizaru is replaced by him at the moment, although he can use Conqueror's entanglement to defend, with the armed color, he should not be seriously injured. Advertisement. But now Kizaru. The red-haired face was slightly solemn. He might be in danger. In Wanzhou, Charlotte Linlin laughed. Well. Okay. Good fight. My old lady looks down on this Kizaru the most. The strength is not good, and I still pretend to be X all day, which is really relieved. Kaido on the ghost island of Wanokuni also laughed wildly. Good fight. This Kizaru always relies on his speed to dodge when fighting Laozi. It is almost slippery. Finally someone can educate Kizaru on speed. Yingyan, Empress and others looked solemnly. This is Admiral Kizaru, but if they are replaced, can they withstand the blow of Namikaze Minato? Hawkeye's eyes are very sharp. This, Namikaze Minato, fighting IQ is too high. Rao has a strong talent for Hawkeye, and he can't help but admire Namikaze Minato. This kind of person, no matter what kind of power they cultivate, will get twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, the strength in the battle can be increased by at least 30%. This is the benefit of having a good brain. It's a pity, I'm not a strong man with a sword. Sighing, Hawkeye continued to sail forward. Sabayati Archipelago. Luffy and others were already shocked. Luffy's eyes widened at the roughened level. There was cold sweat on Zoro's forehead. As this Admiral Kizaru, this kind of strength. Zoro gritted his teeth. Looking at the battles in the battlefield of the heavens, his three views have a tendency to be completely destroyed. Nami and others also trembled, and Warong was frightened by the speed of the two. Sanji said a little solemnly at this time. Luffy, while that Kizaru is still on the battlefield of the heavens, let's run. He will be here soon, if he is caught. Sanji didn't finish what he said, but others already understood what he meant. And thinking about the terrifying speed of Kizaru, all of them were a little bit frightened. Luffy also thought for a moment. After weighing the strength of his own side in his heart, Luffy also nodded regretfully. Everyone, let's retreat, and head to the Fishman Island first. For the time being, we can't go head-to-head with Admiral. Nami and others looked lucky. Fortunately, this time Luffy didn't take them to resist Admiral just with a passion. Advertisement. And after seeing the outbreak of Akainu and Huang Yuan, Luffy also understood. The Aokiji that I met before, playing against them was completely merciful. Not serious at all. Luffy's naive idea that he can win by faith alone has gradually disappeared. Leaving the road, Luffy said distressedly. Oh, what a pity. First can't see Marine Admiral Kizaru. I can't fight him. Nami. I suck you to death, Luffy. Shinigami World. Seeing the terrifying shock wave explode, Ichimaru Jin's eyes were slightly amazed. His heart sank slowly. Although Shinso has the speed to crush most people, he must never underestimate the enemy. Otherwise, it might end up like that Kizaru. Assassin World. Arong looked at Dabao, his eyebrows were full of shock. Dabao, you said the two of them, who will win? I'm looking forward to it. This visual feast of speed is really dazzling. G. Dabao was also shocked. I don't know. Keep watching, Arong. Punch the world. Saitama touched his big bald head. The speed of these two people is getting faster and faster. Hope I can catch up. Wong good. Spirit Cage World. Shado clenched a small fist and sang his head around. Namikaze Minato is going to win, defeat the bad uncle. She learned how Namikaze Minato hand-cranked Rasengan and tailed Beast Bomb, very cute. Boss, if I could learn Namikaze Minato's two tricks, how handsome would be. Don't say it. I want to turn into a light, passing through thousands of flowers, leaving no leaves on my body. Fatty Mountain said with a grin. Broken Star looked at Shonda contemptuously. Just you. Shonda straightened his chest. Just me, how come you guys? Zutong and Wuyan were silent, with a smile on their faces. Bai Yuekui suddenly said calmly when several people were noisy. It's going to be the winner. Seeing that horrible fluctuations gradually subsided, the white moon-shaped eyes shrank. Only Kizaru, who was covered in blood, remained in place. And Namikaze Minato, who smiled slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 62, Auto-generated chapter title. 62. The whole community hostile to endure, not to participate in the next Kiba any battle. Golden light enveloped everything restitution. Well-preserved Kizaru wretched look again to the Namikaze Minato. Little brother, I really admire you this old lady pure fatherly love it. Naturally, I am lost no injustice. Namikaze Minato smiled. I just want to go to see her children's father, nothing more. Hear his words, Kizaru also casually smiled again. But next time, the old lady if we encounter you, it will not be so careless. This is to be moved to your father, the old lady to let you step. Kizaru smile, his face how wretched to be more wretched. Kizaru see this expression, summer beans curl one's lip. This wretched uncle, really special what smelly shameless. I really wanted to go to his feet. The Namikaze Minato did not care, Micro smiled. His eyes exposed desire, just want to see Naruto as soon as possible. Hokage world. See Namikaze Minato victory, the entire community in their mind they are slightly loose. Spirit in Konoha village unprecedented. Namikaze Minato prestige among the civilian population is even higher than first Hokage. After all, he is the closest Hokage, has only just died 12 years. Most of the villagers in the village, is also the year of his generation. The younger generation, has also been under the fathers of monasteries, that the purpose of the fourth generation various legends. Kakashi looks slightly loose. Indeed Minato teacher 630 is so powerful. Kakashi is a Konoha genius. 5-year-old ninja school. 6-year-old will be promoted Chunin. After studying ninjutsu will follow in Namikaze Minato's side. In Namikaze Minato died, he has direct access to the Anbu, gradually become Anbu captain. Say his talent, he has been extremely heaven-defying. These can be in front of Namikaze Minato. In front of golden glitter. Not enough to see. Absolutely not enough to see. Namikaze Minato, he is the genius of civilians endure peak within bounds. No cataracts, no red eyes, no osteoarthritis. But the fact that his own strength, they sit firmly on the position of Hokage. Kakashi eyes of some expectations. He also missed his teacher Sasuke and Sakura small although not witnessed Namikaze Minato strong. But the two academics others mentioned numerous times about him AJFD track. Advertisement. Too early heart admiration, want to see a call. From the front, Namikaze Minato dead, two have no chance. But the moment, Namikaze Minato is about resurrection, the opportunity to complete their arrival. One of Konoha Sanin Jiraiya also has come to the village of Konoha. Namikaze Minato looked at the upcoming revival of the figure, Jiraiya smiled slightly. Minato, come back to see your son now. Wu man, this is my name, to take. Jiraiya face with the old paternal smile, the people very happy. Senju Hashirama in the Hokage building is slightly excited. Monkey, we Konoha every Hokage, our extraordinary talent combat power generation Senju Hashirama sigh, the heart cannot help but some happy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is slightly unnatural. He was a bit ashamed, do not know how to deal with Minato. Then water a couple doors to give away all seal 9 tails, only one wish before dying. It is to take care of Naruto. But he Sarutobi Hiruzen. A deep sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen some unwilling to face. He did not know Minato would do anything. And Orochimaru similarly, Minato is that he single-handedly nurtured. But what if Minato, like Orochimaru, hates Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, but there was a touch of firmness in his eyes. Minato, I won't let you hurt any villager, block Hokage's place. Naruto who shut himself in the room was startled. Seeing Namikaze Minato's gradually glowing face, his heart could not help but thump. Dad, my father is back. I also have a dad in Uzumaki Naruto, it's still a gift from Master 4th Hokage. Naruto this day is almost like a dream. First, he lost the battle with Akainu, and the villagers abused him a lot. Then, Namikaze Minato went to fight and told the fact that it was his father. Naruto cried with joy, although he hadn't seen it yet, tears of moved in Naruto's eyes. There was a shout of applause in Konoha, and everyone was excited physically and mentally. But other ninja villages in the ninja world are complaining again and again. Third Tsuchikage Onoki was relieved from the too powerful combat power, suddenly frowned. Black Earth, how many battles did Konoha participate in? The Black Soil calculated for a moment, and said. Grandpa, there have been 7 battles in the battlefield of the heavens. Without Uchiha Madara, Konoha participated in 4 battles. Advertisement. If Uchiha Madara is included, it will be 6 games. What? Onoki said in shock. It's cool to watch the battle. Inadvertently, let Konoha participate in so many battles. Onoki frowned and thought. First Hokage Senju Hashirama is resurrected. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is resurrected. This Konoha has 2 super cage level powerhouses resurrected. Or the type he was totally unsure of. Ban could abuse him with one hand. Isn't it easy for Senju Hashirama, who is more powerful than Madara, to abuse him? Onoki shook his head. No, it won't work. Black Soil, quickly inform the other big Shinin villages that we must unite against Konoha. Can't let them participate in any battle. At the same time, the shadows of the other big ninja villages also coincided with Onoki. Made the same decision. 4th Raikage's expression was a little excited, but also a little serious. Excited because Namikaze Minato is back. In terms of speed, he once again had a goal that he could catch up with. This feeling of being alone in despair and arrogant to the crowd is not what he desires. In contrast, he is more eager to grow under pressure. And serious. 4th Raikage looked at Killer Bee. Notify the other great shinobu villages that we must unite against Konoha and cannot let them participate in any next battle. Feng Ying Luo Sha also made the same decision. Only the country of rain. They did not respond at all to the suggestions of the other 3 ninja villages. Akatsuki within the organization. Ban hugged his arms with arrogance on his face. Cooperate with the other 3 ninja villages. What is it for? Uchiha Madara, why do I need to cooperate with others? Let them do it themselves. After Madara said a few words, her figure disappeared. Konan's face was slightly ugly. Uchiha Madara is back. Where should she, Nagato, and Yahiko go? And, how did Nagato use that opportunity to resurrect the dead? Looking at Pen's Heavenly Way, Konan couldn't help but think of Yahiko. Chapter 63 Auto-generated chapter title. 63. The end of the battle list, the excitement of the world. Super God World. Seeing the victory and defeat of the 2-person battle, all the angels were very relieved. The corners of Angel Yan's mouth were slightly raised. Brother Wan, defeated that wretched uncle Huang Yuan. Angel Lingxi smiled slightly. Yeah, Sister Yan, Namikaze Minato's final outburst really scared me. The angel snorted coldly. Humph. What's so surprising? You haven't seen the sacred brilliance of Queen Gaisha, how can you make a fuss about such a small scene? It's really ashamed of our holy guard face. Upon hearing this, the angel Lingxi stagnated slightly. But Angel Yan's face was directly cold. Cold, what are you talking about? Even if it's just a low-strength world, there are still many things we can learn from. Don't you think that your arrogance is a bit too much? The angel's cold eyes became cold again. Yan, that's how you talk to me. Angel Yan sneered. Do you only use your age a few thousand years older than me to rely on the old to sell the old? Leng also wanted to retort again. But Gaisha over there smiled slightly. Leng, Yan, stop arguing. Hearing the words of Saint Gaisha, both of them were slightly stern. Yes, Queen Gaisha. Hexi nodded and smiled slightly. It's a good thing to be vigorous. People like me and Queen Gaisha, wanting to have the vigor of you young people, can't do it. Hexi shook his head and sighed. But although she is the same as Gaisha, she has lived for more than 30,000 years. But the faces of her and Gaisha are still extremely beautiful. Seeing the two in the battlefield, Hexi raised his brows slightly and spoke again. Queen Gaisha, Juxin, this battle of the ranking list may be over. Hearing that, many angels were shocked. Hexi didn't remind them, they hadn't noticed yet. Namikaze Minato and Kizaru. After the battle, the two are still staying in the battlefield of the heavens at this moment. There is no meaning to be transmitted by the golden light at all. Advertisement. And this may mean a turning point in the rankings. Yan Meiyu moved slightly. Queen Gaisha, Queen Hexi, is this battle of the power ranking really going to end? It was also a bit agitated to hear the cold, with an arrogant expression on his face. I hope that the next world will be able to draw our universe. I look forward to the glorious moment when countless creatures in 10,000 realms look up to Queen Gaisha. Looking at the angels cold, Saint Gaisha smiled slightly. Cold, the heavens and worlds, but there are many powerful existences, we must not be careless. Nodded coldly. Yes, Queen Gaisha. And just between the gazes of the heavens and the world. A golden bulletin above the leaderboard lights up. Open black lens bracket competition rankings, the first ranking is completed, and the final results are now announced. Quote. First place. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, One Piece World. Second place. God of Ninja World, Senju Hashirama, Hokage World. Quote. Third place. Uchiha Madara, Hokage World. Fourth place. Pen Six Paths, Hokage World. Fifth place. Marine Hero, Iron Fist, Monkey D. Garp, One Piece World. Quote. Sixth place. Akainu, Sakazuki, Pirate World. Seventh place. Golden Lion, Shiki, One Piece World. Quote. Eighth place. Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage World. Ninth place. Golden Glitter, Namikaze Minato, Hokage World. 10th Open Black Lens Bracket Name. Kizaru, Pelusolino, Pirate World. Quote. Open Black Lens Bracket. There are 7 battles in total, Hokage wins 4, Pirates wins 3, Hokage wins the world in this round. Quote. The first battle list competition, the Pirate World is eliminated. From now on, in addition to the characters on the list, One Piece World will not be eligible for the competitive battle list. Quote. Seeing the bulletins given by the ranking list, all the heavens and all realms have collapsed. Bai Yuekui's expression changed slightly. Broken Star frowned and looked at her. Boss, This ranking is so cruel. Shanda slapped his thigh. It's cruel, fair, also simple and rude, easy to understand. Listening to the words of the two, Bai Yuexi's expression was still a bit solemn. After a long time, Bai Yu vomited her lips lightly. The battle list, our world may be hopeless. Shanda was a little shocked in an instant. Boss, how is it possible? With your strength, you can definitely get a seat above that. Sha also admired Dao. Except in the battlefield of the heavens, I have never seen anyone stronger than the boss. Advertisement. 0. Look for flowers. Broken Star, Antiquity and others are also full of doubts. But just listen to Bai Yuekui said lightly. The ranking is not as simple as you think, and it may be more cruel than I expected. The loser's world is eliminated, but you see, the Hokage world has stayed on it. This also means that the next battle list may be to draw another world and compete against the Hokage world. Bai Yuekui's tone was very solemn. After listening to her explanation, the entire ground team was also shocked. Shanda nerdly said. Boss, no. Then this ranking is too cruel to us, right? We are the lowest, and we have to face the monsters in the Hokage world. 0. How can this be won? Thinking about the toughness of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Shanda is a little frightened. Let him go and fight Uchiha Madara who drives Gundam. Without Master Madara's hands, he just knelt. Bai Yuekui nodded. No matter how much we don't want to, but the rules are likely to be like this. But don't worry too much. With so many lists on the leaderboard, we don't necessarily have to just stare at the power list. Shanda's eyes brightened. Yes, boss, you must be on that stunning list. Bai Yuekui didn't say much, but Broken Star looked at Fatty Shanda. If there is a list of fat guys in the rankings, I think you should be able to be on the list. Shanda. Shooting, what do you mean? What kind of eyes are you looking at? At the same time, many bigwigs in the heavens and myriad worlds have guessed this. Holy Guy Shaw's mouth curled up again. It's really interesting, angel civilized, not afraid of all opponents. Holy Guy Shaw's words instantly excited the many guarding angels around her body. In the battlefield of the heavens, the figures of Namikaze Minato and Kizaru were shrouded in golden light. Last moment, Kizaru looked at Minato, his expression wretched again. Brother, we will see you again. Next time, I won't despise you again. Namikaze Minato nodded, thinking about seeing Naruto soon. Aiko's eagerness, he can't bear it for a moment. What? Chapter 64, auto-generated chapter title. 64. The establishment of a chat group, the shaking of the heavens and the world. The golden light slowly dissipated, and the battlefields of the heavens in everyone's minds also completely disappeared. Only the battle list that still shines with golden light is left. There are 10 big names on it, and they are the 10 strong men on the battle list for the first time. Announcement. The first combat power wood expulsion has been completed, and a chat group is now established. Closing square bracket. Pirate World. Ding. The Heavens and 10,000 Realms chat group invites you to join. Sengoku originally sighed because of the battle list. In addition to the people on the list, their pirate world can no longer send strong people. His form of the Great Buddha can't be displayed in the battle with others, Sengoku is very sorry. But looking at the pale golden pop-up window in my mind. Sengoku became interested in an instant and agreed without hesitation. Garp Aokiji on the side also clicked. Kizaru's eyes brightened when he came back. Chat group, 63-0, good stuff, can you chat with 10,000 realms? Before, I could only look at the screen, but no one discussed it together. That's it. The old man is finally not boring anymore. Kizaru directly agreed. Akainu from New World also agreed. Will the 10,000 realms chat group? Mai Sakazuki, with the help of the leaderboard, I will definitely go further. At the same time, Whitebeard, Red Hair, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Hawkeye, Empress and others also agreed. Basically the strong, they all chose to join this chat group. In the deep sea, the Straw Hat pirate group heading to the Fishman Island is noisy. Luffy looked at the pale gold lettering with a look of joy. Send in the chat group, everyone agrees quickly. Being able to discuss with the powerhouses of the 10,000 realms, this may be a great resource not lower than the battle list. Zoro, Sanji and others also nodded. Hokage World. Uchiha Madara looked arrogant, but considering that this is a leaderboard group, I still clicked the agree button. Advertisement. In the world of the heavens, countless people clicked on the chat group. Ding. Congratulations to Marshal Marine and Sengoku of Buddha for joining the chat group. Quote. Ah, congratulations to the King of Angels, Holy Guy Shaw joins the chat group. Quote. Ding. Congratulations to Tianji Wang Hexi for joining the chat group. Ding. Congratulations to Bai Yuekui for joining the chat group. Ding. Congratulations to Sha Do for joining the chat group. Quote. Congratulations to Fat Shanda for joining the chat group. Closing parenthesis. A message after another, almost maxed out the page. But a magical scene appeared again, and everyone received the information in an instant. Sha Do. Are there any angels in the heavens and all realms? Fatty Shanda. I'm going. There are really angels. What are the two kings of angels? Devil Queen Morgana. At Sha Do, Pang Zi Shanda. Hello, you two, didn't you see me? The old lady is the Devil Queen, not weaker than those shit angels. Devil Queen Morgana. Come and worship this queen, ha 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 ha. Genos. I'm going. There are not only angels, but also demons. Sacred Guy Shaw. At Devil Queen Morgana, UBCH, don't you want to live anymore? When I find your place, a scorching sun trial will come over. Quote. Mo Megain face very ugly. Devil Queen, Mo Megain. By Guy Yu Sha Kai Bai, his aging mother afraid of you come ah, you first locate the position of his aging mother ah. Two rival a meeting, then move directly up. Two words to each other, swear word from the other side is relentless. Heavens Wan bound to see this scene is not robust. Lowly summer beans are small to see with the eyes of Sengoku head, opening some doubts. Peas. At Buddha Sengoku, Marine Marshal did you Akainu and Kazaru than two Admiral also worse. Lowly small beans summer full of shock. Even side Bai Yuekui eyes are slightly reduced. Sengoku in the marshal office slight cough cough. Buddha Sengoku. Summer beans, a world of strong old lady it is Marine Captain, so theoretically stronger than the Marine Admiral. His words, the ground shook all the team as a whole. Alexander speak directly. I rely on this Marshal Sengoku they even stronger than Admiral Kazaru and Akainu. The pirates of the world, so rich evildoer it. Wait, Buddha Sengoku. He cannot be a Buddha, right? Broken Star, who is also somewhat shocked. Advertisement. Buddha in this world existed, but has long disappeared. The legendary. Buddha is an extremely strong presence, killing bite extremely slaughter animal as a dog. Sengoku embarrassed smile. Buddha Sengoku. We maintain Pirates Marine as the world's justice marine, on the sea for us a voice, people's happiness. Shaw Beans. The envy of the world and if we can have this Uncle Sengoku righteous marine, that does not mean end of the world continued to the now. Quote. Lowly heard the little peas, then, are some of the heavens Wan border to the interest. So, they put a bite pole bean summer animal related things in the heavens Wan profession to publish out. She also retain a trace of a try mind. If anyone has a strong way to solve it. And when she heard talk about the spirit world Cage's world, the whole heavens Wan circles are somewhat different. That side of the world, even so have a strange view of the world. Queen Devil Mo Megain. Lighthouse dust on the people of Mana ecology. We destroyed countless civilizations, witnessed the rise and fall of countless, never heard of anyone invaders and also find ways to live together, is really ridiculous. Quote. If you believe the devil, I can try to see if we can give you strength. Quote. Summer bean eyes light up, you can hear the word devil is still some back. Traditionally, the devil but synonymous with evil. Mo Megain looking at an opening, P's silent scenes, the day the city of Shakespeare guy smiled. Divine Guy Shakespeare. At Demon Queen Mo Megain, Kai Bai, do not you spread around the demon religion, it is disgusting. Quote. And I have sounded, and did not locate the other world. Quote. Technology that point on you devil, do not take out her incompetence 5.3. Demon Queen Mo Megain. Pit could get out of the pool on that point you angels technology. Your holy database cannot count, does not mean I will not do evil queen. Quote. Kai Bai. Aging mother sooner or later your sacred footer blown to atoms. Mo Megain hammer blow on the body before the table, a thump. Chest dramatic ups and downs, Mo Megain obviously angry not light. Listening to these two big brothers of mutual forbearance, heaven's wand circles are somewhat stunned God. Shaw Beans. At Sacred Guy Shakespeare, Queen of the Devil Mo Megain, two big brothers, you say, I do not understand how more and more awe. Quote. What holy database? What sacred footer blown to atoms? Quote. Compared to the summer bean's doubts, the side of the white moon is comfort eyes flashing. She is a scientist, these are very interested to hear. Chapter 65 Auto-generated chapter title. 65. The big guys enter the group, the super popularity of the characters on the list. Before someone could clarify Shadow, another series of news of entering the group flashed by.
Ding. Congratulations to the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate has joined the chat group. Ah. Congratulations to the Golden Lion Shiki for joining the chat group. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the God of Ninja, Senju Hashirama for joining the chat group. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to Uchiha Madara for joining the chat group. Ding. Congratulations to Yamamoto for joining the chat group. Ding. Congratulations to Aizen Huyuja for joining the chat group.
Ding. Congratulations to Saitama for joining the chat group. Quote. Ah. Congratulations to Thanos for joining the chat group. Closing parenthesis. Ding. Congratulations to Tony Stark for joining the chat group. Quote. A series of prompts sounded, and the chat group interface was swiped again. And saw many big brothers entering the group. Especially the famous figures on the list such as Whitebeard, the heavens and the world were shocked again. Shadow. Is that Uncle Whitebeard? You are my idol. Wow, that's Uncle Senju Hashirama and Madara, please ask Uncle Ben, can you teach me how to drive a Gundam? 09 Open black lens bracket Yamamoto and Aizen Sosuke have never heard of them, maybe they are some inconspicuous characters. Quote. Little lowly Shadow raised her fingers and counted them one by one. When these big guys saw her, they all smiled and kept silent. No one cares about with a little girl. Shadow. Hey, why there is that wretched Uncle Huang Yuan. I really hate him. Quote. Why didn't big brother Namikaze Minato come? He is so handsome, he must be the focus of the people in the world. Not long after the chat group was established, Shadow contracted most of the speeches, talking to herself.
Although few people returned to her, she still enjoyed it. Kizaru, Xiaodu Xiaowa, you are a bit impolite. How can I talk to my uncle? Quote. Dudu's face was full of contempt, and Broken Star's expression was a little unnatural. Gradually, more people began to talk vocally. Big guys like Gai Sha and Morgana continued to dive. They think that they have lost their reputation and prestige in this water group. Wu Luki. Hello, everyone. My name is Wu Luki. You can call me Arong. I hope that you guys will not invade the little chicken island where I am. Thank you very much. Quote. Seeing his words of self-protection, countless experts in the heavens and worlds all smiled. Zaraki Kenpachi. At Whitebeard, I heard that you are the strongest man in the world. When we arrive in our world, I will definitely find you in a fierce fight. Seeing Zaraki Kenpachi's speech, Whitebeard instantly became interested. Whitebeard. Cool la la la. The old man is waiting for you, Zaraki Kenpachi. Advertisement. Seeing Zaraki Kenpachi with his upper body exposed and wearing a blindfold, he was sturdy and revealing. This made Whitebeard a little excited. Zaraki Kenpachi. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard, you deserve to be refreshed, looking forward to fighting with you. Looking at the world of Hokage, which had not spoken all the time, Genos was a little puzzled. Genos. At Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, two big guys, make a bubble. Shado. Yes, the two big brothers have a bubble, so that we can worship. At the same time, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had doubts in their eyes. Bubble, what does this mean? Before they were confused, Luffy asked. Luffy. At Ga Nuo-si, Shado, what do you mean by bubbling in your mouth? Shado. Shocked, you don't even know this. Genos. Shocked, you don't even know this. +1 +1. Aizen smiled at this moment. Aizen Kuyusuke. Bubbling, it should mean saying something, right? Genos. Yes, the boss is absolutely right. Looking at the smiling face with glasses on Aizen's head, Dudu couldn't help but stare. This Aizen Sosuke is like a gentle big brother like Namikaze Minato. Peas. At Aizen Sosuke, brother Aizen, you must be a very gentle person, right? Aizen, sitting on the throne, gave a chuckle. Open black lens bracket Aizen Sosuke. Yes, Sister Dudu, I can go to your world to help you if I have a chance. Quote. Shado's eyes brightened. Really? Are you sure? Open black lens bracket Aizen. Of course. Aizen in Shinigami's world smiled slightly, and once again succeeded in setting up a wave of characters. At this time, Shonda was totally fine with Shado Shui group, and became active. Shonda. At Sakazuki, Akainu is big, I am your fan. Your lava ability is so handsome. I'm so envious. Standing on the deck, Akainu was chasing a group of New World pirates. Seeing Shonda's compliment to him at this moment, although his complexion had no expression. But Akainu is still very happy. After all, he is directly famous in 10,000 realms, and some people directly say such words of admiration to him. Did not answer Shonda in the chat group, Akainu responded in another way. Advertisement. The group of pirates he was chasing saw a sudden rain of red gold magma on the sky. A giant red gold magma fist hit them. Akainu was standing on the warship, frantically outputting terrorist attacks on them. Finally, under Akainu's meteor volcano, the pirate ship quickly vanished. Genos. At Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, two big guys in the Hokage world have a word, I really want to see the style of the two big guys. Quote. Senju Hashirama, who was silently watching the screen, was a little embarrassed when Genos said so. Senju Hashirama. Hello everyone, my name is Senju Hashirama, first Hokage. Quote. Genos gets excited instantly and worships the boss. Worships the boss. But Senju Hashirama responded. Uchiha Madara was still arrogant and said nothing. Golden Lion. At Uchiha Madara, Madara, my wood, how about your 630? Don't wait for me to pick it up in person, you lost it to me, Madara, ha 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 ha. Seeing the unique laugh of Golden Lion, everyone looked back at the battle between the two Liangshangs. When the Golden Lion came out, he responded arrogantly. Open black lens bracket Uchiha Madara. Golden Lion, Hokage world, there is no one who can take things away in my hands. Quote. As for the pirate world, all worlds watched Uchiha Madara's answer with bated breath, looking forward to his words. Not even more, Madara said arrogantly, the charm conquered most of the world in an instant. Golden Lion. Yahahaha. Madara, you are still so self-righteous. Juhahaha. Ban's face was slightly stagnant. Open black lens bracket Uchiha Madara. Tell the truth. Quote. The heavens and worlds thought for a moment in their hearts. It's true. Looking at the battle between Madara and Golden Lion, his fighting power after using Rinnegan was too terrifying. I am afraid that even Whitebeard may not be able to win. It is still uncertain which of these two men's combat power is stronger. Is it possible that Uchiha Madara is stronger at this moment? The heavens and worlds shook. Many people looked at the 10 on the battle list with envy. It is the names of these 10 people, resounding through the heavens and all realms. Let all people in the world see it and convince countless people. They want it too. Chapter 66 Auto-generated chapter title. 66, Eager Wan World, we also want the charts. Shinigami World. Aizen think of Summer Bean's contempt for him, though did not care, smiled slightly. However, as the strongest Shinigami Hide Big Boss, he still felt slightly lose face. Eyes and eyes flashing, looking at the leaderboard on 10 names. After ranked by the name did not keep his eyes on 1 second. To Uchiha Madara when, Aizen slightly stay a while. Then, eyes straight eyeing first place Whitebeard. And, Aizen really see, not Whitebeard's name, but the position of first place. In his opinion, no matter who is sitting here now, in the future will certainly replace him. No doubt about it. With a confident smile, Aizen continue watching the water group chat group, the group of friends of the congregation. Marvel Universe. Stark Industries building on. Tony looked at Geisha Momegane dialogue and shiny eyes. Holy footer. Holy database. Demon Queen. Mouth and remembered all the names, Tony eyes getting brighter. Behind piles of steel armor has not so interested in him. If you could create these two mouth thing, that he need not rely entirely of steel armor. Alternatively, the steel armor becomes part of his body. Tony big bright eyes. Just from Iron Man to build my numbers started. At that time, I am Iron Man's name resounded through the heavens one certain circles, I will board that one community list. Watching the golden combat power list, 10 names that looked at the top. Tony's shining eyes, full of desire of color. To him now. Wealth, status, and so is not the pursuit of women. He is in pursuit of fame in the heavens one world. Far away in the universe. Thanos' mouth slightly unpredictable ghost face with a smile. One sector rankings, really interesting And in his opinion, at this point standings of the combat power of 10 people in front of him fully enough to see. If that chat group to make attention to him. Probably it was only the sacred guy Shakespeare, and Queen of the Devil Momegane. The concept that they have put forward very new, so Thanos listened to all cannot help but be interested. DC Universe. Central City Dwayne Barry looked one sector rankings, eyes shining. Metropolis Superman in the same. Advertisement. He slightly clenched iron fist of one pair, feeling his man of steel. My man of steel, Death Ray, should all kind of shocking, right? At that time I rang the heavens one circles inevitable Superman's name. Dragon Ball World. Felisaz looked at a group chat laugh. Wait until I played, you will definitely king for me Flissa shocked. Ha 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 ha, punch the world. Saitama hanging on his fist, watching so many bigwigs name some hand waving. Gianuoc is still in the group chat excitedly in his face. Then he looked to Saitama. Teacher, to our world, you can certainly combat power in one fell swoop boarded the first list. At that time, the teacher will happen in the chat group where I helped to cheer Saitama slightly smile, did not agree nor rejected. Assassin within the world, a wrong side in the group chat, a pair of eyes getting brighter. Big Paul, you said I have no chance, also boarded the combat power that list Chicken Dabao bigger way to think for a moment, shook his head. Wrong, we still Shenxiong first assassin and work it. Dabao Chicken hear the words, Arjuna sighed. Super God world. Yan, sunburn heart, cold eyes shining such as guardian angels. They want tens of thousands of industry rankings. No matter what the rankings, will certainly give generous incentives, which anyone will be excited. And even the resurrection can do list, what else cannot do? Everyone has their own desire things. For the ranking, all if the trend of the dream. Yan, who looked eager eyes, Guy and Lufthansa he crane nodded. Two smiling in the eye. These young children, energetic, doing a good thing. As king, they were also both very encouraged. Spirit Cage World. Ground squad everyone is silent. Looking at the standings dazzling combat power 10 people say they envy or false. Who does not want great strength, the name Rangwon community. No one would like, in addition to Bai Yuekui. Everyone is shining eyes, his face full of envy. Can be a long time, Alexander sighed. Well, in order to board the combat power list, too hard. In this trend, we do not have any chance. Thinking that 10 standings tough place, to Alexander sighed. Advertisement. 10 standings, no one he can overcome. Even on Bai Yuekui, did not have chance of winning. Gap is too great. Alexander heard the words, broken star, whose eyes is slightly dim. Look at this quiet atmosphere, Bai Yuekui smiled gently. This give up. Right now it seems, we rank in the world in the very heavens one profession by the use of force base is not high. Well, we can only rely on the resources provided by the rankings quickly become strong. Lowly some small peas ignorant. Boss, you say rely on charts resources, but we cannot win the game, how to rely on this resource? Hear his words, several other people also nodded. Bai Yuekui expression flat, dispassionate analysis of road. First, the combat power rankings more than just a list, in which we do not have the advantage, on the other list, we have an advantage. Quote. Summer Bean eyes light up, and looked excited. Right, I know you say this boss, stunning standings, and you certainly have broken Star's sister's name. His words, his face a white comfort month lag, a slight cough. Second, at the moment we should use the most resources, in fact, not rankings. Alexander felt confused. Boss, what resources? In addition to ranking, what resources we have? Bai Yuekui slightly smile, relaxed way. Chat groups. Several different people instantly. Just this summer beans have been chatting chat group. It can have any resources. Several people face a question mark, not at all clear a chat place to speak to what use. Any one of the world with them all day high and the emperor far away, did not take sides. Chat group will see how this thing is just a pastime. At this time, Broken Star eyes suddenly light up. Boss, you say, all the other world's letter, good king interest. Bai Yuekui nodded and continued to say no. Reticent also spoke up. The world, the ability is not important, strength is not important, except information, the most important. He usually did not talk much of an opening, it will attract everyone's attention over. Bai Yuekui nodded. Reticent right. The world, the most important information. Imagine, pirates and Hokage of these battles, if one of the parties the world know all each other's capabilities, it will be what happens. White Moon heard the words of comfort, several people instantly lost in thought men. Alexander big bright eyes. If that's the case, one of them the world would have no way to fight, combat power difference is not the case, it will definitely lose. It's like we bite very beast, the beast they only thought, but we smart enough to know their intelligence. Everyone is reflecting over. This group chat may have to do. What brings chat group can give them. Everyone once again turning to Bai Yuekui. Chapter 67 Auto-generated chapter title. 67. Meet his son, and the son of the village. Bai Yuekui's slight movement of a pair of eyes. That look, how we use the chat group, the taking of other people's information. Lowly small summer beans nodded. Boss, I'm good at this. And the more they chat on the inside, in case someone can teach us things point to enhance the strength, is to get the resources. Everyone is nodded, chat group for every word carefully up. Pirate world. Kaido heart some anger. Have not played in his turn, the pirates of the world directly lost. We played a few games, most of them are marine, and did not turn to him. It makes Kaido very heart Byaoku. Heaven's wand circles believe Hokage better than pirates, but he refuses to accept Kaido awe. Lousy world's most powerful creatures are not playing, how can directly set the result? Lousy satisfied. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin also some dissatisfaction. As the four emperors of her, in fact, more combat power than the Marine Admiral Terror. But because of reputation can be, she could not combat power play list. It is because of this, let the pirates of the world lost the war. Charlotte Linlin red eyes, crazy eating dessert before. Enter Red Force. Red hair with one hand pressing Griffin, the hearts of some regret. Did not participate in the war fighting force list, let his heart some regret. This is a great opportunity 630 red hair sigh of relief. Griffin waist buzz are gradually silent. It also seemed to lament. But red hair does not feel on this end. There must be future opportunities to show his strength, and now do not use too worried. Hokage world. Inside Konoha village. Naruto doorstep. With Sasuke and Kakashi small Sakura still standing. The villagers are now guilty of silence, looking at the door of the room Naruto. No one can laxalianly apologize to Naruto. After all. In their hearts, Naruto the fox deep-rooted identity. And Akainu in battle, Naruto also demonstrated a real body fox, it is entirely confirmed he is the fox. Fourth Hokage can be sub-layers of this identity, this will make them very hesitant. Many villagers heart cursed. Sarutobi Hiruzen why not Naruto's identity early released? That, even if a fox Naruto 9 tails, so they will not have Naruto. Right now, the group of people who had become Byakugan Wolf. Advertisement. Fourth generation head Namikaze Minato saved them, so they are their only son. Many hearts are sorry, while many people were silent. Hokage dressed in a royal robe of God, the golden-haired figure appeared. Kakashi instantly eyes widened. Teacher. Sasuke and Sakura small stern. Fourth generation head adults. Two looked at Namikaze Minato figure, in the eyes of some excitement. This is the fourth Hokage. In order to protect the village, a man alone in the face of 9 tails. Standing in front of the room, Namikaze Minato pounding heartbeat. The villagers around to see him, he is guilty bowed his head. Some people are more open interpretation of apology. But these Namikaze Minato but then turn a blind eye. It is no longer the gentle and peaceful fourth Hokage. Naruto looked at the room, Namikaze Minato very tense. First look to Kakashi. Kakashi, long time no see. Kakashi excited eyes, body trembling. This may be the only one, small Sakura and Sasuke Kakashi see such a gaffe. Teacher. Naruto is inside. Go in. Although the master and apprentice have not seen each other for many years, Kakashi also has a lot to tell Namikaze Minato. However, the two were silent at the moment. Smiling slightly, Namikaze Minato passed the three of them. When arriving at the door of Naruto's room, Namikaze Minato raised his hand hesitated. Naruto in the room is even more so. He seemed to feel something and stood at the door of the room. The father and son, separated by a door, remained silent like this. There were tears in Naruto's eyes, and he shook it desperately, not wanting to show his weak side. For a long time, with endless complexity in Namikaze Minato's eyes, he tapped twice. Naruto, I'm back. In an instant, Naruto, who was standing inside the house, burst into tears. This is a sentence he hasn't heard before for many years. But at this moment, he heard it. Naruto shuddered and opened the door. AJFD, as soon as Namikaze Minato saw him, Naruto, who had the same blonde hair and the same blue eyes as himself, appeared in front of him. Naruto resisted the tears and looked at Namikaze Minato stubbornly. Namikaze Minato didn't know what to say at the moment, and screamed tremblingly. Naruto. Naruto shed tears silently, her face full of stubbornness. There is no such thing as Artemisia Yugen after growing up. At the moment, he is still the character of a 12-year-old boy. Advertisement. Naruto covered his eyes with tears, and looked at his father angrily in both eyes. Why seal 9 tails on your own son? Thanks to you, I really suffered a lot. Others don't know how to learn ninjutsu, and their parents will personally guide them. When they go home, they are greeted kindly by their parents and they have warm meals. But I can't learn ninjutsu, so I can only practice it over and over again by myself. When I got home, I only had food that was cold and expired. They joked together, but I could only stand in a dark corner and watch from afar. The grown-ups are cold-eyed and don't let their children make friends with me. Because I am a demon fox, an existence that everyone hates. Why did you seal the demon fox on me? I really suffered a lot. Having said that, Naruto stood there, tears like a spring. Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto, his entire face blank. The listener Naruto complained, Namikaze Minato's eyes were filled with the distress of father's love. Naruto is just a 12-year-old kid. He has endured so much because of his own decision. Namikaze Minato was silent. Suddenly, Naruto, who yelled and complained, suddenly froze. A big hand rubbed his yellow hair. Naruto's eyes widened, and Naruto looked up little by little. It's greeted. It was the face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. What is familiar is that he often sees this face on Hokage Rock. What is strange is that he turned out to be his father. Namikaze Minato smiled slightly. Naruto, don't you know? Today is your birthday. Happy birthday. Standing on the ground, Naruto's eyes widened, and the tears couldn't stop for a long time. For the first time, he called out the title that had nothing to do with him. Dad, father. After speaking, Naruto threw herself into Namikaze Minato's arms. Little Sakura had tears in her eyes. She watched Namikaze Minato and Naruto and his son meet, and she was completely moved. Jiraiya came here sometime, looking at the blonde figure with a smile on his face. Sasuke felt the powerful breath of Namikaze Minato and gritted his teeth. Damn it, how could Naruto be the son of the 4th generation, damn it. Sasuke was a little unwilling, but also thought of his father and mother at the same time. There was hatred in his eyes. Wrong, I will definitely kill you, and then use the rankings to save my parents. The villagers were silent, and their eyes were full of guilt when they looked at Namikaze Minato. And Namikaze Minato, holding Naruto in front of him, a coldness gradually appeared in his eyes. Chapter 68 Auto-generated chapter title. 68. No longer gentle Namikaze Minato, criticized one-bound old monkey. Naruto hugged Namikaze Minato. His fear is dreaming in general, Namikaze Minato, and then left him. Dad, I have a father. Uzumaki Naruto is the first 4th Hokage. I'm Uzumaki Naruto have a father. Two separate. Naruto emotions calmed down slightly, watching Namikaze Minato's face. Is not after. My jutsu cannot learn, but also my father taught. Genin, Chunin, even if Jonin, so what? I'm Uzumaki Naruto of dedicated teachers, but for the first 4th Hokage. Naruto fist waving, eyes full of excitement intended. Namikaze Minato is also smiling. In the future, you have a father to teach ninjutsu. Naruto once again unable to control the tears gushing. A long time. With Naruto Namikaze Minato Guangzhou his room. Dad, this is when I was 10, an uncle gave me. It can be very expensive to sell, he see me Hokage of the capital, these pieces of the mask gave me free. Fox looked at the face mask, Naruto said against their will. This is the store that he is disgusted Fox, like garbage, like the mask through him. May Naruto is quietly obligations under all this. Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto lived in the room, only less than 20 square meters of the small room, even the point of no heating equipment. Just look at some of the things in the room Naruto. All those things expire soon, Naruto was bought back cheap. Look at Naruto that only a few pieces of clothes, Namikaze Minato silent. He looked at Naruto, open road. Naruto, today is your birthday. Go, dad take you out to eat good food. Hear his words, Naruto jumped directly. Yeah, I have accompanied my father's birthday, and if there is a better mother. Dad, my mother look like it? Naruto asked. Looked at Naruto, Namikaze Minato smiled. Your mother, but a very nice person too. Do not worry, dad must work hard, so you come back with your mother. Naruto nodded. Ah, advertisement. Naruto, want to eat what? Dad treat today. Namikaze Minato asked. Naruto thought for a long time, and finally said happily. Eat ramen bar, a kid no money, I cannot afford to eat. This time, I must eat bon appetit. Looked at Naruto, Namikaze Minato's eyes filled with pain. After eating ramen with Naruto, Namikaze Naruto will temporarily sent home. And he quietly went to the Hokage office. The villagers around the words of his sentence can be heard. Now, he just wants to find Sarutobi Hiruzen Wenj Chingchu. Hokage office building in a quiet moment. Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Hashirama, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi R. Namikaze Minato looked at the figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen dodged the eyes of some. 3rd generation project, Naruto why would be treated as such? Namikaze Minato heart was very hesitant. He was respected Sarutobi Hiruzen. Right now things can be made out Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also made him very chilling. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato said with the first cold. Even Hokage did not call, only the third generation project, 3 cold words. Third generation project, if you cannot give me a reasonable explanation, tomorrow I will leave with Naruto. Leave this, let him suffer the village. Namikaze Minato words very decisive. People who know him clearly, Minato never speak lightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looking hesitant, I do not know exactly how to respond Namikaze Minato. Minato, I'm sorry your old lady, I'm sorry Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen then filled with guilt, can pull off the next one as full. But you must not take away from Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kiba. Sarutobi Hiruzen hear the words, Namikaze Minato smiled slightly. I want to go with Naruto, who can stop me? Even Senju Hashirama's face is slightly thickened. Namikaze Minato's speed is the fastest he has ever seen. Flying Thunder God technique attainments is completely over his brother Tobirama. If he was leaving, I am afraid that really no one can block lives. At this time, Jiraiya stepped forward and patted the shoulder of Namikaze Minato. Naruto, and I have a responsibility. You're to blame, you blame me with this teacher now. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato face hesitation. At this time. I do not know who he is, it will Konoha uploaded to Wan community chat group. Heavens Wan circles after seeing Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen practices of all outraged up. 0. Seeking flowers. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, no one has any good impression. Demon Queen Mo Megain. At Sarutobi Hiruzen, this drama I know you do not just want to hold their Hokage of the place, only to allow the villagers to dilute the feelings of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato do. Mountain. Devil Queen was right, but he turned out to be a small Naruto. This is too much. The son of a hero 13 years, is now being criticized for so many years the villagers fox. Summer is also a clenched fist small beans. Shaw beans. Too much. The old monkey, too much. Quote. Because even their own interests, but buried a hero's son 13 years, let him get that treatment. Quote. Other forbearance village is condemning to Sarutobi Hiruzen. They'd love to see Kiba civil strife. Leaves unprecedented in front, 3 in the same Hokage too strong. They have no way to suppress Juncho Konoha yet. This Sarutobi Hiruzen actually take the initiative right at your fingertips. If let Sarutobi Hiruzen Namikaze Minato and the intensification of conflicts, they can pressure other small villages endure more. Oh no. Would. At Sarutobi Hiruzen, I did not expect, you old monkey turned out to be such a person. Night with people not only in support of Nine Tails arrive late. Quote. And, after you have to fear death, for young first 4th generation to seal the Nine Tails. Quote. I do not know will die of it. Iwagakure is no extraordinary talent back, my old bones just have to always insisted. Quote. Namikaze Minato can have such a good Hokage, you did not patrol. Old monkey, really amazing. Quote. Ono's remarks would, and instantly reignited a chat group. Terumi Mei. At Sarutobi Hiruzen, old monkey, this man could be so shameless. In order to consolidate their own political, he should pit dead 4th Hokage, and also let the hero's son's home suffer wrong. Sound forbearance village Danzo smiled and continued to fill in a fire. Danzo. At Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi, remember the old lady, the villagers initially did not know Naruto Nine Tails is right. Remember a time when you let the old lady reveal to the villagers to let them know that Naruto Nine Tails. Quote. Boom. Chat group explode again. Everyone once again set the perception of Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Chapter 69 auto-generated chapter title. 69, Senju Hashirama. Monkey you are the strongest Hokage. Naruto tearful eyes, some cannot believe it. Uzumaki Naruto. At Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage grandfather, is it really? Uchiha Sasuke. At Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage grandfather, is it really? Hyuga Hinata. At Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage grandfather, is it really? Bound to endure a series of question marks, directly Sarutobi Hiruzen to the situation. He looked at those words, the heart suddenly emerging a sense of powerlessness. Now, no matter how he explains, is so pale and weak ground. Although it is Danzo that old yin than done, but he cannot be completely stripped relationship. Because, Naruto grew up so many big bear. In the final analysis. Are his Sarutobi Hiruzen pot. Today the port to bear the blame, he is not lift up. And, 630, and will be more and more tightly buckle, added insult to injury. Sarutobi Hiruzen stature like an instant old the age of 20. Watching silent Sarutobi Hiruzen, chat group where criticism followed. Demon Queen Mo Megain. Gentlemen, I think I have an idea of the Hokage Nine Tails Night the Night, the cause of death Namikaze Minato. Quote. You said it was 4th generation has been with the die seal method, this 3rd generation was late with some people, it would be quite a coincidence, right? Quote. If he arrived earlier, 4th generation should not go die. Quote. Aging mother is really incomprehensible, Sarutobi Hiruzen, please heavens Wan community an explanation. Quote. Ono would. At Demon Queen Mo Megain, gentlemen, 4th Hokage had to use the seal operation, called Draugr letters to make a life for a life. Quote. As far as I know, this seal operation Konoha will use every Hokage. Quote. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen will arrive late, I think is very clear. Closing parenthesis. Ono wooden passage, directly ignited the heavens Wan circles. Yes, sacred guy Shakespeare, and if the third generation, fourth generation will use it, I think that the opportunity should be left to live on fourth generation. Quote. After all, fourth generation young and young lunch on the Hokage. This is the future potential must be endless. Why? Because to seal a Nine-Tails death. Among the angels will give priority to the elderly chance of survival left to the young angel. Quote. Advertisement. I think this is every civilization that has consciousness of it. Quote. Guy looked at the holy angels spread Lufthansa set of ideas, Mo Megain directly not want the Demon Queen Mo Megain. Kai Bai. Stronger chance of survival should be left to the people, rather than not to see in old age. Angel you will do that some did. Quote. Among us like the devil, that is, the strong survive, to be fair, do not you angel that set. Danzo. At sacred guy Shakespeare, Queen of the Devil Mo Megain, 2, the year when the Nine-Tails night, the old lady is still in Konoha. Quote. And then the fourth Hokage, can definitely better than Monkey's weak, and he was still young, has great potential. Quote. Danzo directly at a fire, once again shocked the whole chat group. Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned, his stature trembling, a blood choke in the throat. Sha Beans. At Sengoku uncle, you are a marine captain, if you have encountered this situation, your chances of survival will give young it. Sengoku. The old lady while awareness is not high, the strength is not strong, but also desperate for a way out stroke the young marine. Quote. Old lady's life, worthless, young life, is hope. Peas Sengoku uncle, then just good warm ah. In the Hokage office, Senju Hashirama Sarutobi Hiruzen patted on the shoulder. Will monkeys, fire, representing the guardian of Ah. Senju Hashirama sigh of sound, let Sarutobi Hiruzen looking for a change. Shodai, you do not believe me. Senju Hashirama breath. The face of all of that distrust eyes on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen old face flushed, but cannot dispute the point. At this moment, do not know who he is, upload a picture in the group. It was textbook stuff Konoha ninja school teaching. Everyone looked at the contents of the inside, instantly explode again. The third on behalf of the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage Konoha, the god of tolerance circles, Dr. Forbearance sector, ninjutsu almighty. Senju Hashirama, ah monkey you are the strongest Hokage. Aizen. I am a little laugh, remember correctly, Senju Hashirama community called Forbearance god, right? Sha Beans. Right, Aizen brother was right, god Senju Hashirama Forbearance sector of the leaderboard but sealed, certainly not wrong. 0. Advertisement. The Forbearance sector saw the picture, and are all shocked. Oh no would. At Sarutobi Hiruzen, monkey, you are bound to endure God. Think of that horrible Uchiha Madara. And then think about their own power alone can suppress classes Senju Hashirama. Ono would really cannot think, Sarutobi Hiruzen exactly how some of that face, sealing himself as the strongest Hokage. What is also special sector of the Forbearance of God? Ono would. The old lady really laugh. Within Kurigakur. Terumi may also be scared to stunned. Terumi may. This textbook Konoha can write third generation adults as really the Holy Spirit do. Quote. Romeo Sant. Do not know the survival of children in Konoha, what will be how distorted values. Madara Lord knows the organization inside face ridicule. Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his eyes is a big point of slag. It is such a person, claiming to be in Dare Tallahassee freaky same sector of the Forbearance of God. Uchiha Madara. Old monkey, I'm only alive Tallahassee can cause hot mom my attention, let me as a rival. Quote. But now, I'm interested in you, so I'll come Konoha will you endure this new community of God. Quote. Sound Forbearance Village. Orochimaru also laughed. Aside Danzo is already looking sarcasm. Serpent Pill. Teacher, did not think you were so 5.3 people, ha 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 ha. Quote. I Orochimaru from Konoha, appears to be a very right choice. Quote. Danzo is side opening, add a fire. Danzo. Sarutobi, as for so many years the old man, dirty tricks that point you know the old lady too. Quote. Talk to us reveal a thing. Quote. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, using not only the nine tails, abusing fourth Hokage, the host let himself again. Quote. And, he also runs his own students, signing their leave, no one left in the village. Quote. In the fourth Hokage's death, in order to stabilize the village, he ordered the massacre of the Uchiha whole family, even the civilians and children are not spared. Closing parenthesis. This is your third Hokage, open your eyes to see it. Quote. Danzo this sentence 1, Heavens one entire community shocked. Chapter 70 auto-generated chapter title. 70. Madara. Monkey, you are dead. Those were just side dishes before. Danzo's words just now were an earth-shattering blockbuster. Everyone in Hokage's office was shocked. Namikaze Minato's eyes were full of disbelief, looking at this third generation who had cultivated himself by himself. Senju Hashirama also turned his eyes slightly, his eyes full of seriousness. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is such a person, then he and his brother Tobirama are really misunderstandings. How can the position of Hokage be passed on to such a person? The ability is not good, it's not as good as him and Tobirama. Even playing with conspiracy all day long, this really makes Senju Hashirama a little unacceptable. But in the bottom of my heart, Senju Hashirama still believes in Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, this is the child he and his brother Tobirama looked at growing up. But listening to these words, even Tsunade and Jiraiya on the side were silent. Sasuke outside Hokage's office building even roared. Uchiha Sasuke. At Danzo, is what you said true? The Uchiha clan, died because of the third generation. Danzo sneered. Although this matter is not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, he also made a lot of effort. However, this does not prevent him from having another black Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tuan 09 Zhang. At Uchiha Sasuke, do I need to talk more? How handsome does your brother love you, don't you know how he used to be? Open black lens bracket in order to protect you and let you survive, he chose to destroy the whole clan and become a traitor. Boom. Sasuke's eyes widened, and his figure trembled. He knelt on the ground, and his whole body was shocked. No, impossible, impossible. Sasuke can't imagine that these are actually conspiracies by Sarutobi Hiruzen. His eyes widened, Sasuke's emotions were radical and crazy. In the eyes, a single hook jade and a double hook jade spun rapidly. Sasuke thought of Itachi's own love. He opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't make a sound. And unconsciously, his pair of Sharingan has evolved into a three-go jade. But Sasuke didn't have the mind to think about it, and was stunned. At this time, Akatsuki was in the organization. Madara in the main position faintly transferred a pair of Rinnegan to Itachi. The air was like fat at this moment. Advertisement. Cold sweat appeared on the faces of many members of Akatsuki's organization. Uchiha Madara, once again released strong pressure on them. Although he has no affection for the weak group of people, he is also unacceptable to being annihilated in this way. Someone has to pay for it. Uchiha Itachi, give me a reason not to kill you, and tell me if what he said is true. Feeling the gaze that seemed to kill himself at any time, Itachi sighed deeply. Step forward and speak. Chief, I have no choice for Sasuke. After speaking, Itachi took out kunai and made a fight. Then you are not going to live anymore. The next moment. The expressions of Konan and others changed drastically. Master Madara held the wood withered, and had already smashed it down with his head facing melt. The terrifying imposing dragon leather ferret. But he was not nervous, and the three-go jade in his eyes instantly transformed into the shape of Mangekyo. Susanoo formed a red chakra body. Incomplete body, semi-perfect body. Until the final perfect body. Two blood flows in Rong's eyes, and the terrifying pupil power exploded to ultimate. He knows. If you do not own a full war, it may be directly will be killed classes. Madara Lord stood there, holding his dry wood as also an instant release of Susanoo. Chakra terror quiet blue emission. Madara's Susanoo Lord shocking than a lot of big ferret. Two huge giant confrontation, the air around them begins to crack. Madara bear very scary that God's power, ferret face more and more ugly. Many members of the organization already knows the side to escape, avoid adverse impacts to fish. Can summon Susanoo of Madara God was not to attack directly. But the chill in the eyes slightly dissipated. Uchiha Itachi, you have awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Ban looked ferret full body Susanoo. Even now it has the financial support as barely, after a battle with him directly will blind. But it can awaken Mangekyo, and also with a full body Susanoo. This allows Madara enough eyebrows. Contact nod, not much to say. Suddenly, the hall in a loose momentum. Madara Lord dispersed Susa, looking ferret lightly. Group of stupid tribe, early death is their relief. Advertisement. Madara Lord dispersed a momentum. Everyone knows this organization dare say anything asthma. Ghost Zhao, Hidan had scared these people looking pale, simply cannot afford that kind of power classes. Back to the top theme sit down, Madara faint opening ordered. Go Kiba, your brother brought back. Ferret deeply nodded, eyes are full of complexity. Inherited the will of fire, he now does not know exactly how to do it. However, the truth is disclosed, Sasuke will definitely go crazy. Instead of letting him stay in Konoha, you might as well received here. There he can protect Sasuke. Red Susanoo gradually dissipated, ferret directly fainted. So only open a short time full body Susa, his pupil has been completely unable to withstand the force. Mugwang light touch of class. White Zetsu, take him down, Hashirama cell transplant. White Zetsu slightly behind the band say different. Opening. The leader, he can withstand it. If the bear, and that this person will scrap it. First generation transplanted cells have great risk. The reason is the first generation cells have a strong aggressive. If a good 630, first generation transplant recipients will be completely engulfed cells destroyed. However, if the transplant is successful, that is a big thing. One of them is the need to consider Mangekyo Sharingan blindness it. Madara Lord face calm. If he cannot afford this, that he keep what is the use. Dead, remove the eye, leaving his brother. Listen Madara cold words, Shao organization everyone is silent, afraid to speak. While chasing Madara Lord endure in today's industry. However, Rinnegan also eventually have weaknesses, his strength cannot be called invincible. So, he has to develop some strong as he can be used. While watching the chat group, opening. Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I Uchiha Madara, sooner or later destroy you. Quote. Looking at the chat group in this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen silent. Kakashi eyes hesitation. Hatake Kakashi. Face Danzo, third generation head adults, not your mouth put it. him so many years, in order to stabilize Konoha, no credit has elbow grease. Quote. Today, Jiraiya and Tsunade adults have returned to the village, Kiba did not you say so riddled with problems. Close black lens bracket. Kakashi for Sarutobi Hiruzen is still very trust, do not believe Sarutobi Hiruzen would do those things. Even if those things are really happening. But he did not believe those are Sarutobi Hiruzen instigated. Chapter 71 Auto-generated chapter title. 71. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I think I can save it. Seeing Kakashi who tried to defend himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very relieved. Finally, I didn't teach a Byakugan wolf. Unlike Sannin, even Tsunade and Jiraiya are a little suspicious of him at the moment. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face really nowhere to put it. But Danzo in the chat group spoke again. Danzo. At Hatake Kakashi, you don't even think about it until now, how did your father Hatake Tsukumo died? Really did not complete the mission because of saving my companion. Open black lens bracket Hatake Tsukumo back then, even the old man was ashamed, and his talent was no less than that of the current Namikaze Minato. Closing square bracket. Silly boy, wake up. Quote. Danzo's words again completely shocked Kakashi who was defending Sarutobi Hiruzen. His father, Konoha's White Fangya Hatake, had no less talent than Namikaze Minato. He knows this very well. The legend left by Konoha's White Fangya in the ninja world is also very terrifying. Even Sannin was not an opponent when he was young. If he survives, he grows up to the present. At least he is also a cage-level powerhouse, not the same as Namikaze Minato. But because of the exclusion of his companions, his father finally committed suicide. This incident was buried in Kakashi's heart for a long time, and Danzo was spotted today, he was completely stunned. Rosa. In the past, the title of Konoha's White Fang was crowned in the world of endurance. 2 elite Jonin of my Sunagaku and 2 younger generations of the mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations died in his hands. Quote. Open black lens bracket although I hate it, I have to admit the power of Konoha's White Fang. Onoki. Then, Konoha's White Fang teeth are just like golden glitter, they were all killed by the monkey, the old Yinbi. Inside Hokage's office, Kakashi's figure trembled, and his face was incomparably shocked. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief, he couldn't think of it. How can someone who respects and trusts like this treat his father like this? His father was killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namikaze Minato's eyes were also dim at this time. Although the ninja takes task completion as her own duty, she is the ninja's #1 servant girl. However, companions should be placed before the task. Kakashi, your father, did nothing wrong. We are ninjas, not cold-killing machines. Only those who cherish their companions can inherit the will of fire and reach a stronger pinnacle. Senju Hashirama also looked at Kakashi. I feel guilty after hearing about your father. Back then, Ben and I created Konoha. Wood is for the Senju clan. Advertisement. Yi, it is for the Uchiha clan. Hokage, will of fire, and the 2 big clans, these are all used to protect Konoha. If the will of fire is endless, to burn the dancing Konoha. The will of fire is no longer necessary. My original intention, the position of Hokage, is to represent the guardian. Senju Hashirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monkey, you really did not do these things right. Leave aside other things for the time being, but these few things are enough to offset your merits and make you a sinner. Senju Hashirama's words are very heavy. Upon seeing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya wanted to rebut Sarutobi Hiruzen. But thinking of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the two couldn't help being silent. Kakashi and Namikaze Minato are even more unbelievable. The two thought that although Sarutobi Hiruzen could not handle it well. But I didn't expect Konoha to be so riddled with holes. Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer incapable. It's all for my own stability. For your own Hokage position. Let several heroes be wronged. The old monkey lit his pipe and smoked. The entire office gradually became smoky. In the face of everyone's interrogating eyes, he had to be silent. Although those were not his intentions, they turned out to be like this. He has an unshirkable responsibility. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, several people shook their heads and sighed. Suddenly there was a noise outside the Hokage office building. Everyone followed the crowd to watch. I saw that there were villagers and many ninjas outside. Senju Hashirama led everyone to the outside. Come to the door. I found that Sasuke was staring at a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, and he was about to rush in directly. Sasuke's face is full of hatred and anger, just want to go to the Hokage of Sarutobi Hiruzen to settle accounts. Little Sakura desperately pulled him behind him, and at this time he didn't know how many kicks Sasuke had kicked him. However, Sakura still held Sasuke firmly with her face. She cried and told Sasuke not to be impulsive. But Sasuke can hear nowhere. Seeing the chaos in front of me, Senju Hashirama shook his head, raised his hand and pressed it slightly. But the noise of the villagers did not stop there. Sasuke still wants to rush in. Advertisement. Upon seeing this, Kakashi stepped forward to stop Sasuke. Don't be impulsive, I believe Master 3rd Generation will give us an explanation. Sasuke's blood-red Sharingan looked at Kakashi. Kakashi was shocked at this moment. This is what a 13 or 4-year-old boy can have in the eyes. Teacher Kakashi, then your father's death, are you willing? Even if you are willing, but my parents are not the only ones who die. Because of Sarutobi Hiruzen, because of Konoha's corrupt high level, my whole clan is dead. Up and down, hundreds of people. Why should we die? Why? I ask you, Mr. Kakashi, why? Seeing this scene, even Senju Hashirama was a little silent. Tsunade, Jiraiya and others have nothing to say. The noise suddenly stopped. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked out of Hokage's office faintly. At the moment, he took off his Hokage robe, and walked out slowly wearing that god warrior uniform. As if he was a few dozen years old, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke tremblingly. Everyone, can you listen to the last words of my third Hokage, Wang is good. I will give you an explanation. The clamor gradually stopped, and Sasuke was also held back by Kakashi. Inside Otonin village, Danzo and Orochimaru smiled sideways. Now, let's see how the old monkey is still standing on Konoha. It's a pity that the old man may be hopeless in Hokage's position. Danzo looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Konoha today, even without Sarutobi Hiruzen. There are also Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato Hokage. Especially Senju Hashirama account. The name of the god of ninja world is too loud, and Danzo is very afraid of it. Didn't he see Senju Hashirama before he was resurrected? Danzo sighed and shook his head, but Orochimaru said. We still have a chance, don't forget, there is more than Senju Hashirama in the ninja world now. Danzo's eyes brightened. You mean, Uchiha Madara. Chapter 72, auto-generated chapter title. 72. The power list is about to open. Konoha village. Looking at the surrounding villagers and the look of the ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. He faintly stepped forward and sighed. I am very guilty of all the negligence of my duties when I was at Hokage. But I also know that no matter what I explain now, it is pale to the mistakes I made. But I still have to explain. First, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi. The old voice sounded. Kakashi, how old are you this year? Kakashi thought of Sasuke in silence. 27. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his face flashed with relief. When you were 6, Shuamao left you. This shocked you deeply, and this incident also made me reflect on for a long time. I admit that I didn't take care of Shuamao. If I could hear the voice to him in the village earlier, if I could get to know him earlier, he might not leave. Perhaps, it will take over me as Hokage. I know these are caused by my irresponsibility as Hokage, Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look at Kakashi. Suddenly. I'm so sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually bent over to apologize to Kakashi in front of many villagers. This shocked Kakashi. He shook his head quickly. Master third generation, you get up first. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade 643 and Jiraiya of Sanin Bis. Jiraiya, Tsunade. The two nodded and looked at their teacher seriously. They suddenly discovered that Sarutobi Hiruzen was really old. Madara has white hair and is not as strong as she was when she was young. Hokage is not an easy position. Around, there is pressure from Hokage's assistant, advisory elders, etc. Inside Konoha, there is even more pressure from Uchiha, Hyuga and other big clans. External, the other 4 major countries are even more eye-catching. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been under pressure all the year round. When White Fang committed suicide, it was during the Ninja World War. At that time, the war between the 5 major powers caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to be frustrated. He never thought that Hitaki Tsukumo would commit suicide because of this incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade and sighed. Advertisement. If you leave the village, you are inseparable from my teacher. Orochimaru, because of me, he went astray. Jiraiya and Tsunade were suddenly anxious. Teacher, don't say that. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. The child does not teach, the father too. The mistakes my disciples have made reflect the failure of my teacher. I have nothing to say on Sarutobi Day AJFD. Teacher, here, I apologize to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen bent down slightly again, but Jiraiya and Tsunade hurriedly stepped forward to support him. The two of them hesitated and called, teacher, at the same time. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to Namikaze Minato again, and sighed deeply again. Minato, I pulled you up with one hand. I have high hopes for you. On the night of 9 Tails, I knew that you were determined to die because of Kushina and eventually entrusted Naruto to me. I understand all of this. Naruto's childhood was caused by me alone, and it was the fault of my third Hokage. I can't refute it. Minato, I am here. I apologize to you, Kushina, and Naruto. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed away Jiraiya and Tsunade's hands, bending over tremblingly. Namikaze Minato's complexion is complex, and his eyes are full of hesitation. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to Sasuke again. But your brother Uchiha Itachi inherited the will of fire. In order to protect you, he chose to slaughter the whole clan. I hope you don't blame him. To blame me. Sasuke's eyes widened, and the anger in his heart ignited. Kakashi couldn't restrain Sasuke's figure. Staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sasuke spoke word by word. Old stuff, I Uchiha Sasuke, I will kill you sooner or later. You, third Hokage, have to bear the lives of hundreds of dead souls of my Uchiha clan. The expressions of Kakashi, Sakura and others changed drastically. Many villagers in the village looked at Sasuke with horror. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. For these faults, as Sarutobi Hiruzen said, he picked up kunai and took off the forehead protector. On his forehead, he struck a bloody sinful word deeply. The villagers who saw this scene were shocked. Third generation made. Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato also changed their faces. Monkey. Third generation item. Today, I, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, resigned from the position of Hokage. From now on, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will make atonement for the mistakes I made. Noha ruined, I'm dead. With that said, Sarutobi Hiruzen put on the forehead protector again. Advertisement. Everyone looked terrified. Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is no explanation. Did not shift the responsibility to Danzo, the advisory team, etc. Instead, all the guilt was resisted by one person. Let everyone spit on him and insult him. He didn't realize it, just for the inheritance of Konoha Fire's will. At this time, Naruto never ran from far away. Grandpa Hokage. Grandpa Hokage. No, you don't need to do this. Naruto came to Sarutobi Hiruzen and took his old hand. Seeing Naruto, the tears in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes burst out. Naruto, don't you blame Grandpa. Naruto shook his head even though he felt wronged in every way. Grandpa Hokage is for the will of fire, for Konoha, I can understand. And now that my father is back, I won't be bullied by others. You gave me my living expenses when I was a kid, and often let people take care of me. Without you, I, Uzumaki Naruto, would have starved to death on the street. Everyone present changed their expressions after hearing Naruto's sentence. Namikaze Minato's eyes were filled with hesitation. Naruto, it's father's fault. Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato and smiled happily. Now that I have dad and Grandpa Hokage, I am very happy. Seeing this scene, smiles appeared on Senju Hashirama and others' faces. Kakashi also accepted all this. And, the ranking of the heavens was born. His father is not without the chance of resurrection. Everyone present. Sasuke was the only one who was crushed by Kakashi. His eyes were full of hatred. Look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, look at Naruto, look at Kakashi, look at Senju Hashirama. After writing down the faces of these people, the 3-hook jade in Sasuke's eyes slowly faded, and he lay back in Kakashi's arms. Kakashi looked at the teacher. Send Sasuke home first, he needs to calm down. Little Sakura nodded and took Sasuke away first. And during this time, the discussion in the chat group did not stop at all. Everyone is criticizing Sarutobi Hiruzen and disdainful of his various practices. But suddenly, all the voices fell silent. On the 10,000 Realms ranking, the originally dim power list was slightly lit up. Moment. The discussion of topics brought up by Sarutobi Hiruzen disappeared. The heavens and all realms were shocked by a terrible earthquake. Chapter 73 Auto-generated chapter title. 73. Still fighting. The uproar of the heavens and the world. Devil Queen Morgana. Everyone should stop first, have you seen it? Like the battle list, the power list has started to shine. After Morgana's reminder, the voice in the chat group fell silent. In the spirit cage world, Shadow's eyes widened slightly, and her face was full of surprise. Boss, it turned out to be true, that power list is showing up. Broken Star, Shonda and others also narrowed their eyes. Bai Yuekui's gaze was still calm, watching the faintly lit power list flicker. Super God Universe. Holy Gai Sha raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Power list. It's really interesting. A little excited. Queen Gai Sha, the power list started to light up, then this must mean that the next ranking list is the power list. Holy Gai Sha nodded. But, maybe this power list will still be the Pirates and Hokage World War. She has gradually figured out the rules of the leaderboard. Probably 2 worlds. After all the lists are finished, it is the next world's turn to collide again. Leng raised his head slightly and said arrogantly. Power list. I don't need to think about it. The first one must be the angelic civilization led by Queen Gai Sha. Leng spoke arrogantly this time, but no one refuted her. The others also looked arrogant. Although they don't like cold, but for the angel civilization, for the holy Geisha. That is their belief. Angel civilization is the first civilization that the universe deserves. Yan, Juxin and others also have self-confidence, and the angel civilization is the first in the heavens and all realms. Hexy smiled slightly. The heavens and myriad worlds are so big, don't be too confident. I just don't know how to rank this power list. Aboard the Devil Queen. Morgana called out. Depend on. It's actually on the power list. Morgana felt very painful. She didn't even have to think too much to know that the number 1 power list might be occupied by Gai Shonobite's angel civilization. His demon army may not even get in the top 3. Morgana looked ugly, thinking quickly about the countermeasures. Shinigami World. Advertisement. Aizen looked at the slightly lit power list, and the interest in his eyes became more and more intense. It's really interesting, the second list is this important list. My Zai Palace, Espada, should all be ranked in 10,000 realms, right? I just don't know how old Yamamoto's Gote 13th squad can shoot. In the Marvel Universe, Thanos looked at the slightly lit power list, and an old father-like smile appeared on his face. There are countless legions under him, and they have traversed the universe for many years, and they have long been unstoppable. This power list is the number 1, he is none other than him. Under the gaze of countless powerhouses in the heavens and worlds, the golden light of the power list has also reached an ultimate. Crashed, just like the opening of the battle list that day. The shock came from everyone's mind. Sacred, majesty. Inviolable aura emerged from the power list. At this moment, in the heavens and 10,000 realms, no matter how strong, the eyes are always showing a cautious look. No matter how strong they are, they can't be better than the 10,000 world's rankings. Everyone's expressions were slightly straightened, and the arrogance in their hearts disappeared. After the power list lights up, the announcement of the rankings was also announced again. The power list is open, and there are 5 battles each time. The rules of the ranking are the same as the power list. Both sides of the world will choose the 5 major forces to start the battle for the representatives of the battle. The winner will stay in the power list. Quote. The loser has no chance to be on the list. Quote. Finally, the ranking is based on power, world prestige, etc. Quote. Ding. Please prepare for both the Pirate and Hokage world. The first session will officially start in 24 hours. Both worlds are asked to choose representatives of the participating forces within 30 minutes. Quote. As soon as this announcement came out, the heavens and worlds exploded again. Inside the Shinigami world, there was a slight shock in Aizen's eyes. He still underestimated the handwriting of the rankings. With his courage, Rao didn't expect that the power list would actually be ranked by actual combat. After all, the battle list is just a battle between 2 strong men. At most, 2 people will die together. Restore their bodies. It shouldn't be difficult for a leaderboard that looks like a miracle. But, what if the strongest forces of the 2 worlds compete? The number of dead and wounded will be in the tens of thousands. Advertisement. The difficulty of bringing people back to life on the leaderboard has increased by more than a little bit. 0. Look for flowers. Looking at the majestic and lofty 10,000 world rankings, Aizen's ambitions intensified. Relying on the rankings, he can do things that he couldn't even think of before. He wants to become the king of the heavens and all realms. Seeing the announcement of the rankings, not only Aizen was a little surprised. Even cosmic hegemons such as Thanos are a little different. After all, since the leaderboard can pull him in Thanos. Definitely able to take on the strength of his Thanos. Besides, he also tried, even using infinite gloves, but in the end he couldn't see the slightest way to the leaderboard. And he didn't expect that the power list was also in actual combat. Take the strength of his cosmic overlord level as an example, and go to war with another world. It must be a battle between the universe and the universe. With that level of destructive power, the leaderboard must bear a huge amount. But looking at the current state, the leaderboard seems to be indifferent. Just let them fight. Thanos smiled, his face getting happier. His army under his command was finally able to attack once with all his strength. In such a scene, he would be thrilled to think about Thanos. Super God Universe. Yan, Leng and other angels stared wide. Queen Gai Sha, the power list is also ranked in actual combat, doesn't that mean? Mingxen's words were very shocking, and I didn't expect such a big deal in the rankings. Gai Sha smiled slightly when she heard Yingxin's words. At that time, our angel civilization will have the time to fight with all its strength. The many angels in the main hall boiled with enthusiasm for an instant. Yes, even the holy Gai Sha and Tianji Wang Hexi, 2 veteran warriors who have lived for more than 30,000 years. Their hearts are burning at this moment. I was so excited by this message. How long have they not given up everything and went all out to fight a war? The million industry rankings gave them such an opportunity. At the same time, heavens wand circles because of this news channel and boiling up. This is comparable to burning more combat power list. After all, combat capability list is to select a person as a representative of play. The forces of the list is a big influence to play representative. This 2 sides fight, and combat capability list is not complete on an order of magnitude. That scene must have shocked all the Heavens Wand community. What? Chapter 74, auto-generated chapter title. 74, Kiba vs. Naval Headquarters, the 2 most powerful forces collide. Pirate World. Forces Get list is about to open, the whole world is shaking off a major earthquake. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku looked suddenly became very excited. Garp, this is a great opportunity. We Marine and Whitebeard that war could not open up, it does not know how much the loss of our Marine prestige. The forces open list, we finally have the chance Marine. Sengoku's eyes filled with excitement meaning. Rao is in place for many years martial, his disposition had to temper very stable. But, he at the moment, in vivo blood began to flow of blood. Garp more directly stood up, threw his fists together to touch. Boom. Terror swept air. Martial all the paper in the office was blown fly. See this scene. Sengoku surprisingly not. June 4th 3, have to Garp angry, but also excitedly raising his hand. Snapped. Martial huge smash his desk directly. This scene made Kizaru and Aokiji sat on the sofa are shocked. 2 is 1, different visible emission. Sengoku today this is how. Not only did not because of the chaos to Garp was furious, but things get together in Garp. This really let Kizaru some do not understand. But Kizaru then a blink of an eye, you see the cold side fly. FML. Kizaru jumped. He looked at the blue remote mail. Just how hey Aokiji, now has become a piece of ghosts. Aokiji who saw the cold gush uncontrollably, unable to hide the look with excitement. Kizaru really want to say. The feelings of the entire naval headquarters, I am a normal person. What are you really excited? Forces open list, which is not going to fight it. Not a raise, Kizaru there is little interest in the fight. You can marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, the same as Aokiji Admiral. This trio is how. Alone sitting beside Ms. Crane also maintained calm. Advertisement. Kizaru looked to the crane, Tan Tansho. Ms. Crane, you see 3 of them, and today this is how. Cannot wait. Kizaru finished the words. Crane on trembling turned his head to look at the Sengoku. Sengoku, this is a good opportunity for us all. We, Marine, this was finally able to show of force in the world. And also in the face of the Heavens One world, it is certainly able to suppress the sea. We have a great effect. Sengoku. Yes, Crane, you're right. Kizaru's eyes widened. What I especially. And before he breathed God, in the Naval Headquarters office building. Thunder exploding. A number of Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral rumbling came to the door of the office division Yuan. Kizaru trick play opened the door step. Moment. Language rats, Fire Mountain, C2Oluo Berry, Ghost Spiders Vice Admiral all flooded in, the Marshal office was packed. A public Rear Admiral more around at the door. Everyone outrage in Japan, greatly excited looked to Sengoku. Sengoku, Marshal, you quickly sign it on behalf of our Marine, we have to participate in this war. Yes, Sengoku Marshal, fast registration, we cannot wait. Ninjutsu, do not know cannot block the flow of Laozi's aid ha 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 ha. Ghost Spider laugh, the body of war has long been stifled. Kizaru looked shocked, but this does not end. Naval Headquarters of the Oaks Plaza. Teams of Marine neatly lined up, looking in the direction of the Cry Marshal's office. War. Watching this scene, Kizaru completely shocked. At this time, Sengoku Arm's insect telephone rang. Sengoku excitedly picked up the phone worm. No way, 2 burning up. Akainu there came a voice. Sengoku Marshal, I was Sakazuki, I'm headquarters to catch. Probably a long time, I will be able to return to headquarters, the war. Sengoku nodded. Sakazuki, new world over there, be sure to arrange, do not let the 4 emperors have to take advantage of the machine. Rest assured, Sengoku Marshal. Jagged discourse Akainu came off Vice Admiral Rear Admirals a thrill again. Kizaru is still unknown so, may also driven by this atmosphere. He felt a slight hint of blazing war. Sengoku looking around the circle, watching the burning of many Marine raging war in the face, deep nod. Advertisement. 5 Elders exclusive phone worm also sounded at this time. Sengoku, this war, Marine must participate in the war, we must win. We will convene 7 warlords of the sea, Marine, must represent world government, win this war. Sengoku, if the Marine lose, you do not have to marshal when the 0. 5 Elders, then a touchdown, Sengoku holding a phone worm, his face excited. 5 Elders Excellency, Naval Headquarters Marshal Sengoku, ensure completion of tasks. This may be his first time, without the slightest resentment of 5 Elders of command. Hang up the phone worm, Sengoku again looking around the circle. I command, Naval Headquarters, enter the highest state of war. In the case of the sea to ensure stability, the surrounding troops, all drawn back to headquarters. Us, ask the world to win this first battle must be won. Garp, Aokiji, many headquarters Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral. Everyone shouting in unison. Yes, Marshal. Sengoku also excited at the registration site. At the same time, 4 emperors also crazy excited. They also want to participate in the war, have their points down the application. May Marine prestige in the world and no one can, deservedly won the first game played in qualification. 4 emperors cannot help but have pity, but they did not too disappointed. Their prestige, in addition to the sea Marine is unparalleled. And there are 5 forces standings war. Marine over, just to them. So 4 emperors at sea are in no hurry, forces began to shrink, each ready to participate in the war. Hokage world. To obtain a first station is about to begin, the entire community also endure blood boil. However, Ono Wood, Luo Sand, 4th generation 5.3 Lei Shadow was not prepared to sign up in the first battle. Because the other side of the world, certainly there will be the strongest forces. Land of Fire is not known superpower it. Heba let them play it. At this point, the 3 Forbearance village instantly speak with one voice. While the other 2, Rain Country Dawn organization led by Kurigakure, but Land of Fire and Konoha village rivalry. Senju Hashirama, who did not hesitate to sign up. Madara God to be outdone, the country with the reign of the war directly. The 2 sides compete par. Ultimately, the battle to determine the result. First game, played Pirates World Powers on behalf of Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Quote. First, Hokage battle the forces of the world on behalf of Konoha village. Both sides see this lineup, the entire Heavens One community was in shock. Chapter 75 auto-generated chapter title. 75, Marine, attack, Konoha, defend. Seeing this result on both sides, the heavens and all realms were greatly shocked. Spirit Pet World. Shado's face was full of shock. Boss, Konoha village, is there a shinobu village of Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world? There seems to be golden glitter Namikaze Minato and that Uzumaki Naruto. Let me go, this Konoha lineup is too strong. Shanda was also emotionally excited at this time. Shado, but did you forget that this naval headquarters is also very strong? Shado was reminded by Shanda, and his mind was shocked again. Yeah, my god, naval headquarters has Marshal Uncle Sengoku, as well as heroes Garp, Akainu, and Kizaru. My god, Shado took a breath and was extremely shocked by the lineup of both sides. Shanda said excitedly, I can see the battle of my idol Akainu again. After his strength has improved, I haven't seen how strong his combat power is. Oni-san Broken Star also spoke in shock at this time. Have you forgotten that Kizaru said during the battle, Marine Admiral, there are 3 in total? What? Shonda and others were shocked again. Then you mean to say that there is one with the same level of combat power as my idol Akainu and Admiral Kizaru? Broken Star .09 nodded. Probably so. Damn. Several people all swear. The lineup of naval headquarters is too strong. Even Bai Yuekui, who was standing in front of everyone, was a little shocked. There was a touch of strange color and expectation in her eyes. She really began to look forward to this grand battle. Punch the world. Looking at the news that the naval headquarters is about to face off against Konoha village, Genos was also madly shocked. Teacher, how can there be such a flourishing age? The battle between naval headquarters and Konoha village is what a shocking scene. The leaderboard is so impressive. Saitama beside Janos was also a little excited. Yes, this kind of battle is too shocking. Chicken Island. Wu Luki and Ji Dabao both froze in shock. Too surprising, isn't it? What kind of battle will it be? Compared to the shock of these people. Shinigami World. Advertisement. Aizen looked at the 2 major forces in the battle and fell into deep thought. How will these 2 parties fight? Is it true that the 2 sides will fight to the last soldier? Aizen doesn't think this possibility is too big. That kind of difficulty is too high, and the time cost is too great. The leaderboard may have a unique way. Just when Wanji was speculating, the next announcement on the rankings was released. Rules of war on power rankings. The powers of both sides are divided into offensive and defensive sides. Quote. The guard has a battle flag, which is placed in the center of the sphere of influence. Quote. The attacker grabs the battle flag. Within a day, if the attacker fails to grab the battle flag and inserts into the center of himself, it will be deemed a failure, and if it succeeds, it will be a victory. Quote. Looking at this rule, the heavens and all realms are greatly recognized. Fair enough. Regarding the offensive and defensive sides, there is no partiality in the slightest. It is still the absolutely fair rule of the leaderboard. Many people nodded, and the announcement continued. This war, the attackers, naval headquarters, Marineford. Quote. Guardian, Konoha village. Closing square bracket. Please be prepared for both sides, and the battle will officially begin in 24 hours. Quote. Seeing this announcement, the 2 worlds of Pirate Hokage started to move. Especially the naval headquarters and Konoha village, which are at the center of the war. Inside the naval headquarters at this time, Sengoku has begun an emergency dispatch formation. He looked at the Crane first. 7 warlords of the sea, did they agree to be called up? Crane nodded calmly. Sengoku, Hawkeye, Empress, Dover, Bear, and Moria have all agreed to participate in the war. The most disobedient Blackbeard also chose to participate in the war because it was in the world war with Hokage. Sengoku nodded. Okay. Then he said coldly, when the time comes, let 7 warlords of the sea lead us. The dregs on the sea will finally come in handy one day. Thinking of the group of 7 warlords of the sea. If they dare to paddle, they will not work hard. Sengoku taught them on the spot what iron-blooded wrists are. Anyway, if you die on the battlefield, you won't really die. It can also suppress the arrogance of 7 warlords of the sea. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help feeling very good. Crane, have you summed up how much high-end combat power Konoha village has? Crane nodded and handed a form to Sengoku. Kizaru and Aokiji in the office are also slightly positive. These are related to the outcome of this battle, and the 2 of them have to care. Kizaru also took away the wretchedness on his face because of the blood of his soldiers. Advertisement. Konoha. In the village, there may be some super strong people. Kizaru, Aokiji, Garp, you guys have a special note. First of all, it was the first thing we saw, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Presumably his combat power, I don't need to say much, you all should already know it. Hearing Sengoku's solemn words, Aokiji nodded. Senju Hashirama's combat power is indeed strong. He who is resurrected at this moment is probably close to the peak of Whitebeard. Kizaru curled his lips. Is it that exaggerated? Can you compare to Whitebeard the pinnacle? Sengoku's face was deep. We have to be cautious. Marine has fought 4 times in the battle list and won once. Sengoku looked at Kizaru, making him embarrassed for a while. I think Senju Hashirama will be the commander-in-chief and won't take it lightly. At that time, Garp, you and I are sitting in the center of the town. If Senju Hashirama shows up, you and I will come forward and hug him. Garp nodded solemnly. In addition, one thing that needs attention is the Namikaze Minato. Speaking of Namikaze Minato, Kizaru is also slightly positive. He hands it to me, I won't be careless this time. In the battle list, if it weren't for his last care. How could it be easily won by Namikaze Minato? Sengoku nodded. Kizaru, don't underestimate the enemy, be careful of all things. Immediately, Sengoku looked at the next name carefully. There is this Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he did not participate in the war, first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and the 4th Hokage generation Namikaze Minato have proved that the position of Hokage in that world can be called powerful. The combat power of this Sarutobi Hiruzen must also be extraordinary, and Aokiji will react accordingly. Hearing Sengoku's order, Aokiji nodded. In the end, it was Uzumaki Naruto. However, don't worry too much about him. If 9 tails run away in his body, Konoha will also suffer a heavy price. All of them nodded, some admiring Sengoku's strategic vision. Kizaru was a little confused. Marshal Sengoku, where is Sakazuki? Sengoku turned his head back and said lightly. Sakazuki led the army on a frontal onslaught as the main force to capture the flag. Kizaru nodded and understood. Thinking about it again, this main force to capture the flag is really powerful. Not only a Kainu, but also 2 admiral alternates, 7 warlords of the sea and so on. The naval headquarters came out this time, and it must be absolutely no problem to crush the 2 Four Emperors groups. Even facing the 3 Four Emperors regiments, they can be undefeated. This kind of top lineup can only be seen during the leaderboard battle. Because in peacetime, apart from the destruction of the world, there is basically no war of this level. The passion of Sengoku and Garp rekindled, looking forward to this battle. Chapter 76 Auto-generated chapter title. 76. In the preparation period, the stunning list warms up. Hokage World. Konoha Village moved up and down urgently. The other 4 powers did not take this opportunity to launch an offensive against Konoha. It is tantamount to lifting a rock and hitting himself in the foot. If they attack Konoha during the battle between Konoha and naval headquarters. Not to mention that the rankings are not allowed, will a god thunder smash them to death. Just say that even if Konoha is destroyed. But after Konoha's resurrection, aren't they over? It is by no means a good idea to provoke Konoha today. Senju Hashirama's name came out with a punch. Inside Konoha village. Kakashi, Might Guy and other Jonin were all called to the Hokage office building for a meeting. Said it was a meeting. In fact, everyone gathered in a circle to discuss how to fight this battle. The commander-in-chief of Marine is sure, Marshal Sengoku is no doubt. But on Konoha's side, it's a little hard to choose. Senju Hashirama is powerful, but his mind is not very suitable for scheduling this level of war. Although Naruluju has a super high IQ, but his prestige is not enough to command this level of war. Then, everyone was caught in a difficult choice. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up. Although he retired Hokage, he no longer called himself third Hokage. But he is still a member of Konoha Hokage's advisory team. And in the battle with naval headquarters, his participation is indispensable. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, I propose to let 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato be the commander of Konoha, and the Nara clan and me will be assisted to guard the battle flag in the rear. Shodai personally sits on the front line and leads the large forces to resist Marine's attack. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the eyes of all the people in the room lit up. Many people nodded directly. This, good proposal. Senju Hashirama said suddenly, although he is first Hokage, his combat power is also worthy of the first. But he didn't have much prestige, and didn't think that giving up the position of commander-in-chief would do to his prestige. He just wanted Konoha to win the battle now. Naval Headquarters Marineford, that is a powerful group of enemies. Subsequently, Namikaze Minato began lineup deployment. Shodai, female. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato is halfway through, so don't interrupt Senju Hashirama. Minato, during the war, the most convenient and quickest thing is the priority. You don't have to consider the elders and the young, just call the name directly. You are the commander-in-chief of the warriors, and even the Hokage of our Konoha village. Don't think about it so much now. Winning this tough battle is the key. Namikaze Minato nodded. Offended. Shodai, everyone. When the words fell, Namikaze Minato's eyes shrank. Senju Hashirama, sit on the front line, leading a large force to resist the naval headquarters. Senju Hashirama nodded. Yes, commander in command. Seeing that the Hokage generation was like this at the beginning, everyone looked upright. They finally understood how much Senju Hashirama wanted to win this war. Namikaze Minato continued. I lead Anbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Naruluju to sit in the command and guard the battle flag. Might Guy, Kakashi, you 2 Jonin guard the battle flag every step of the way in the command. No one, including me, can let the battle flag move a step. Might Guy and Kakashi nodded. Guy's heart was even more excited. He failed to participate in the battle list. Right now, he must guard the battle flag. Moreover, he does not have to worry about the sequelae of 8 inner gates. He can even open the dead door recklessly. Just to guard the battle flag and win this game. Everyone, as long as we stick to it for one day, we will win. Namikaze Minato looked around, her eyes extremely firm. Everyone nodded. The will of fire will win. Only Tsunade looked hesitant. She looked at Namikaze Minato, and stopped talking. Upon seeing this, Jiraiya spoke with some doubts. Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Tsunade hesitated, his face very unwilling. I may not be able to go to the front line, I have to stay in the command and guard the battle flag. Jiraiya thought of something instantly. Nodding, he looked at Namikaze Minato. Minato, let Tsunade also leave the guard flag. Good. Namikaze Minato also thought of the point where Tsunade was bloody, and nodded in response. When naval headquarters and Konoha village were actively preparing for the battle, there were countless discussions in the heavens and worlds. Super God Universe. The sacred king of angels Gai Sha sat on the throne, his brows filled with interest. It's cold and I still don't see the 2 worlds of Shanghai Pirate and Hokage. Call. Advertisement. Isn't it just 2 low martial arts worlds fighting? What catches your eyes? The war between our angels and demons is the most magnificent epic. Hearing cold words, although many angels nodded in agreement. But they also think that Leng's words are a bit too arrogant. At the time of Leng Aoran, many angels in the hall raised their eyebrows. Hexi noticed this at the same time. How can another list on the leaderboard also light up at this time? Just in her doubts, the leaderboard announcement is released. Open black lens bracket Naval Headquarters and Konoha are prepared during the preliminary screening of the stunning list. As soon as the announcement was released, the sensation of humming in my mind came again. Everyone knows that this is another big list in the rankings. What surprised them was that this stunning list turned out to be open during the preparation of the power list. It seems that this 10,000 worlds rankings are acting, and there is no P in the audience. The angels such as Leng and Yan in the angel hall turned their heads to look at the holy Gai Sha first. Coldly bowed his head and said, Queen Gai Sha, you must be number one on that stunning list. Looking at the sacred temperament on Gai Sha, plus the face that no one can match, even Leng, a female angel, was completely impressed. Minxin is counting on that one by one. The stunning list, Queen Gai Sha is the first, Queen Hexi is second, what about after that? Many angels in the hall looked at each other. Immediately. Wang is good, they stood proudly one by one. Everyone is a beautiful angel, and no one gives up. Gai Sha and Haki are first and second. Then they will fight for the rest. Morganon on the Devil Queen spit out another blood. Depend on. Excellent list. As this so sure it wasn't for the group of angels. Most of the demon army of my old lady are men. Even women's clothing can't make it to this list, right? Morgana wanted to vomit blood. Except for herself, everyone among the demons could be on the list. Because she has no female demons. Even if there are one or two, they are extremely ugly. Morgana sighed. I am afraid that even she herself will have to become the former angelic cold ice appearance before someone likes it, right? And looking at the brilliantly lit up list, all the men in the heavens and worlds were also excited instantly. Chapter 77 Auto-generated chapter title. 77. Hokage World Inner Appraisal, Women's War. Spirit Cage World. Knowing that the stunning list was about to be selected, Fatty Shonda sat up. He looked at Bai Yu Consolation with excitement. Boss, look at it, stunning list. You must be on the list. The eyes of Zutong, Wuyan and others also flickered. Bai Yuekui is the most beautiful woman they have ever seen. Several big lords were all crazy and excited. This ranking is simply giving them benefits. Little lowly Shiado and Oni-san Broken Star looked at Shonda and the others contemptuously. Old color critics. Shado made a grimace, but also blinked, looking at Bai Yuekui and Broken Star. Boss, this stunning list is tailored for you, you must be the number one. And Sister Broken Star, your ranking in the heavens and 10,000 realms is definitely below the boss. Little lowly Shado was a little embarrassed about the Broken Star in these few words. Even Bai Yuekui was slightly unnatural because of the eyes of the men. Coughing gently, Bai Yuekui said coldly. This round is definitely a comparison between the pirates and the Hokage world. It is not our turn yet. Besides, the heavens and worlds are so big, there must be many beautiful people. Bai Yuekui said coldly, but in her eyes, there is a touch of supreme confidence. Shonda slapped his head. Hey, after patronizing 643, I just thought that the boss, this beautifully beautiful man, could appear in 10,000 realms. The pirate and Hokage must be the first to compare, alas. Shonda shook his head, but the bones beside him brightened. Send, fat man, do you think there are any beauties in Hokage and pirate world? Hearing Ji Yu Tong's words, Shonda's eyes also brightened. Yes indeed. Why forgot about this? The two began to discuss with excitement. Broken Star and Shado looked contemptuous. Hash. In the Shinigami world, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help looking at Inoue or Hime. Sure she can be ranked first, right? And that fellow Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo, who has just become Shinigami's agent and has not yet gone to Soul Society, thought to himself. Inoue felt Kurosaki Ichigo's gaze, and his face flushed slightly. Kurosaki classmate. Ignoring Inoue or Hime's inner thoughts, it has also been discussed in Soul Society. Broken B lowered his eyes slightly. Advertisement. Yoruichi-sama, surely you can be on this stunning list, right? The smile on Ichimaru Jin's face grew stronger. Following Aizen, he thought of the girl who was dreaming. Matsumoto, you must also be on this stunning list. Ichimaru Jin thought to himself. Next to Aizen, the corners of his mouth are slightly tilted. Really interesting, stunning. Yin, are you interested in this stunning list? Hearing Aizen's words, Ichimaru Jin smiled slightly. Master Aizen, women will only affect the speed at which I draw the sword. Aizen's plain laughter came from beside him. And the heavens and worlds are also at the same time. Looking forward to the Pirates and Hokage World Stunning List competition. However, the chat group has pulled out the world of both sides alone. Power list in wartime. In order to avoid the exposure of the information of both parties, the Hokage world and the Pirate world are separated separately. They can only see the chats in their own world, not the chats in other worlds at all. In the Hokage world, their internal chat group has completely exploded. Inside Konoha village, at this time Konoha is actively preparing for the battle. But it was not so nervous. This battle is still a competition between hard powers. Their Konoha is the guardian, and there are not many things that need to be prepared. In the Hokage office building, Senju Hashirama and others are discussing tactics here. Suddenly received the news of the pre-selection of the stunning list, everyone in the room looked surprised. Senju Hashirama thought of it first. If Mito can sign up, he must be the leader, right? Thinking of his wife, Senju Hashirama's eyes are full of nostalgia. And he didn't exaggerate what he thought. Uzumaki Mito was the princess of Uzumaki no Kuni at the time, and she looks very outstanding. Throughout the Hokage world, Uzumaki Mito's face is also beautiful. Like Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato also thought of his AJFD wife. Kushina, if you can sign up, you will definitely be on the list. Namikaze Minato thought of this, and missed her eyes. Tsunade, who was standing on the side, looked stagnant. She suddenly looked at her proud figure, her face became confident. Jiraiya on the side also glanced at Tsunade unnaturally. Hey, Tsunade, this stunning list, you will definitely be able to reach the top. Jiraiya said happily in his eyes. A certain female character in his intimate paradise was created by him based on Tsunade. Advertisement. Looking at Jiraiya's squinted eyes, Tsunade instantly snatched it with a punch. Jiraiya was knocked directly to the ground. And everyone in the room also turned their eyes. Senju Hashirama's eyes brightened. Tsunade, as long as you sign up, you will definitely get a good ranking. Looking at his granddaughter, Senju Hashirama's face is always filled with comfort. Tsunade's face blushed slightly. Grandpa, whether you can get on the list or not depends on everyone's vote. At the same time, inside Konoha village, little Sakura finds Naruto and says that Sasuke is gone. The two were looking for Sasuke for a while. But I searched the streets and alleys, but there was no sign of Sasuke. Naruto hung her waist at this time, looking at little Sakura with bright eyes. Hurry up and sign up, I think you will definitely be on the list. Although little Sakura is impatient, she doesn't think anything will happen to Sasuke. She nodded. I have already signed up. Don't forget to vote for me. A smile appeared in Naruto's eyes and she couldn't help touching her head. Except for my mother, little Sakura is the most beautiful in my heart. Little Sakura waved a small fist. That's not bad. At this moment, another person came from beside him. It was Xiaoshu's enemy, Ino. Ino looked at the little Sakura and couldn't help but mock. Little Sakura, have you signed up? Of course. Little Sakura akimbo her hips, her eyes full of confidence. Ming, just like you, still sign up. I don't think you can even make the 10th place, so you still sign up. Ino, you. Little Sakura is so angry that the roots of her teeth are itchy, but there is nothing to do with Ino. At the same time, the country of water. Terumi Mei looked at the stunning list, smiled, and pressed the registration button confidently. Ninkai, kneel under the charm of my Terumi Mei. She is very confident and thinks she deserves the first place. And Akatsuki is in the organization. Everyone in Akatsuki's organization looked at Conan. Even the Lord Madara above the theme is no exception. His eyes are full of interest. Although he is not interested in women, Madara is very interested in the rankings. Any ranking list can make Madara very cautious. Madara faintly ordered. Conan, you sign up too, we will vote for you. Conan, standing beside Tiandao Pain, nodded. Fortunately, there is a windbreaker covering her face, otherwise she will find a seam to get in. Chapter 78 Auto-generated chapter title. 78. Hokage is an old-fashioned critic, Konoha Horny Trio. Thunder Country. One of the two Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village, the two of the two Jinchuriki's eyes flashed by Wooden Golem, and he clicked the registration button. Jonin Samyi of Cloud Shinobi Village is also very interested. Look at your figure, then look in the mirror to see your face. Samyi immediately clicked to sign up. If she can be on the list, the reward given will definitely not let her down with the style of the leaderboard. The land of the earth. Third Tsuchikage Onoki looked at his granddaughter Black Earth, with a satisfied look in his eyes. Seeing the meaning in his grandfather's eyes, Heitu nodded. Grandpa, I'll sign up now. With great comfort, Dayemu supported his beard with one hand. Black Soil, if you can be on the list, the rewards given by the rankings are likely to improve you greatly. Grandpa, I can rest assured. The Black Soil nodded firmly. And most of the settlements of ninja beauties are in Konoha village. At this moment, many people directly clicked to sign up. Time passed by every minute and every second. Finally, under the eyes of the heavens and 10,000 realms looking forward to. The internal selection of Hokage world begins. The Black Soil in Wangyan village was the first to appear. Third Tsuchikage Onoki's face instantly showed satisfaction, and he directly clicked to vote. Many people in the ninja world also directly voted. The number of votes in the Black Soil skyrocketed, and there were a lot of votes in an instant. Konoha village. Hokage office building. Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Jiraiya sat in a group. The three of them looked at the first candidate and couldn't help frowning slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed slightly. This little girl is the granddaughter of third Tsuchikage Onoki. I didn't expect that he also signed up. Since it's another shinobu village, we won't vote. Senju Hashirama also nodded. The village of shinobi is not important. The girl is too young and her body has not matured yet. Shaking his head, Senju Hashirama sighed and said seriously. Monkey, I already have Mito in my heart, so I won't vote for others here. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately admired. Shodai's affection for Mito's wife is really deep. Namikaze Minato, Kakashi, and Might Guy who were standing not far away also nodded. First Hokage Senju Hashirama is still serious about feelings. Even in the selection of the stunning list now, he would not vote for others. This feeling is really a lesson from the sun and the moon. Kakashi and Guy looked at Senju Hashirama reverently. Advertisement. First Hokage is worthy of being first Hokage. Tsunade on the side also admires Senju Hashirama. Grandpa's feelings for grandma are too deep. Few people are not going to vote. But Jiraiya on the side shook his head with a serious face. Master Shodai, third generation, you have different opinions. If this girl dares to sign up, we must dare to support it. Beauty knows no borders. Don't let the forces struggle to limit your aesthetics. Anyway, I voted, so let's look at yourself. With that said, Jiraiya clicked to vote. Anyway, there is no limit to the number of votes this time. He voted for the black soil in this round, and can also vote for Tsunade in the next round, without affecting each other. In the end, it depends on who gets the more votes to determine the ranking. Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Jiraiya and looked at the black soil. The two shook their heads firmly. This time, we don't vote for anyone except Tsunade. And in the spirit cage world, Shonda shook his head when he saw the appearance of the black soil. What's this? It's just a little girl, too far from the boss. The others also shook their heads, and were not prepared to vote for the black soil. Standing in front of them, Bai Yuekui, their immunity to beautiful women is already very deep. They must be at least the beauties of Broken Star's level to allow them to vote. Super God World. Seeing the appearance of the first black soil, the angels were very disdainful. Everyone in the hall voted for it, and even the angels were too lazy to ridicule. The black soil voting phase soon passed. She has a good number of votes, but the entire ranking will not be announced until the end. Then the female ninjas who appeared, even Jiraiya shook their heads. Even Hei-Tu and the others are out of reach, simply too far away. Several celebrities chose the past one after another, and the people who appeared this time made Jiraiya and others' eyes bright. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyes slightly. Isn't this Konoha's baby girl? Looking at Ino's picture, everyone in the room nodded. They all gave a vote in support of Ino. Only Senju Hashirama, he insists on principles and rises to Taoism. Except for my granddaughter Tsunade, I don't vote for anyone. Spirit Cage World. Looking at Ino's appearance, Shonda Aksu and others couldn't help nodding their heads. Shonda spoke with a serious face for analysis. Although this little girl hasn't grown up yet, she has seen her first time. I support her. 0. Look for flowers. With that said, Shanto voted for Ino. Many people in the heavens and 10,000 realms are also, although Ino is only 13 or 14 years old now. Advertisement. But you can already see the outline after growing up. Some people also voted for Ino. Seeing Ino's votes, Sakura's face looked a little ugly. And Ino was still taunting her at this time. Little Sakura, look at my votes, I see how you surpass me. As he said, Ino raised his head. Sakura clenched her fists tightly. Had it not been for Naruto, she would have gone up to fight Ino directly. Soon, Ino's voting time passed, and it was the next person. And this person is little Sakura. It was almost the same as when Ino voted, even Sakura finally got a higher number of votes than Ino. This caused the situation between the two to reverse instantly. Several people passed by, and Hinata also appeared in the middle. Although it doesn't have the same appearance as when he grows up. But Byakugan's cute little Loli is still loved by everyone. Many people voted for Hinata. Spirit Cage World. Shonda looked at Hinata, and then at little Loli Summer Doe. Dudu, look at this Hyuga Hinata, it's about the same as you, even cuter than you. Shado, who do you think is cute? Dudu, who has always been cute, became terrified in an instant. Chasing after Sean's big butt was a burst of hacking. Then, the next person is selected. In an instant, the shinobi world was silent. Inside the Hokage office building, Jiraiya's eyes widened, her face was full of eroticism. I'll go. This is too sexy. Seeing Terumi Mei's seductive figure, Jiraiya couldn't help but think about it. Tsunade fell on his head with a punch. Jilai, also, can you learn Shodai? Don't think about those all day long, people like you will never find a wife for a lifetime. After speaking, Tsunade turned his head away furiously. Jiraiya turned to look at Senju Hashirama. But at this glance, he was suddenly stunned. I saw Senju Hashirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him. A smile like a pig brother appeared on the two old faces. Sarutobi Hiruzen said sternly, beauty knows no borders, and the old man voted for her. Tsunade's eyes widened, his mind was rocking. Master third generation. She looked at Senju Hashirama again. Senju Hashirama shook his head, his face solemn. What? Chapter 79 Auto-generated chapter title. 79. The internal selection is completed. Hokage final selection list of the world. Senju Hashirama looked like Tsunade's face satisfied smile. Grandpa is the grandfather, grandmother feelings than no one can. Grandpa well done. Tsunade waving fists, watching the third generation few people shook his head scornfully. Especially to see Jiraiya was a totally conquered Terumi Mei expression, Tsunade gas is not one to play. Few people are turning to Senju Hashirama. I saw his face at this time of Senju Hashirama stern. Beautiful without borders, I also vote for her. Tsunade. What I especially. Jiraiya. Shodai worthy of my generation model. Immediately, Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya these three old men understand about color batch revealing smile. Namikaze Minato completely stunned and speechless. Kakashi and Guy's side of his face was full of embarrassment. But although the two pretend stern, but also secretly Terumi May directly to cast a vote. At this time, forbearance community chat groups also rang. Terumi May. I hope people will vote for me friends. Quote. June 4th 3. If I can get on the first, we must not forget a good thank you. Quote. See the speaker Terumi May, and forbearance industry many old color batches have surrounded them. Unsolicited also. At Terumi May, I have that I will vote for you, do not lose the beauty of the moment anyone. Quote. Stunning standings, you must win the title. Terumi May. At Jiraiya, thank you, there is to be praised. Quote. At Namikaze Minato, do not know the fourth generation project this big guy there did not vote for the young girl it. Namikaze Minato face a lag in the Hokage office. Everyone's eyes looked over at the same time. Tsunade said earnestly, Minato, Kushina forbearance sector do not know yes. The souls of the dead person in the world, but also to see the contents of the chat group. But they cannot speak, only as a spectator. See Terumi May seduce Namikaze Minato, Kushina instantly explode. Namikaze Minato, if you dare ignores this small wave hoof, you see, I do not smoke you die resurrection. And Naruto, you go to and could never look divorce his aging mother with you. Hokage office, in the eyes of several people under. Namikaze Minato drop of perspiration from his face with a draw down. He remembered that Kushina violent temper. If this was after she knew that he was not directly killed. Namikaze Minato. I'm sorry, I love my wife Kushina. Quote. Terumi May. This big guy consciousness, sister admire. Tsunade also face a smile to look to the Namikaze Minato. The latter back to its smile. But, in my mind, Namikaze Minato as Terumi May did not hesitate to cast a vote. He never lie, in addition to looking at the beauty. And then, a statement heavyweight chiefs, and instantly ignited the chat group. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama. Terumi May, small wazi pretty good, I have given you vote, and make persistent efforts. Senju Hashirama see this one speech, tolerance circles directly explode. Terumi May, really, dignified first Hokage adults, but also to the young girl actually voted. Sister honored, very grateful. Close black lens bracket. Akatsuki within the organization. Madara Lord Lengung soon, Uchiha Madara. At Senju Hashirama, Tallahassee Freaky, did not think you turned out to be such a person. Quote. Mito chose you, it seems a mistake. Think of themselves as the goddess of Uzumaki Mito, eventually married Senju Hashirama. Lord Madara body suddenly an anger in my heart. Senju Hashirama slightly smile. Senju Hashirama. At Uchiha Madara, motor friends, Mito year, I completely adore powerful and handsome looks. Quote. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama in this crazy singing Joseph, the souls of the world have exploded. Uzumaki Mito rage, looking at the floor Senju Hashirama spewing anger. Senju Hashirama, you wait for the resurrection of his aging mother, irrelevant to what I see smoke you to death. Forbearance community excited because Terumi May and discuss them. Mad men, women jealous. As the heavens won sector, but it is already early burst. Spirit cage world. Alexander looked at his face like gentleman, beside a small lowly summer beans and shredded star face contempt. But Alexander was unaware. Quickly vote. Shu Tong also nodded. This Terumi May is indeed worthy of my vote. Peas, comma, broken star. Bai Yuekui didn't react much, her expression still standing coldly. This round of voting passed quickly, and Terumi May received a very good number of votes. At present, it has been firmly at the top of the list. Next, the beauty ninja among several big countries debut. Samui, Yuzuki Yuyan, Yu Wooden Golem, Yurihong and others also got good votes. The appearance of Tsunade also caused a climax again. The final number of votes obtained is also very good, only a little lower than Terumi May. Seeing that both Terumi May and Tsunade have finished voting, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others have no intention to continue watching. Even Jiraiya looked at the next player indifferently. But none of them caught his eye. This sense of boredom lasted for a long time. Crashed. Konoha Hokage's office. Quote closing square bracket exclamation mark 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 quote. Quote exclamation mark 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 quote. Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Jiraiya exclaimed at the same time. Jiraiya jumped up with excitement. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face was full of smiles. Advertisement. Even Senju Hashirama's eyes widened slightly. I'll go, this little baby is absolutely amazing. Namikaze Minato looked embarrassed, looking at the figure in a daze. This time, he may have to vote in accordance with his original intention. Kakashi and Guy looked more enthusiastically. The two discussed secretly, but they were calm on the face. At this time, even Tsunade was slightly stunned. Looking at Conan with long blue hair and a white trench coat. Even Tsunade felt a little ashamed. The reason why he didn't wear Akatsuki's uniform was that the rankings made some changes in order to conceal his identity. Jiraiya's eyes shrank slightly, who was relieved. Conan. He didn't even die. Several people turned their heads one after another. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, Jiraiya, what's the matter? Slightly suppressed the inner surprise. After thinking about it, Jiraiya said. She is a disciple I received a long time ago. She is a very kind person. Everyone quickly vote for her to support my disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly, and flicked his pipe. Even if you don't say it, we have to vote, Shodai, don't you? Senju Hashirama's face straightened, and then nodded. Looking at these three old men, Tsunade had no idea what to say. Spirit Pet World. Shonda looked at Conan in a white windbreaker, his eyes widened. At this moment, Conan in the eyes of the heavens and the world is cold and beautiful. All the characteristics of the body are attracting them. Shonda immediately voted for Conan without any hesitation. Even 5.3 Broken Star saw Conan's face, and there was an unnatural flash in his eyes. Only Bai Yuekui was able to remain calm. Her appearance and temperament, even if placed in the heavens and 10,000 realms, are enough to contend for the first place. The Hokage World Stunning List internal selection has been going on for a while, and the final result has finally come out. Jiraiya looked at the list excitedly. Open black lens bracket internal selection of Hokage World's best list. First place. Conan. Second place. Terumi Mei. Quote. Third place. Senju Tsunade. Quote. Fourth place. Shi Raihong. Fifth place. Bai Wooden Golem. Quote. Sixth place. Mao Yuxian. Quote. Seventh place. Sam Yi. Quote. Eighth place. Haruno Sakura. Quote. Open black lens bracket 9th place. Hyuga Hinata. Close black lens bracket. 10th place. Yamanaka Ino. Quote. Seeing this ranking, countless people in the ninja world recognized it very much. All the men are looking forward to it. Looking forward to the 10 stunning stars of their own world to compete with Pirate World. That was a well-deserved scene. Chapter 80 auto-generated chapter title. 80. One Piece World's internal evaluation, the female emperor who was proud of the heroes. The heavens and worlds thought of those beautiful ninjas in the Hokage world, and they all discussed excitedly. Shandong University. Next, everyone thinks, who will eventually be the 10 people represented in the Hokage world. Genos. At Shanda, yes, we have not seen the final result here, the rankings have sold us a close. Quote. Angel Cold. Humph. A group of unseen dog men. Quote. If you have seen the heroic appearance of Queen Gaisha, you will not be tempted by those women. Quote. Hearing what she said, Janos became interested in an instant. Genos. At Tian Shi Leng, Sister Angel, can you post a photo? Shanda. At Tian Shi Leng, yes. I really want to see the faces of the angel sisters. Shado. I want to see it. Wu Luki. I want to see +1. Tony Stark. I want to see +1. A series of information crossed. But the angel cooling in the sky raised his head proudly. Angel Cold. When Queen Gaisha arrives, you will be able to see it naturally. Quote. Seeing cold words, Angel Yan also smiled slightly. Cold, you say you are in comparison with them. A group of unseen surface civilizations, how can they resist the sacred brilliance of Queen Gaisha? If Queen Gaisha appears in front of them, I'm afraid they will pass out directly in 09. The angel nodded coldly. The only time the two can't fight is when they share the belief in the holy Gaisha. At this time, when the heavens and all realms saw the angels, they just talked about it, and they didn't have any interest in continuing to inquire. Yamato Genos and the two excitedly discussed who was the ultimate beauty representative of the Hokage world. The two had a quarrel, as if they were a serious judge. Shandong University. I think that the number 1 Hokage in the world must be Conan. Quote. Because she has been with Bai Yuekui for a long time, looking at Bai Yuewei's cold and arrogant temperament. Shanda was unable to extricate himself from Conan. Conan and Bai Yuexi are exactly the same. Cold, arrogant, and beautiful. Putting these things on Conan made Shanda extremely fascinated. But Genos has a different view. Genos. I think Terumi Mei is the number 1 in Hokage in the world. Quote. Open black lens bracket cuteness is worthless in front of sexiness, she is the number 1 deservedly. Quote. Shanda. At GA Nuo C, do you know what is hidden under the Conan windbreaker? Anyone can have sexiness, but not everyone has that cool and arrogant temperament. Quote. The two people quarreled more and more intensely, and gradually there was a tendency to set off a debate in the chat group. But the Hokage world is judging excitedly. The pirate world is not idle either. Naval headquarters is actively preparing for the battle. Several warships to pick up 7 warlords of the sea have also set off. The marine senior executives are in the conference room of the headquarters, discussing the strategic deployment over and over again. At this time, looking at the stunning list that has been lit up and is preparing to start the selection. Advertisement. Kizaru's expression became a little wretched. This is good, this is good. Finally, it's not fighting and killing. It's a great blessing to be able to take a look at the stunning beauties in our world before the battle. Kizaru sighed. Sengoku, Suru, and Garp are all in awe. They are all old and don't care about those a long time ago. The only thing I think about is how to make Marine grow stronger and how to pass on to the next generation of Marine. The 3 of Sengoku were in low spirits. But another Marine executive is as excited as Kizaru. Code-named Shimai, one of naval headquarters to award candidates, Jaji, is sitting next to Kizaru. There was a wretched smile on his face than Kizaru. Shimai looked at Momosugi, the long leg on the side, and said excitedly. Gion, you sign up to participate in the stunning rankings. I believe you will definitely be number 1. After all, you are the woman I value. While talking, the T-Dolphin suddenly came into interest. He knelt on one knee and looked at Momosuke sincerely. Gion, stay with me. Momosuke, who was sitting casually with Erlang's legs upright, is indifferent. She shook her head slightly. No, I refuse. The T-veins froze instantly. But he, who has confessed his feelings to Momosuke many times, has become accustomed to this kind of rejection. And although refused to T-Dolphin, in Momosuke's heart, he was also very confident in this proud posture. She did not hesitate to place the registration, looking forward to where she would rank in the whole ocean. Garp leaned against the crane with a big smile, and shook his head regretfully. Little crane, if you are 30 years younger, you will definitely be able to shock the entire sea and the heavens and worlds. Thinking of Crane's youthful appearance, Garp felt a little sorry. Crane shook his head and looked at his sister Momosuke. Now, it's the age of these young people. Having said that, both of them shook their heads. Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy and others drove Thousand Sunny, originally planning to go directly through the Fishman Island to New World. But when they got there, they ran into Jinbei directly. There is no top war in the original book. Jinbei did not betray the world government, and is still one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And Jinbei tried their strength after taking the shot. It is believed that the Straw Hat Pirates at this time could not go to New World at all. Luffy also saw Jinbei's strength and felt his own shortcomings. Therefore, the Straw Hat Pirates decided to study for a period of time in the Fishman Island, and then set off again. But in battle, Jinbei was also directly impressed by Luffy's spirit and became a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Now, everyone was standing in the Mermaid Forest, looking boredly at the leaderboard. See, the stunning list is about to open. Sanji's eyes have turned into red hearts. Advertisement. He took 2 drinks and walked quickly to Nami and Robin. Ms. Nami, Ms. Robin, if you two sign up, you can definitely win first and second. After all, Nami-san and Robin-san are the most beautiful women I have ever seen. Chopper, Usopp, and Frankie nodded. Nami, Robin, you will definitely be on the top list when you sign up. Brook hung his sword and analyzed it carefully. Nami and Robin are indeed the most beautiful people I have seen for so many years. Late hoo. Zoro and Jinbei looked at each other, and both smiled slightly. Luffy just woke up at this time and spoke roughly. Excellent list. What's so good about this thing? Hurry up, I want to watch the battle between Marine and Konoha. This stunning list is a waste of time, Zoro, Jinbei, don't you think? Upon hearing Luffy's words, Zoro and Jinbei smiled helplessly. Nodded 643, Zoro said. Yeah, there is no such thing as the battle between Marine and Konoha. Sanji is furious. Green Algae Head, what did you say? The Straw Hat Pirates clamored around and set off a flurry of hoops. And as far away as the island of Hydra in the Calm Belt. The most central palace, the Empress, Boa Hancock was sitting on her throne, laughing as she watched the rankings. This stunning list is simply tailor-made for the Aegea. The countless men on the sea will definitely bow down under the pomegranate skirt of Ai's family. Hearing the confident words of the Empress, a group of female guards in the palace had the urge to petrify. Yesterday the mother-in-law was stern with a cane. Hancock, you can't sign up. The Empress on the throne stood up, and Conqueror's Haki was released. What did you say? Why can't the Aegea sign up? The mother-in-law sighed yesterday. Seeing the beautiful face and temperament of the Empress, she shook her head. Hancock, there are countless strong men in the sea. If they find you, our island of Nine Snake will be over. Yesterday, my mother-in-law thought of the scene of the destruction of Nine Snake Island because of Hancock's appearance, her face was full of fear. Besides, even if the pirates were not interested in Hancock. But what about the group of celestial dragons? Before, they didn't see it. But if Hancock is exposed and seen by the group of celestial dragons, then Nine Snake Island is really over. But no matter how bitterly the mother-in-law yesterday persuaded, Hancock held her directly with one hand and threw it out the window. The charm of the Aegea is used to conquer the sea. After speaking, Hancock clicked to sign up directly.
3-year Chapter 81. Auto-generated chapter title, 81. Shonda. There should be no beauties in Pirate World. New World. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin gobbled up sweets and looked at the brightly colored list. I want to sign up. With my old lady's appearance, I will definitely be the number 1. Kata Cooley and others were suddenly taken aback. Mother. Charlotte Smokey said but stopped. Charlotte Linlin had red eyes. She was eclipsed and couldn't hear the outside world at all. Kata Curry and others also looked at each other. And Charlotte Linlin smiled satisfied after eating the last bite of the cake. She calmed down and shook her head regretfully. Oh, I think when my old lady was young, she was also a big beauty. A look of regret flashed in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. At the same time, on the island of Kryna, Hawkeye was tasting red wine quietly. The warship had been waiting for a long time by the harbor, but no one dared to come down and urge it. Inside the castle, Perona looked at the stunning list, and interest flashed across her face. Hello. You guy, are you really going to the naval headquarters to participate in the battle between Marine and Konoha? Perona floated in the air in the form of a soul, looking at Hawkeye and asked. Hawkeye Mahawk's face was calm, and he nodded faintly. I'll take care of this place during this time, Perona nodded. Remember to vote for me on the stunning list, nodding in Perona's voice. Hawkeye put down his red wine glass and left step by step. Feeling the trembling of Hei Dao Yi, A flash of warfare flashed in Hawkeye's eyes. The soldiers on the warship were completely stunned. Looking at those eyes that were sharp like eagles, everyone's faces were covered with cold sweat. Yamo's face was very solemn. Go back to the headquarters. The soldiers responded in unison. Yes, but they felt the powerful aura of Hawkeye still a little nervous. In the chat group, looking at the upcoming internal selection of pirates, Tony became interested. Tony Stark. Ajie Nuosi, Shanda, do you think there are any top beauties in Pirate World? Genos. I feel that the Pirate World is so big, there should be some too, right? Advertisement, but it shouldn't be as good as Terumi Mei. I really like that temperament. Tony on the Stark Industrial Building was drinking red wine and nodded. Tony Stark. I think what Janos said makes sense. There should be no more beautiful beauties than Terumi Mei and Conan. Shanda. Two of you, have you forgotten that Pirate World is full of tall monsters? If a woman grows up like this, do you still like it? Listening to the words of Shanda, Tony and Janos couldn't help thinking. Yes, indeed. The 5 strong players in Pirate World in the battle list are all of the kind of big-waisted existence. Whitebeard, Garp, Golden Lion, Yida, Kizaru. Each of these 5 people is taller than the other. Tony, who had originally had some interest, seemed to be wiped out by a pot of cold water. Tony. Yes, Shanda, what you said makes sense. If the Pirate World is the kind of big-waisted existence, there is really no sense of beauty. The 3 people's original expectations have been reduced by more than half. Soon, the first beauty in Pirate World came out. Looking at the first candidate, Tony Stark spewed out a sip of red wine. Damn, Tony Stark. At Shanda, your mouth is really accurate. Open black lens bracket Genos. Arong and Ji Dabao on Shaoji Island are also completely shocked. Arong couldn't help asking, Dabao, I read it right? It's really like this. Ji Dabao's face was full of astonishment. You read that right, punch the world. Saitama has the urge to spew out old blood, and his eyes are huge. Genos could not say anything a long time ago, and was stunned on the spot. Even Kurosaki Ichigo and others from Shinigami World were stunned. In the Suya Palace, the eyes under Aizen's black-rimmed glasses also flickered slightly. But his concern is not the person's appearance, it's the person's body full of power. Super God World. Morgana spewed out old blood, depend on. What's so special? It's not as good as the cute demons under my command. Otto. Morgana called. Atu nodded and leaned down slightly. My queen. Morgana's next sentence made Atu directly not knowing what to say. You go for women's clothing. I think your women's clothing can be compared to this pirate world. Advertisement Atu. The angels in the heavenly city also sneered. This is so funny, right? Spirit Cage World. Shanda was completely stunned. He didn't expect to say it casually, and he actually got it right. Looking at Charlotte Linlin, who was fat and huge in a pink dress with a terrifying smile on his face. The entire heavens and all realms were shocked. Shado. Can't you really let Shanda say it? This pirate world, can't all women be like this, right? Even Bai Yuekui, who has always been calm, had some unnatural flashes on his face. Shanda. The truth is the truth. Genos. At Shanda, come out and die. Tony Stark. At Shanda, come out and die. Kurosaki Ichigo. At Shanda, come out to lead the dead. Morgana. At Shanda, come out and die. Everyone was shocked for a while. Everyone in Pirate World was also shocked. Kaido on the Ghost Island said. I really don't know, Linlin, what do you think? Do you dare to sign up? Think about Charlotte Linlin when she was young, it was really pretty. But now, look at what Charlotte Linlin looks like at this time. Even with Kaido's aesthetics, it is a little unacceptable. If this is to be on the top spot, Kaido can be ranked first. In the end, Charlotte Linlin's votes were very low. Wong is good, only her children on Cake Island vote for it. Almost no one voted for her in the rest of the ocean and the heavens and worlds. Charlotte Linlin looked at the final vote and became furious. Kata Curry and others watched with cold sweat on their faces, not daring to say a word. Next, the second figure appeared. Tony Stark. Let us invite the next one, Beauty, post. The reason for the double quotation marks is that Tony Stark is completely unsure. Whether the next one is a beauty or a beauty, Shanda sighed, just wanting to stop what he said to work. Crow's mouth is so clever, he doubts himself a little bit. Everyone opened their eyes and looked at the next figure. But as soon as this figure appeared, the heavens and the world were shocked again. But this time it was the opposite of Charlotte Linlin's appearance. Everyone's eyes widened and looked at the figure in disbelief. Chapter 82. Auto-generated chapter title, 82. As soon as the Empress came out, the heavens were shocked. Looking at that figure, the whole sky was crazy and shocked. Empress Boa Hancock stood there proudly, her expression arrogant. The long black hair is tied behind her, and the curve under the cheongsam exudes the charm of ultimate. Shanda. My crow's mouth is reversed. F*K, this is too shocking. Besides Shanda, Broken Star and Xiao Loli Sha Do had already stared, their expressions extremely shocked. How can this be? Broken Star even became suspicious of himself. How can there be such an attractive woman in the world? Is she still a human? Even I will be completely captured, little Loli Dudu Ne Na said. Even Bai Yuekui, who was standing in the crowd, raised his brows slightly.
Zutong, Wu Yan and others were already staring. They were stunned in place, like petrified. These heavens and worlds are indeed beautiful like clouds. Shonda sighed, unable to look away from the figure for a long time. Marvel Universe. Iron Man Tony jumped up from the sofa. The expressions of laziness, lack of interest, etc. on his face disappeared completely. Staring closely at the figure, Tony Stark was crazy and shocked. This woman. All the 643 beauties he has seen are incomparable. It is simply impossible to exist. Asgard. Thor's hammer fell to the ground with a roar. His eyes widened. How can there be such an existence in this pirate world? DC Universe. The Flash running in the central city instantly retreated in a rabid state. Looking at that graceful figure, the corners of the Flash's mouth couldn't help but smile. Even the Batman Master, who has seen countless beauties in his life, is slightly lost. With such beauties, it seems that I still underestimate the heavens and myriad worlds. Punch the world. Genos was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Saitama couldn't help but touch his hair. Looking at that figure, even his great Demon King's mood fluctuated a little. This is more than just the beauty of the face, it is the top quality among the top. High, cold, sexy, arrogant and so on are mixed in her. It's simply a work of art that can't exist at all. Shinigami World. Advertisement. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the figure and suddenly felt that Rukia was not fragrant. Even Aizen's face in Suya Palace was slightly moved. The heavens and worlds, really, AJFD, have many interesting existences. Super God World. Angel Leng couldn't stand proud anymore. Angel Lingxi Nene wrote, although it is only a surface civilization, the temperament of this woman. Lingxi was already shocked and couldn't say the latter words. Angel Yan answered, the temperament of this woman is even closer to Queen Gai Sha. Gai Sha on the throne and Hexi on the side both smiled slightly. The two of them looked a little moved. Hexi's intellectual voice sounded. I have consulted the information, this kind of appearance is known as the beauty of beauty in ancient times. The angel in the main hall slowed down for a long time. Angel Leng said, when Queen Gai Sha appears, the shock of the heavens and the world must be even greater than this person. Yan and others nodded, but, except for the holy Gai Sha and heavenly king Hak He. All the guarding angels were eclipsed in front of that figure. Morgana on the earth also stared wide. This pirate world is so amazing. Even Adu, who has always been slow in his brain, nodded. Queen, this person is no less attractive than you. Except for my faith in you, my heart has been petrified. Pirate world. Yuanshi's office. Sengoku looked at the figure with an uncontrollable shock in his eyes. This empress is indeed well deserved. Sengoku sighed, it is said that he is still capable of sweet fruits. I don't know if this battle is good or bad for calling her. Thinking of the empress's petrifying power, Sengoku felt difficult. As for Kizaru and T-Dolphin on the sofa, the two of them now completely lack the majesty of Marine Admiral and Admiral Alternates. Kizaru shouted, his expression extremely wretched. The T-Dolphin is even more so, the smile on his face may scare children. The Empress, Boa Hancock, is really amazing, it's terrible, terrible. This charm, even the old man can't resist it. Kizaru shouted, and the T-Dolphin nodded in agreement. Advertisement. It made Momosagi disgusted with his face. This T-Dolphin said before that he would like him for a lifetime. Really? A man's mouth, a deceitful ghost, not a good thing. And the countless strong men on the sea looked at the female emperor's appearance, and they all caused a huge sensation. Inside the Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji's eyes have turned into red hearts again. There was even a hilazi from his mouth. Nami's face was so gloomy, he walked to Sanji's side step by step. Sanji. But Sanji didn't realize it, still looking at the figure of the Empress in a daze. Nami looked around and discovered that almost all men could not resist the charm of the Empress. Even Chlorella head Zoro is no exception, he was looking ugly, forcibly resisting the charm of the Empress. Soon, Zoro shivered, after being relieved, his face was very ugly. Damn it, Roronoa Zoro, will be because of a woman. On the boat, only Luffy looked calm, he looked at Sanji Usopp and the others very puzzled. Hey, is there anything good about this? Time is over, I want to watch the battle between Marine and Konoha, maybe there is Grandpa there. Usopp and others shook their heads, the Empress came out. They didn't expect the battle between Marine and Konoha unexpectedly, but wanted to make this time pass slowly. Everyone widened their eyes, and wanted to imprint the figure deeply in their minds. Luffy shook his head and couldn't help falling asleep. And the final voting result of the Empress has also come out. Almost to an extremely terrifying level, Hancock on Hydra Island was very satisfied with this scene. With a proud figure and a peerless look, Hancock almost conquered all the men in the heavens and all realms. The Aija just said that no one can resist the beauty of the Aija. This time the stunning list, Aija must be the first on the list. The Empress said confidently. The guards around him all agreed, and didn't think it was the Empress who was talking big. There was also intense discussion in the chat group. Kurosaki Ichigo. I bet that this time, the female emperor list has not run away. Shonda. I agree, the Hokage world doesn't know yet, right? How terrifying the pirate world really exists. Genos. Although Terumi Mei is my goddess, the Empress is my eternal goddess. The chat group was full of applause to the Empress. Her popularity also soared, leaving a deep impression in the hearts of everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms. Chapter 83, Auto-generated chapter title. 83. Konoha vs Naval Headquarters, the battle will begin. After the Empress Boa Hancock, Nami, Robin and others also appeared in sequence. But under the brilliance of the Empress, they were somewhat overshadowed. But this does not prevent the various old people of the heavens and the world from criticizing the hearts of beautiful women. After seeing all the people who signed up for One Piece World, Shonda was slightly relieved. Fortunately, I didn't get right by this crow's mouth. In addition to the Empress, there are many beauties that make people shine. Discussions also started in the chat group. Tony Stark, at Shonda, you crow's mouth, luckily, didn't play a big role. Except for Charlotte Linlin, they all seemed to be first-class beauties. Genos' face looked serious at this time. Genos, at Shonda, at Tuonisi Take, let's discuss the internal ranking of Pirate World. I think that the Empress deserves to be the number one, and it must be recognized by all realms, right? Mountain. Accepted. Tony Stark. Accepted. Kurosaki Ichigo. Accepted. Genos nodded and satisfaction came to his heart. Genos. Then, let's discuss the ownership of the second place. I vote first. Nami, Tony Stark. Nami? I don't think so. Robin is so sexy, I choose Robin. Shonda. Hello, don't you guys like Khalifa? How sexy she is. I choose Khalifa, and the long legs of Momoshagi, my fat guy can't stand it at all. Shado. I think Perona looks the best, a few stinky men. This little devil Loli is simply my idol. Hearing Shado's words, all the people interested in Loli among the heavens and worlds also rushed out crazily. The crowd set off a fierce debate. In One Piece World, the final selection results have also come out. 10 beauties representing the world of pirates appear on the list. First place, the well-deserved pirate empress, Boa Hancock. Noble and sexy coexist, and the temperament is unparalleled. There is not much difference between the second and the third, and they are all monopolized by the Straw Hat Pirates. Mermaid in the Forest. Seeing this result, Sanji jumped straight up. Nami-san. Robin-san. The two of you are the second and third gift. This ranking is very good. Nami and Robin are not so happy looking at this ranking. Although the Empress is shocking, even the two of them are a bit ashamed. Advertisement, but as a woman, they refuse to admit defeat in their hearts. But looking at this ranking, the two also agree, at least. In One Piece World, the two of them ranked second and third. Soon, the fourth came out. It is the grand prize candidate of Naval Headquarters, Momoshagi Gion. Sanji stared at those amazingly long legs. Except for the Empress, no one can compare it. The slaps of Nami and Robin came over immediately. A group of people on the Straw Hat Pirates group noisily watched this stunning list. Only Luffy, with a face full of servants, was too lazy to lean on a big tree. Woman, what catches your eyes? He just wanted to watch the battle between Marine and Konoha quickly. That is the existence that interests him. The fifth place in the ranking is the CP9 agent Khalifa, who was defeated by Luffy and others in Eni's lobby. She has a unique charm that attracts many people. Sixth place. It was Princess Shirahoshi, the Fishman Island, whom everyone had just met. That cute and huge mermaid body made her attract many fans for herself. The seventh place was Perona, who gave Zoro a headache. Everyone also thought of the fear of being dominated by Perona's curse ability. In eighth place, Nafirutali Vivi. Ninth, Tina Marine, Colonel. 10th place. It was Alvida who changed from ugly to beautiful after eating slippery fruit. The internal selection of Pirate World is completed. The battle between Marine and Konoha is about to officially begin. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, inside the Marshal's office. Sengoku looked at Akainu who had rushed back from New World, and his face was overjoyed. In the past few days, Akainu has suppressed the arrogance of the New World pirates a lot. The name of Marine has soared. Akainu also looked at Sengoku excitedly. Marshal Sengoku, presumably after this war with Konoha, our Marine's reputation in the world will definitely be great. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. Yes, Sakazuki. The lineup our Marine has assembled this time is unprecedented, and even facing two Sea Kings at the same time is not a problem at all. Advertisement 0, look for flowers, facing Konoha, we must have the confidence to win. Akainu's face was excited. Marine's justice begins with the destruction of Konoha. Sengoku nodded, but his face was cautious. Sakazuki, in this battle with Konoha, you lead the main force forward. Be careful in everything. Konoha's resurrected Senju Hashirama is by no means a good person to deal with. Also, I have also heard that Konoha is the most powerful force in the Hokage world. We, Marine, must be cautious and never careless, be sure. Win this war. Akainu looked excited. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. In his eyes, he was full of confidence. After Lava Fruit was promoted, his strength was no less than 4 emperors. Even Whitebeard, who is now at the top, is completely unafraid. Although there is not much chance of victory, there is still a battle. Naval Headquarters, the war machine rumblingly started. Countless Marine soldiers were ready to go, only waiting for the command from Marshal Sengoku. Just rush to the world of Hokage and capture the battle flag. Here in Konoha village, Senju Hashirama and others have also mobilized all combat power in the village. Dozens of Jonin, hundreds of Chunin, and nearly 10,000 genin gathered together. All ninjas are ready to go. kunai, shuriken, etc. are unconditionally in full supply. Konoha, the strongest country of fire among the 5 great nations, also really prepared this war. This is a more ambitious war than the Ninja War. Konoha did not hold the battle flag for 1 day in this war. It's all extinguished, inside the Hokage office building. Namikaze Minato and others in the final deployment war plan. At this moment, a ninja walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said a few words in a low voice. Everyone turned their eyes to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Hashirama said. What's wrong, monkey? Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion changed slightly, surprised with suspicion. Immediately, he told the news to everyone. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Namikaze Minato and others were shocked. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly, and a flash of memory flashed through. Jiraiya directly exclaimed. Why is he here? Chapter 84, auto-generated chapter title. 84, Marine Heritage, so shocked the community of strong lineup Wan. Super God World. Angel Wang Sha Ri Sacred Guy sat on the throne, with angels to watch the masterpieces of World War II Marine and Konoha together. Angel Yan, Cold Angel, who was with the advent of the Holy Guy Lufthansa and landed on both sides. Guy Shakespeare's sacred side, but he sat another king. Space-based Wang Hexi. At this point the Crane He ship armor, mommy arrival, more dignified charm. Double King gathered just for Marine and Konoha this war. Mo Megain on Earth is called the size of the devil, he came into a hall. Mo Megain's sitting throne, the queen of the demon revealed momentum out. Ado, who stood start, shining eyes looked at the list. Because, from Marine and War Konoha has been a soon. Spirit Pet World. Ground Squad returned to the base of survival. But then, everyone is gathered together again. Bai Yuekui sitting in, June 4th 3, Jeep legs ride freely on the steering wheel. Lowly small summer beans, and other people in her side, everyone shining eyes looked at the charts. Broken star of a slightly clenched hand. I do not know when, her palms sweating has begun to emerge. They all expect too much of this war. Leaves and Marine enduring battle must be very exciting. Punch the world. Above the spacecraft pineapple thinking laugh. Let me see, this Marine and Kiba no one can block me a trick. Ha 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 ha. When you go to war and lousy, the industry must make one surprise, ha 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 ha. Jianu OC thinking of his fist collapsing star scene, wanted to quickly show their strength before the Heavens Wan interface. Saitama also cannot help but touch the head on the blue star. Watching this war is about to open, even Saitama are a little excited. This big scene, when not able to see, Jianu OC excited to have been completely speechless. Teacher. The war between the Marine and Kiba, you think who can win? Jianu OC hear the words, Saitama again touched the head. I'm still not see, so they both came out of it. Jianu OC nodded, eyes still have not concealed the excitement. Shinigami World. Aizen sat on the throne of Virtual Night Palace. Under the command of Ichimaru Jin, Tusen Kanami, and Espada stood beneath. They look all have moved, some expectations for this war. With the exception of a small Ukrainian, but he did not feel anything, and his face looked dull list. Advertisement eyes and mouth slightly tilt. Marine? Kiba? Pirates of the world? Hokage world? Ay. Smile voice sounded, Grimjow face emerging cold sweat. Aizen, which is also on the interest from what? Aizen eyes, but this is not just a Marine and Konoha war. But the entire world of pirates and Hokage, even. Heaven's Wan entire community. This is his goal. Jing Ling Ting, Nursing Tribunal 13 Redskins. Yamamoto Captain Lu Yuan Jai heavy country wide open eyes slightly since, to see to mind the golden sacred list. 6 Redskins to hang. Byakuya Kuchiki eyes flashed dignified look forward to this impending war. Some 10 teams. Zaraki Kenpachi sat quietly, but his body filled with horror ryotsu, enough to explain his feelings at the moment of absolute calm. If they could go there in the battlefield, fighting something like, Zaraki Kenpachi the goggles have a slight tendency to break through the other ryotsu. His eyes reveal a desire and very excited, Marine and Kiba, kill it off. Let me take a look, this grand feast, Marvel Universe. Iron Man Tony sitting in his villa. His face was calm though, it may have been crazy heart beating. Here, he simply could not suppress his excitement. This and other World War II, his life is the first time I saw. DC Universe. Superman, Batman, The Flash, etc. City of Heroes will be at home, looking forward to this war with the Marine Konoha. In many eyes watching the Heavens Wan community, leaderboards crashing shock. Golden light enveloped between. Everyone. Whether Tony this completely ordinary people or Thanos. This king and the whole universe and so dominant, their minds are instantly thunder. The sense of shock came, ranking supreme divine momentum coercion too. Fortunately, this atmosphere is just a moment, did not deliberately against what they mean. Otherwise, anyone in the face of that kind of atmosphere, it must destroy twinkling of an eye. Without exception, then. Advertisement everyone's mind, there have been a blue planet. One aspect of the planet discrete red line opened. Everyone laments from the rankings this magnificent mine. Alexander. Small bench ready to look forward to. Tony. Wine, beautiful women are ready and look forward to. Alexander. At Tony, I rely on you that the world still drink wine, really special what happiness 0. Jianu OC. You two do not pour and paying attention. Everybody's eyes instantly pulled into the field of vision. But everyone has not the slightest sense of trance. Re-emergence is a huge naval headquarters, Marineford. At this point of the surrounding Marineford, completely enveloped by a golden light. Regardless of the truck, and even the sky, seafloor have been completely cut off from. Everything happens here, will be temporarily cut off from the world outside of pirates. Anyone here to launch any attack, have absolutely no effect. Sengoku standing naval headquarters high platform. Marshal dressed in uniform, with a seagull hat, he is very dignified and jagged. Shaw beans. This is the Marine Commander, Buddha Sengoku? Alexander. Indeed the Marshal, this momentum. Open black lens bracket hiss. Most people are bound heavens Juan gasped. Perspective changes again, to the naval headquarters to a whole close-up. Crashed. Heavens Juan sector direct burst. Iron Man Tony again a red wine sprayed out. Alexander is also a direct fall from the top of the jeep. In spite of his climb up a dust servant, damn. Boss. This is the naval headquarters it? This momentum, too strong it. That if they come to our world, 5.3 eschatology is not directly overthrown? Looking at the naval headquarters that powerful army, the whole ground team totally shocked. Scared lil face pale summer beans jagged sense of momentum. Broken star is eclipsed Warong, the body trembling slightly. Even Bai Yuekui, among the eyes are exposed a deep sense of caution. The heavens Juan bound to see naval headquarters lineup, it is crazy shock, complete remission, but God. P.S. The main forces standings after wood expulsion is the genius of the standings. Sasuke, Naruto, you have to see after you change the world, we do not worry, I write slowly, this book certainly could have been cool. I also want to have Otsutsuki Kagaya but think twice, or get rid of her, but after this list will row, Hinata they also have not grown up yet. 7 Brainer really is every day more in eyes, so drag the middle 2 chapters updated a bit long, I apologize. Chapter 85. Auto-generated chapter title. 85. Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, 3 Admiral, 7 Warlords of the Sea. Pirate World. Aboard the Moby D*K. Looking at Marine's strong lineup, Whitebeard laughed. Cool la la la, Sengoku, it's really good, the eyes of Marco and others are full of caution. Ace's eyes widened even more, he finally knew. If Whitebeard did not recover to the top, what would be the price to go to naval headquarters to save him? That would be, at least Whitebeard confessed there. Even the entire Whitebeard pirate group will be directly maimed and fall to the position of 4 emperors. Ace's eyes were staring wide, and his heart became more and more cautious. From now on, he won't mess with Whitebeard anymore. But, Blackbeard teach, he must catch it personally. Red Force docked. Redhead and others are sitting casually on the beach. And now seeing the lineup of naval headquarters, the randomness on the face of the red hair disappears instantly. Instead, it is unparalleled dignity, Ben Beckman's voice sounded. Captain, the naval headquarters lineup, even if Shichibukai paddles, facing 2-4 Emperors Group 09 will not be a problem. The redhead nodded solemnly in his eyes, however, after a while, he laughed. This is a battle between Marine and Konoha, what are we nervous about? Come on, have a banquet. Whether we are drinking and watching this unparalleled battle, isn't it beautiful? Everyone roared with laughter. Red Hair Pirates is just like that. Who told them to have an unscrupulous captain? Ben Beckman shook his head and joined the noise. On the ghost island of Wanokuni, Beast Kaido drank a jar of wine and laughed. Marine, good job, F*K that shit Konoha. You can't even beat Konoha, lousy will go to your headquarters later. Yan Dazi, Plague Quinn, and Jack the Drow sat aside, watching the battle with Kaido. Jack waved his little fist, echoing Kaido. Boss, if this naval headquarters can't do Konoha, I will let you attack naval headquarters when the time comes. Flaming Smoke and Plague Quinn looked at Jack as if they were a fool. What can a juvenile cerebral thrombosis say? Kaido's ability to break into naval headquarters is not how strong he is. He is not dead. You go too, isn't this a food delivery? Advertisement Marine can't kill Kaido, can't you kill you Jack? Quinn was so happy. Damn it, this Jack. IWC, Cake Island. All the high levels of the Big Mom pirate group stood in the main hall. Charlotte Linlin sat in the main seat with a terrifying smile on her face. Oh, Marine's lineup is no less than the battle back then. Listening to the words of Aunt Charlotte Linlin, many children in the hall are a little confused. Only Kata Curry's eyes flickered. Mom, could it be that she was talking about the battle when she was young? Thinking of this, Kata Curry's heart couldn't help but tighten. Rocks. This is the legend of the entire sea, the supreme overlord of the year. Charlotte Linlin even said that Marine, the battle force sent out is no less than that of the battle with Rock's pirate? So scary? Kata Curry's eyes became cautious, and his eyes were closely watching the picture in his mind. The Fishman Island. In the Straw Hat Pirates, it is completely different from the previous stunning rankings. Luffy's interest soared, and his eyes glowed as he watched the screen. Grandpa, I saw my grandpa. My god, how come this group of naval headquarters are so strong? That kind of momentum. Zoro and Sanji also narrowed their eyes, frowning tightly. Sanji looked at Zoro at this time. Isn't that Storm-kun, Bartholomew Kuma? Thinking of the thriller Bark, Sanji shuddered. Zoro nodded too, however, his gaze was on Hawkeye's body. At this time, the eagle eye was almost about to pierce the sky. Even he was excited about the battle with Konoha. All the heavens and myriad worlds also looked at the lineup of naval headquarters. First of all, it is the exaggerated defense gun. I'm afraid that if one shot goes down, a mountain will be gone, right? Then, everyone saw 10 large warships parked at the forefront of the full moon port. That momentum is terrifying. The people in the world of the spirit cage changed color frequently. Shonda's eyes were stunned. As this naval headquarters, it's too powerful, right? The warship, we want to have one that can sail the sea, right? Bai Yuekui's eyes narrowed. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Following Bai Yu's words of comfort, everyone's eyes continued to look back. Advertisement. At the head, there are 50,000 Marines lined up on Oak Square. This is all the combat power that naval headquarters can draw in one day, just to win this battle. At this time, Sengoku checked his watch. There is still 1 hour left before the battle with Konoha begins. Picking up the phone worm, Sengoku's voice spread across the square. Everyone Marine. Today, it is a battle between us and Konoha village in Hokage world. Please, you must cheer up and show our naval headquarters to the heavens and worlds with a posture of 120,000 points. In this war, the achievements of the war have been accumulated tenfold. Don't be afraid of death. At the end of this battle, the leaderboard will resurrect everyone with miracles. So, I order. Sengoku gave a solemn expression and stood upright on the highest point. All the Marine soldiers turned their faces instantly. At all costs, defeat all resistance in Konoha village. Capture, victory in this war. 643 All the soldiers looked angry. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku looked at the 50,000 Marine in the square with satisfaction. Although there is no such thing as the top war in the original book, 100,000 elite Marines gather together. But, in this battle, Marine has nothing to fear. All soldiers hold the heart of death. The combat power can be played 120%. This is, the eyes of the heavens and myriad worlds all turned around, looking at the 7 warlords of the sea standing behind the soldiers. Hawkeye stood in the center, with a wide black sword knight on his back. The momentum that pierced the sky pressed forward. The Marine soldiers standing in front of him didn't know how much cold sweat they had on their backs. Shinigami world. Aizen raised his brow slightly. The pirate world, there is still such a sword intent. With Aizen's eyes, the eagle eyes at this moment are all paying attention to it. With that pure sword intent alone, the strength of this eagle eye may have surpassed most of Soul Society's captains. The 11th squad landed, seeing Yinyan's sword intent and momentum. Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes brightened. Ha 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 ha. This is what I want to kill. I really want to have a kendo fight with this eagle eye. Kenpachi's eyes were bright, and his body trembled. He was so excited that he almost couldn't wait. Chapter 86 Auto-generated chapter title. 86. The female emperor makes her debut, and the world shakes again. Zoro's face was extremely solemn. Is that the real momentum of Eagle Eye, the world's largest swordsman? Too strong. Zoro stood still, dripping cold sweat on his face. And the eyes of the heavens and worlds turned once again, looking at the next 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo was wearing a pink feather coat and laughing arrogantly. Foo 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 foo. Seeing Dover's exaggerated dress, the heavens and the world were shocked again. Little lowly Shadow had disgust in her eyes. This person, why is it unpleasant to look at it? Really annoying. Broken Star touched Dudu's hair. Don't underestimate this Dover. Although his aura is not as good as Hawkeye, it is not too bad. Shadow nodded, but still looked down on Dover in her heart. Later, the bear and Moria appear. The heavens and myriad worlds were shocked again. These two people are too high. The pirate world is indeed such a monster. And looking at the aura of Neng and Moria, the heavens and the realms are slightly solemn. Keep looking down. Luffy jumped straight up. Look, look. Send by Jinbei. Jinbei has appeared. Since there is no top war lane, Jinbei was not removed from 7 warlords of the sea. And for the Fishman Island, and the Straw Hat Pirate Group at this time, he did not take the initiative to resign from this position. After all, the identity of 7 warlords of the sea can provide a lot of convenience for the Fishman Island and the Straw Hat Pirates. Therefore, Jinbei is also natural to accept the compulsory recruitment of the world government. Seeing Jinbei wearing a cloak, the Straw Hat Pirates was thrilled. Then, the appearance of Blackbeard's figure appeared in the eyes of everyone in the world. He grinned, showing jagged teeth, and laughed. Thief ha 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 ha. Seeing the appearance of Blackbeard, the heavens and worlds disliked it for a while. This is even more disgusting than Doflamingo. Sengoku stood at the highest point, looking at the group of 7 warlords of the sea with a somewhat ugly expression. If they were not useful, Sengoku would not have kept them. This time, if Sengoku dared to go to work but didn't work hard, Sengoku would take a demonstration on the spot. As for Blackbeard, the least listening lord, why should he accept the call? Sengoku can think clearly with his eyes closed. Blackbeard must be watching the battle between Marine and Konoha. It will definitely be good to win. It doesn't hurt to lose. Advertisement. So he came, with a very simple purpose. It's paddling, and if Marine wins, he squats better. The fact is exactly the same. Blackbeard laughed, and didn't have the slightest idea of doing anything in his heart. Most 7 warlords of the sea think so. Dover, Moria, and Blackbeard are all 3. Finally, everyone turned their eyes to the last person. She is also the only woman in 7 Warlords of the Sea. The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. Empress Hancock wore a pair of red high heels. The legs under the cheongsam are looming, and the graceful curves are even more obvious. Moment. Many men in the heavens and worlds have the urge to be petrified. Among marine soldiers, if it hadn't been for Sengoku had already ordered, not let them look back. So now there must be many petrochemicals on the spot. The face of the female emperor once again shocked the heavens and all realms. Shonda. Is this the face of my emperor? Surprised. Tony Stark. It's so pretty. The empress is really attractive. Genos. Ah, some can't resist it, it's so good. Sanji in the Straw Hat Pirates group has been petrified. Nami chased him madly. The countless men in the heavens and worlds also knelt directly because of the face of the empress. But it is different from the focus of most people in the heavens and the world. Aizen in Zai Palace fixed his gaze on Blackbeard. Looking at Blackbeard, who was laughing and not showing any sense of existence at all, a slight smile flashed in Aizen's eyes. This Blackbeard is really interesting. The same goes for Ichimaru Jin in the audience, with a deep smile on his face. At this time, everyone in the heavens and worlds looked at once again. Although the female emperor is beautiful, she has also been deluded a lot with this iron and blooded aura. Behind 7 Warlords of the Sea, a group of fierce presences walked out. The 16 Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters stood in a row and walked forward. Boom. The heavens and 10,000 realms were shocked in an instant. I go. Is this Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters? The aura of their being together, this is too tyrannical. It feels like 7 Warlords of the Sea is strong, but the combined momentum is not as strong as these 16 Vice Admiral. Open black lens bracket nonsense. That is marine, of course the iron-blooded aura is stronger than that of Shichibukai. Vice Admiral, the headquarters of the Voice Mouse, Ghost Spider, Doberman, etc., stood behind 7 Warlords of the Sea, and rushed forward. But this is not over yet. Advertisement. War Momomaru of Marine Science Corps led a group of pacifists out. Yo. The ground was shaking slightly. Every step of the many tall pacifists will make the hearts of countless people in the heavens and all realms hold fast. Shonda has some doubts. Boss, how come these pacifists look like that big bear? Could it be that they copied that big bear? Bai Yuekui shook his head cautiously. Those pacifists should all be robots. Robot. Shonda and others said differently in an instant. And the one above the lighthouse. Gundam. Bai Kui shook his head and did not continue to speak. Everyone also kept their doubts and watched patiently. Then, here comes the highlight. Numerous Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, and ordinary soldiers of Naval Headquarters began to shout. First to get out. They are 2 Admiral candidates of Naval Headquarters, Momosuke and Cha. Dao Mian carried Jin Silo on his waist, and the great swordsman's aura was undoubtedly revealed. The ugly-looking T-Dolphin stood beside her, and the two looked into the distance together. Furthermore, the shouts continued to skyrocket. In the shocked eyes of the heavens, how is the king 10,000 realms? Admiral of Headquarters, Kizaru, Pelusalino. Admiral of Headquarters, Akainu, Sakazuki. Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji, Kuzan. Dressed in shock of justice, the 3 came out together. Every time the 3 of them took a step forward, their momentum became stronger. Especially Akainu, he walks in the middle. Even though there is no lava transpiration on his body, his iron and blood aura is still at its peak. Shonda slapped his thigh. I rely on it. My idol Akainu is out. This momentum is too amazing. And that Kizaru, they are so powerful. Beside them there is an admiral who hasn't seen him before. Is that the young man? It looks like it's not weak at all. Bai Yuekui's eyes were slightly shocked. The strength and aura of the 3 of them, none of them is stronger than that group of 7 Warlords of the Sea. Several people nodded in agreement. Chapter 87 Auto-generated chapter title. 87. Konoha of the defensive lineup, not to be outdone. Subsequently, in all the voices of Marine Hero, Iron Fist Garp and Naval Headquarters Chief Staff Officer, and Vice Admiral Crane walked to Sengoku's side. The shouts of Marine officers reached a climax in an instant. The entire lineup of Naval Headquarters is also revealed. Scientific forces fight Momomaru, pacifists. The 16 powerful Vice Admiral from Naval Headquarters. 7 Warlords of the Sea. Hawkeye, Empress, Dover, Bear, Moria, Jinbei, Blackbeard. 2 Admiral alternates. Momosuke, T-Dolphin. 3 Marine Admiral. Yellow Ape, Chingshong. Naval Headquarters Chief Staff Officer, Crane Vice Admiral. Marine Hero, Tekken, Garp. Marshal of Naval Headquarters, Sengoku of Buddha. Seeing Marine's lineup, which can be described as luxurious and terrifying, the heavens and the world are full of enthusiasm. Super God Universe. Seeing Marine's current lineup, even the angels are slightly moved. If you don't use the powerful star-killing technology, you may be there except for the Holy Gai Sha and Tianji Wang Hexi. The combined momentum of these ordinary angels is not as good as the Naval Headquarters at this moment. Aboard the Devil Queen, all the big and small demons were a little shocked. Morgana looked at the powerful lineup and iron-blooded momentum of Naval Headquarters, and 643 shock flashed across her face. Otto, learn a lesson, and then exercise our demon army like this. I think our demon army will be able to have such a momentum one day. Atuo nodded. Yes, my queen. A senior demon on the side slandered himself secretly. The queen really doesn't know how to find the reason from her. Our demon legion is not good, isn't it, because she is like a queen? If Morgana heard these words, he would be able to make him into an atom on the spot. In the spirit cage world, Shonda was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Boss, you said, how can Konoha fight this battle? This naval headquarters is too exaggerated. This top combat power feels completely beyond the standard. Oni-san broken stars are all nodding their heads. Fatty, this is the only time you were right. This naval headquarters is so strong, I can't imagine how Konoha will resist it. Everyone nodded and looked at naval headquarters solemnly. Punch the world. Advertisement. Genos was a little shocked. Teacher, you said, Marine and Konoha, who will win this game? Saitama couldn't help feeling his head. I do not know either. Marvel Universe. Thanos looked at naval headquarters, and his eyes flashed with smiles. Although the naval headquarters is not big, in his opinion, the military strength is very small. But, the powerful momentum of naval headquarters. But even the main army under his command is inferior. Even if it weren't for him, trying to wipe out the naval headquarters in front of him would have suffered heavy losses. Thanos looked at those strong men in Marine, with thoughts in his eyes. And gradually, the screen moved from naval headquarters to the other side. Hokage World. Fire Country Konoha Village. At this time, it was only an hour before the official start of the war. Konoha's entire area was also completely enveloped by golden light. Senju Hashirama and others are also preparing for the final battle. The large and small houses in the village have been removed, and they are all prepared for this battle. Among them, Yamato has played many roles. Using wood style, he quickly moved many houses. This was even praised by the first Hokage generation, Senju Hashirama. It made Yamato excited for a while. After all, the ancestor of wood style is Senju Hashirama. To be praised by him, Yamato was not in vain. Senju Hashirama stands in the village. The command of Namikaze Minato and others have already moved to the bottom of Hokage Rock. In the cave there were villagers who Konoha could not fight. And, at this time, a golden battle flag was erected. Namikaze Minato regards this as the commander-in-chief, they are the last line of defense of the battle flag. Senju Hashirama stood at the top of the Hokage office building and said solemnly. Everyone, it's time to test Konoha. Konoha, past me, Tobirama, and then third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nowadays, there is a AJFD, fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Our will of fire has been passed down from generation to generation and will never cease. We must firmly believe that we can hold this day. Konoha desperately want to defend this day. As long as we hold this day, we will win. Where Konoha dances, fire is endless. Senju Hashirama shouted. Yes, the many Konoha shinobi below also shouted in unison. There are dozens of Jonin, hundreds of Chunin, and nearly 10,000 Genin. Advertisement. Everyone stood in line, ready to meet naval headquarters. The whole Konoha group was excited, and there was no fear at all. Next to Senju Hashirama stood Jiraiya and many Jonin. Many of Konoha's families are here, and everyone looks at Senju Hashirama with fierce expressions. Seeing Konoha's ninja army, the heavens and the world also set off a heated discussion. Ninja World. Thunder Country. Fourth Raikage looked at Killer Bee, Samui and others with a heavy face. Now that Konoha, if we fight against it, the odds of winning are almost zero. Worry is in Fourth Raikage's eyes. Who can be sure that Konoha will not do anything to the other four major nations? Konoha with Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato is too strong. Killer Bee, Sammy and others are also a little dignified. Yes, Konoha's current combat power is too strong. In the past, Konoha could be one enemy to 3, or even 1 to 4. With Konoha now, it is absolutely not a problem to defeat our 3 Danin villages at the same time. Several people nodded. As for why it is the 3 big ninja villages. That's because the Rain country is currently under the control of Akatsuki. There is Uchiha Madara, which is the same as Senju Hashirama, even more terrifying. Konoha would not necessarily be an opponent in front of him. After Madara officially led the Akatsuki organization, there was no longer any intention of hiding it. Therefore, all the major countries got the information of Yuji at the same time. Fourth Raikage shook his head. It's difficult, but I still hope that Konoha can win this battle. Killer Bee and others also nodded. This is not about the struggle between Shinobu village. Now, the world powers of the two sides are starting a war. They only have one name, and that is Hokage World. The same goes for Pirate World, no one does not want their own world to win. Even if Marine wins, it will be extremely powerful, and their pirates can't hold their heads up. But, they still want Marine to win. Like patriotism, people in every world also love their own world. The country of wind. Inside Sunagakur, Fengiying Luosh's face is also a bit ugly. Konoha is too powerful nowadays. This puts unparalleled pressure on the rest of the ninja villages. And the third Tsuchikage in the country is the same. He who has witnessed Uchiha Madara's strength is even more afraid of Madara and Hashirama. That's really too strong. It made him even feel desperate. Even if there is a dusty road, it is like an open blood continuation boundary. But third Tsuchikage Onoki still does not have any self-confidence, nor any sense of security. Chapter 88 Auto-generated chapter title. 88. Orochimaru Cooperation, the earth-moving reincarnation of the second Hokage. State of rain. Perennial rains, the weather is strange and extraordinary. However, at this time of dawn in the organization, Uchiha Madara looked some excitement. Hiba looked at the lineup, he wants to go dancing, some of the Uchiha Lord of the Dance have been tempted heartthrob. At this time, Never emerged out from the side, looked to Madara. Leader, Konoha has been completely cut off, I resorted to all means, still cannot enter. Hear the words of White Zetsu, Madara nodded, his face not the slightest surprise. If we can never go, now that's a problem. He Kijong large leaderboard, how could they let these people have any chance? Madara nodded, he reaffirmed the idea to keep up with the pace of the leaderboard. But looking at the screen, Kiba state of readiness at this time, but it is the class smiled. Freaky Tallahassee, do not let me down if you lose this war, we may never catch me. Ha 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 ha. Madara God laugh, everybody is a little excited to see the picture dawn within the organization. At this point in Konoha, Hokage Rock under temporary United Front Work Department. Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Kakashi and Might Guy are. More, so that they never thought of before people. Tsunade face full of hesitation. Namikaze Minato Chen Sheng opening. Orochimaru, now you can say, how you want to help us win the war yet. Orochimaru licked his lips, and he smiled. Time is already running out, I can tell you Sarutobi Hiruzen silent, he looked at Orochimaru did not know what to say. A few hours ago, Orochimaru came to the Konoha village, Kiba said that we must cooperate. Namikaze Minato see Orochimaru, it should immediately shot to repression. Orochimaru but can calmly analyze the gap between Konoha and Marine moment. This allows Namikaze Minato, who have to be carefully considered, Orochimaru discourse of cooperation. By now, Orochimaru was ready to tell their own plans. I saw in the eyes of the crowd below. Orochimaru hands toward the ground a beat. Summoning technique. Boom. In the crowd some amazing eyes, a coffin slowly emerged from the underground. Sarutobi Hiruzen a shrink eyes. Shang soil reincarnation it. If this is the case, everyone is thinking about it. Leaves of the current combat power, with the naval headquarters to fight really is suspended. In the chat group, they learned that the naval headquarters absolute number of powerful fighting force. And Orochimaru an analysis, which has kept them taken care of. Right now, Orochimaru is to use the process of soil reincarnation, resurrection powerful ninja of Konoha dead. Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen is the one. Advertisement. Two nods each other. Boom. At this time, in front of the coffin lid body Orochimaru fall to the ground. Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama figure appeared in everybody's eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen eyes slightly reduced. Serpent, pill, how did you get the body's nadimes? Orochimaru smiled and did not answer Sarutobi Hiruzen meaning. At this time, among the coffins Senju Tobirama has regained consciousness. He is the first to look to the Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monkey, they are old At this time, earth-moving reincarnation it. As the inventor of this surgery, Senju Tobirama of course we know this is their development forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. What is younger Konoha? I actually learned to borrow soil reincarnation. As a developer, he is difficult to know the extent of the surgery. But apart from him, the moment someone really learned. Senju Tobirama souls of this world is still quietly watching the chart battle. He also wanted to Konoha and naval headquarters who can win. But this next moment, he was the reincarnation of the soil directly to the second call out. This made him all somewhat confusing. And this does not end. Orochimaru with a smile on his face, hands and body to continue to the next shot. Boom, 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 boom. A series of roars sounded one after another. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Several coffins opened in front of everyone. Moment. Namikaze Minato's eyes widened. Kakashi lost his eyes. Namikaze Minato's figure flashed and went directly in front of that figure. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato's eyes are full of longing and love. But Whirlpool Kushina opened her eyes, but raised her hand and grabbed Namikaze Minato's hair directly. Namikaze Minato, you dare to take care of that Terumi Mei. What? Others don't know you, do I still know you? Say, did you vote for her? Kushina directly exposed her nature. Namikaze Minato's face instantly became embarrassed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others turned their heads even more. Under Kushina's questioning gaze, Namikaze Minato still didn't want to lie to her. Finally nodded helplessly. Afterwards, Kushina chased him with a blast. Kakashi's eyes were full of different opinions. Ms. Minato, you are like this. For a long time. Advertisement. It was Kushina who discovered the current situation first, which stopped her slap. 0. For flowers. Otherwise, Namikaze Minato will be taken away by her today. Take me to see Naruto. There was an hour before the war, Namikaze Minato nodded and left with Kushina. After the two left, standing next to Guy, Kakashi, who was completely stunned, still couldn't help himself. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar figure, Kakashi's eyes were filled with disbelief. How is it possible? How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen also sighed, nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Shuo Mao. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Hitaki Sakuma walked out slowly, smiling slightly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third generation, don't do that. That is my own choice, you don't have to blame yourself. Actually back then, Konoha's White Fangfang Hitaki Sakumo's death was not blamed for not completing the mission at all. It was in the Ninja World War at that time. The four powers united to wage a protracted war to weaken the power of the Nation of Fire. Hitaki Tsukumo's death was precisely to prevent the war from continuing. At that time, the four big countries put heavy pressure on the country of fire, in order to make Konoha's White Fang Hitaki Shumo himself commit suicide. Finally, Hitaki Tsukumo, who was called Konoha's White Fang by the ninja world, also committed suicide in response to their wish. But these are all things in the past. Hitaki Tsukumo looked at his son with his eyes. Hitaki opened 5 to 5. Kakashi, grown up. Hearing what his father said, Kakashi was a little relieved. Father. Hitaki held the short sword White Fang and walked to Kakashi step by step. Kakashi, let us join hands in this battle. Father and son looked at each other. There is nothing superfluous, only this sentence. For a long time, Kakashi nodded deeply. Father. Hitaki Tsukumo smiled slightly. At this time, a golden light returned. Namikaze Minato looked at Konoha's White Fang, with shock in his eyes. But he calmed down quickly and calmly ordered. Hitaki Tsukumo, support the front line and lead the Konoha First Army. Hitaki nodded. A white glow flickered and left. Then, another figure flickered and followed. Namikaze Minato's eyes were filled with shock that could not be concealed. Looking at the pair of Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others are the same. My Konoha will definitely win. Namikaze Minato said. The popularity of the crowd rose instantly. Chapter 89 Auto-generated chapter title. 89. The expectation of the heavens and the world, the shock of the ninja world. Konoha front line. A white glow flashed. Moment. When many Konoha shinobi people did not react, a figure appeared directly beside Senju Hashirama. Jiraiya's eyes shrank, and his figure was suddenly tight, standing with his hands on his chest, ready to fight at any time. He thought that this was a sneak attack on Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama is not nervous. Not to mention the Konoha forehead protector on the opponent's head, and the iconic short silver hair. Just say that he is the strength of Senju Hashirama. In the entire ninja world, only Madara has the strength to fight him. And class. The two Senju Hashirama fought for a lifetime. He knows Madara very well. With Madara's arrogance, it is impossible to attack him. The class will look down upon themselves, and the class is pursuing, beating Senju Hashirama head on. Therefore, Senju Hashirama is not nervous at all. 643. But Jiraiya and Jonin beside him were very nervous. But the next moment, after seeing someone coming, Jiraiya and others were stunned for a moment. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly. You are what the monkey said, Konoha's White Fang Hitaki Tsukumo, right? With a gentle smile on his face, Senju Hashirama doesn't have the air of first Hokage at all. Hitaki nodded, smiled slightly on his face. Hinoha Elite Jonin, Hitaki Tsukumo report to you. The ninjas around were stunned in an instant. Seeing Hitaki, who was wearing a half-length Hokage sleeve on his right arm, his mind was full of rocks. At this time, they didn't wait for everyone to relax. A black shadow came to this in an instant. Almost no slower than Konoha's White Fang Hitaki Tsukumo, even worse. The figure stood there and once again shocked all Konoha's senior leaders. Looking at the pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, everyone was shocked. Looking at the few people who continued to come from behind, Senju Hashirama smiled slightly, his face full of relief. Then, the second Hokage came on behalf of Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama's figure appeared, and the many ninjas in the battlefield became a sensation again. It's the second generation. It's second Hokage, Senju Tobarama-sama. Advertisement. Also, look, is it the legendary Konoha's White Fang? There is more, that is. A ninja stared wide, watching Sharingan's body tighten in the shadow's eye sockets. Yes, it's Shushin Shisui. The Konoha shinobi caused a sensation again. Senju Fei walked to the side of Senju Hashirama and smiled slightly. Brother, we can fight together again. Senju Hashirama did the same, with a slight smile on his face. Brother, let us Hokage from all generations together, guard Konoha, guard the will of fire, and win this battle. The ninja below screamed frantically. First generation, second generation, third generation, fourth Hokage gathered together to win this battle. On the front line, there are first generation and second Hokage. In the rear, there are third generation and fourth Hokage. They Konoha, there is a reason why they can't lose. Senju Hashirama waved his fist. Konoha, we must win. Konoha, sure victory. Many ninjas below shouted in unison, and their momentum reached a peak. Looking at this scene, the heavens and myriad worlds were all looking forward to it. Although Konoha's lineup is not as aggressive as Marine looks. But Konoha's battle is a defense, not an offense. If everyone cooperates well, there is still a great chance of persisting for more than one day. Inside the tutoring world, Bai Lan, the boss of the Mirofiol family, was sitting in a chair, watching the battle between Marine and Konoha with a smile. Several true 6 hanging flowers sat casually in front of him, all watching the grand battle together. The corners of Bai Lan's mouth were slightly raised, and an expression of interest appeared in her eyes. Super God World. Angel Yan looked at the battle that was about to begin, with a bit of excitement on his face. Little angels like Angel Lingxi are even more excited. Although it is not as grand as the war between angels and demons, this one between Marine and Konoha. The quality is not bad at all. On the throne, Saint Guy's eyes were full of interest. And Angel Yan and others have already begun to discuss. Love, Lingxi, look, who will win this game? Angel Yan asked with raised eyebrows. The two thought about it instantly. Avoid Heart to speak first. This wave, I'm on Marine. Marine's current combat power is too strong, it seems that Konoha can't resist it at this time. The 3 Admiral and 7 Warlords of the Sea are not easy characters. Lingxi asked with some doubts. Advertisement. Mengxin, Sister Yan, I see Konoha is also very strong, especially those who just came out. The strong man with short white hair, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, and the boy who has the same eyes as the previous Class 0. These 3 people, I seem to be very strong. Maybe Konoha still has a chance. Hearing what the two said, Angel Yan nodded. Lingxi, what you said is fine. However, although these 3 seem to be powerful, look at the powerful aura on Marine. Upon hearing this, Lingxi turned to look at Marine. Hiss. In an instant, she took a breath. With the passage of time, the battle spirit of naval headquarters is getting stronger and stronger. The Marine soldiers, eyes brightened one by one, all of them looked like beasts. They looked at the golden barrier that appeared at the forefront of naval headquarters, and their fighting spirit was about to overflow. And naval headquarters vice admiral, and even admiral. Although they stood there, they did not release any momentum. But as long as they stand there, it is enough to give people unparalleled pressure. The balance in Angel Lingxi's heart instantly tilted towards naval headquarters. Angel Yan shook his head and smiled. However, it depends on how the battle between the two sides is going to be fought. If Konoha's tactics are good enough and the cooperation is tacit enough, it will never be impossible to win this game. After all, there is a gap in the strength of the two sides. But with Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato, the gap between the two sides will not be too wide. This battle is still something to watch. Listening to Yan's analysis, the sacred Gaisha and Hexi on the throne looked at each other. The eyes of the two were full of smiles. Hexi shook his head, and an intellectual and sexy voice sounded. 5.3 inches Queen Gaisha, these children, have grown up. Gaisha also shook her head and laughed. Yes, the burden of carrying out justice is about to be handed over to this group of children. The two smiled at each other. And the ninja world. They looked at the lineup in Konoha village, everyone was a little surprised. The land of the earth. Third Tsuchikage Onogi's face was full of shock. How can this be? Senju Tobarama, Konoha's White Fangya, Uchiha Shisui, they are all reincarnated by the second earth. No matter what Onoki thought, he never expected Konoha to have this trick. Then if all the ninjas who died in Konoha were reincarnated, wouldn't Konoha be invincible? Onoki's heart became more and more vigilant. The country of soil must unite with other big countries to weaken Konoha again. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your Chapter 90 auto-generated chapter title. 90. The group members bet that this wave of marine is stable. The domestic wind. Luo Sha, who had the same thoughts as Onoki, also looked ugly. This Konoha is too powerful nowadays, too outrageous. We must unite with the other major countries to restrict Konoha. Luo Sha thought to herself. But in the deepest part of my heart, I still want Konoha to win this game. Thunder Country. Fourth Raikage and others are also dignified. But, it's not like Oyemu and Luo Sha. What Fourth Raikage thought about was how to rely on the rankings to increase the strength of Cloud Shinobi Village. Fourth Raikage's personality is completely different from Onoki's. Konoha is now prosperous, and the country of rain has the horrible existence of Ban. Then, he will try to catch up. To lead the country of thunder, overtake Konoha, overtake Uchiha Madara. Fourth Raikage's heart was a little excited. Killer Bee and others are even more so. With Fourth Raikage, it is difficult for them to be afraid of anything. Konoha will only arouse their stronger fighting spirit. The domestic reign. Lord Madara laughed. Hashi's hot mom, it's a good job. There are so many people gathered in Konoha, ha ha ha. If you can't win this battle, it would really be a shame to our world. Lord Madara sighed with excitement. Everyone in Xiao Xiao's organization is also looking forward to it. They looked at Konoha now. Without Madara's participation, their Akatsuki organization would all send out to invade Konoha, and everyone would fight desperately. That didn't cause much damage to Konoha. Even if Senju Hashirama didn't make a move, they would not be able to do Konoha today. Everyone in the ninja world is more certain that Konoha should be able to win this battle. At this time, people in the Hokage world have not yet seen the lineup of naval headquarters. Otherwise, they would never have this idea. The powerful lineup of naval headquarters will surely shock them all when they appear. The heavens and the world are also in heated discussions because of the upcoming battle between Marine and Konoha. Spirit Pet World. Sha Do's face was full of tension. She looked at the tension between the two sides as if she was also on the battlefield. Seeing this scene of her, Broken Star touched her head again. It's not you who fight by yourself, why are you nervous? Sha Do's face didn't have the ease of the past, but was rather solemn. Advertisement. Sister Broken Star, this battle is in the eyes of all of us in the heavens and 10,000 realms. I'm so looking forward to it. As soon as I think about the collision between Marine and Konoha, my heart is full of enthusiasm. Hearing what little Loli said, everyone blinked. They were also gradually ignited by the tense atmosphere. Bai Yuekui's eyes were calm. But deep in the eyes, there is a touch of expectation that cannot be concealed. The battle between Marine and Konoha is a big dish in the eyes of everyone in the world. At this time, Shonda spoke in the chat group. Shonda. Everybody from the heavens and worlds, it's boring to wait anyway. Let's guess who Konoha and Marine can win. Seeing Shonda's words, the whole heavens are discussing intensely. Shonda's side also looked at Bai Yuekui. Boss, you say who can win, this represents the decision of our world. Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered, and he did not answer for a while. The eyes of Broken Star, Shado, Ji Yutong and others all looked over expectantly. Bai Yuewei's vision, strength, and so on are far beyond them. They have never seen Bai Yuekui's upper limit. And at the moment, they are also most looking forward to Bai Yuekui's speech. After thinking for a long time, Bai Yuekui said coldly. I think that in this war, both sides have opportunities and cannot be generalized. Shonda was immediately discouraged. Boss, isn't it the same as you didn't say this? Bai Yuekui shook his head. Shandong University, in this battle, we should not hold the attitude of watching the show, but watch it carefully. This level of fighting may be what we will experience in the future. As soon as this remark came out, several people changed their colors one after another. Shonda said that she looked at Bai Yu Comfort from a different place. Boss, what are you talking about? We can still participate in this kind of war to a great extent. The leaderboard can't afford us so much, can it? Let us participate in this war. Shonda was very different, and she didn't expect Bai Yuekui to have such a guess. And under the gaze of everyone, Bai Yuekui nodded. The leaderboard is a strange and unpredictable existence. I have a deep feeling. He won't let us, the low martial arts world, keep watching the show. Several people froze on the spot, imagining what they would be like when facing such a great war. In the chat group, heated discussions have already started at this time. Tony Stark. This wave I stand Konoha. Although Marine is powerful, Konoha is the guard and has a great victory. Quote. Tony thinks about the incompetence of the army, and thinks about how he can fight against a group of terrorists alone. Therefore, he has more confidence in Konoha. Genos. At Tuo ni si take, Tony, is your brain broken? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this time Marine's combat power has completely beaten Konoha. Quote. That's it. You still stand Konoha, anyway first stand Marine. Closing parenthesis. Advertisement. And most people in the heavens and worlds are also on Marine's side. Without it, Marine's powerful aura at the moment was not comparable to Konoha, it was too powerful. One punch inside the world. Genos looked at Saitama and spoke excitedly. Teacher, in your opinion, who on earth can win? Saitama rubbed his head. I don't know, it should be Marine. He didn't give an exact answer, because even he couldn't be sure how many Konoha's methods were. Although Marine looks very strong. But in the real fight, there are too many variables. Shinigami World. Aizen looked at Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami below him. What do you think? Aizen's voice was very calm, and he couldn't hear the joy or anger. But because of this, Ichimaru Jin Tusen Kanami still dare not care about 643. The two thought about it carefully. Tusen Kanami spoke first. Master Aizen, I think Konoha will. Knight. Aizen in the main position raised his eyes slightly, and suddenly became interested. The entire heavens and worlds, most of them are now on Marine's side. You think Konoha will win? Why? Tusen Kanami said in a deep voice. Master Aizen, I think Wood may have whole cards that we can't see. Also, just hold it for one day, I think they should be able to do it. Tusen Kanami's words fell. On the throne, Aizen's laughter suddenly came. Don't believe in miracles all the time. A miracle itself is a miracle, and it is not a miracle if it happens. Hearing what Aizen said, Tusen Kanami's heart suddenly tightened. Aizen's consistent style, it is to crush the past horizontally with absolute strength. But he is now. But it is said that the weaker side will win, which of course will make Aizen unhappy. Then, Aizen looked at Ichimaru Jin again. What about Silver, what do you think? Ichimaru Jin smiled on his face. Master Aizen, I'm on Marine's side. On the throne, Aizen's plain laughter came again. Cold sweat suddenly appeared behind everyone below. Who knows, Aizen's laughter is joy or anger. Chapter 91 Auto-generated chapter title. 91. Konoha's follow-up lineup, reincarnate in the army. Under the gaze of the heavens and 10,000 realms looking forward to. Under the tension of Marine and Konoha, time passed quickly. Soon, an hour went quietly. Sengoku looked at his watch, then looked up. The golden barrier at the forefront of the moon-shaped port is slowly disappearing. The two skies are connected. The sea and the earth collide. The golden light dissipated completely. This miraculous scene of the ranking made the heavens and all realms a little shocked. In front of countless Marines, a scene of Konoha village appeared instantly. In the eyes of Konoha's countless ninjas, the magnificent naval headquarters also appeared. In the eyes of countless people in both worlds, the other's powerful lineup has officially appeared. The many ninjas in Konoha village feel the most. The moment naval headquarters appeared in front of them. Although there was no shouting, it was rushing towards the face. It is a powerful aura of iron and blood. This makes the big and small ninjas of Konoha village can't help changing their colors. Even Senju Hashirama, who was on the front line, had a solemn flash on his face. The momentum of naval headquarters is too tyrannical. As if the dragon was about to swallow them, he didn't leave any feelings. Watching the two worlds formally collide, the expectations of the heavens and the worlds boiled to a culmination. Sengoku picked up the phone worm and said loudly. Marine, the time has come to show our strength, destroy Konoha. Capture the battle flag, this is our mission, this battle must be won. Boom. The 50,000 army on the naval headquarters port screamed frantically, shaking the sky. There seemed to be tigers and wolves in the eyes of countless Marines, as if they were about to devour the group of ninjas on the opposite side. Seeing Marine's momentum, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Are you sure this is Marine? Not the pirate in that world. This look is too scary. Having seen countless battles, large and small, Jiraiya is still a little surprised. And under the shocked eyes of the heavens and the world. In front of the moon-shaped port of naval headquarters, 10 large warships moved forward. On each of the warships, a headquarter rear admiral is standing at this moment. The majestic vigor came to the surface. Some of Konoha's genin involuntarily took a half step back. Some of them have not even participated in any major battles, so they go directly to this battlefield, which is too reluctant for them. There were still some ninjas who had participated in the Third Ninja World War to stabilize their military spirit. The faces of Senju Hashirama and others are a bit ugly. This is only the first round of Marine, and the momentum is already so terrifying. Some genins are almost too much to bear. If this is the 50,000 army behind Marine rushing, Konoha's aura has not been directly defeated. Advertisement. Everyone looked ugly. If the military spirit is defeated, then this battle will not be fought. The most important thing in the battle between the two armies is confidence. Is the belief. At this time, Senju Hashirama patted his hands in front of him. Mu Tong girl. Later, Senju Hashirama's figure was lifted by a tree trunk and came to the center of Konoha's army. We have to believe that Konoha will never be destroyed. Even if Konoha is destroyed, there is still that sentence. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. My Konoha, against. The voice spread across the battlefield. Encouraged by Senju Hashirama, Chunin Genin barely stabilized his military spirit. Konoha, we must win. Jonin took Chunin and Chunin took Genin and roared in unison. Second Hokage Senju Tobarama, Konoha's white Fangya Hataki Shumo. One of Sanin Jiraiya, instant, Uchiha Shisui. Several people also came to the forefront of Konoha's army in an instant, sharing the pressure brought by that momentum for ordinary ninjas. Under the horrified eyes of the heavens and the world. Boom. The deafening sound roared. 10 of Marine's large warships slammed into the ground on the edge of Hokage's world. The guns on 10 warships are fired. However, Konoha's army was not aimed at. It's the sky, under Senju Hashirama's ugly face. 10 shells roared loudly. Martial Marine, the eyes of Sengoku of Buddha. At this time, he and Senju Hashirama looked at each other. Senju Hashirama understood for the first time what kind of opponent he was facing. The opponent's large-scale combat experience is really too much. It is directly crushing his lineup. Come up and destroy the aura of an ordinary ninja, how can you fight after this? But it hasn't waited for Senju Hashirama to respond. One person in naval headquarters moved again. One of naval headquarters 3 Admiral, Aokiji Kuzan. This marine admiral made its first appearance in the heavens and worlds. Moved. His figure is extremely fast. In an instant, he stood in the middle of the sea. Countless Marines looked at him with fierce eyes. That's Lord Admiral, Qingshang Admiral. Senju Hashirama frowned. What is he going to do? Advertisement. Next moment, the face of the heavens and 10,000 realms changed. Konoha's ninja army was even more shocked. Naruto, Shaolo, and the remaining 9 Xiaoqiang stood together as genin support troops. Sasuke was not with them because he had already disappeared. At this moment, seeing Aokiji's movements, little Sakura's eyes widened. Neji Byakugan had already opened, and the blue veins around his eye sockets appeared. When he opened Byakugan, his eyes narrowed. Chill. Horrible chill. Next moment, under the shocking eyes of everyone. Aokiji pressed one hand on the surface of the sea under him. The terrifying chill broke out, instantly spreading in all directions. The entire flowing sea was instantly frozen by Aokiji. Then, Aokiji's faint voice sounded in the ears of the people of the heavens and the world. Ice Age. Naruto's eyes widened. How can this be? He actually frozen the entire sea. Little Sakura and others are also crazy shocked. How could there be such a terrifying ability? He actually directly frozen the entire sea. Among genin, there was a lot of discussion. The faces of Senju Tobarama and others are even more ugly. Following this situation, it is too bad for Konoha. Fortunately, the next moment, behind Konoha, how is the king, there was a scream for killing. Pieces of ninja rushed towards this place. They each had a piece of wood growing on them, and they shouted one by one. Senju Hashirama narrowed his eyes and remembered Orochimaru asking him for a pot of blood. Could it be that? Senju Hashirama's eyes flickered. Did Orochimaru combine his cells with the rice soil reincarnation technique? Created such a group of undead army? Account. For his own cells, Senju Hashirama is very confident. That kind of recovery ability is currently unmatched in the ninja world. Seeing this group of troops rushing out from behind, Konoha's countless ninjas must be in their hearts. It should be said that Marine's 50,000 army suppressed their aura to death. Now, the momentum of the two sides is evenly matched. Sengoku on the opposite side also saw this scene and ordered in a deep voice. Marine officers, attack. FK. 50,000 Marine, stepping on the ice surface created by Qingshang, charged forward. Chapter 92, Auto-generated chapter title. 92, Hawkeye vs. Konoha's White Fang Teeth, the world's first large sword hose tough. Ground tremor. Ice crushing. The two sides shouting forward army assault. War imminent. Not the slightest courtesy. The two sides are to win this war. The Marine is even more vital forces must destroy Konoha as soon as possible. Otherwise after day, they lose. 50,000 troops advancing the front, and Earth-moving reincarnation of Konoha ninja army troops and war together. Earth style, fire style, wind style, water style, etc. unfolding. For a time, Marine army is now being jointly ninja army to suppress. Mainly, with Konoha shinobi's great, use Earth style siege side, the other side is not fire style, rushed down the watercourse. This allows ordinary Marine soldiers for a moment helpless. Sengoku see this scene, his face is slightly sank. Then, Marine combat capabilities of high-end party began to move forward. This is a. Sengoku did not want to delay the time to be rolling all the way past. Naval headquarters of 16 Vice Admiral joined the battle, which makes some of the Konoha ninja army collapse. Fortunately, Konoha Jonin who instantly on top. Although the department does not contain a live Vice Admiral, but they live in one of them is already sufficient. Now, the two sides it was only true high-end combat power never ends 643. Just 10 minutes of time, war has been to this point. This made the Heavens Wan border tremendous shock. And previous fighting ordinary entirely different. The two sides just a fight, the war has been close to white hot. Super God World. Angel Yan looked at this war, thinking eyes flashed. Naval headquarters party, may be more physical. But their kiba fit great. The shot numerous ninja, ordinary Marine soldiers into the film into fell down. Except Division Rear Admiral Vice Admiral and even shot, which can cause some problems for their ninja army. Spirit Cage World. Alexander, who looked at this war is also very shocking. Old, boss, this is amazing, right? High-level combat power both of them are not yet out, the war had already hit this point. Yes, lowly small summer bean eyes are also full of shock. It shares jagged air rage, her face had already been some white. And then, Bai Yuekui eyes of a condensate. Marine combat power of two high-end end up. Along with numerous community heavens one gazing strong. Admiral candidate, Momosugi T and two veins to move forward. Kiba here. Jiraiya, whose eyes instantly looked in the past. Advertisement. And the next moment, Jiraiya AJFD, stay stunned on the spot, somewhat stunned head. I go, he murmured, looking at that big legs Momosugi exaggeration of heaven defying. Waist leaving Jinsilo, Momosugi right hand on the hilt, before walking step by step. Her every step, the momentum will be stronger 1 point. T is, the body that ordinary momentum dissipated to nothing. Instead, terror is strong momentum. 2 step forward, face their Konoha shinobi who will take a step back. Finally, there is a war in Konoha Jonin found 2. Rushed up. Available at the moment. The battlefield is stagnant for a while. This name Jonin to be faster than inverted out. Across a blood line, hid in flight 100 meters away. Dolphin standing before T Momosugi body, and smiled. Gion, how? I did good, right? Momosugi face was calm, without the slightest ignores what he meant. Footsteps taken. Momosugi bypassed T-Vane, walked forward alone. Heavens Wan bound to see this scene, many people laughed. This is too funny Dolphin T-Bar. Quote. Ha ha ha, ah. But you do not look that ugly T-Dolphin, this strength, but really strong ah. Not wrong, then, that's a Konoha Jonin. Quote. Actually I was hit by him in an instant, this strength is too terrifying. While the chat group was discussing intensely, the faces of Senju Tobarama and others were even more ugly. Can't let her go on, our formation can't just collapse like this. Senju Tobarama said solemnly. The moment he and Hashirama went to war, there was a tacit understanding. Hashirama stabilized the military's mind and took control of the overall situation. And he is responsible for the actual strategic deployment. The two led Konoha in this way before. However, in most cases, as soon as Senju Hashirama came out, the opponent was directly frightened. Hataki took the initiative to ask Ying. Nadaime, let me go. Senju Tobarama nodded, his face serious. Hataki Sakumo's figure turned into a white light, and he swiftly moved towards Momosugi. Momosugi was walking forward with long legs. King Zero didn't even get out of the sheath. However, a group of ninjas nearby was shocked. The next moment, Momosugi's calm expression suddenly condensed his eyes. Jin Luo was out of the sheath instantly. A white light appeared in front of him. A long sword collided with a short sword in midair. Hataki Sakumo smiled slightly. No, just let you go on like this. It's Konoha's White Fang. It's Master White Fang. Advertisement. Countless Konoha shinobi were excited. Konoha's White Fang back then, but the strength surpassed Sannin's existence. Although Sannin has grown up now, it is not the same. However, the strength of Konoha's White Fang still cannot be underestimated. The weapons in the hands of the two touched several times in midair. Hataki Sakumo's swordsmanship is also extraordinary, relying on the advantage of speed. Momosugi was caught off guard and suppressed it. Momosugi's face was a little ugly, and she pulled away and backed slightly. Subsequently, Jingjing is terrifying. The pale pink sword aura was cleaved by him. Countless ninjas on the battlefield changed their colors instantly. Jiraiya and others were also staring. Ninja world, never before has this kind of kendo. Although some ninjas use swords, they have never had this kind of swordsmanship. Kendo in the Hokage world is too far away from the pirate world. Hatake Tsukumo's face changed slightly. However, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. Beaming flashed. He escaped the scary pale pink sword aura in an instant, and rushed directly in front of Momosuke. White Fang short sword swung again. Momosuke was caught off guard, and had to raise Jinsilo to resist. But she was also knocked into the air by Hatake Tsukumo in an instant. Almost back tens of meters. Dao Mian stabilized his figure and stood not far away again. Her clothes were a little embarrassed, and the righteous kick was cut open. Hatake Tsukumo smiled slightly. Sorry. Momosuke's face was a little ugly, and she was about to continue to fight White Fang. Can be the next moment. The entire battlefield suddenly fell silent. The sound of crisp footsteps sounded. Dover's eyes were full of surprise. Hey, you fellow, do you want to take it seriously? Jinbei narrowed his eyes even more, looking at the figure walking forward faintly, a little shocked. Shinigami whirled. Aizen raised his eyebrows slightly. The Hawkeye, which he valued somewhat, was about to take action. The battlefield was silent. The battle between Marine and Konoha shinobi stopped. The horrible sword intent gradually rose. The momentum was so heavy that they couldn't lift their hands. How could it be so scary? Who is it? Such a terrifying aura. Some genin who was close to Konoha were shivering directly. Even Marine, who is in the same camp as Hawkeye, has a cold sweat on his face. And Hatake Tsukumo also looked at Hawkeye. Momosuke's eyes were full of different colors, and he didn't expect this man to shoot directly. Seeing that his body is stronger than Momosuke, I don't know how many hidden eyes. Hatake's heart is extremely solemn. Chapter 93 Auto-generated chapter title. 93. Move the soil White Fang, the immortal body. As the eagle eye walked step by step, a pair of eagle-like eyes also stared at Hatake Tsukumo. A strong man in the Hokage world, come and compete with me in kendo. I am eager to communicate with Otherworld in kendo. Hawkeye sighed and squeezed the supreme sharp knife behind his back. Black Knife Knight. He Dao Yi lifted up slowly. The world is silent in an instant. Hatake's eyes were solemn. At this time, Momosuke's voice also came. The world's number. One swordsman Hawkeye Mahawk. Her words are also full of weight. As a great swordsman, her current goal in life is to surpass and defeat Hawkeye. But now I really see Hawkeye's shot. She knew that she was too far away. The entire heavens and worlds were also violently shaken by Momosuke's words. The world's largest swordsman. I'm going, is it so famous? Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Sha Do's eyes were full of shock. That Momosuke's sister is already very strong, and her aura is stronger than the oppressive feeling given to me by the king-level Polar Devourer. But this eagle eye, everyone took a breath. The world's largest swordsman. Bai Yuekui murmured, with a look of expectation in her eyes. Under the gaze of everyone in the heavens and worlds. Hawkeye's black knife slashed in the night. Slash with a sword. The world fades. A terrifying light green sword aura formed. Compared with Momosuke's pale pink sword energy, I don't know how many times it is stronger. The two are not at the same level of existence. The pale green sword energy was extremely fast, and it rushed to Hatake Tsukumo unstoppably. Hatake Tsukumo's face sank instantly, making it extremely difficult to look. With the sword of Momosuke just now, there is no problem with him avoiding it. There is no ninja within 100 meters of the two, so he doesn't need to worry. But at the moment, Hawkeye this sword, he can't hide. Once he hides, the many Konoha ordinary ninjas behind are gone. That terrifying aura soaring to the sky. Senju Hashirama's eyes were slightly cautious. This eagle eye is too strong. And seeing the sword of eagle eye, the heavens and all realms were crazy and shocked. Shinigami World. The 11th squad landed. Zaraki Kenpachi laughed, his body reacted. The scary golden Reiatsu soared into the sky. Advertisement. His fighting spirit has been ignited and he can't restrain it at all. Ha 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 ha, I, Zaraki Kenpachi, must fight you. Ha 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 ha, what a tyrannical sword intent. In the Zai Palace. Even Aizen's heart is full of great interest. This eagle eye, in terms of momentum alone, has surpassed his Ichimaru Jintusen Konami. In front of Hawkeye, the two might be completely defeated. Aizen smiled. The heavens and myriad worlds are really interesting. My road to conquer is still far away. Sighing, Aizen continued to look at Eagle Eye's sword energy. He is now a little curious about how Hatake Tsukumo would choose to resist. And under the gaze of the heavens and the world, Hatake Tsukumo did not choose to hide, but met this sword energy head on. Even Hawkeye's eyes are a little different. And Hatake Tsukumo's face was very calm, and he rushed towards the huge pale green sword energy. Crashed. The two collided, and the shocking fluctuations in the air were terrifying. Countless people's eyes widened. Angel Yan's eyes narrowed. That Hatake Tsukumo, is it defeated? Genos was also nervous in his eyes. The strength of this eagle eye is too terrifying. Spirit Pet World. Shonda and others were so shocked that they couldn't speak. This Hawkeye, this strength is too strong. This shot is too handsome. Male God. Shado waved her small fist and said excitedly. Oni-san Broken Star's eyes were full of shock. If I have that kind of swordsmanship, the extreme beast. Shonda has even imagined it. He picked up a long sword and slashed it forward. The eyes of several people Bui came. Do you think you are an eagle eye? With your sword, not only can the extreme devouring beast be smashed to death, you have to be eaten directly. Shonda's face was embarrassed, but my heart is still excited. Now I won't, I might do it in the future. At that time, you will have to hug my thigh. Shado made a face, which didn't mean to give Shonda any face. Marvel Universe. Iron Man Tony's face was also full of shock. He was thinking, wearing a battle armor, he would be split by that eagle eye sword, right? If there are Edmund alloys and vibrato, it can still be blocked by one block. If not, he is over. Kurosaki Ichigo in the Shinigami world was also shocked. This trick is like my crescent moon is rushing into the sky. Advertisement. 0. Look for flowers. However, this is too much stronger than my crescent sky, right? The two are not on the same dimension at all. Kurosaki Ichigo thought, carefully watching Hawkeye's shot. The pirate and Hokage world have been in a group for a long time. Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro's eyes were full of horror. The world's largest swordsman, is this the real strength of Hawkeye? Too strong, too strong. Zoro sighed, horrified in his heart. Although Sanji was also shocked, he was concerned. But it has always been Momosagi's long, heaven-defying legs. In the Hokage world, seeing the powerful marine, the whole ninja trembled. Oyumu and Luasha are even more fortunate. Fortunately, the first battle was Konoha. If they were replaced by them, Marine would have completely lost in the face of this time. Hawkeye alone, they may not be able to stop it. Not to mention, Marine is still standing with so many high-level combat powers who haven't taken a shot. The mid to low-level combat power is even more incomparable. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, pacifists are too strong. Even ordinary Jonin can't stop them. Battlefield. Hawkeye's sword energy gradually dissipated. Only a puff of smoke remained in place. Many Konoha shinobi people watched worriedly. If they had lost Konoha's white fang teeth at the beginning, their aura would collapse. Senju Tobirama did not worry at all. Instead, there was a smile in his eyes. In the smoke and dust, Konoha's white fang came out intact. This can't help making Hawkeye's eyes light up slightly. This person, obviously in his observation Haki, was struck by one of his swords. But, how can it be intact? Caution appeared in Hawkeye's eyes. Dracula Mahawk, let it go. Hitaki Sakumo smiled slightly. My name is Hitaki Sakumo. Without this body, I wouldn't really be qualified to fight you. Then, the two met again. But no matter how fast Beiming is, Hawkeye's big black knife has no dead ends at all. Hitaki was even suppressed by Hawkeye in all directions. Brush. Hitaki Sakumo's arm was directly cut off by him. But after a while, those two arms raced to recover. Hawkeye's eyes were slightly surprised. Immortal. Hitaki Sakumo smiled slightly, and the two kept fighting each other. What? Chapter 94, auto-generated chapter title. 94. Jiraiya was killed by the Empress in a flash. Seeing Hawkeye being dragged by Hitaki Shumo, Sengoku's face became ugly. He looked at 7 warlords of the sea not far in front of him. Everyone, do it. Sengoku's words rang in the ears of the 6. Dover laughed. Fufufufu. Several 7 warlords of the sea looked at each other. If they just stood and paddled like this, then Sengoku would certainly not spare them lightly. Thinking of this, Dover took the lead in a flash. Wearing a flamboyant pink feather coat, Dover rushed into the battlefield instantly. With a stroke of his hand, the bodies of several Konoha genin directly spread out. Dover's other hand controlled the 2 ninjas to fight inwardly. When Konoha saw this, many people shuddered and their scalp numb. Senju Tobirama frowned. Puppetry. And Akatsuki's Sasori in Akatsuki's organization also raised his brows. Can I control the galvanic even without chakra? Or directly control the living puppets by 6, 4, 3. Sasori's eyes gradually brightened. See Dover end. Moria laughed too. The shadow flashed, and Moria rushed directly into the ninja army. The fruit ability was activated, and the shadows of a group of ninjas were cut by it. The terrifying shadow fruit ability disturbed the battlefield. Jinbei also came to an end. Murloc Karate solves the reincarnation army of Chengtu one by one. As for the bear, he is even more exaggerated. Under everyone's eyes. The bear raised his hands, and a huge transparent bear paw was continuously compressed by it. What is he doing? What kind of ability is this? 10,000 realms are a bit shocked. The air cannon kept compressing. Compression. Compress again. Shado's face was pale. What the hell is this? Air. Shonda was also shocked. If you press this down again, it will explode, right? How could it be so scary? Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered. That pirate world seems to have all kinds of special abilities. Several people suddenly turned their eyes to Bai Yuekui. Boss, what do you mean? Broken Star's eyes brightened. Boss, what are you talking about is the vibration of Whitebeard, the magma of Akainu, the flash of Kizaru. Bai Yuekui nodded. Yes. In that world, these powerhouses seem to have special abilities. Advertisement. And this ability may be unique. Thinking that Akainu and others have only demonstrated one ability. Bai Yuekui gradually confirmed her guess in her heart. And she can think of it, the bigwigs of the heavens and the world can even think of it. Holy Guy Shaw's mouth curled up, or all kinds of magical abilities. It's really interesting. Aboard the Devil Queen. Morgana was also interested in watching the bear's movements. Analyze, how many times did he compress the air? The senior demons quickly started to calculate. The computing power of the Devil Queen is terrifying. The result was obtained in an instant. Atan rode. Queen, that piece of air was compressed 360 times by him. No, 720 times. 1,440 times. 2,880 times. 5,760 times. Ato's words were filled with shock. Morgana's eyes were full of interest. He looked at the transparent bear's paw that could burst at any time in his hands, and wanted to see the power of this trick very much. This kind of magical idea is really peculiar. The senior demon on the side said. It is conceivable to compress the air that has no power to such an extent. If it bursts, it will definitely not be less powerful than the fission reaction. Morgana nodded and continued to watch with interest. And the shocked voices of the demons came again. 11,520 times. Boom. In the picture, the bear pushed that compressed into a small bear's paw to Konoha's side. The faces of Senju Hashirama and others changed drastically. Senju Tobirama's figure flashed. It's just a matter of time. Used by Flying Thunder God. Boom. The earthquake trembled. The wave of horror swept across. A mountain not far away was instantly raised. Senju Tobirama's figure returned to the battlefield. He looked very ugly when he looked at the bear. This power is no less than Tailed Beast Bomb. Above, Sengoku and Senju Hashirama looked at each other across the battlefield. Both of them acted as the coach and the backbone. Without a last resort, the two can never end in person. Senju Hashirama's eyes were full of admiration for Sengoku. This person is worthy of the marine marshal of that world. It really turned war into art. Akatsuki within the organization. Deidara growled excitedly. Advertisement. Art. Art. Madara's pair of indifferent Rinnegan suddenly looked at him. But he still didn't realize it, watching excitedly. He wants to be on the battlefield, and he must be like a bear 1-0. See if it's his own, paid star, or the bear's air cannon. After getting off the court, the only woman in 7 warlords of the sea. The pirate empress, Boa Hancock also stepped forward step by step. With her move, most of the eyes on the battlefield were immediately gathered. The whole Hokage world was shocked. They have never seen the face of the empress. When I first saw it this time, the entire ninja world went crazy. In Konoha's lineup, Jiraiya was stunned. I go. There is such a beautiful woman. Jiraiya's eyes almost stared out. Looking at the empress, even if this is the battlefield at this moment, he should not expose his lustful nature. Should concentrate on the war with Marine. However, Jiraiya can't control herself anymore. Senju Hashirama's expression was slightly surprised for a moment, and he thought to himself. This girl is so beautiful. Compared with one of them, Konan and Terumi May are a bit eclipsed. Senju Hashirama sighed in his heart. And if Sarutobi Hiruzen is here, his eyes will definitely burst. The female emperor walked forward step by step, her legs under the cheongsam looming. High heels stepped on the ice. The sound of da-da rang. The whole audience was silent. Seeing the true face of the empress, many marine soldiers could no longer control themselves. This is because the empress didn't have the power to activate them, otherwise they would have been petrified a long time ago. As the empress walked forward, even the nearby reincarnation army was all petrified. Seeing this scene in 5.3, Jiraiya shook his head sternly. The figure flashed. Jiraiya came directly to the path of the empress. Empress Boa Hancock's face is cold and arrogant. Looking at the white-haired and greasy middle-aged man in front of him, his face was extremely proud. Jiraiya puts out a battle formation. The empress didn't bother to do anything with him. Feel free to shoot out a heart. The fruit ability is activated. Jiraiya's eyes turned into red hearts, and his body was completely petrified. Looking at Jiraiya, who was killed by the empress. Senju Hashirama. Am I special? Senju Tobirama. Am I special? Hatake Shumo. Am I special? The entire ninja world is speechless. The empress looked at Jiraiya and shook her head. Hey, another stinky man conquered by the charm of Ai's family. As soon as the female emperor spoke, the hearts of countless men in the heavens and worlds melted. They watched with enthusiasm, everyone was extremely excited. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your SU Chapter 95 auto-generated chapter title. 95. Jiraiya. I am so embarrassed to throw it at my grandma's house. Looking at Jiraiya, who was petrified by the empress, the heavens and all realms were a little speechless and shocked. This is so Jiraiya, not even them. Tony Stark. This Jiraiya. Shonda. I thought that I would be petrified instantly when I saw the empress, but it turned out to be true. Quote. Genos. That Jiraiya was completely petrified, which is too exaggerated. Quote. Is this my emperor's ability, or that Jiraiya's talent? Tony Stark. Nonsense, of course this is my emperor's ability. Quote. Looking at the petrified Jiraiya, all the heavens and worlds smiled on their faces. And in the battlefield, Senju Hashirama watched this scene without mentioning how speechless he was. Standing on the edge of the battlefield, Naruto and others, who had not formally entered the battle, were also shocked. There was an incredible color on Naruto's face. Hello, Dad's teacher, is this pervy sage? Little Sakura and others are looking sideways. He is the teacher of Master 4th generation. Naruto scratched his head. Dad, That's exactly what I told me. It is said that he still gave my name. Everyone's eyes showed different colors. This Lord Jiraiya, oh 9. And at this moment, Jiraiya, who was petrified by the Empress, slowly has a tendency to unpeel petrochemicals. When the Empress Hancock saw her, she immediately became interested. Naruto and others were also very excited. Look, Pervy Sage is about to untie the petrification. Xiao Li, Neji and others also patted their chests. What I said, Master 4th Generation's teacher is still one of Sanin's Jiraiya-sama, not so weak. Then, under the happy gaze of everyone, the Empress, Boa Hancock raised her head proudly. Feel the haki of Igia. Afterwards, I met Jiraiya who had just unlocked the petrochemical industry. The Empress standing in front of him showed a powerful king. Marine soldiers on the battlefield are all looking sideways. Kizaru's eyes shrank slightly. Conqueror's haki. This Empress is terrible, Kizaru shouted, without any serious intentions. On the other hand, Sengoku looked ugly. The reason why he didn't use Conqueror's haki was because the scope of this trick was too wide. When the army was at war, even he could not guarantee that he would not accidentally injure his own people. But this Empress, Hitaki Tsukumo and others were looking at him instantly. Advertisement. The same aura as Whitebeard. Senju Hashirama condensed his eyebrows. See you, Jiraiya who just unlocked the petrochemical ability of the Empress. He saw Hancock exuding the power of the king, proudly like a real Empress. The whole person was petrified again in an instant. Senju Hashirama, Naruto, and next, all the fighting army around the Empress in the battlefield stopped. Their eyes were wide open, and their spirits seemed to be struck by a tsunami. Boom, boom. The sound of falling to the ground is endless. The female emperor is a blockbuster on Monday. Whether Marine or Konoha shinobi. Everyone fainted to the ground. And the only ones who can barely hold on are those who are strong above Marine Rear Admiral. With Konoha, the strong above Jonin. Most of the rest, even Chunin could not bear it. Senju Hashirama's face became more and more ugly. In this battle, he may be forced to end very early. And when the heavens and the world saw the Empress's Conqueror's haki, they were all a little shocked. Shinigami world. Aizen raised his eyebrows. This kind of power of nihility shaping, I don't know who is stronger than Reiatsu. Super God world. Angel Yan, Juxin, Lingxi and other guarding angels were staring. The scene just now was too shocking. For them, the Conqueror's haki of the Empress is far more shocking than her peerless appearance. Even the angel was silent when he was cold. Wang's qualifications. How can this be? Holy Gai Sha and Hexi's faces changed slightly. Angel Yan's eyes fixed on the Empress Hancock. Queen Gai Sha, how can a surface civilization be born a king? Angel Yan's words were full of shock. In her opinion, this scene was too shocking. Since Gai Sha took over the huge angel civilization, only 3 kings have been born. King of Angels, Holy Gai Sha. Heavenly King, Hexi. King of Apocalypse, Cold Ice. When these 3 kings are present together, it is called the Age of 3 Kings. How prospered the angel civilization back then. And until now, Morgana has fallen into the Devil King for so many years. Angel civilization has never given birth to a king. Advertisement. Holy Gai Sha and Heavenly King Hexi also felt a little shake in their hearts. Yan is the future angel king appointed by Gai Sha. But now Yan can only be said to have the qualifications of the king. Whether she can become a king or not depends on her. And Gai Sha has a foreboding that if there is no ranking, she may be offline once. This led to an embarrassing situation in which the angel civilization did not have a new king to take over. Gai Sha even considered it. Before Yan grows up, look for another king to lead the angel civilization. That person is Enacid. However, Enid only has the qualifications of a king. But now, the Empress Hancock has revealed the supreme power of the king. That kind of king haki is almost catching up with Gai Sha when she was young. This made Gaisha's heart move slightly. Devil Queen. Seeing Hancock's Conqueror's haki, even Morgana's eyes widened slightly. King. Morgana's tone was filled with shock. What do their demons lack most? A new king. She herself has been fighting with angel civilization for so long, and 643 has already been somewhat powerless. This is why she is interested in Chiangwei. And now, Hancock completely shocked Morgana. Turning around, Morgana ordered. Pay close attention to this Empress Boa Hancock, I want all her information. If she can come to our world, then we the devil will have a chance. Morgana's eyes filled with excitement. In the battlefield. The shouting and killing stopped for a long time. It was the rebirth and transformation of Jiraiya, who was petrified in front of the Empress, that broke the quiet tranquility. Jiraiya relied on himself against the master of Shanshu Chakra, and it took a long time to get rid of this petrified state. At this moment, Jiraiya couldn't help but get serious. He no longer dared to look at the majestic face of the Empress. His eyes turned aside slightly. Jiraiya found out that most of the people still standing around the battlefield were watching him. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Shisui and others stared straight at him. This made Jiraiya's heart suddenly embarrassed. I'm so ashamed to throw it at Grandma's house. Jiraiya thought sadly in his heart. And the Empress Hancock didn't really mean to kill Jiraiya. She just wanted to find someone to paddle and finish the battle. After the battle, she will return to her own island of Nine Snake and be her empress. Seeing Jiraiya not daring to look directly at him, Hancock smiled slightly. Against, is it beautiful? Chapter 96 Auto-generated chapter title. 96. Two distinguished heavenly gods, Blackbeard anti-water. Jiraiya forced her gaze away from Hancock's face. But even so, his body felt a little stiff. The heavens and worlds are also accustomed to Jiraiya's lust. They think about it in another way. This changed you, can you bear it? Can you bear it? Watching the Empress petrify Jiraiya while waiting for him to break free from petrification, just playing with him like this. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. He also knew that this group of Shichibukai was unreliable. However, Sengoku wants them to play their best role. Turn your head slightly. Sengoku looked at the only 7 warlords of the sea who hadn't done anything. Blackbeard, are you trying to defy the orders of the world government? Sengoku's tone was very cold. Blackbeard laughed loudly when he heard it. Thief, ha 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 ha. I Blackbeard, of course I won't miss this battle. With that, Blackbeard rushed into the battlefield. And his dark fruit ability also caused a lot of trouble to Konoha. Senju Hashirama looked at the group of 7 warlords of the sea, his brows wrinkled and tightened. Although this group of people did not completely listen to Sengoku's words, they were also struggling to work hard. But, Genin Chunin don't think about it, facing these 7 people is the end of death. Even ordinary Jonin can't hold back these people's tricks. Senju Hashirama looked ugly and looked at his brother Tobarama. He knows. The 3 admiral on Marine's side did not move, his side is about to dispatch all the high-level combat power. Seeing Senju Hashirama's eyes, second Hokage Senju Tobarama also nodded. He understood what his brother meant. Immediately, he looked at Uchiha Shisui beside him. Shisui nodded. The battle cannot go on like this, he must also end. The shadow flashed. With blinking eyes, Shisui of 3 Tomo Sharingan rushed into the battlefield. Marine's side suddenly turned on their backs. Even the vice admiral of the headquarters failed to resist Shisui's illusion and attacked his own side. This is not the strongest illusion distinguished heavenly gods, but the most common Sharingan illusion. Shisui, who didn't have the slightest scruples, was terrifying. The name of instantaneous resounded throughout the battlefield. Soon, Shisui rushed to Blackbeard and confronted him. Blackbeard laughed, thief ha ha ha. Looking at Blackbeard, who is harmless to humans and animals, some bigwigs from the heavens and worlds are showing interest. Aizen suddenly felt that this Blackbeard was the same person as himself. The eyes under the black-rimmed glasses flickered. Advertisement. Aizen wanted to see what this Blackbeard did. Pirate World. Aboard the Moby DK. Whitebeard smashed the bottle. Teach. His heart is full of anger. Whitebeard pirates, you can do anything and you will be forgiven. However, the only one. Just don't hurt your companions. This Blackbeard Teach stayed on his boat for so many years. But not long ago, he killed Sachi. And captured Ace who was chasing him, and exchanged the position of 7 warlords of the sea with the world government. Not to mention how angry Whitebeard was. If it hadn't been for Blackbeard to hide well, he would have been found and scummed. The captains on the ship are also very excited. Ace's eyes widened, with hatred in his eyes. The roots of his teeth clenched. Blackbeard, Ace, this life will definitely catch you personally. When Marco saw Ace's appearance, he immediately reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Enter Red Force. Hongfa touched the 3 scars on his left eye with one hand, his eyes were extremely cautious. Blackbeard, Teach, Hokage World, in Otonan Village. Danzo looked at Uchiha Shisui's figure, and there was a slight pain in his right eye. Distinguished heavenly gods, the old man must make good use of this power. Akatsuki within the organization. Seeing Shisui's figure, Rong was also a little lost. Shisui, Lord Madara on the main seat also raised her eyebrows slightly. I am a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Does it also turn on Mangekyo Sharingan? Madara's eyes were full of interest, wanting to see how powerful Shisui really is. In the battlefield, Shisui's pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan looked at Blackbeard with caution. The person in front of him is by no means as simple as it seems. And Blackbeard continued to laugh at this time. These eyes are the same as those of Uchiha Madara. Can you use that trick? Blackbeard laughed, thief ha ha ha. I don't know, can my dark fruit ability be swallowed? As he spoke, Blackbeard's eyes gradually became greedy. If he swallows those eyes here, can he take it out? Blackbeard thought in his heart, a heart getting hotter and hotter. Uchiha Madara's ability makes him jealous. Advertisement. If he can use Susanoo, then attach a layer of dark fruit ability. That's just hanging up. Daddy Whitebeard is not an opponent in front of him. Blackbeard grinned, getting more and more greedy. Shisui didn't talk nonsense, and the instant technique was activated. The shadow flashed, and the long knife was out of its sheath. Flames burned on the long knife, and Shisui's figure instantly appeared in front of Blackbeard. But Hokage's physical skills are far too pirates. As soon as Blackbeard stretched out his hand, armament Haki directly blocked Shisui's long knife. Immediately, dark power emerged in his other hand, and he began to pull Shisui's figure. Blackbeard's trick has been tried repeatedly in Pirate World, and basically few people can escape. But in the Hokage world, body flicker technique exists. Shisui saw that it was not good, and suddenly pulled away and backed away. In the world of undead, he has long seen that most of the strong in Pirate World are good at physical skills. Just now, he just wanted to test whether there were exceptions. Blackbeard stared blankly. Thief ha ha ha, what a magical ninjutsu, a magical ability. As he said, Blackbeard was dark all over, six paths launching. Shisui's expression is calm and indifferent. He who had been attacked by Danzo was no longer the genius boy before. A pair of three Tomo Sharingan suddenly rotates and changes. Under Blackbeard's somewhat surprised gaze, the change Wong is good became a windmill. Lord Madara smiled slightly. Sure enough, Mangekyo was awakened. While Blackbeard was laughing, Shisui's right eye instantly released a bright golden light. The golden light instantly pulled Blackbeard into the illusion. Blackbeard's laughing face was frozen in place. After a while, puff, Blackbeard was half kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely. His face was very pale, and he looked at Shisui in amazement. Impossible. What kind of power is this? Account. Only he and Shisui knew what happened just now. How horrible it is, only Blackbeard has personally experienced it. Next moment, Shisui didn't give Blackbeard the slightest chance, and his left eye condensed again. The strongest illusion, distinguished heavenly gods, is launched. Moment. Blackbeard's eyes widened, and the expression on his face was shocked. Seeing this scene, the heavens and myriad worlds were shocked and lost. Chapter 97 Auto-generated chapter title. 97, On-the-spot repression. Garp be labeled Blackbeard dog. Pirate world. Red hair frowning. How strong Blackbeard's strength, only he knows. That is, he can hurt existence. Even the original strength are comparable with him. So many years passed, Blackbeard's strength is certainly more terror. But the moment, this is how the red-eye Blackbeard teenager to a face-to-face subdued. Even Blackbeard effect turn on the water, but that does not mean this, right? Aboard the Moby DK. Ace is also a large wrinkled brow. And Blackbeard had a fight, he is very clear now powerful Blackbeard. That is absolutely not less than Marine Admiral. And such Blackbeard, that moment was subdued red-eye kid. How can this be? Whitebeard pirates, everyone is shocked. They had strong attendance Ace Blackbeards. And they all know now Blackbeard has in mind would not be a man. But now, watching Shisui, some people speechless. Hokage world. Akatsuki within the organization. Even Madara Yi are slightly eyebrows. That's for Mangekyo. What is the capacity? Madara ability to use Shisui looked like, illusion great probability. But what magic can achieve this level? That Blackbeard can become the 7 warlords of the sea, 643 real force does not catch up with the strongest performance Hawkeye said. But it should not be too low. Or that Madara sinister vision of God. He instantly see Blackbeard's strength must not be too weak. Even this group of 7 warlords of the sea in the strongest presence. In spite of this, Blackbeard was Shisui moment uniforms. This is exactly what capacity. Sound Shinobi Village. Danzo wiped eye, mouth slightly tilt. After obtaining Shisui's right eye, he has never used this distinguished heavenly god's strongest illusion. With this now Shisui original owner showed him. Danzo more and more value for the distinguished heavenly gods. Be sure to this move, used wisely. Either let Senju Hashirama forever subservient to him. Either. Danzo thought of the holding arms arrogant Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. His one ambition had almost stifled. Dug in from the mind of God Senju Hashirama and Madara. Shinigami world. Shisui's ability to see, Aizen body under a number of strong also raised an eyebrow. Ichimaru Jin heart full of caution. This kid's red eye ability, turned out to be illusion. Followed Aizen around, even if he has not figured out the ability to Aizen, but also glimpse a little doorway. Aizen's Zanpakuto ability, the probability is great illusion. Ichimaru Jin quietly lift eye, he had Aizen on the throne. To see at this time of Aizen. Mouth curled interest is strong to the eyes of a pole. He really tempted, very interested in Shisui kind of magic power. Kyoka Suigetsu able to completely control other people's 5 senses, and red eye look at this boy. Seemingly, could not less than Kyoka Suigetsu awe. In some circles the heavens won different eyes. Battlefield Blackbeard grinning loudly. Immediately, he turned around to see the marine side. Shisui just recorded 2 gods do not take effect. The Ray Eye god succeeded in destroying the will of Blackbeards. The left eye distinguished heavenly gods to swoop will completely change Blackbeard. These together, just led Blackbeard successful defection. Blackbeard turned around and looked rushed to the marine party figure, Shisui slightly relieved. This time, his left eye has begun to blur. Fortunately, this is a reincarnation of earth-moving body, otherwise he would not bear directly. It will also be Blackbeard really powerful. Shisui just the right eye pupil force to launch ultimate, Kanken will Blackbeard will tear trace of cracks. In this way, his left eye distinguished heavenly gods in order to successfully modify Blackbeard will. This is also Blackbeard will not so firm. He serves as a year-round 25 Sai, who not only did not conqueror's hockey. Will is not so strong a Kainu Hawkeye firm. These conditions are all met, it created a god other Shisui success. War, and thus direct a turning point. After being changed will Shisui, Blackbeard full combat capability. First, according to the Moria friction directly on the ground. AJFD. Moria with screaming cries. Blackbeard, you happen than what this crazy. No matter how he may say, Blackbeard, laughing still to launch his attack. Dark fruit is also really horrible, Moria soon no strength to fight back. Dover, bears and other people stopped the hands of the fighting, not far from the theater to see. Regardless of Moria yell, they have not the slightest shot to help the meaning. Sengoku also found their strange here, suddenly brow slightly Yijo. You know, These 7 warlords of the sea unreliable. Advertisement. The outbreak of Blackbeard, the strength of the 4 emperors now even if not so terrible, a hint of a slight difference. Admiral level but still fighting force. This Shichibukai Moria of course bear little brother. Soon, he was Blackbeard direct shock to kill. Thief ha 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 ha. Blackbeard took Moria head, laughing. This entire battlefield when they are scared. Marine there actually have a personal defection. Surprising strength so powerful. Dover, who look a little shocked and ugly. This Blackbeard, the strength could be so strong. It has been no significant Mountain Dew, how to fight such a terrible. Even Sengoku was shocked. Blackbeard did not expect to actually have the strength to such a degree. Then a Lenovo dark fruit of all the rumors, Sengoku's eyes cannot help but become extremely cautious. Summary Blackbeard do enjoy ace, the transaction to Marine, to become 7 warlords of the sea. His various purposes. Thought for a moment, Sengoku eyes suddenly light up. Sengoku quickly turned around, to see to the side of Garp. Garp also at this time looked solemn, dignified Haki standing there. Before opening Sengoku, Garp nodded and understand the old man meant. Naturally, I'll go, I will Blackbeard repression. Sengoku nodded. Blackbeard so cannot let go downtown. Seeing it is imperative Konoha morale defeated, Marine morale must not be loose. Battlefield Blackbeard, just look to the Eyes Award candidate T-Dolphin. The ability to single-handedly dark fruit has been stuck. T-Dolphin alarmed, Blackbeard actually did not expect this time on his shot. Under caught off guard, the T will be Blackbeard in hand. Heaven's wand circles are very nervously watching. But the next moment. Boom. An air friction will have a powerful body of Mars come. Shisui eyes of a condensate, looking great changes not help. I saw the moment of Blackbeard, was wearing just a great stepping on your feet the whole body, he did not move. Garp serious face looking at Blackbeard under the body. Naturally, I cannot let you go on like this See Garp around Marine shot and instantly cause severe sensation. Garp Vice Admiral. Yes Garp Vice Admiral. Garp Vice Admiral shot. Kill law. Marine victory for us. Chapter 98 auto-generated chapter title. 98. Senju Hashirama personally ends. As soon as Garp came out, the Marine soldier's aura increased by a big margin. Senju Hashirama looked at this scene, his face changed slightly. The heavens and worlds did not expect that the prestige of this hero Garp in Marine is so high. Spirit Cage World. Shonda's face was full of weird. Boss, look, this Garp directly suppressed that Blackbeard. Is he so strong? I remember that battle between him and Pain was never as strong as it is now. Broken Star and the others also frowned, some of them couldn't figure out. Garp and Pain fought, although they crushed Pain in all directions. But in the end, he was caught off guard and was sealed by Pain and lost the battle. But now, the combat power that Garp showed was stronger than it was then. Shu Tong nodded cautiously. Yes, first thought this Marine hero, Iron Fist Garp was just a hero. But when I saw it just now, this Garp's strength is absolutely extraordinary. Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered too. You can be called a Marine hero. Maybe the strongest Marine is not Admiral, nor Marshal Sengoku. But, upon hearing Bai Yuekui's words, a look of horror flashed across the faces of several people. Shonda has been unable to restrain it. Boss, you mean? This Garp is so strong. Several people looked sideways at Garp at the same time, their eyes full of shock. And in the battlefield, Blackbeard had just taken off Moria's head in a short time. At this moment, he is being crushed crazily by Garp's pair of iron fists. Garp's pair of iron fists are covered with thick armament Haki. Black and bright, powerful and extraordinary. Seeing this scene, the heavens and all realms were shocked. In the Shinigami world, Soul Society 11th Division resident. Zaraki Kenpachi laughed wildly, his body's excitement almost reaching a peak. Ha 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 ha, this Garp is too strong. Too strong. I really want to fight you soon. Garp. Ha 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 ha. Iron Fist, worthy of Iron Fist. This world. Sato clenched his right fist slightly. This pair of Garp's iron fists is much better than him. If this is able to possess the strength of Garp, he will never be a hindrance again, right? Sato's eyes flashed the helpless look of himself and others, and a firm will could not help but emerge in his heart. Advertisement. If he could have the strength of Garp. Imaginary. Shinigami. Who is his opponent? Tutoring the world. Bai Lan smiled slightly. The ability of that red-eyed boy is like Mukuro. And this Garp is very strong. Bai Lan sighed, and the interest in her eyes became more intense. He has long been tired of playing parallel worlds. Now, maybe you can play the heavens and the world. Pirate world. Whitebeard laughed. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. As expected of Garp, this pair of iron fists are still as hard as they were back then. Thinking of Garp's pair of iron fists, Whitebeard's eyes flashed nostalgia. But at this time, he was full of blonde hair, making this scene a bit nondescript. Wanokuni Ghost Island. Kaido also roared furiously. Garp's pair of iron fists are hard enough. Lousy. It's been a long time since I had a meal. When Marine's battle is over, I have to go to Naval Headquarters. Kaido is a little excited. On the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami's eyes widened, and his soul trembled. Luffy, if I remember correctly, is that your grandpa? Luffy nodded. Ah, yeah, Brook, who joined later, said in surprise. Luffy, Marine hero, Tekken Garp is your grandpa. Late hoo 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 hoo. Zoro and others were also staring. Then Blackbeard was shocking enough. Can kill Moria so easily. But it was directly suppressed by Garp, and there was no way to fight back. This is also amazing. Hokage World. Cloud Country 4th Raikage's body trembled slightly. If he is said to be the most excited about that kind of battle, of course it is this kind of fistful battle. He himself is such a tired ninja. 4th Raikage suddenly had a trace of admiration for Garp. This Garp is simply the idol of their physical ninja. He also longed to have a battle with Garp, even though he is very likely not Garp's opponent. Advertisement. However, he was content with that battle. Akatsuki within the organization. Nagato's heart is full of luck. If in that battle, it wasn't that he had burst out all his pupil power and released superplanetary devastation. I am afraid that no matter what method he uses, Garp will be broken with one punch and one punch. Thinking of Garp's desperate iron fist again, Nagato sympathized with the current Blackbeard. 0. Look for flowers. As for the remaining two great nations in Ninja World. The country of the earth and the country of the wind. They were tremblingly watching Marine and Konoha fight. One side lamented the power of Marine, and the other side lamented the power of Konoha. But until now, everyone has basically seen the power gap between the two sides. Overall, Marine's victory is even greater. Marine 3 Admiral and Marshal Sengoku have not done anything yet, and the occupation has already reached this point. Konoha Shinobi is struggling to support, and there is a tendency to gradually lose support. Although Konoha also has high-level combat power that has never been dispatched. However, after all the combat power of both sides have ended, there will not be a big difference between the situation and the current situation. It depends on how long Konoha can last. In the battlefield. Senju Hashirama watched Marine's advancing situation, and his heart gradually sank. He knew that Konoha would never go on like this. Otherwise, Marine's victory will be established. Senju Hashirama raised his eyes again and looked at Sengoku, who was far away from him. And Sengoku is not easy at this time. The battle between the two sides has lasted almost 3 hours. Marine only has 1 day, 24 hours. At present, they have not even been able to reach the core area of Konoha village, only fighting in the peripheral area. This made Sengoku a little anxious. But as Marshal Marine, he is the most impatient. Sengoku suppressed his desire to shoot and looked at Senju Hashirama on the opposite side. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in Konoha village. And Uzumaki Naruto who can be transformed into 9 tails. These 3 combat forces have not yet appeared, and he must bear his excitement. With a calm mind to ultimate, deploy this war. But Senju Hashirama, who was opposite, moved at this moment. With his hands in front of him, Senju Hashirama started wood style. Wooden Golem Jutsu, Wooden Golem Jutsu. In an instant, a wooden golem appeared behind Momosuke, T-Dolphin, 7 warlords of the sea and others. As soon as the wooden golem appeared, he had to reach out and grab them. Only the eagle eye was powerful, with quick eyes and quick hands, which cut the thick trunk behind with a single blow. But Doflamingo and Jinbei were caught directly by Senju Hashirama like a chicken. Seeing this scene, Sengoku couldn't help smiling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 99 Auto-generated chapter title. 99. Marine Large-Scale Battle Experience, the Resourceful General, Sengoku of Buddha. Seeing Senju Hashirama's hands, Akainu among the 3 admiral couldn't help it. Defeated by Senju Hashirama, he has not been convinced. I thought it was just the terrain, and the battlefield was too unfavorable for him. I wanted to find this place a long time ago. But Sengoku shook his head and said solemnly to Akainu. Your mission this time is to look for opportunities to pierce Konoha's defense as Marine's strongest spear. Hearing that, Akainu couldn't help resisting the urge to shoot. Nodding, Akainu's face is full of firmness. He will definitely go to regain the battle flag himself and lead Marine to victory. 3. The reason why Admiral hasn't done it yet. It's because Sengoku can't believe in 7 warlords of the sea. So, let 7 warlords of the sea go up first, and Admiral looks for opportunities to directly break through Konoha's defense. Although there are disagreements between the 3 admiral. But in this kind of matter, the 3 of them will still be folded into a 6, 4, 3 inches meeting. Sengoku finally gave a few words to Crane. After handing over the command to Crane, he jumped straight down. Boom. The Golden Buddha is born. Under the shocked eyes of the heavens and the world, Sengoku became the Golden Light Buddha. Boom. With a terrifying shock wave, Sengoku blasted Blackbeard directly out. Blackbeard, who had been suppressed by Garp for a long time, turned pale. Sengoku's palm directly hit Blackbeard hard. And even if his will is changed, Blackbeard is against the water. Still maintaining the heart of forbearance and low-key. After he was knocked into the air, he simply lay there and recovered. Afterwards, Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. Garp also stretched out his hand and directly tore off the justice behind him. The two looked at Senju Hashirama with scorching eyes. Their 2 marine legends are going to fight side by side again today. Ha 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 ha. Garp and Sengoku laughed. This scene was greatly shocked by the heavens and all realms. In the spirit cage world, a sip of water that Shonda had just drunk spurted out. Damn, this Marshal Sengoku is really a Buddha. His title, Sengoku of Buddha, is really right. Broken Star and others are also very shocked. The impact of the Golden Buddha on them is too strong. The powerful aura visible to the naked eye swept the quartet. Advertisement. Do's eyes were already full of stars. Uncle Sengoku is so strong. When this battle is over, I must ask him for advice. Uncle Sengoku, the golden body of the Buddha is so handsome. At this moment, even Bai Yuekui's eyes were a little shocked. The form of Sengoku, the big Buddha of the human fruit phantom beast system, is indeed bluffing. Super God World. A string of numbers flashed in Hexie's eyes. After a while, she smiled slightly, looked at Gai Sha and said, Queen Gai Sha, the martial Sengoku, used abilities that the world had never had before. Before, Whitebeard's strength was shaking, similar to an earthquake in nature. Akainu's ability is magma, and Kazaru's ability is shining. As for the golden lion, it should be able to float the objects it touches. These abilities are all derived from nature. But this martial Sengoku showed us another ability for the first time. Transfiguration, Buddha. Hexie's intellectual voice fell, and all the angels in the hall were all looking sideways. Hexie was worthy of King Tianji, and he analyzed so many things in an instant. Gai Sha raised her eyebrows too. Indeed, this Sengoku used the ability to transform into other creatures for the first time. Angel civilization is worthy of the king-level civilization in the universe. In a short time, most of the basic abilities of Pirate World were analyzed. This is because Hexie didn't fully disclose the information, and wanted Yan and others to exercise. Otherwise, Hecking can tell Conqueror's hockey. Because in her observation, this black substance is not only present in Garp. There are many naval headquarters Rear Admiral and Vice Admiral in use. This has already caused all kinds of speculations on the crane. I didn't say it, I was afraid Yan and others were too shocked. Aboard the Devil Queen, Morgana also spit out water. Her face was full of, are you kidding me, expressions. A Buddha, really sure you are not kidding me? After coming here for so many years, he has long known that among the group of human beliefs, one of them is Buddha. That Sun Wukong is also known as fighting and defeating the Buddha. The Peak Monkey King, but a stick wiped out the existence of Liang Star's entire fleet. Morgana became more and more strange to these heavens and worlds. The world's great wonders. The vastness of the heavens and myriad worlds is that they have everything. Battlefield. Watching Sengoku incarnate as a golden Buddha. Advertisement. And Garp also got away from the battle with Blackbeard. Senju Hashirama suddenly felt like he had been tricked. I saw that both Garp and Sengoku were staring at him. It seems that the two have been preparing for this scene, but I don't know how long. Senju Hashirama did not guess wrong. Sengoku had long planned to let himself and Garp deal with Senju Hashirama together. Not to be suppressed, but to prevent Senju Hashirama from being separated and disturbing other places. Marine only needs to accumulate this advantage at this moment. The result of the final victory will not change. Dover and others stood not far away, with some admiration in their eyes. As expected, Marshal Marine, known as the resourceful general, Sengoku. Everyone is a little admired. Sengoku's strategy is too strong. Konoha's side was suppressed to death. And at the moment. Headquarters at the rear of Konoha. Under the Hokage rock. Namikaze Minato was listening to the ninja, and his face was a little ugly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face also changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Shodai would end up personally so early. Namikaze Minato also nodded solemnly. Yes, listening to the report, Marine's combat power is too strong, and the pressure on first generation can be imagined. When several people heard about Marine's strong lineup, their hearts were very serious. They were not surprised to hear Senju Hashirama personally end the game. The battle is tense, and Konoha is now. Only Senju Hashirama can have that strength and save the situation. The next moment, another reporting ninja came to 5.3 again. There was news of Senju Hashirama and Garp Sengoku fighting. This moment made Namikaze Minato's face even more ugly. However, he could not go to the battlefield in person. Although he may be able to reverse a certain battle. But the rear will create an extremely empty situation. Look around. Namikaze Minato sighed and shook his head, resisting the urge to go to the front line. Compared to the front line, he is needed more here. That golden battle flag must not be lost. If he goes. Here are Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, Kakashi, Might Guy, and many Anbu. Together, these people are not enough for one Marine Admiral to fight. If the opponent comes with an Admiral, the battle flag is dangerous. Namikaze Minato frowned. Might Guy, who was guarding the battle flag next to him, also had a solemn expression. Chapter 100 Auto-generated chapter title. 100, Gilded Buddha, Tekken Garp vs True Several Thousand Hands. Might Guy, his face solemn, her heart is firmly with any case, should hold banners that idea. Kakashi aside this time to see him. Guy, you say, we can win it. Kakashi heard the words, Guy cannot help thinking about it. After a while, he shook his head, then nodded firmly. Kakashi, we Konoha, but also to win regardless. You and I, is the last line of defense. Desperate, must hold banners. Guy heard the words, Kakashi nodded cautiously. Guy, you and I desperate, but also hold banners. Two is one, the eyes are exposed firm intended. Frontline battlefield. Looking at Sengoku and Garp, Senju Hashirama sullen for the duo. Wood-style dancing, Tekken sharp, temple tough. After the victory of the resurrection Senju Hashirama is really strong. Garp and Sengoku together, just can suppressed Senju Hashirama it. Look at this scene, Whitebeard pirates in the world's eyes exposed careful. Hashirama, really strong. Oh 9 big ah. I have some expectations, you go in the world, and you are the pinnacle of a war. Whitebeard now some cannot wait, that want to use their own opportunities, to the Hokage Senju Hashirama world and a war. But, now he cannot go. Leaderboard rewards no head no tail. I can only say that the opportunity to go to other worlds once. I did not say that this package does not include the opportunity to return to the pirate world. If not, that he had no place to cry she went. He's gone, and if these sons how to do something. Among the forbearance sector, sound forbearance village Danzo become eager eyes again. If he's distinguished heavenly gods can control Senju Hashirama, allowed to surrender on their own. He is definitely a big prophet this distinguished heavenly gods used. Danzo heart-longing eyes gradually become blazing. Orochimaru in Konoha village is even more excited. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, said to be his most eager body will not be excessive. Not only has that unique akabia, more unmatched recovery capabilities. Senju Hashirama alive, is that there is almost immortal. Combat power is also very strong, the current forbearance sector will only be able to confront Madara. If he got Senju Hashirama Orochimaru's body, that forbearance is not bound to go sideways. Who else can stop him doing experiments? Advertisement. Licking lips, saliva pull along Orochimaru suddenly a Ji-Ling. Pressure of cross god, he cannot help but fearful. He even dared to move thought to Senju Hashirama body. Not afraid of eating arsenic old birthday, special real life it too long. Orochimaru shook his head, greed by durability heart. Desire, our need to control. Akatsuki within the organization. Madara watched the battle garp Sengoku Lord of Senju Hashirama, haha cannot help laughing. Hassie hot mom, your combat power or the year so strong ah. Forces such as the list of things settled, I must go to Konoha, good to experience your true several thousand hands. Ha 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 ha, Hassie freaky, Kakuzu below the face with horror. He was too fortunate, then Senju Hashirama did him in for the kill. If at the time of Senju Hashirama tried to kill him, 100 mania him run away. The gap is too big. Soil of the country Ono would face as cold sweat clouds. Forces standings war too horrible. World War II combat power than the list of terror almost several times. It had it been allowed to Konoha or Marine on the soil of the country. They are not a rival ah. They replaced the soil of the country rock shinobi village, I'm afraid 1 hour, they were completely defeated. Konoha and Marine have too much high-level combat power. Onoki was shocked. He was thinking about how to fight that battle when he went to Rock Shinobi Village to participate in the battle. There are 5 games to play in the power list. This is doomed. Ninja World, the 5 great nations will all fight once. Onoki's face was full of sadness. He must wait and wait for the last battle before joining the war. At least, the odds of winning like that are much greater. Wind Country Sunagaker, Cage Rasa and Onoki's ideas coincide. Both of them thought, wait until the end of the power list, then take their own ninja village to participate in the battle. Otherwise, the first few forces in this pirate world must be very strong. Marine and Konoha have fought, so we ruled it out. But then there is the Whitebeard pirates. When they met Whitebeard, Sunagaker still lost, and they didn't get the slightest benefit. In the battlefield, the battle between Senju Hashirama and the 3 of them has gradually become fierce. He had already slapped his hands and entered Sage mode. The 2 sides confronted each other. Garp and Sengoku stand side by side. Sengoku did not release Conqueror's Haki. But the 2 sides just stood like this, and the strongman's aura kept facing each other. Advertisement. This scene almost attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. On Garp's pair of iron fists, there is an extremely thick armament Haki. He almost used 99% of his strength. Above the iron fist, armament Haki even overflowed thickly. Before the fists danced, the fist-hunting wind screamed directly. Sengoku is also extremely exaggerated. The body of the Buddha is 6 or 7 meters tall. The white shock wave on both palms was terrifying. Feeling the strength of the 2 of them, Naruto, who was standing in the distance as a support unit, stared. Neji looked at Garp and Sengoku incredulously. Is that a human? This kind of strength as a god. Naruto was also an unstoppable shock. These 2 uncles, maybe anyone can suppress the 9 tails in my body. It's horrible, this kind of momentum. Tenten's eyes were bright at this time. Shodai moved. Senju Hashirama opposite Sengoku Garp with both hands 643 shot. The momentum of horror began to rise. The earth was trembling slightly, and there was a tendency to gradually lose its support. Sage art. Wood style true several thousand hands. Senju Hashirama roared angrily, clasping his hands together. There was a loud bang. A Senju Guanyin rose. Senju Hashirama is standing on the head of Guanyin, his eyes fixed on Sengoku and Garp. Seeing Senju Hashirama's powerful aura, the 2 of them couldn't help but sink. The resurrected Senju Hashirama is indeed stronger than before. This kind of prestige made them feel a little dignified just facing them. The 2 of them looked heavy and looked up at Senju Hashirama. Old man, today, we are going to fight together again. Garp said. Sengoku nodded. Yeah, Garp. Marine and the ninja on the battlefield were shocked long ago. They looked at the extremely powerful aura of true several thousand hands, and their hearts were terrified to the extreme. Doflamingo's eyes widened. Hello. Just kidding. Why is this thing completely different from what I saw when watching the game? Really feeling the huge pressure, Dover's arrogant face became serious. The heavens and myriad worlds also looked at it in shock. Little lowly Shadow patted her hands with her hands. Sage art. Wood style true several thousand hands. Chapter 101 Auto-generated chapter title. 101. 3 Admiral, join forces to advance, Konoha is unstoppable. On the battlefield, Sengoku and Garp have fought against Senju Hashirama. Both sides showed almost 100% strength. After the resurrection, Senju Hashirama is also really tough. It's different from the body that reincarnates. Right now, he will not lag behind when using any moves. The huge Senju Guanyin fought against the Golden Buddha and Garp's pair of iron fists. But the two marine veterans are not vegetarian either. When the two of them add up, even Whitebeard at the peak must deal with it carefully. And, Whitebeard can just remain undefeated. After all, Garp was the man who could run around after One Piece Roger. Looking at the fierce battle in the battlefield, the heavens and the realms were a little shocked. Sengoku and Garp work very well together. One is the main defense and the other is the main attack. Seeing the battle between the three of them, the heart of the 10,000 realm powerhouse gradually boiled. In this battle, the battle between high-level combat forces can set the stage for the battle. A confrontation between an army of ordinary marines and Konoha shinobi. In the end, it can't affect the situation in any way. The reason why this link is also arranged. It is also that both parties want to show their all-round power in the eyes of the heavens and the world. Sengoku teamed up with Garp and Senju Hashirama to fight on the side of the battlefield, and the 3 Admiral were not idle at this time. The 3 of them started to move. In the spirit cage world. Shonda's eyes lit up. Look, 3 Admiral moved. Hearing the voice of Shonda, all of them looked towards the battlefield. Bai Yuekui narrowed his eyes. Akainu raised his arms and turned into a huge red-gold magma fist. Meteor volcano. Boom, boom. Countless magma fists dyed the sky a fiery red. The ninja army suddenly turned on their backs. King's Wall. Water barrier. All defenses seemed so pale and weak in front of Meteor volcano. Some Konoha shinobi are already desperate. A genin knelt on the ground, watching his surrounding companions being swallowed by a giant fist of magma. The whole person had completely collapsed. This is a natural disaster. This is horrible. We, Konoha, can't win. On the battlefield, this sound spread rapidly between Genin and Chunin. No matter how the Jonin boosted their morale, the hearts of Genin and Chunin had completely collapsed. Advertisement. Everyone cried and lost their fighting spirit. Marine took advantage of the momentum and directly overwhelmed Konoha's momentum. The giant fists of magma landed one by one, knocking Konoha over. Of course, this kind of large-scale attack will accidentally hurt oneself. Some Marines were also burned to ashes under Akainu's move. But Akainu's complexion, who was standing not far away, didn't change at all. Still looking decisively release the terrifying lava. The iron and blood of Akainu was once again shown in the eyes of countless people in the heavens and worlds. Seeing this scene, Shonda couldn't help sucking in air. My idol, Akainu, is too iron and blood. Shadow's eyes widened too, a little unbelievable. Doesn't he care about the lives of ordinary marine soldiers? Such a large-scale attack, marine soldiers, deaths and injuries are inevitable. Shadow said, looking at Akainu with fear in her eyes. Broken Star and the others also frowned, although they lamented the power of Akainu. But he couldn't accept Akainu's disregard for the life and death of his subordinates. Aizen's eyes flickered in Shinigami's world. To achieve the goal, do you use any means? It's really like me. Aizen smiled. This scene did not arouse him the slightest feeling. And Konoha's undead reincarnation army of Chengtu also encountered Admiral Aokiji. Aokiji stood in front of them and shook his head. Ah la la, it's really troublesome. As he said, his hands were pressed on the ground. Ice Age. Taste. The terrifying chill spreads. Under the shocked eyes of the Konoha shinobi, Chengtu's reincarnation army was frozen for an instant. Most of them are ordinary Chunin, or Genin. Even if the rice soil reincarnated, it gave them unlimited chakra and immortal body. However, they still couldn't escape Aokiji's ice. The power of the Ice Age. But it can freeze the entire sea for as long as a week. See this scene. Hitsugaya Toshiro's face was solemn. Although his Daiguren Hirainmaru is as powerful as this Aokiji. But in terms of scope, Hirainmaru is much worse. He suddenly found the direction of his future development. As for Kizaru in 3 Admiral, under the gaze of the heavens and the world. The yellow ape flew over the Konoha shinobi in an instant. With a careless expression, Kizaru spoke lightly. Have you ever been beaten by the light? Bakichong Guyu. Advertisement. As he said, Kizaru opened his hands in front of him. The dazzling golden light is generated. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous golden lasers shot towards the ninja of Konoha below. Even Jonin can't stop or dodge this trick. Akainu's meteor volcano, they can still avoid some by virtue of speed. But Kizaru's 8-foot Jonguyu. That speed is completely beyond their ability to react. Konoha's formation and momentum were instantly destroyed by San Admiral. Looking at this scene, Naruto on the edge of the battlefield was a little bit uncontrollable. But Shikamaru stopped him. Master 4th generation said, you must use it on the blade, not recklessly. Think about it. Naruto gritted his teeth. Thinking of Kushina's figure, Naruto walked forward resolutely. Little Sakura wanted to stop him again, but Shikamaru stopped him. Let him go, at this time, he also needs to play. After speaking, Shikamaru sighed. It's time for us to join the battle. Several people nodded. Immediately, Konoha 11 Xiaoqiang rushed into the battlefield. Several people cooperate very tacitly. The school-level officers of naval headquarters are not their opponents. It has to be a few rear admiral, with the powerful armament hockey and marine 6 styles, to be able to play back and forth with a few people. Shikamaru and others are worthy of being the children of major families, and family secret arts are indeed powerful. Chunin, the average king of the king, is by no means an opponent in front of them. Together, even Jonin has to avoid his edge. And Naruto is also rushing towards the figure of San Admiral. The three Akainu at this time. They stood together and approached Konoha. Senju Hashirama is held back by Garp and Sengoku. Senju Tobarama, White Fang, Shisui and others were also battered by 7 warlords of the sea. This group of 7 warlords of the sea does not play cards according to the routine. Perhaps it was because of the desire to show off his strength in front of the interface of the world. Dover and others gradually became serious. This made Senju Tobarama and others unable to get out, to block the 3rd admiral. On the battlefield, the shouts from Marine's side shook the sky. Many headquarter vice admiral rear admiral's strength is strong, and Konoha has been defeated steadily. The pacifists' missed shots continued to roar. Ordinary Jonin can't stop the pacifists. Konoha's defeat is almost doomed. Stretch, Chapter 102, Auto-generated chapter title. 102. The almost one-sided trend, Marine is powerful. All the heavens and the world shook their heads as they watched Marine gradually marching towards victory. Tutoring the world. Bai Lan raised her eyebrows. This Marine is really powerful. If you remember correctly, they should just be the naval headquarters, right? Then if the entire Marine is added together, this strength. Even Bai Lan showed a smile on her face and became interested. There is also the pacifist, he is very interested in it. If you can get that technology, the defense weapon of his Mirufi or family can be upgraded to break through. Bai Lan looked forward to a battle with other world powerhouses. Sawada Tsunayoshi has long become boring for him. Bai Lan sighed. Will there be people like him in the heavens in all realms? Discuss the world, use sentient beings as pawns, and destroy the world as a game. Bai Lan smiled and continued to watch the battle. DC Universe. The Flash Barry is most concerned about is Admiral Kizaru. This is a person whom he values very much. Kizaru's speed made him look at him, and there was something he could learn from the various moves in the battle. The Superman's body in the metropolis was also a little excited. Although Superman is not good at fighting, he is also looking forward to this kind of battle. And this kind of pure battle, he still likes it very much. The two sides have no hatred, no grudges, and no settlement of interests. Just need a battle for no reason. Who can not love? The heart of every 660 powerhouse yearns for this pure battle. Superman imagined himself rushing into the battlefield and killing all quarters, and a smile appeared on his face. Master Batman is concerned about the pacifists. He is also somewhat interested in that kind of technology. If you can get a bunch of such pacifists, not to mention being able to do a big super, but it can also increase his strength a lot. In the future, the justice of Gotham City does not require Tenton to dispatch himself to defend it. Marvel Universe. Iron Man looked at the pacifist, and he was also very interested in his heart. If he could use that kind of laser cannon on his steel suit, the power would increase by more than a little bit. Tony was a little curious, what kind of genius was who invented this kind of war machine? Sure, he is a genius who is only a little bit lower than Tony, right? And Tony is interested in pacifists. Thanos, the overlord of the universe, is even more interested. But what he and Tony thought were very different. Tony wanted to put that kind of laser cannon on his steel suit. And Thanos, his ambition is bigger, reaching the sky. He even wanted to install this laser cannon on a battleship to make an interstellar main gun. Advertisement. The kind that smashes a planet in one shot. AJFD. Thanos showed a smile like an old father and continued to watch the battle. Although only 2 surface civilizations. But that kind of combat system is really interesting. Interested him very much. And Marines 10,000 Marshal Sengoku made the battle deployment nearly seamless. Konoha was calculated to death. This kind of character also makes Thanos look at him frequently. Assassin World. Seeing that the battle had become fierce, Azu was gradually agitated. Dabao, look at it, Marine is going to win. G. Dabao also nodded. This kind of degree of war, if it were not for rankings, we would never have seen it in our lifetime. G. Dabao sighed. If there is no leaderboard, their vision is still limited to a small island. Alpha also nodded, agreeing in his eyes. Yes, Dabao, the heavens and the world. Punch the world. Poros, the overlord of the universe, looked a little boring at this battle. Rubbish. Too rubbish. At this level, can't stop me from punching. Hurry up until my overlord Poros comes on stage, ha 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 ha. Poros laughed, only looking forward to the moment when he competed in the eyes of the heavens and the world. Contrary to him, Saitama is more serious. These heavens and myriad worlds are too big, I hope there are strong men who can fight me. Saitama sighed. He is so boring, so boring. He is going to have enough of such boring days. Inside the Shinigami world, Ichigo watched Hawkeye's battle intently. He is quickly learning the swordsmanship of Eagle Eye, and the powerful sword aura that his crescent sky exaggerates many times. Many captains in Soul Society also watched this battle intently. Byakuya Kuchiki's self-confidence was repeatedly crushed by the Akainu trio. He kept thinking about what level he would be if he were placed in the pirate world. And in his heart, the judgment for himself is, the lowest is also an admiral. But take a look now. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji are 3 admiral. Take any one out, he is not necessarily an opponent. This can't help but severely hit Byakuya Kuchiki's self-confidence. 3 admiral couldn't be beaten, not to mention the marine hero Garp and Marshal Sengoku. Advertisement. Garp can destroy all his Senbon Sakura blades with one punch. As for Sengoku, he could completely destroy his self-confidence with one palm. Among the many captains, the old monster Yamamoto can remain calm. The battle between the pirates and Hokage has not yet made him feel the pressure. There is no need to solve the cannibalism too, Shikai Ryujin Jaka is enough to deal with all the current pirates and Hokage's strong. Old Yamamoto smiled. It seems that his strength is still very strong among the heavens and myriad realms. Aizen in Zai Palace is even more confident. Kyoka Suigetsu open, no one can stop. And in the battlefield, 3. Admiral kept walking forward, with steady steps without any urgency. The 3 people with a body height of more than 3 meters are full of pressure. One genin on their way was wide-eyed, with cold sweat on his face. Big, Admiral, now, all ninjas in the Hokage world. I also know what the word Admiral actually means. Like countless pirates in Pirate World, they also began to feel frightened when they heard the name of Admiral. The genin's eyes widened. At this time, a jonin from Konoha village rushed over. Don't be afraid, the will of fire is still there, and 4th generation personally guards the battle flag. Even if we die, we must hold the line of defense. This battle Konoha will win. Jonin screamed and rushed to the Akainu trio. The corner of Kizaru's mouth flicked. Noisy, where's Jonin? It's terrible. As he said, Kizaru's right foot was already lifted, and the golden light continued to condense. The kick that was about to be kicked out at any time was shocking, and the previous genin trembled. Teacher. But I haven't waited for Kizaru to do it. Akainu, who was walking in the middle of the 3 admiral, directly raised his hand. The will of fire. Fire is no match for magma. I Sakazuki, I will destroy you Konoha by myself. Words fall. Akainu's right fist lifted, and terrifying lava erupted. Shijin giant fist instant. It penetrated the chest of that jonin. Teacher. Genin's eyes widened behind him, cold sweat dripping down. The jonin looked back at him. Guardian, will of fire. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. Chapter 103, auto-generated chapter title. 103, Konoha Genin, Naruto Ginseng. The jonin stared decisively, and while speaking, his body was thrown aside by Akainu. Aokiji shook his head. Ah la la, moth, why do you want to fight the fire again? No matter what the moth is, it's also a moth. Aokiji sighed, not understanding Jonin's death behavior. The genin student of Jonin not far away has completely collapsed. With cold sweat on his face, this genin stumbled towards the Akainu trio. I want revenge for the teacher. Where Konoha dances, fire, endlessly. He yelled and charged up. Looking at this genin, Xingshang shook his head again. Akainu was about to punch again with no expression on his face. But a dazzling golden light next to him was the first to kick it out. Sakazuki, I have been brewing for a long time. It's just that you preempted the one just now, but this one is no longer possible. Words fall. The body of that genin was penetrated by a golden light. The eyes of the heavens and all realms are tight. Spirit cage world. Little lowly Dudu wrapped her hands in front of her eyes, only daring to show a small slit to watch. Woo. 3 Admiral is too cold and ruthless, woohoo. That genin is about the same age as me, right? They can do it like that. Little lowly Shado's face was very ugly, and she was frightened pale by the momentum of the Akainu trio. Shonda, Broken Star and others also shook their heads. Bai Yu said coldly at this moment. Dudu, if he doesn't improve his strength, he will become a prey for the strong to play with. Let's see. As Bai Yuekui said, several people looked at the battlefield again. I saw it. Kizaru's kick did not hit the genin. It just penetrated past him, causing a shocking explosion behind the genin. But even so, the will of Shinobu under his name has been completely destroyed. He knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was filled with the joy of the rest of his life. And his eyes were even more sluggish, and he didn't have the slightest look anymore. The weak, he realized for the first time how cruel the battlefield really is. The enemy will not talk to you at all. Will only kill you by means of thunder. Of course, participating in this war may not be a bad thing. Being able to experience a real life and death in the battlefield is very helpful to his future ninja career. After all, the darkness in the ninja world is not much less than this battle. It's even worse. The battle between the 2 big ninja villages is even more indifferent. All the conspiracy methods came out. Bai Yuekui looked at Shado again. Advertisement. Now, do you know? It's like our battle with the extreme beast, they will show mercy to you because you are still young. Dudu's face instantly froze, and in her heart, a desire to become stronger also rose. Shonda and others were even more silent, with nothing to say. Super God World. Seeing the iron and blood scene of the Akainu trio, the angels did not react. The rise and fall of angel civilization 10,000 years. Under the leadership of Holy Geisha, they have experienced countless battles. The death of a comrade, the departure of a companion, the cruelty of the battlefield. These and so on, they have already experienced it firsthand. But, seeing Akainu's iron-blooded wrists, Angel Yan and others still looked a little serious. This is war. I don't know which guard angel it is, and he sighed. The faces of Angel Yan and others changed slightly again. In the battlefield, the Akainu trio didn't shoot at that genin again, but went straight past him and continued to move forward. But Na Shinobu sat where his name was, although cold sweat spread all over his face. The body was crushed by the momentum of the Akainu trio. But, he turned his head slowly. I can't let you pass. His tone was extremely firm, remembering the words of teacher Jonin when he died. Where Konoha dances, the fire is endless. Ah 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 ah. The genin roared and rushed to the three of them. Kizaru raised his eyebrows suddenly and shouted. It's a goodwill. Aokiji also shook his head slightly. A genin attack, he didn't even think of turning his head back. Akainu's face sank. No matter how strong the fighting spirit is, the ant is also an ant. Besides, you will completely annoy humans. Will you live well? As he said, Akainu turned his head, and the magma giant fist instantly blasted towards the famous Na Shinobu. Can be the next moment. Boom. A scene that surprised Akainu slightly appeared. Someone actually blocked his punch. The sight slowly moved down. I saw a little devil with yellow hair and blue eyes, looking at him seriously. And on his hands, there is an orange-red chakra. Akainu, who fought with Naruto once, couldn't recognize it. His face sank again. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, who blocked Akainu's punch, smiled slightly, his face extremely serious. He first looked at genin beside him. 0. Look for flowers. Advertisement. Although this genin showed fighting spirit, he was still frightened by Akainu's punch. Hey, you go and deal with other marine first, leave it to me here. Listening to Naruto's words, the genin nodded and ran away quickly. And Akainu's face sank again. When will a kid be able to save people under my hands? Kizaru raised his eyebrows even more. Ming, where is Namikaze Minato's son? Is he going to explode in that demon fox form again? Aokiji's face was calm. The three of them stared at Naruto. The pressure on Naruto instantly doubled. The aura of the three Marine Admiral, the pressure can be imagined. Any pirates, at the same time facing the three Admiral must be cautious. Super God World. Seeing Naruto on stage, Angel Yan raised his brows and couldn't help but curl up. The protagonist is out. Point 0. Hearing the playful voice of Angel Yan, Juxin, Lingxi and others all smiled. They have already analyzed Uzumaki Naruto. The son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato was treated like that after the death of the Namikaze Minato couple. But there is no Blacken, and since then he has embarked on the path of destroying the world. Instead, positive energy gushes out of him incredible, as if endless. This made Angel Yan and others see that this Naruto may have the protagonist's life. According to this person, Blacken is the ultimate boss. Without Blacken, there has always been positive energy, and that is the protagonist's fate. Angel Yan smiled. I don't know what surprise this protagonist can bring us this time. Lingxi and Shin also smiled. Sister Yan, don't laugh at that Naruto. The child is so young, it's good to be able to do it now. After all, the appearance of the rankings, but ignoring everything. What son of destiny, protagonist, lord of destiny? It won't work. Sister Yan, don't read your online novels. A few people heard the voice, and the many angels in the hall roared with laughter. The angel looked up proudly. In my opinion, this Naruto, no matter what, is not the opponent of 3 Admiral. With absolute strength, there will be no change in the result. It's like our justice trial. In the universe, how many civilizations can stop it? Hearing the cold words, everyone also shook their heads slightly. Really, under absolute strength, more than conspiracy and trickery are not working. Fighting spirit, belief, it's useless. What? Chapter 104, auto-generated chapter title. 104, Kizaru's Minato, extra jealous. The terrifying magma on Akainu erupts. He, whose fruit ability has been enhanced, has never shown his true strength in the eyes of the heavens and 10,000 realms. And now, Akainu's 2 pairs of giant magma fists have already blasted towards Naruto. The 2 Kizaru Aokiji on the side did not watch the show. Golden laser, blue ice. 3 attacks rushed towards Naruto at the same time. Facing the terrifying pressure on the 3 of them, Naruto's little face was full of stubbornness. Just let you know the new tricks my dad taught me. With that said, Naruto directly unlocked the seal of 9 tails in his body. The evil roar suddenly resounded across the battlefield. Uzumaki Naruto, are you going to let me out again? Ha 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 ha. 9 tails roared and was about to take out Naruto's body. And Naruto also allowed 9 tails to act recklessly at this time, and didn't mean to block it at all. This is exactly the tactic developed by Namikaze Minato and others. In just one day, it was impossible for Naruto to conquer 9 tails and learn the 9 tails chakra mode. So, then just release 9 tails directly and make a big battle. The huge 9 tails gradually poured out. On the face, they faced a terrorist attack by the Akainu trio. 3. Admiral's strength is also really strong. Don't give 9 tails any face. As soon as it appeared, it was blasted back tens of meters by 3 admiral moves. Seeing the huge Ninetales roaring, the 3 Akainu expressions were very calm. Marine, I have expected Ninetales a long time ago, how can there be no means to deal with it? The Momoshiki T-Dolphin fighting against Konoha's army burst out in an instant. Many Konoha Jonin have been cleaned up by them, and now they can't stop the many headquarters of Vice Admiral. As for the 2 of them, the task assigned by Sengoku at the beginning was to block Ninetales. Ninetales is still roaring at the Akainu trio. But over there, the 2 grand prize candidates rushed directly in front of them. Chi. The sharp pale pink sword aura was generated, and Momoshiki slashed at Ninetales with a single sword. The T-Dolphin is also shot directly. The 2 instantly attracted the attention of Ninetales. However, he was still full of anger at the Akainu trio, and wanted to rush forward. But the 2 grand prize candidates, Momoshiki T-Dolphin's ability is not vegetarian. Grand prize candidate, that is when Marine Admiral's position is missing, he can be directly promoted to Admiral's existence. Even if the strength is not as good as Admiral, it is slightly worse. But it is absolutely terrifying. The 2 teamed up, not to mention suppressing Ninetales, but there is no problem with it. Advertisement. Under the snarling eyes that Ninetales did not dare to, the Akainu trio continued to push toward Konoha. Seeing the perfect coordination and tactics of Marine, almost everyone in the world shook their heads. This battle may be difficult for Konoha. Thunder Country. The huge Raikage office is full of solemnity. Everyone frowned, watching the battle between Marine and Konoha. 4th Raikage said in a deep voice. In this battle, Konoha may have fallen into Marine's control from the beginning. Seeing the golden Buddha facing Senju Hashirama on the battlefield, 4th Raikage's eyes were full of caution. This Marine Marshal Sengoku is too good at large-scale operations. The eyes of Killer Bee, Samyi and others were even more heavy. If Konoha at this time is replaced by their Cloud Shinobi village, then Marine Marshal Sengoku and Hero Garp don't even have to shoot. 3 Admiral alone with 7 Warlords of the Sea and a group of Headquarters Vice Admiral, it is enough to flatten their Cloud Shinobi village. His Killer Bee is perfect. What about Jinchuriki? What about the 2-tailed Jinchuriki from Wooden Golem? Can you stop Marine Admiral? Can 4th Raikage stop Marine Admiral? The gap is too big. Several people were silent. Pirate world. If they are all such powerful forces, how should they fight in the Hokage world? Except for the Water Country and Rain Shinobi village led by Uchiha Madara, how do they fight the other major countries? 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki of Tonokuni is also very sad. Oh, I'm getting old. Onoki sighed. Suddenly there was a thought that he didn't want the country of Obito to join the war. To fight is to lose, and to not fight is to lose. Is that still playing? The country of wind. 4th Cage Luo Sha watched the battle between the 2 sides, with a look of helplessness in his eyes. He sighed repeatedly while shaking his head. In addition to the tail beast, Thunder Country has the powerful combat power of 4th Raikage. What do they have in the Kingdom of Wind? Except for one-tail Shuhei, his Wind Shadow can't do a 7 Warlords of the Sea. It's still fighting. What about People's Background Board? Rosha desires one thing now, and that is, the other big forces in Pirate World must be much weaker than Marine. Then they still have some opportunities. Don't despair them like Marine. In the battlefield, 3 admirals' footsteps are like broken bamboo, without a pause. 0. No one is their enemy along the way. Konoha couldn't resist it at all. Advertisement. Boom. Boom. Gradually, the 3 of them have approached Hokage Rock. Namikaze Minato had already learned about the frontline intelligence, and his expression was ugly, thinking carefully. He originally thought that Konoha's front line could block the time for half a day before finally letting people get here. But, only 5 or 6 hours have passed, and Marine's admiral has already advanced here. And, there are 3 more admiral coming. He originally thought that Senju Hashirama would put 1 at most. But now, 3 came unexpectedly, especially admiral. This makes Namikaze Minato feel a little urge to scold her. But Konoha's trump cards were all out, and he couldn't help it. Can only fight to the death. Namikaze Minato looked around. Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uzumaki Kushina are by his side. Namikaze Minato said solemnly, "We must hold on here. As long as we hold on, after a day, we will win." Namikaze Minato has complicated eyes. Although everyone here knows it. When the war situation is like this, the Mu side has no much hope, and can only persist by relying on a deadly battle. Fortunately, Konoha's high-level people were present, and their hearts were very firm and unshakable. Several people nodded. I'm going to hold that Admiral Kizaru. His speed is too fast, I must limit it. After Namikaze Minato said this sentence, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and others with some complexity. 5.3. Involved in 1 Kizaru, but there are 2 admiral. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen contain 2 admirals. Is this realistic? Fortunately, a black shadow flickered not far away. Shisui broke away from the front and rushed back to the rear to support. Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up. Shisui nodded, saying nothing. Master 4th generation, leave that Aokiji to me. Namikaze Minato nodded cautiously, and finally looked at Kakashi and Guy. Konoha, fight to the death. Golden light flashed. Namikaze Minato entered Kurama mode and rushed towards Kizaru. Shisui also flashed a black shadow, and the body flicker technique activated and rushed towards Aokiji. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face was full of emotion. Tsunade, Kushina, only we can deal with this Akainu. The two nodded at the same time. The three of them also stood in front of Akainu. Chapter 105 Auto-generated chapter title. 105. Sarutobi Hiruzen who became Akainu's background board. Seeing the golden light that came in front of him, Kizaru's eyebrows flashed with surprise. Namikaze Minato, my little brother is not fighting for your son this time. You won't use such terrible moves, right? Kizaru said cautiously. Last time Namikaze Minato's suicide play style gave him a bad impression. Facing Kizaru's mouth flower, Namikaze Minato smiled slightly. Although it is not for my son, I am Hokage from the village. Still, I need to go all out. Namikaze Minato said, with thanks to Nine Tails in his heart. In the resurrection that day, Namikaze Minato was supposed to fulfill the promise and release the yin attribute of Nine Tails. However, Nine Tails actively chose to stay in his body because of Namikaze Minato's personality charm. This surprised Namikaze Minato. Of course, it is more thanks to Nine Tails. Kurama, we are going to fight together again. The half of Namikaze Minato's face seems to have turned into Nine Tails with a yin attribute. Both nodded at the same time. Kizaru shook his head and battled Namikaze Minato. The last failure made Kizaru feel aggrieved. This time, he must find 09 back to the venue. Don't dare to be careless. Huang Yuan turned all the elements into full swing, and his speed reached ultimate. Between the two figures, the aftermath of the confrontation shook Hokage Rock to the rubble. Shisui met Aokiji. Aokiji shook his head. Ah la la, isn't it good to give up resistance? I have to be stubborn. Aokiji shook his head, and a huge ice bird flew towards Shisui. This has to impact on the body, not only the invasion of ice, but also the terrifying impact of the ice bird. But this is just a test of Aokiji's hand. Shisui looked at Aokiji's ice bird with a calm face. Then, under Aokiji's surprised eyes, the green chakra wraps Shisui and Susanoo uses it. Only the green skeleton has completely defended Aokiji's ice bird. Do you do that too? Aokiji thought of Susanoo from Uchiha Madara. Could it be that people with these eyes know how to do this? Aokiji's expression was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Shisui to be Susanoo too. Shisui didn't mean to explain to Aokiji. Incomplete body Susanoo is gradually improving. Shisui knew very well in his heart that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't stop Akainu for long. Therefore, he and Namikaze Minato must fight quickly. Then go to support Sarutobi Hiruzen and them. Otherwise, Konoha will lose. The huge green body Susanoo appeared. Advertisement. Shisui's combat power is full, and his pupil power is output endlessly. Aokiji's eyes have also become cautious. The green giant in front of him is not comparable to Susanoo summoned by Uchiha Madara. But it is definitely not much worse than Uchiha Madara. With a solemn expression, Aokiji gradually revealed his strength. And at this moment, the eyes of Guy and Kakashi, who guarded the battle flag close by, were also full of shock. A surging warfare came out of Guy's body. He looked at the strength of the three admiral, and couldn't help but want to shoot himself against Akainu. But, his task is to guard the battle flag, and he must not leave every step of the way. If he is gone and the battle flag is lost, Konoha will also lose. Kakashi's gaze was even more decisive. When others are there, the battle flag is there. If the battle flag is captured, there is only one possibility, that is, he fell first and was crushed to pieces.
In front of Akainu, Sarutobi Hiruzen 3 people. Sarutobi Hiruzen is wearing a samurai uniform and looks at Akainu firmly. My old man, I won't let you go any further. Tsunade and Kushina are also in fighting poses. Among them, Kushina's face was even more angry. It's you, beat my old mother's son like that, my old mother fights with you. When the enemy met, they were extremely jealous. Kushina looked at Akainu and remembered how Naruto was when Akainu was completely abused. How could she be able to bear it as a mother, but she was not impulsive either.
Right now, she and Tsunade are both under the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Maybe this is the only way to hold this Akainu. Wait until the support of Namikaze Minato and Shisui. Listen to Kushina's roar. Akainu sneered. Your son, is that Uzumaki Naruto? It's just a defeat. It doesn't matter if it is him, or his father Namikaze Minato, or your mother. It's all rubbish. As Akainu said, the magma gradually rose. But he didn't do it directly. After all, there is a third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of me. Sengoku is particularly emphasized. Hokage in Konoha village must be treated with caution. So Akainu did not take it lightly. As long as he can solve the 3 people in front of him, Zanchi will be at his fingertips. As for the 2 Jonin standing in front of the battle flag, Akainu never cared. Advertisement. Let me Sakazuki, see and see you Konoha's third Hokage. Seeing Akainu confronting the 3 of them, the heavens and all realms are faintly expecting. Among them, Shonda, which belongs to the spiritual cage world, is the most excited. Shado, Broken Star, boss, look at it. It's my idol, Akainu, he's going to face the third Hokage. Remember, this third Hokage is also known as the god of the ninja world, maybe it's on par with Senju Hashirama. I look forward to it. My idol, Akainu, has never really shown his strength since he improved. Shonda said, with expectations in his eyes. Bai Yuekui and the others also raised their eyes and looked at the few people on the battlefield earnestly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands are sealed in front of him. Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, 3 avatars of Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared around Akainu. As soon as the 3 clones appeared, they quickly began to seal. Tripartite seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. A barrier resembling a green pyramid has been formed. Akainu 660 looked at the green seal enchantment, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but cock slightly. He wanted to see what Sarutobi Hiruzen was doing. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands were sealed again. Summoning technique. A huge ape appeared behind him with a bang. We are going to fight together again. The monkey nodded, and then turned into a King Kong wishful stick. Seeing this scene, Morgana on the Demon Queen squirted out again. Otto, what did that Sarutobi Hiruzen just say? Wishful golden cudgel. Isn't that a weapon for fighting and defeating Buddha? Why does he have it too? Morgana was a little shocked, but he didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to have it too. Atuo shook his head. Queen, Sarutobi Hiruzen, this King Kong is called Ruibang. When Morgana heard it, she calmed down slightly. I was scared to death. I thought Sarutobi Hiruzen had anything to do with Monkey King. Everyone looked at the field again. Seeing Akainu, with red gold magma rising on his body, broke through the green barrier of Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant. Then, great eruption. The magma fist rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly. Under the gaze of expectation in the heavens and worlds. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so embarrassed that he had to block the wishful stick in front of him, and his figure flew upside down. In this scene, the heavens and all realms were shocked. Chapter 106 Auto-generated chapter title. 106 Ideographic, my Hokage is unqualified. Tsunade and Kushina couldn't help exclaiming. They did not expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be knocked into the air by Akainu in an instant. Akainu sneered, with a mocking smile on his face. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It turns out that you have this strength. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen who fell to the ground not far away, Akainu said coldly. I thought this movie might have the same strength as Senju Hashirama. No matter how bad it is, it will not be weaker than Namikaze Minato. But this just started fighting. Akainu found that the strength of this Sarutobi Hiruzen was too weak. It's not his enemy at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground and stood up. He looked at Akainu with a firm tone. Even if the old man dies, he won't let you pass. Teacher. Third generation. Tsunade and Kushina exclaimed at the same time. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were determined, and his hands quickly formed seals in front of him. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The huge great fireball blasted towards Akainu. Under the gaze of everyone, Akainu was successfully swallowed by flames. Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly. Did you make it? But the next moment, the magma skyrocketed due to the fire. Akainu walked out bathed in flames, like a flame Kun King. Then, you will die. 2 giant magma dogs instantly attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen. A terrifying heat wave is coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. In the spirit cage world, Shonda slapped his thigh and jumped straight up. Seeing Akainu bathing in the flame, like a flame Kun King, the admiration in his eyes can no longer be suppressed. My idol Akainu is so handsome too. With this strength, it's really strong. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen's brain is broken, using flames to fight magma. It doesn't make sense at all. Don't he know that magma can burn all the flames? Bai Yuekui's eyes were also full of thought. If Sarutobi Hiruzen has only this level, it would be too insulting to the name of Hokage. After all, whether Senju Hashirama or Namikaze Minato, the combat power of the two is so powerful, which played a decisive role in this battle. And second Hokage Senju Tobarama. He also blocked the 2 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei and Doflamingo alone on the front line. If third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen only has this level, then he really does not deserve to be this Hokage. Advertisement. In full view, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands quickly congealed, and he, known as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, is indeed fast. In a moment, he released several water-style ninjutsu one after another. But those water flows, but it only blocked the magma for a moment, and was evaporated by the red golden magma. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen as if he was a car with a praying man's arm, Akainu smiled disdainfully. I thought that this third Hokage was powerful, but he had to work hard. But unexpectedly, it was such a weak chicken. The magma in Akainu's hands continued to erupt, and he blasted towards Sarutobi Hiruzen without hesitation. The flames filled the sky in an instant. Kushina, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Might Guy all exclaimed. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood in front of them, didn't have the slightest retreat. He looked at the 2 magma vicious dogs that hit, with a peaceful smile on his face. Finally turned his head and glanced at Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled guiltily. Kushina Kawakyu. Kushina, who was standing not far away, looked hesitant. At this time, everyone has forgotten that this is a battlefield created by the rankings. Everyone has regarded this as a real war. No one thinks about resurrection after death. They all fight with the will to die. Hear Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice. Even when she learned about Naruto's various experiences and hated Sarutobi Hiruzen, her heart was slightly moved. Kushina nodded. Third generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. I'm sorry about Naruto. If I can do it again, I won't let you and Minato go to seal 9 tails. My Hokage is not qualified. After Sarutobi Hiruzen said these words, 2 magma dogs had swallowed him. Tsunade's eyes widened. Teacher. Kushina also trembled. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, although she still has resentment in her heart, most of it has disappeared. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is Hokage and thinks too much. Even if there is a mistake, it should not be completely denied. Just a few people stunned. I saw the magma flame in front of me gradually extinguished. An extremely unknown and deadly breath gradually emerged. Kushina's eyes widened. Third generation, you unexpectedly. The heavens and the worlds were also a little moved when they watched this scene. What is the old monkey doing? I don't know, it seems to be a kind of sealing technique. Look at that phantom, how come it makes me feel so infiltrating? Yeah, this kind of breath is too unknown. Someone can't help but speak in the chat group. Advertisement. They looked at the Shinigami phantom behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, and many people were shocked. And at the moment, the white Shinigami phantom had a short sword in his mouth and was staring at Akainu fiercely. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were determined, and an old and powerful voice came out. The ghouls are all sealed. Moment. Sad wailing sounded everywhere. The Shinigami phantom behind Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his arms and grabbed it towards Cheetah. Tsunade, Kushina and others are silent. Guy clenched his teeth even more. With a trembling body, he couldn't restrain the urge to shoot. But he also knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave his life in order to temporarily seal Akainu, the enemy. As long as Akainu is sealed, they will still have a chance in this battle. Namikaze Minato and Shisui have achieved initial results, and Kizaru and Aokiji are about to be suppressed. As long as they hold on, victory in this battle may not be impossible. Guy stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Master Third Generation. I will use my best to guard the battle flag. Guard Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked decisively. Akainu was suddenly caught by the Shinigami phantom in sight, and he was about to be sealed when he saw it. However, Akainu in Shinigami's hands did not change at all. Next moment, everyone's eyes widened and their faces were shocked. The Akainu that was caught by the Shinigami phantom suddenly turned into hot magma and dissipated. A terrifying red-gold flame emerged from Sarutobi Hiruzen. With great eruption, a magma arm of Akainu directly penetrated Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, Wang Wang's and Third Hokage bloodied. Minato and Shisui, who fought against Kizaru and Ioo, stopped one after another. Both turned their heads. Third Generation Project. Quote. Master Third Generation. Immediately, the two were silent, bursting out with all their strength. Kizaru was beaten up and bitterly by Namikaze Minato for a while. Little brother, be gentle. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose face was punched through the chest by Akainu, gradually calmed down. Admiral, really powerful. In that world, it is the happiness of the people to have you guarding justice. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, but the next moment his eyes froze. However, the old man must fight for the village with all his strength. Talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen burst out his last power. He saw Shinigami raise his hand again, and grab directly to Akainu in front of him. Akainu's eyes were wide open for a while, and there was a strong unbelievable meaning in his eyes. Moment. The Shinigami phantom swallowed the two directly. Not only Akainu, but also the vitality of Sarutobi Hiruzen is taken away. Stretch, Chapter 107, Auto-generated chapter title. 107. My eyes are splitting. Konoha's last line of defense, Might Guy. At the same time, the eyes of everyone in the heavens and worlds are fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Spirit Cage World. Everyone on the ground team was silent. In the last days, this kind of drama is often performed. Sometimes when encountering an overwhelming polar devourer, someone will take the initiative to stay behind. When several people looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, they all thought of their comrades who had died. Little lowly Summer Doe's eyes were slightly red and swollen. Although Grandpa Monkey has handled some things incorrectly, his love for Konoha cannot be ignored. The others also nodded. Shonda was also a little shocked at this time. I don't know, how is my idol Akainu? Little lowly Sha Do gave a fright. Mountain University, Grandpa Monkey has used the sealing technique of the same death. No matter how strong your idol Akainu is, it will not survive. Shonda still doesn't believe it. How could Akainu, who is so powerful, be sealed like this? Several people watched intently. Shinigami World. Aizen is not so cold about Sarutobi Hiruzen's will. But he is somewhat interested in the Shinigami in the Hokage world. After all, they are also called Shinigami. I don't know who is the real Shinigami against that Shinigami. On the battlefield, feeling the passing of Sarutobi Hiruzen's life, everyone blinked in an instant. 2 tears crossed Tsunade's eyes. Teacher, it turns out that your will has always been like this. It suddenly occurred to her that she waited for the story between San and Sarutobi Hiruzen. First Orochimaru betrayed, then he and Jiraiya left the village 661 after another. Sarutobi Hiruzen, an elderly Hokage, has suffered successive blows. Then, it was the Nine Tails chaos again. The young 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato died in battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen was forced to take the position again. Although he has been a Hokage for so many years, he failed to make any particularly commendable achievements. But it also consolidated the village without letting the village be weakened and swallowed by the other 4 major powers. Tsunade fell silent as he thought of this, and his eyes gradually became firm. Uzumaki Kushina on the side also felt this. She was silent, and gradually let go of her prejudice against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namikaze Minato, who fought Kizaru harder, even used the last suicide attack. But this time Kizaru is extremely cunning, how could he eat a second time after a loss once? The body has been elementalized and turned into light, dragging Namikaze Minato in this way. This leaves Minato with no solution. The green Suzuo transformed by Shisui also did his best, and chakra kept bombing out. In front of him, Aokiji was beaten to pieces. Might Guy and Kakashi stood in front of the battle flag, and their eyes gradually became extremely firm. Advertisement. Guy even recalled his childhood. He could not enter the ninja school because he could not learn ninjutsu and illusion. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen at the time, who wrote his name on the supplementary list. This gave him a chance to become the current Jonin Might Guy. Silently and firmly in his heart the idea of holding the battle flag, Guy's heart gradually sank. But when everyone thought that Akainu was sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, an iron-blooded and firm voice broke the silence. First, but Marine who enforces justice, how can I just fall here like this? Marine's victory still needs me to lay it out. Boom. A terrifying eruption of magma. Not far in front of Kushina and Tsunade, a red-gold lava figure suddenly appeared. Akainu walked out slowly, dressed in a great justice, lined with a dark red suit and a rose on his chest. With an ugly expression, Akainu looked back at Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Third Hokage, this is how you used all your strength to seal my 30% strength. Akainu smiled disdainfully. There was even a magma at hand, which directly swallowed Sarutobi Hiruzen's corpse. Tsunade's eyes widened, and the roots of his teeth trembled. Akainu, I am going to kill you. Mei Shin-nai was also stunned. She didn't expect it at all. Akainu, the powerful Marine Admiral, is not only dead, but 70% of his strength is left. What surprised her even more was that Akainu didn't even let go of Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. This Akainu is too cruel by nature. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Both of Namikaze Minato and Shisui's eyes were silent for a moment. However, the two of them lacked skills and had to concentrate on dealing with the enemy in front of them. The diamond-shaped 100 healings mark on Tsunade's forehead slowly disappeared. AJFD. Tsunade roared even more. 100 healings mark. Solution. Moment. With the marks all over his body, Tsunade waved a strange force fist and blasted directly towards Akainu. Seeing Tsunade's irresponsible behavior, Akainu's mouth once again conjured up a smile of disdain. The magma fist lifted up. A golden light glowed above the black gloves. Boom. There was a roar where the two met. The ground under the feet of the two of them began to wrinkle slightly, which could not support the terrifying force of the two. Tsunade, who fought against Akainu in person, was even more shocking. Just watched. But now, after Tsunade confronted Akainu himself, he realized how terrifying Akainu, Admiral, is. Not only is the power equal to the one who liberated 100 healings mark. Advertisement. The power of the scarlet golden magma above the fist burned her painfully. On this level, Akainu shook his head. Konoha, I will destroy it. Next moment, Tsunade's figure flew upside down. His right fist was burnt and scorched. This is still blessed by Baihao Technique's terrifying resilience. Otherwise, Tsunade's arm is unnecessary on the spot. The knocked-out Tsunade was not discouraged, and still reluctantly came to Akainu to fight. But Marine Admiral Sakazuki's strength is so desperate. Tsunade moved forward again and again, and was bombarded by Akainu again and again. The strength gap between the two sides is too great. Even with the high-speed regeneration of Baihao Technique, Tsunade could not stop Akainu's footsteps for a moment. Akainu, Marine Admiral, just walked forward step by step, unstoppable. Tsunade, who was bombarded again, gradually couldn't support it. The burden of Baihao Technique is huge, and the chakra consumed is even the Sea King. So far, she has been so excited that she has run out of oil. Kneeled not far away by Akainu, Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's burnt corpse and wept in despair. Guy's eyes are splitting, and he looks at Akainu with fire in his eyes. But he still couldn't move. If Tsunade and others can hold on for a second, Konoha has a little more chance of victory. When Tsunade fell, Kushina stood in front of Akainu. Walking step by step, Akainu's face was extremely firm. This situation, both of the other two Marine Admiral may hesitate for a while, because of Konoha's will. But, he is Akainu. He is Sakazuki. He wants to implement and stick to his absolute justice. Everything in front of him must be destroyed. Kushina also knew that she would not be able to stop Akainu's half-step if she did not explode her final strength. So, several chains appeared directly in her body. Kushina wanted to trap Akainu just like trapping Nine Tails. But Kushina didn't expect it. As soon as his chains strangled Akainu's body, the magma that he had completely turned into dissipated. The red-gold magma regenerated, and it was already behind Kushina. And her chest, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, was pierced by the giant magma fist. Kushina fell down with unwilling eyes. But she is the reincarnated body of Mewtwo and will not completely die. Everyone looked at Akainu in despair. This Marine Admiral is too powerful. Powerful makes people desperate. Chapter 108, Auto-generated chapter title. 108, Guy Wong. In the flag in fire at will. Heba looked at one tragic, the heavens wand circles are slightly moved. Super God World. Angel Huge Civilization. Even Street. Guy Lufthansa God and space-based Wong Hexi, the eyes are the two flash memories. Once. Angels and demons of war, and all sorts of the universe, the war of civilization. Angel has numerous casualties. Even Guy Lufthansa Guardian Angels are around for a crop of another crop. Not old retired, but died in battle. Lufthansa Sacred Guy shook his head. He Crane, for a long time, have not seen this level of war awe. Guy Lufthansa tone full of exclamation. A large hall angels also felt the heavy between those words. Crane he nodded. Guy Sha Queen, for so many years, the universe of countless civilizations rise and fall. We angel civilization, will eventually come here, we have been very good. Guy Shaw nodded slightly. Everyone is looking to continue this war. DC Universe. Sentimental Dwayne Barry suddenly a kind of feeling very strongly that Konoha win. But why did he want to win Kiba? Because Konoha sense of the will. So that he would have seen as the villain of the Marine forces. But the Marine will not firm it. Fulfill justice, this is the most strong will. Barry meditating, a time some think clearly. The heavens wan world many people will also because it shares leaves and moving. They suddenly want to seem weak Konoha to win this battle. But what is the reason? No one knows. Marine, do not deserve to win it. It has even chat group set off a wave of intense discussion. Kiba said there will, in respect of their win. Marine said there are powerful, but also have to win. The two sides split on their views, quarreling. The small mountain Yamato Lowly Peas is this one of them. Lowly small summer beans standing on this side of Konoha, Alexander criticism of madness. Fat man, you will see there are Konoha to what extent. Monkey grandpa laid down his life, Tsunade exhausted, Kushina was Akainu ripped, unable to move. This will not deserve to win it. I think in respect of Konoha win. Shaw Beans waving fists, looking to pull off Alexander said. And Alexander is also not to be outdone. Summer Beans, you say, Marine there is no will. That side of the pirates of the world, just on the sea entirely by them to guard. This conviction and the will, are not worthy to win. Do not compare will fire Konoha. That was just justice far better than everything. Two people to each other, and in compromising. Advertisement. But the two heated argument, but it will not affect the results of this war nothing. Akainu flowing hot magma body, strong flavor Megatron quartet. Lava dripping on the ground voice sounded. Heavens wan bound by everyone without exception scalp. Just looked kind of terror temperatures, their hearts will thrill more than. Personally feel this strong duo Guy and Kakashi is even more of. Kakashi's body trembling slightly, but he still could remain calm. Namikaze Minato Shisui and Cyan, respectively, against Kizaru Male, only one Admiral Akainu unstoppable. Kushina, Tsunade have been unable to fight another day. War front is tight. God Senju Hashirama forbearance sector also face Garp and Sengoku also increased the pressure, did not come to. The rest, not to mention it is drawn out of the rear support them. Right now, only he and Guy, the last line of defense. Kakashi eyes firmly, suddenly had a tactic. Watching Guy, Kakashi said a few words in his ear. Guy nodded. Kakashi, I believe you. Kakashi is also a firm nod. If his plan succeeds, at least, can Akainu trapped. As they have a chance Konoha party. Under the eye. Kakashi eye goggles off, the body begins to move toward the front. Akainu walked step by step, slowly rising momentum of the body also. And even if he was sealed by Sarutobi Hiruzen by sacrificing his life by 30% of his strength, his current strength is less than 70%. However, after the fruit's ability was improved, his combat power was much stronger than before. Even though he is less than 70% of his strength now, he is stronger than the previous Admiral Akainu. This also gave Akainu unparalleled confidence. He looked at the oncoming Kakashi, and his eyes were firm. Konoha village, I really admire it, there are countless mobs daring to fight the fire. I, Sakazuki, recognize you. Akainu walked step by step, and his words were a little serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave up his life to seal him, which really made him shake. But this did not affect himself. Seeing Kakashi approaching oncoming, Akainu didn't give him a chance at all. It was a great eruption shot in front of him, and he blasted at Kakashi. Kakashi did not expect that Akainu would attack without saying a word. Fortunately, he was prepared. Without the slightest movement, the original Kakashi was directly destroyed by Akainu with a punch. But that was just a shadow clone. Kakashi's true body ran out from the side, and the lightning-style Chidori in his hand screamed. Boom. Kakashi 1,000 birds were printed directly on Akainu's chest. But, without even using elementalization, Akainu blocked this move with armament haki alone. Are you tickling me? Boom. The terrifying red-gold magma erupted, Kakashi's eyes widened. Advertisement. But at this time, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye began to spin. This made Akainu instantly feel a strong sense of crisis. Not from observation haki. Because of Sharingan's pupil power, even observation haki couldn't fully perceive it. Especially the space system like Kakashi. While Kakashi looked at Akainu's condescending head, the corners of his mouth couldn't help smiling. Guy, the rest is up to you. As he said, Kakashi's left eye pupil suddenly exploded. The blood ran down the corner of his eye. However, the giant magma fist that hit him disappeared instantly. The terrifying Kamui is unstoppable, tearing the space with half of Akainu's body. At the same time, Admiral Kizaru and Aokiji looked sideways. 0. Sakazuki, was he killed? Huang Yuan was a little shocked in his eyes, and said in amazement. Aokiji's face is also a little solemn. Because at this moment, they can't feel the vitality in Akainu at all. Guy clenched his fists even more. Kakashi, great. Standing in front of Akainu, who had only the lower body, Kakashi smiled with all his strength. Monument. Kakashi's body fell to the ground, completely exhausted. Kakashi couldn't bear the tearing pain in his left eye. Just like that, it's so good to be dead, and to be able to come back to life anyway. Kakashi thought of it like this. But the next moment, a voice directly made Kakashi's eyes wide open. Konoha, really isn't immune to death. Xiaoqiang. Akainu's iron and blood voice sounded again. In an instant, Kakashi, Kushina, and Tsunade were almost desperate. This Akainu, immune to death. How to fight? Guy's eyes also condensed. He is already the last line of defense and must hold the battle flag. Akainu's body reunited and looked at Kakashi, who fell on the ground. Without attacking Kakashi, Akainu stepped past Kakashi and continued to walk towards the battle flag. He looked at Might Guy and said lightly, "You are the last Jonin, you can't stop me. Get out of the way." The indifferent voice pierced Guy's heart like a sword. He thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death again, and Tsunade, Kushina, and Kakashi fell to the ground one after another. Guy stepped forward, his eyes very serious. People at. The flag is here. The will of fire is here. Chapter 109 Auto-generated chapter title. 109, 8 Inner Gates Formation. Dead Gate. Looking at the stubborn Guy, Akainu shook his head. It's really troublesome. This ridiculous will. Might Guy also knows the power of Akainu. This is for the powerhouse far surpassing cage level. He must use all his strength to block it. Guy's eyes were serious. Behind it is the golden battle flag. So far, half a day has passed since the war. They Konoha only need to hold on for a long time to win this victory. Guy's heart is extremely firm. Master Third Hokage, Master Tsunade, Master Kushina, Kakashi. I will not let your efforts in vain, I will definitely hold the battle flag. Listening to Guy's words, the faces of the people who fell on the ground were firm. This is the will of fire. Thought of Namikaze Minato, who was fighting Kizaru inextricably. At the moment, although he suppressed the Nanghuang Yuan, he could not completely get rid of Kizaru. This led to the fact that he couldn't even support Might Guy. In this way, 6660 was dragged by Huang Yuan. Aokiji broke out with all his strength. Although Susanoo is strong, Xingqiang completely drags it down with elementalization. Everyone is waiting. Marine waited for Akainu to take Might Guy and take the battle flag. Konoha waits for Namikaze Minato and Shisui to get the results, or someone from the frontline battlefield rushes back to support. Everyone watched nervously. Namikaze Minato was even more silent in her heart. Guy, you must hold on. Under the eyes of everyone. Guy didn't feel cowardly towards Akainu, who was powerful and coerced step by step. He stared at Akainu stubbornly. My name is Might Guy, and I am Konoha's last line of defense. If the battle flag is captured, there is only one possibility, and that is that you pass over my body. The words were extremely firm, and Guy's words were full of seriousness. Many people in the heavens and worlds were moved by Guy's will. Pirate world. Whitebeard Edward Newgate laughed. Cool la la la. This guy, is he like the old man when he was young? But that magma imp is very strong. It can't be defeated by will. Whitebeard sighed. When he was young, he also had this kind of fighting spirit. It is this kind of fighting spirit that made him come all the way to the present. Walk on the strongest man in the world, walk on the legendary big pirate. Straw Hat Pirates. Nami and others all looked sideways at Luffy. This guy is no different from Luffy, who sacrificed his life to protect them. It really is exactly the same. This moved Nami and others very much. Especially Robin. In the Enies lobby incident, she was rescued by Luffy and her partners by this will. Advertisement. So looking at Guy's will, Robin was even more moved. Super God World. The faces of Angel Yan, Juxin and others hesitated. Such a strong fighting spirit, that Konoha village, really cannot be underestimated. Ling Shi's words sounded. The cooling on the side was a cold snort. I think it's just the last wailing of a group of ants. When the power gap is too great, no matter how strong the will is, it will be destroyed. Leng arrogantly said, because she has experienced something like that before. Companions and comrades in arms died one by one. And she herself can only hide in the corner shivering. Finally rescued by his companions. That kind of powerlessness can only be experienced by herself. Everyone also knew about cold urine, so they didn't pay attention to her at all. Spirit Cage World. Bai Yuekui's face fluctuated slightly for a moment. Really a strong will. I just don't know, can this will explode enough to defeat Akainu's power? Bai Yuekui shook his head. The possibility is very small. Shinigami World. Aizen on the throne raised an eyebrow.
It's really interesting. Will, is there anyone who believes in this illusory thing? Only strength is the kingly way, Aizen said. His heart didn't care about any will. But he didn't know that he would be severely crushed by Kurosaki Ichigo's will in the future. In the end, he was completely defeated because of that will. Inside Soul Society. Rukia Kuchiki, who had been imprisoned, had tears in her eyes. Ichigo, will you come to save me? Thinking of Ichigo, who would only be brainless and reckless, Rukia felt helpless in her heart. I'm afraid he doesn't know that he will be executed soon, right? Rukia looked at the ceiling above her head, her face full of nostalgia for Ichigo. And under the gaze of the heavens and the world,
Guy looked at Akainu with a firm face. 8 inner gates. 6th gate, King Gate, open. Guy yelled. The hair stands upright, and the green chakra wraps Guy's body. An aura that looked like an ancient fierce demon god gradually awakened. Akainu raised an eyebrow. Some kind of secret technique that explodes with full strength? It's still some kind of forbidden technique. The heavens and 10,000 realms looked forward to this scene. This guy can actually explode. This makes everyone look forward to it. They look forward to the scene where Guy beats Akainu violently. Next moment, the guy in front of Akainu disappears directly zero. Advertisement. His eyes narrowed. Before his eyes could react, observation hockey had already warned him. Akainu's eyes were filled with shock that could not be concealed, and he raised his arm to block it. Boom. No lag. Akainu's figure was directly blown away. As the magma scattered, Akainu's figure reunited. Not bad speed and strength, but unfortunately, you can't hurt me. Akainu said lightly, and once again hit the supersonic figure in front of him with a punch. Boom. The two fists touched each other. The shock wave of horror exploded in an instant. This scene made the eyes of countless powerhouses in the heavens and thousands of realms slightly widened. This guy was so powerful after the outbreak. Punch the world. Genos learns decently. 8 inner gates. 6th gate, King Gate, open. Saitama's eyes are also slightly solemn. This Akainu, it seems that it is not very easy to deal with. That kind of elemental ability, even his Saitama is a bit tricky. Guy, who drove the 6th gate in a row, was so strong that he was able to fight back and forth against Akainu. Akainu's roar and Guy's roar rang together. There was a constant roar between the two. Kakashi and others have already been shaken off by the aftermath of their confrontation. Guy and Akainu face each other, his heart is getting heavier and heavier. Toward the peacock, Guy yelled. The whole green chakra collection. Mixed with fire, a punch that looked like a peacock opened its screen and blasted towards Akainu. It's a good power. Akainu shouted in a low voice, and then fisted to meet him. This level of strength is not enough for him to evade. The magma scattered, the aftermath madly swept all around. Guy stood on 5.3 and panted slightly, his heart darkened. At 6th gate, King Gate cannot destroy Akainu at all. Guy's heart gradually boiled. 8 inner gates, 7th gate, start the door, open. Boom. Under the gaze of Akainu's shocked eyes, Konoha's blue beast, the 7th gate might Guy appears. Akainu was completely suppressed by Guy's physical skills in an instant. But even if Guy used all the ultimate goddess of the 7th gate, he still couldn't cause any substantial damage to Akainu. That elemental ability is too buggy. Guy stood there, blue steam rising all over his body. Father, I inherited your will of fire. Guy said lightly in his heart. Immediately, his complexion became extremely firm. In his eyes, there is only the enemy, Akainu, and the goal of victory. 8 inner gates formation. The 8th gate, dead door, open, chapter 110, auto-generated chapter title. 110, 8 gate Guy Wong, the heavens shook. Guy looked at the trend of the 8 gate open, the entire Heavens Wand community is boiling off. God knows Madara within the organization directly stood up. Among his eyes had not hide the shock. 8 inner gates, this esoteric body surgery he heard, but never thought of it first 8 gate turned out to be so strong. Just the first 7th gate have been able to completely suppress the Akainu. Although not much can cause substantial damage to Akainu, that element capability is too heaven-defying. However, it has also completely suppressed Akainu, he played naked force. But now, Guy actually began 8 gate. This is the first 8 gate, just how strong. Feeling the sense of momentum, even at the moment have Rinnegan inner classes are full of shock. Too strong. In front of Guy, momentum has been completely over him. He and a Hashirama any person, in front of Guy 8 gate are decidedly not rivals. Start Konan Obito, who was full of shock. They also had losses before the invasion of Konoha plan to seize Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This special what if the go, Guy Wong is not to educate fiercely. We do not have the first 8 gate, the first door 09 7th gate scared enough to rolling them knows the full organization. What a lucky few people now, fortunate to have appeared charts. If rankings did not appear, they go to the invasion of Konoha. Even if the organization knows full out, you cannot escape a miserable fate. Pirate World. Whitebeard on Moby no looking stunned. Among his eyes full of horror, this momentum, no less than the captain that year, Enter Red Force. Red hairs and in one hand, his eyes full of dismay. This momentum should be more horrible than Captain Roger and Whitebeard Red hair sigh, the crew was already a public shock to absence. On the ghost island of Wano-kuni, Kaido eyes widened, a butt directly stood up. His eyes were shocked to see the whole body exudes a faint red steam. Guy, the people feel are unfavorable. The man gave him the feeling, that in the past Rock's captain gave his oppressive to be stronger. If you let him Kaido face this man, I am afraid there is really dangerous kill. Looking at the blood-red beast that Konoha, Kaido a heart full of fear and trepidation. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin of laughter screeching halt. Red Dog also previously ridiculed even a burst kinds of kid cannot solve. Now even Charlotte Linlin himself shocked. If this time Akainu replaced her, what will have different results? No faced with this form of Guy, even if the steel is known as a balloon, she also comes to an end, right? Super God World. Advertisement Guy's Sacred Lufthansa, Uranus Crane he brow of a challenge. Yan, Sunburn, who faced more heart full of shock, even now proudly angel cold could not say anything. Lingxi, that faint voice resounded through the shock. I thought that Guy can suppress Akainu has been very strong. But he turned out to be. Even, and the first aid gate, this momentum, I am afraid to directly kill the battlefield where it. Lingxi Nene rode, the heart is very shocked. This strength, even in their king-class civilization, is enough to act as a king. In addition to the terrorist void engine, ordinary people cannot deal with the angels at this time. Guy. Lufthansa Crane and Sacred Guy He Two Eyes are extremely careful. Two looked at this time. Guy, the heart cannot help but increase interest. Spirit Cage World. Lowly Small Peas already stunned and speechless. The first 7th gate opened in Guy, she has been shocked to speak. Do not mention now of 8th gate. The notoriously dull white comfort month, this time all eyes widened slightly. Her heart is returning to fluctuate up. Alexander eyes even more shocking. This is it, the momentum of terror, my idol Akainu be finished. Akainu great faith, he did not think Akainu can survive now in the hands of Guy Wang. Punch the world. Jianuoc bigger way to open the door of the action had stopped. He looked at it this time. Guy, voice stuck in his throat with this spit it out. Saw Itama touch his bald head, a pair of eyes also become full of caution. Shinigami world. Aizen virtual knight intrauterine is slightly sit up straight. His body some slightly stiff, this strength was somewhat too shocked. Rao is Aizen's minds, hearts were set off volatility. If at this time Akainu replaced him, and what would it be? Aizen somber, it was kind of unexpected horror he consequences. In the battlefield. Hokage Iwashita. Might Guy whole body red transpiration, stud turned red hair stood on end. Eyebrows that is to be dyed red steam, the genuineness of the whole person is an ancient devil. Looking at this guy, Akainu's complexion changed for the first time. His double Yandang boss. How is this possible? How could this strength? Akainu voice full of disbelief. It is at this time. Guy, so people shocked, advertisement. This momentum of terror, he would have been enough to completely rolled up. Kakashi is lying on the ground eyes widened, Guy. So I have been, you are chasing the pace off, Kakashi sigh. Usually, Guy has been looking for him all competitive challenges. But today saw. Guy after opening 8 inner gates, he could not fully deal with. The third possible on 4th gate, he would completely defeat the Kakashi. What's more extreme terror 7th of the 8th gate. Tsunade, Kushina 2 more eyes full of shock, this scene is too amazing. Guy Wang debut, they totally did not expect, originally thought, they fell, Guy and Kakashi could barely support. But 660 did not expect to play a guardian of the battle flag of one of the greatest role. This has been the most humble Guy. Might Guy, pale blue beast of Konoha disappeared. Crimson beast of Konoha. Guy Wang debut, boom. Boom, earth collapse. Guy did not even hands on, at the foot of the earth has been able to survive. Namikaze Minato, who was also fighting stopped, turned to look at the side. Namikaze Minato forehead complicated, Guy, like your father like that to fight it. Kizaru eyes under sunglasses indescribably aghast. That guy, so great. It's over, Sakazuki to be planted. Too strong, Kizaru said, eyes incredible eyes cannot hide. Aokiji's face is a dignified, faced with this monster, who is the opponent At the same time, frontline battlefield feel the momentum is extremely sense of terror. Senju Hashirama, who have turned around and dignified. War of countless people are stopped the action, they all turn around to look at the direction of the Hokage rock. Looking at half the sky was red, Dover eyes full of shock. Hey, kidding, it's a much stronger person 3 views of Dover began to be severely impacted. Looking at the patch of sky was red, the people inside are rising unparalleled interest. Chapter 111. Auto-generated chapter title, 111. Let Akainu doubt the foot of life, seal the space. Senju Hashirama looked at Hokage rock, his face darkened again and again. Is it? Yes, that magma kid? How could he have such a terrifying aura? Senju Hashirama was very nervous and wanted to go back to see the situation quickly. If the battle flag is lost, it will be of no use for them to drag the front line for long. Garp and Sengoku looked at the red-stained sky, and their hearts became dark. The two know Sakazuki very well, this is not the ability of lava fruit at all. The two dignifiedly looked at Senju Hashirama at each other. Coincidentally, the 3 of them rushed towards Hokage rock one after another. The 2 sides fighting on the battlefield also stopped. Nine Tails felt the momentum, and some of her heart shuddered back. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto lying on the ground, Chimai and Momosagi panted and left. This Nine Tails is really tricky. Konoha has numerous genin, Chunin Jonin. Even Jiraiya and others, they all rushed towards Hokage rock. The 7 warlords of the sea on the marine side, the vice admiral of many headquarters, and the scientific unit also rushed towards Hokage rock. The countless lights of the heavens and worlds also all stared at the Hokage rock. Guy stood in place. Although he hadn't taken a shot yet, his terrifying aura had risen to the sky, which could be called crushing everything. Many Konoha ninjas arrived with marine. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Sengoku's eyes widened, his face was full of shock. How is this possible? How could it be so scary? Sengoku's heart is full of incredible. Garp's eyes widened beside him too,
and an extremely solemn expression flashed in his eyes. This kind of momentum, I haven't seen rocks before. Garp said solemnly, the expression on his face extremely heavy. This is the first time Sengoku has seen Garp so seriously. As always, no matter what strong one is facing, even when chasing the One Piece Roger, Garp looked grinning. But now, all he had on his face was seriousness. Sengoku once imagined that it was only on the day Marine was destroyed that he could see Garp really seriously. But right now, I saw it in advance. Wrong. Sengoku blinked and looked at the Might Guy who exuded extremely terrifying aura. If this one comes to naval headquarters, that was really the catastrophe of Marine. Momosagi and T-Dolphin stood aside, their eyes couldn't keep calm at all. Hey, just kidding. Advertisement to T-Dolphin looked unbelievable, and Kizaru was the same idea. Could human beings be so powerful? Many 7 warlords of the sea have the same idea. Doflamingo's body was trembling, and his eyes were full of shock. Foo. This kind of momentum can't be stopped by the guys in the Holy Land, right? Dover suddenly remembered something that Celestial Dragon's father had said to him in his childhood. The eyes of the Empress were also full of solemnity. In the heavens and all realms, is there such a powerful man? Hawkeye, Jinbei, and the capable man were silent, their eyes fixed on King Guy. The numerous Vice Admiral Rear Admiral members of Naval Headquarters were even more shocked. They only felt that if they stood in front of the Guy Emperor at this moment, they might not even be able to stop the other side's momentum. Countless ordinary Marine soldiers trembled, although the will has not been completely destroyed. But the aura on Emperor Guy still made them unable to move at all. As for Konoha, it was even more shocking. Senju Hashirama and Senju Toburama, the two Hokage's eyes tightened. They looked at Might Guy very solemnly. Konoha, when is there such a powerful junior? This kind of strength, I am afraid that it has reached the realm in the legend, right? The two looked at each other. As people who have come from the Sengoku era, they know some secrets that people don't know. For example, the legendary realm of the Six Paths class. For example, the legendary character of Sage of Six Paths. The two were cautious, their eyes were very solemn. A smile flashed across Hitaki's face. Die, Guy, do better than you. Think of Konoha 10,000 years genin, also Guy's fathers might die. Nostalgia flashed in Hitaki's heart. When both were genin, the two were also divided into a small team. But after his promotion, he separated from Might Guy. But the only confrontation before, Might Guy opened the 6th gate, and even he was only able to draw a draw at the time. Since then, he has been full of caution and admiration for Might wearing the Konoha 10,000 years genin. Dai opened the 8th gate and beat the 7 ninja swords into a trio of ninja swords. Guy, give it a go, Hitaki said inwardly, looking at Might Guy, the Red Beast, very seriously. Under the public eye, the Emperor Guy, who was steaming with red steam, moved. He looked at Akainu and shouted, people are here, the battle flag is here. Next moment, Guy's figure disappeared instantly. Advertisement Akainu's eyes widened, and his heart was full of horror. Observation Haki can't perceive it, how could it be so fast? The next moment, Akainu's face changed drastically as the wind rustled behind him. In desperation, he had to desperately element, but this was almost a step slower. Akainu was shot in place by Guy with an air cannon. Akainu spit out a mouthful of blood in midair, but the next moment he was completely elementalized, resisting Emperor Guy's evening appearance. Boom. Boom. The air cannon was deafening. Compared with the bear's large-scale attack, it is more tight. Guy's evening elephant is to condense all the power into one point and one punch. Akainu was beaten into magma in midair, and the draped justice had already fallen. Boom. 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 Under the gaze of the heavens and the world, Akainu, who was previously so powerful, was ravaged by Emperor Kai like a dog at this moment. The faces of Sengoku and others were very solemn. However, they are too late to come forward to rescue. And this is a leaderboard battle, Sengoku needs to consider the overall situation. Garp was a little eager to try, and Sengoku held it down. Wang Wang's, Garp, as long as this guy breaks out, we must win. Sakazuki had to make sacrifices. Garp heard that and resisted the urge to shoot. He also understands, if he is also on, the result may be both crushed by Guy. He will be beaten together with Akainu. In this way, it is better to let Akainu be beaten alone. As he attacked Akainu, Guy's face was darkened again and again. That elemental ability is too tricky. No matter how strong his attack is, if it can't be completely wiped out in an instant, it will not cause real damage to Akainu. Thinking of this, Guy stepped aside slightly, his eyes fixed on Akainu. Where Konoha dances, the fire will continue to grow. Ferocious roar out from between his teeth words resounded. Numerous strong this moment his face on the battlefield has changed. Akainu eyes instantly widened, he now has only one feeling stretched. Space Own the whole body is blocked, Chapter 112, Auto-generated chapter title. 112. The heavens are shocked, and their will to stick to. The red steam on Emperor Guy gradually condensed to a peak. Xiao Li couldn't help but yelled, Mr. Guy, no matter what your decision is, go and fight. This is youth, Xiao Li shouted, cheering for his teacher. Kakashi lay on the ground, his tone faint, but full of determination. Guy, my father once told me that you will surpass me. You have done it, Guy, teach that Akainu well for me.
Tsunade roared too. Guy, Lord third generation, looking at us outside the battlefield, we must win. We all believe in you. Jiraiya also nodded. Guy, give it a go. Orochimaru's eyebrows, who were watching the battle in the dark, were shocked. Is this 8 inner gates so powerful? I must learn from it and study hard. Orochimaru's sweet mouth. This guy can burst out of such strength. It's too strong. The 8-gate guy punched it down, and he probably couldn't even find a chance to resurrect. The eyes of Namikaze Minato, Kushina, Shisui and others are also full of firmness and trust. Hearing these voices, Guy roared, Father, like you, I also used this trick to protect Konoha. Father, a tear dripped from the corner of Guy's mouth. But for a moment, the tears were evaporated by the crimson steam. Looking at Akainu, Guy has only one thought in his mind. That is to defeat him and let this invincible Akainu fall. Boom. It was just like the momentum released by the beast before it rushed out. Guy's body is full of scary red steam, gradually. From within Guy, the red steam gushes out frantically, transforming into a dragon shape in an instant. Night Guy. Guy growled in a low voice. Boom. Boom. The Emperor Guy in the dragon-shaped steam pointed towards Akainu. Wherever he went, the world changed color. Half of the sky was dyed red into the setting sun. The air was like fat at this moment. Even where Guy went, all the space was gradually distorted. Advertisement Akainu's face was full of horror and shock. How can this be? Boom. Finally, the earth shakes. The magma is torn apart. Guy's body shattered into pieces like a crack and lay down not far away. A bottomless pit appeared in the battlefield. The diameter is up to nearly 1 kilometer. In the deepest part of the big pit, Akainu closed her AJFD eyes unwillingly. Boom. The world is silent. Everyone was stunned in their eyes in shock, unable to react at all. In the same way in all the worlds, all the characters in the Lo and Zhongwu worlds were shocked to the point of being absent-minded. Only the Shinigami world, the Super God universe, the Marvel universe and other high martial arts, and even the Super Martial world can remain calm. But even these big guys are a little shocked in their hearts. This guy, with a full kick, can exceed his own realm so much. This is incredible. In the Shinigami world, Zaraki Kenpachi laughed wildly. 8 inner gates formation, Might Guy. I remember you, ha 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 ha. When my Zaraki Kenpachi has a chance, I will definitely go to that world to start a war with you. Kenpachi laughed wildly, and Kusajishi Yachiru beside him smiled slightly. In the battlefield, Guy and Akainu died at the same time, and the audience was silent. It was almost stagnated for a few minutes before everyone was relieved. Although lamenting Guy's strength, the war still needs to continue. Everyone still needs to stick to their own front. Marine, the only goal is still to capture the battle flag. Konoha's only task is still to guard the battle flag. Sengoku said angrily without using the phone worm. Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki fell. We have to take advantage of his will and step on the road he opened up to win this battle. Marine, for justice, rush, countless marine soldiers raised their swords and shouted. Justice. On Konoha's side, Senju Hashirama also roared in a low voice. Konoha, we are going to step on Guy's blood to win this battle. Konoha, all men have the will to fire, even if you die? Let me stain the sky with blood, make the enemy blood splash 5 steps. Guy's will needs us to inherit, Konoha is flying, and the fire is endless. Decisive battle. Rush. Advertisement Sengoku and Senju Hashirama gave orders. The armies of both sides brazenly rushed forward again. In the big hole kicked out by Guy, there are countless corpses of Konoha shinobi and marine. Super God world. Morgana on the Demon Queen was silent. Her face was awe-inspiring. Otto, although they are a surface civilization. But if you were asked to lead the demon army, are you sure to defeat them? At the side, Otto heard Morgana's words and shook his head for a moment in deep thought. Queen, even if it is useful for destroying star weapons. But I can only destroy their planet and body, this will and soul, I cannot destroy. Morgana nodded. Give me instructions. From now on, the devil must have faith and will. Can't be like those dumb buffs under Carl all day long. Tenten, my god, Carl, my mind is so broken. Adu nodded. The high-level demons on the side looked a little ashamed. They are called my god Morgana all day long, Angel Nebula. Angel Yan and others sighed. Both Konoha and Marine have their own will to persist. This has nothing to do with right or wrong. They are all just for their own world, for their own civilization. This is understandable. It's like angels performing justice, no right or wrong. Looking at the tragic battle between the two sides, even their group of angel warriors who have experienced many battles are standing solemnly. This level is no less than any war they have fought. In the Spirit Cage world, the entire ground team was silent. Still Broken Star slowed down and spoke first. That Might Guy is too shocking. The few people still hadn't been relieved from the shock brought by Might Guy, and once again suffered the shock of the terrifying will of Marine and Konoha. Shonda had already sat on the ground in shock. Too shocking, too shocking. The 8 gate of Emperor Guy is too handsome, it's too strong. At the time of the 8 inner gates, if I could use this trick, the king-level Polar Devourer would definitely not be able to stop me. Little lowly Shado didn't talk back to Shonda for the first time. Don't even talk about the king-level Polar Devourer, even the Mana Ecology can't stop you. Everyone nodded.
Exactly. If Emperor Guy comes in person, then this eschatological crack is just around the corner. Marine and Konoha are still in a fierce battle. Both sides insisted on their own will and blasted wildly against each other. In a short period of time, the deaths and injuries of Marine soldiers and ordinary ninjas have been countless. The war lasted almost 5 hours. In the end, the mid and low-level combat power of one of the sides collapsed. Chapter 113, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. 113, Naval Headquarters vs Konoha, the final result. In the battlefield, Marshal Sengoku and Garp fight against Senju Hashirama. The two sides also gradually played a real fire. Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands ascribed to unfold fully, facing two crazy bombardment. Garp and Sengoku fit is good, primary anti-Sengoku, Garp main. With two flawless, true several thousand hands in a wide range of attacks, both can still find opportunities to Senju Hashirama manufacturing, so what trouble? This is the most top battlefield, still playing inextricably. It appears that each of the 10.5 could not have a winner. Among the high-level battlefield, Namikaze Minato Kizaru 2 gold and fast speed played locked. Kizaru seriously cautious indeed tricky, so Namikaze Minato could not find the slightest chance. Full body Shisui Suzano it could hardly sustain, managed to sustain continued repression Aokiji. Jiraiya, Konoha's white fang teeth, Senju Tobarama and the like are also strong 7 warlords of the sea to the touch. Blackbeard has helped them, barely able to stalemate in Hawkeye and others. But, in a previous battle, Kiba middle of combat power has lost more than half. Without it, only 2 Marine Award candidate Momosuke T, there is no Jonin resist. What's more, Marine headquarters of 16 Vice Admiral, many pacifists. They still can knock Konoha Jonin resistance. Kiba middle front gradually collapse, unable to resist Momosuke and T and Dolphin strong fighting force. Division Vice Admiral lose Rat, Ghost Spiders, who is a sword Chunin. Kiba pulled combat power as 2 Tang. Stick to the present, he has been very good. Eventually, the Konoha Jonin front complete collapse. This consequential, Chunin fronts, Genin front of all crashes. In addition to high-level combat power among affected, but almost the whole of winning are tilted to the Marine side. Wan saw the heavens community like this, many people are side. Jianu OC. Konoha it is finished, their bottom front collapsed. Quote. Alexander. Yes, this wave of Konoha group playing well. Quote. Soldier knows his own party, but had Yingji group. Closing parenthesis. I think, should be allowed to stand in front of Senju Hashirama expand wood style open boom. Quote. Abruptly put your Marine also blasted a gap too. Quote. Alexander said so, but it is many chiefs laughed language. Ling Cage World, Bai Yuekui Cold Road. Kiba also does not want to fight this wave group. But you think that Marine will give the opportunity to Konoha. Senju Hashirama standing in front of open detonation is not no, but you look at Marshal Sengoku and Tekken Garp. Both of them will give Senju Hashirama chance. If the column does Senju between this duo, Kiba who could block them. Advertisement. Bai Yuekui few words, completely causing everyone to think deeply. After a while, Shanda slapped his thigh. Yes boss, or do you see the long term? That's to say this war, Marine is the stable. Baikui yet again shook his head. Not necessarily, read on to see Kiba executives' reactions. Like to be white, then the general comfort month. Senju Hashirama brow wrinkled in the battlefield. Withdraw him back for a refund. Hokage who, together with me, planted 4 red yang formation, guardian banners. Other, people, stick. Fight to the death, everyone was so instant, withdraw back. Senju Hashirama hands a film, an instant 2 shadow clone vitro. After his resurrection at the moment, even the shadow clone has cage level strength. In order to spread a 4 red yang formation enough. Namikaze Minato is, the separation of a shadow clone. Senju Tobarama is the true body and on. Cheng Soil reincarnation of him, before his death is so far from strong. 2 Senju Hashirama's shadow clone, a Namikaze Minato's shadow clone, plus second Hokage Senju Tobarama. 4 were standing on the 4 corners. 4 middle, appeared in a red enchantment, to direct the golden banners surrounded. Standing nearby, Sengoku and Garp's face instantly dignified. That is, a public enchantment it. Sengoku's hard to look at his face. Unexpectedly, the last critical moment war, Senju Hashirama actually come up with such a move. This too makes easy ones. Garp, no way, can only recklessly. Sengoku Ningmei said. Garp also dignified nodded. Yes, Senju Hashirama, really wily Calculate the time, Kiba party to insist about 5 hours, be able to win the battle 1. They Marine, also lost. It is not lost on a strong fighting force, but lost on tactics. This thought, Sengoku tactics rolling tactical Senju Hashirama and others. But take a look now. Senju Hashirama is wily. First, the Might Guy cards this arrangement guardian banners. Then frontline battlefield is holding them. As a result, most of the time has passed. Kiba here 4 red yang formation opened, keep the defensive formation delay time just fine. Advertisement. Sengoku's face was deep. Fight it, Garp. We need to come up with the best. Garp nodded. Armament hockey group on double again become very rich. 2 again and Senju Hashirama pair.
At the moment of Senju Hashirama, he has great strength as good as before. Garp and Sengoku series of Senju Hashirama forced to retreat. Senior Marine combat power is also one of the offensive launch toward the battle flag to launch the final attack. This wave as long as they broke 4 red yang formation, win. If you could not break, you lose. ... 0. Both sides of the tragic war are not enough to describe the land with corpses. Ordinary people countless heavens wan world to see this scene, almost to have been scared silly. Where they witnessed this level of war. Simply horrible. Battle cry loud. Gradually, the setting sun swallowed by the night. Finally, on a battlefield. Senju Hashirama bloody. Standing next to Namikaze Minato, Shisui, Jiraiya, Kushina et al. Everyone covered with bloody, not his own blood, the blood of the enemy. Opposite Garp, who were not much better. Even among the 7 warlords of the sea, Dover, who are beginning to outdo our best. Although despise Marine, but they also want to win this world at their own game. Even Hawkeye all rush forward with extremely powerful strength of the world's largest sword hoe. Senju Hashirama looking around the circle. The two sides have been dog eat dog. Everyone forget all the time. They both alone a conviction. Kiba is the guardian. Marine is the competition. World War II restart. Garp forehead with blood flow, a pair of iron fist is still so hard. Gradually the sky is completely dark down. On the battlefield this time I do not know, everyone does not know how long the full battle. Konoha party, also left the Senju Hashirama still struggling to support. Marine party, also left the 2 Garp and Sengoku veteran. The remaining strong, is not exhaustive, is a variety that has been locked. Both sides name of the name, a golden light gradually enveloped over. All in all recovery ever. What? Chapter 114 auto-generated chapter title. 114, a record annals of war, so jealous heavens reward. Golden light enveloped the room, the final results. Forces list first battle, Naval Headquarters vs Konoha, Kiba wins. See the results, Konoha ninja are outrageously countless tears. They busted their A to a war, it is to see that the final result. Fortunately, Konoha successfully won. Akainu blow hammer on the floor, his face full of unwilling. But he looked at Kiba lineup standing Might Guy, the eyes also intended to expose admiration. This is the only clothes he Akainu are playing man. Moreover, to say, Might Guy nor his dislike of pirates, the two sides have no hatred. Naruto standing on the ground, looking around the circle in disbelief. Dad, we would in 660, ye won. Quote. We won big leaves you. Namikaze Minato smiled. Yes I am winning. Leaves are one of the eyes of all with a smile. Their efforts were not in vain. Among Marine although some dejected. But Sengoku was not much emotional loss. Compared to this war victory. He believes the martial, the war itself is the Marine of great wealth. Not only hone formation, leaving many ordinary soldiers have gone through a battle between life and death. This is not any incentive than wealth. After the war, Marine sea on the momentum certainly rose. Naval Headquarters group of elite Marine but will become a real tigers of the division. Heavens Wan world millions of people are also some mixed feelings. Although as spectators, they were not personally experienced this station. But this war brought to them still have a lot. From the war until the end, both sides have been in a white-hot state. World War II ultimately successful ending, this is a visual feast. Chat group, it was shocking to directly discuss them. Marine and Kiba this war, I've seen the most ambitious war. Quote. Advertisement. In addition, the two sides no hatred, no past enmity. Quote. This is a most pure war. Quote. Let us remember that it's worth the battle credited enough history Wan community. Quote. His words, suddenly attracted a large praise the Heavens Wan community. Although many high military chiefs of the world does not value the combat capability of both sides. But the effect of this war of performance is excellent. Everyone no objection. At this moment, let the Heavens Wan border exciting moment arrived. Charts announcement, Kiba reward to be credited into account. Marine party dejected. This award, has nothing to do with them. Who they lose it. Kizaru slight smile. Yeah, really lose it. Green shook his head hung it does not matter. Ah la la, Kiba, very strong opponent ah. That Might Guy. Guy heard the name, Akainu face slightly changed. Eyes full of deep unwilling to color. Akainu hearts, he planted himself must transcend 8-gate Guy morale. Heavens Wan circles this time also curious rankings, what will Konoha party any award? Forces standings end of the first war, now began issuing awards. A. Ignoring the rules of the world, the disarmament of all members of the forces of the two sides within the upper limit of their growth. Quote. See this sentence. It leaves a stunned. The Marine stunned. Wan Heaven sector has also shocked. The first award of this ranking, directly on a deep-fried King Ah. The Hokage pirates both world for a time, have not wanted to understand this growth to lift the upper limit of what is meant. Super Gangster God, Marvel, DC, ought instantly knew this world is over. Super God World, Mo Megain foul language to burst out. Advertisement. Depend on. Even. What is this special award, how could? It lifted their growth limit, which would not have said that trend continues, we can catch up. Instead, think of Na Mogan his old rival, Guy Sacred Shaw Zero. If the angel that civilization Gai Sha Bai Pool win, lifted the limits to growth. I rely on. Mo Megain direct dare to think of. If Guy Lufthansa is released limits to growth, and that special what this universe who was her opponent. At the same time, Heavens won numerous industry bigwigs also want to clear this. Lift the ceiling turned out to be their own development. So this means that if the talent is good, an ordinary person can eventually grow into cosmic overlord. This can be one day in the city. Guy Sacred Lufthansa mouth as a challenge. She Crane eyes slightly condensate. The Queen, this award. Crane he voice full of dignified. Holy Guy Shaw nodded. Yes this award, not only for the Marine and Konoha, is the best reward. Even in any world, this is enough to reward all the rest rolled reward. If directly enhance the strength, but for the time being to mention a rise to 5.3 points can be seen, but still there is an upper limit. But the direct lifting of the ceiling, but the strength can be infinitely improved. Continue like this. Guy Shaw heart thinking. Crane he frowned. The Queen, you say, they can eventually grow into our civilization angel this. Crane he tone full of surprise, Angel Yan, who was also an instant looked over. Lufthansa Guy nodded. Maybe, also more than Our angel civilization has reached the upper limit of the universe, want to improve, not impossible, but because the rules limit the world, will be very slow. But the Marine and Konoha, he wanted to take off. Chapter 115 Auto-generated chapter title. 115, Start drawing the next world, one community expectations. Angel Yan, who has been shocked to speak up. Lufthansa Sacred Guy this time also chat group answers the practical effect of this award is for the million boundary. Then the Heavens Wan community are shocked. In the spirit cage world. Alexander looked enviously leaves in the battlefield. This award great, right? If earned this award, is not that they can achieve the degree. Open up, body turned into magma. Broken star, who nodded. Bai Yuekui dual mode thinking. What turned out to be the reward? Chart's handwriting, really is not moved to look Quote. In the Shinigami world, Aizen's eyes the moment fluctuations several times. He struggled desire Hogyoku, research Shinigami hollow transformation for what? More strength, more powerful form. All this because he has reached the apex of Shinigami, even Yamamoto old man he will not necessarily defeat. So, he began to study the imaginary creature, this take 09 to break itself. However, if you can get access to their own limitations, so he will not have any research that the virtual. His strength, you can continue to move forward. Aizen's eyes flashed desire. This desire, even more so than Hogyoku. In the battlefield. Hiba party cheering encouragement. Marine on this side is the envy of his face, dejected. Sengoku looked to Senju Hashirama. Congratulations. Senju Hashirama nodded. Assignee. That side of the world, you have a guardian of justice, but also a blessing of the people. Sengoku nodded. Well, as we Marine, duty bound. Senju Hashirama nodded. Two fists come together. They do no grudge, now the fighting is over, both sides no more sense of hostility. Winner takes all, nothing more. Are strong, not like the weak force was also General Tong. Sengoku lost, nothing is dissatisfied. Senju Hashirama won, have never been proud. Advertisement. But this time, chat group is Lufthansa's voice sounded Guy. Divine Guy Shakespeare. At Sengoku, you piece of marine champagne is how is it? The reward, you did not say no, right? His words, all marine have collapsed. Sengoku face some slack. Sengoku. At Sacred Guy Lufthansa Queen Guy, what you say? Since Guy Sha Wan community is everyone recognized chiefs, so Sengoku not consciously spend the honorific. Divine Guy Shakespeare. Sengoku kid, you also have this reward marine Quote. Sengoku such as a public marine moment stunned and speechless. The announcement rankings released again. Award winners. First, call each other unconditionally assist in the workforce again. Quote. Winner reward. 2. Two-edged battle flag, supreme air transport, forever immortal. Quote. I see this time. Many are instantly reflected marine to taste. Original. This reward them, it has a marine. The winner of that award, Kiba is unique. Marine countless hearts are crowded laugh in the face. Marine ignore the excitement over there. Senju Hashirama, who saw himself the winner of the award, the moment is greatly shocked. A reward will not say. Summons Naval Headquarters assist in the work once, very good. Naval Headquarters powerful fighting force, and if they Kiba united. I am afraid, can cross any push a world of pirates Hokage, right? Senju Hashirama heart think, for this award very satisfied. The most impressive, is the second award. Supreme Banners. Everyone looked back, looked to the tools and tried to insert under the Hokage Rock gold banners. At this time, banners roots. Hokage Rock was shrouded in a golden light. If anyone here cannot generally fight. If you get involved, would be immediately bite. All eyes big bright face euphoria. Just when Konoha and Marine are delighted. Connecting the two sides of the world's gold dispersed. All in all return to calm. Advertisement. Naval Headquarters Marineford and Fire Country Konoha Village, also reconnect to the top of his world. Moment. Pirate world. I do not know why, just like in the direction of the Holy Land have a look, straight eyeing the Naval Headquarters. That road called Terror Eyes, like the eyes of God. After staring for a moment, his eyes looked to the Mind Wan community list. would have such capability? It seems I really want to be on this list of great importance. Hokage world. I do not know why. A tolerance throughout the world. Eyes are straight eyeing the Konoha village. Double Rinnegan. Very strange. Ubiquitous chakra is extremely powerful. Wan sector rankings. Actually there is this level of it. Boss, it is necessary to focus attention to you. Ultimate gangster. Two sides of the world's attention, has not been perceived by ordinary beings. And then because of this chat group to explode a message. Because the list of combat power reopened. In the battle between the two forces standings, 7-day cooling off period will be 660, which is 7 days, the list will be stunning competitions. And that returning combat power list. Combat power list for the first time ranked list, the winner, Hokage world. Quote. Currently fighting force standings are as follows. First place. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, One Piece world. Quote. Second place. God of Ninja world, Senju Hashirama, Hokage world. Quote. Third place. Uchiha Madara, Hokage world. Quote. Fourth place. Pen Six Paths, Hokage world. Quote. Fifth place. Marine Hero, Iron Fist, Monkey D. Garp, One Piece world. Sixth. Akainu, Sakazuki, Haichung world. Seventh place. Golden Lion, Shiki, One Piece world. Eighth place. Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage world. Close black lens bracket. Ninth place. Golden Glitter, Namikaze Minato, Hokage world. Quote. 10th open black lens bracket name. Kizaru, Pelusolino Pirate world. Quote. Now begin sucking the next world, a combat power wood expulsion line. Quote. Decimation world. Moment, the heavens wand circles boiling. All the strong are crazy. Even many chiefs, are exposed look of hope. Combat power list, and then opened. Their opportunity came. Chapter 116 auto-generated chapter title. 116. After the war, the situation on both sides. Naval headquarters. Marineford. It is completely restored here, and 7 warlords of the sea is also preparing to leave at the port. Sengoku stood in the marshal's office, meditating about the reopening of the battle list. Seeing him, Garp couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. Seeing Sengoku like this, it must have been worrying about something again. Coming to Sengoku's side, Garp suddenly stretched out his hand and slammed Sengoku's shoulder. Sengoku was interrupted in thought, and Garp was directly frightened. Garp, you old fellow. Sengoku flushed and roared angrily. Garp looked careless, eating senbei with a big laugh. Sengoku, I know what you are thinking. Is it right that the battle list is reopened? Our world lost in the last battle list comparison, and can't continue to participate in the battle. Sengoku couldn't help sighing when he heard Garp's words. More than. Garp, Marine has been lifted from the development ceiling, but this is not a hot potato. Although the government of the world has not made any decision on this, I have the feeling that it is not far away. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp also condensed his eyes. Sengoku, you mean? Sengoku nodded. I have the feeling that someone from the Holy Land may soon send someone to do something to my marshal. Sengoku looked at the calm sea in the distance, only to feel that the undercurrent was surging crazily. And the focus is their naval headquarters. Garp thought for a moment, then suddenly laughed again. Sengoku, why do you think so much? Big winds and waves, I am an old fellow fighting with you. This old bone should still be usable. Besides, Marine currently has a high reputation worldwide. If the Holy Land wants to move us, we must also consider the consequences. After a long time, Sengoku nodded, his face gradually becoming serious. Originally, I was going to abdicate after facing Whitebeard. But when the rankings appeared, my silent heart gradually throbbed. Garp, I'm not reconciled. When we joined Marine, we vowed to catch all pirates, but... Sengoku shook his head helplessly. Advertisement. It's still so bad now, I am not qualified as Marshal Marine. I want to do something for the people of the world. I can't just go against our oath. Garp patted Sengoku on the shoulder again. In the battle list, although we Marine can no longer send people to the battle, there are still me, Sakazuki, and Pelusolino. The 3 of us are enough. What benefits you get from it is enough to strengthen Marine's strength. Hearing that, Sengoku nodded. The two looked at the people in 7 warlords of the sea who were about to leave by the port. Crane is here with San Admiral watching this group of 7 warlords of the sea. Although this is the naval headquarters, their group of scums dare not do anything. But in order to ensure the face and power of Marine, Sengoku still sent Crane with 3 Admiral to watch. Kizaru looked indifferent, just standing there indifferently. His eyes kept falling on the female emperor's body, and his eyes gleamed darkly under the sunglasses. Aokiji looked like a pun, looking blankly at the group of 7 warlords of the sea. As for Akainu, he was looking gloomy, looking at the group of 7 warlords of the sea a little eagerly. With his strength, coupled with 3 Admiral, it is definitely not a problem to completely leave the group of scum in front of him. Akainu think of this, cannot help but start next to the temperature slightly increases. Doflamingo feel it, his face cannot help but slightly surprised. Then, foo, to laugh. Akainu Admiral, what do you mean? To hand, our group of 7 warlords of the sea naval headquarters to stay in it all. Dover hear the words of many 7 warlords of the sea also will look to turn over. Hawkeye is not the slightest movement, is so quietly stood still. The Moria is tight physique, face a slight hint of fear. Ranking the First World War, Akainu's strength but show the most. He now doubts that he cannot block Akainu 10 strokes. I'm afraid not 10 strokes, 3 measures he fell to the ground injured. Blackbeard is also a hand grip, thief ha ha ha, laugh. Faced with numerous 7 warlords of the Sea of Provocation, Akainu blankly on the ground in the previous step. Who blazing lava is brewing, may erupt at any time out. Kizaru threw your hands, the face full of frustration. But he was a step forward. If Akainu hands, he cannot stand idly by the Marine Admiral. Today at Marine Combat Power and Prestige, 1 to 7 warlords of the sea would not hurt. Advertisement. Aokiji shook his head, and stepped forward. Ah la la, really troublesome. Looked like 3 Marine Admiral, many 7 warlords of the sea have heart of a bear. Great Staff Crane side is relatively calm. Sakazuki, they have used, to let them go. Quote. Crane voice, did not care about these 7 warlords of the sea of any dignity. Dover forehead red with rage suddenly. But he suddenly disappeared on the Akainu that gloomy face, inner dissatisfaction. Although Akainu defeated, he can still borrow holy relationship as put out there. However, no reason to suffer a beating, he may not want to be subject to sin. Blackbeard's face has flashed fear. Akainu would have thought just a demonstration, but looked like, they really have to mean that shot. As Moria, he is even more worth a damn or afraid to put up. Akainu powerful well known, kill Blackbeard's not a problem now. And he does. In the hands of Blackbeard 10 strokes are sure, it was completely kill. It stuck on the Moria for a long time. But the strength between him and Blackbeard huge difference, did not dare say anything. Now for the Akainu, he is even more afraid to put a fart. King. Akainu did not speak, increasingly tense situation on the ground. Vice Admiral Crane was once again reminded cry, Akainu only slightly dispersed body temperature. Scum who do not let me hit you in the sea, otherwise. Akainu fists clenched. Akama golden lava flow, emitting most horrible power and influence. Hawkeye said they had never cares about the threat of Akainu, turned around and jumped into their boat, directly to leave. A female emperor is proud to his head, walked with great legs on the left to send their warships. Dover forehead veins fly, Blackbeard heart is rubbing tight. The two eventually choose to forbear their leave. Pirates side of the world to quell the incident. Hokage world here, doing post-war work or ordered. Hokage Iwashita, shine golden sacred battle flag, will be cut off from the surrounding world seems an empty stretch. Senju Hashirama, who stood in front of banners, his face wearing the color of fear. Chapter 117 auto-generated chapter title. 117. The selection of the bottom 5 of the stunning list begins. The joy of victory gradually dissipated, and everyone really began to replay the battle. Uzumaki Kashina, Hitaki Sakumo and others have been lifted and reincarnated, and their souls have regained rest. Many high-level officials and important figures in Konoha village are discussing this battle before the battle flag. First, Namikaze Minato said in a deep voice. From the very beginning of this battle, Konoha, we were caught in the layout of the Marine Marshal. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Senju Hashirama's face also changed. Dignity flashed across his face, and Senju Hashirama nodded. 4th generation is right. In this battle, we have been trapped in Sengoku's layout from the very beginning. From the very beginning, the pressure on the front line has exceeded expectations. The people beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade and others nodded. The war has just begun. Marines lineup gave Konoha an unparalleled impact. Scientific forces, pacifists, the 16th Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. It was actually 7 warlords of the sea that made the Konoha front completely collapsed. Without them, Konoha's victory will definitely be greatly improved. But because of the unexpected existence of 7 warlords of the sea, Konoha caused a lot of trouble. 660. This is also the main reason why Admiral can break through the front line so easily and come to the rear. Everyone is condensing eyebrows. Suddenly, Senju Hashirama smiled on his face and turned to look at the might guy in the green Jonin costume. In this war, our main hero is Guy. Hearing Senju Hashirama's sigh, all of Konoha's current high levels all smiled. Kakashi's eyes were even more shocked. Yeah, Guy, your 8 inner gates is too strong. As soon as Kakashi said this, everyone present unconsciously showed shock. Based on the strength of Senju Hashirama, Rao was greatly moved by the strength of 8-gate Guy. At that level, his sage body may not be able to stop it. If it was him, Senju Hashirama was kicked by Guy that night. Possibly, the end will not be much better than Akainu. In the best case, Senju Hashirama will suffer irreparable injuries. Under everyone's attention, Guy touched his head and smiled slightly. Several Hokages are the main force in this battle. I just inherited my father's will to guard Konoha and the will to guard the fire. Guy's words caused a sigh from several people. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and shook his head. The old man is ashamed. Your father, might die, shouldn't be the only genin. Advertisement. You shouldn't be just a jonin. Unfortunately, the old man failed to discover your powerful strength and potential. Guy shook his head. Lord 3rd generation, don't say that. I was admitted to the ninja school because of you. Without you, there would be no me guys today. But no matter what Guy said, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still blowing. The old man, ashamed of being called the 3rd generation by you, ashamed. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help thinking about his performance in the battle with Marine. It's simply horrible, can't bear to look directly. Originally, He was there, and he could be the backbone of Tsunade and others, and could stabilize a certain military spirit. But he was defeated by Akainu so quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and stopped talking. Senju Hashirama looked at Guy again. Guy, I remember, you are still just a Jonin, right? Upon hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Guy nodded in confusion. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly. From now on, you will be Konoha's elite Jonin. And, reward a Hokage sleeve, worn by your father Might, and directly promoted by Genin to Jonin. The people around Jiraiya, Tsunade, etc. were a little shocked when he said this. Kakashi looked at Guy with joy. Guy, thank you Lord Hokage. Guy's expression was a bit stunned, and there seemed to be a moving tear in his eyes. He looked at Senju Hashirama and asked incredulously. Shodai, are you true? Namikaze Minato on the side smiled slightly. Guy, this is the unanimous decision of me, Shodai, and third generation. Guy's expression AJFD was suddenly stunned. But for him. Become special Jonin, Hokage sleeves those are trivial things. Most importantly, his father Might Dai became Jonin directly. This makes Guy a little excited. His father, Might Dai, wanted to become Shunin the most during his lifetime. As for Jonin, he couldn't even think of it.
But now, his father Might Dai has become Jonin directly. Guy's expression was ecstatic. Jiraiya and others were also a little confused because of Senju Hashirama's order. Among Konoha, the title Elite Jonin has never been easily given. They are almost the titles that major patriarchs have a chance to get. Advertisement however, Might Guy is just an ordinary civilian, and his father is a 10,000 years genin. But now, he was directly promoted to Elite Jonin. The most shocking thing was not the decision to promote Guy Elite Jonin. Even more surprising is the Hokage sleeve that first generation rewarded Guy. That is what Kakashi's father, Hitaki Tsukumo, obtained after doing countless legendary missions in his life. Guy got it so young, and that half of Hokage sleeves represent more than honor. There is a deeper meaning, people with Hokage sleeves. When the position of Hokage is vacant, or the current Hokage wants to step down, he has the priority to become Hokage. Kakashi didn't jealous at all, looking at Guy with joy. Jiraiya and others were relieved, and their eyes were full of good fortune. Akatsuki Organization. Madara sits on the main seat, and a pair of Rinnegan don't know what he is thinking. He looked at Uchiha Itachi under him and asked, Itachi, your brother Sasuke, how's your settling down? Hearing what Ben said, the axis suddenly tightened. He was afraid that Madara would let Sasuke come to Akatsuki to organize, and he was thinking the same way as Orochimaru. Shuai whispered, Boss, Sasuke is practicing in the secret room, he wants to quickly improve his strength. But it turns out that the axis thinks a lot. Lord Madara is so arrogant, how can he be interested in a mere Uchiha Sasuke? Madara nodded when he heard Itachi's words and fell silent. Warfare gradually ignited in his eyes. The world was drawn on the leaderboard yesterday, but it hasn't been drawn until now. This made Madara a little anxious in her heart. He wants to quickly see the all kinds of weird and unpredictable abilities in other worlds. Everyone in Akatsuki's organization was so frightened that they did not dare to breathe. This master is moody, and they don't dare to say much. At this moment, everyone raised their eyes slightly. The 10,000 worlds ranking in my mind suddenly released an announcement. The world ranking of fighting forces has been drawn, and now the Pirate Hokage's last 5 rankings are starting. Seeing the news of the ranking, the heavens and 10,000 realms couldn't help but curse their mothers a bit. They were all excited for a long time, and they waited for the completion of the drawing of this battle list. But the leaderboard has not been released directly. Instead, we must first compare the stunning rankings. Everyone wondered whether this list was maliciously manipulated behind the scenes, making them itch with hatred. Chapter 118, Auto-generated chapter title. 118. Hinata Tien stands out and wins the first prize in one fell swoop. Super God World. The angel let out a cold voice. This ranking list is really appetizing. Before the battle list is opened, it is actually the first to compare the outstanding rankings. What's so good about those women in the low-spirited world? In these heavens and all realms, apart from our angels, who can be called stunning? The cold voice came into everyone's ears. Angel Yan raised the corner of his mouth. The mindset of the rankings is not something we can predict. Moreover, between the two battles, arranging a ranking of other rankings, it can be regarded as letting us relax. Jishin also nodded, agreeing with Yan's words. Yes, Sister Lang, I think Sister Yan is right. Having been in battle, we will get tired of aesthetics. Lingxi is looking forward to Dao. I kind of want to see whether our angels can occupy the entire list when it's our world's turn. When they heard Lingxi's words, the angels also retreated one after another. Really, in the universe, it is simply difficult to find the stunning beauty that rivals this group of angel girls. Gai Sha and Hexi smiled slightly, although the two have a strong interest in the battle list. If you draw their world, you can enter the battlefield to move your muscles and bones. Spirit Cage World. Shonda's eyes flickered slightly. Has the stunning list started to compete? Great, oh, I can see my emperor again. Little lowly Sha Do sneered. Shandong University, didn't you fat man look carefully? In this, extremely beautiful rankings, there are only the bottom 5, that is to say, there is no such female emperor. Forehead. Shonda's expression was slightly startled, and then it turned into regret. Well, I can't see my emperor's face anymore.
Little lowly Shado made an international gesture. Shandong University, don't you think the boss is pretty? Put all your heart on that female emperor. Little lowly Shado's words caused Broken Star, Ji Yudong and others to turn their heads and look towards Shanda. Shanda suddenly turned his head and looked at Bai Yuekui, his eyes flashed with struggling hesitation. Then smiled. Anyone who compares with the boss, of course the boss looks good. Shado let out a cough and ran to Bai Yuekui, no longer contacting Shanda. The leaderboard announcement is released again. The selection of this stunning list starts. Everyone is invited to start voting. Open black lens bracket Hokage world candidates. Azuki Shion, Samui, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino. One Piece world candidates. Shirahoshi, Perona, Vivi, Tina, Alvida. Advertisement. Note. There is only one chance for the selection of the stunning list, and each person has only one vote. Please start voting. Seeing the start of the competition, discussions arose in the chat group. Tony Stark. At Shanda, Genosi, two fellow Taoists, continue to come out to discuss this stunning list selection. This time Hokage and Pirate World are starting to compare. Who do you vote for? Hearing Tony's words, Yamato Llanos released himself again. Shanda. It's a pity, there is no female emperor among these people, otherwise I will definitely vote for the female emperor. Genos. Yes, Shanda is right, but since there is no empress, I voted for Hinata. Tony. Ajie Nuosi, why is Hinata? Those Oni-san in Pirate World are so beautiful and sexy. Genos. Tony, don't you think anyone can have sexiness, but that kind of innocence and cuteness, can't anyone have it? Sitting on the sofa, Tony couldn't help sinking into thought. Soon, Tony's eyes brightened. Yes, his playboy Tony, how many sexy girls have seen so many years? But among these, few were innocent and cute. Anyone can be sexy, but innocent and cute, you can't pretend. Tony thought for a moment and nodded. Tony, Ajie Nuosi, Daoyu, I agree with you, so I voted for Hinata. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the two people's decision, Shanda was also slightly shocked. He turned his head and glanced at Bai Yuekui. Yes. Why could Bai Yuekui fascinate them so much? It is not only the beautiful face, but also the cold and arrogant temperament. Percent. Z% 1% at why the female emperor can fascinate the heavens and all realms, isn't it because of the female emperor's arrogant temperament? If there is only a beautiful face, it is not a beautiful face. A firm sense of responsibility suddenly surged in Shanda's heart. The votes in the hands of each of them should be responsible to the heavens and the world. You can't let any one of the most outstanding people be lost, and you can't let any unqualified person on the list. Shanda looked at the chat message and nodded. Shandong University, Tony, Genos, I also vote for Hinata. Close black lens bracket. Just for that rare touch of innocence. Seeing the chat messages of the three people, the heavens and the world all agreed with them. The three colors of the heavens all voted for Hinata unanimously, and the reason is still so good. So in an instant, many people followed the vote. At this time, Hinata himself